Hashtag see 2530 Moon Linglong's gift. However, to their disappointment, Yu Linglong didn't even look at them even though they acted so clearly. Chu Yan. Yu Linglong's eyes were fixed on Chu Yan all the time, and she spoke softly with some worry. Yes, I know. Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong, nodded, and smiled as usual. Brother Yuan and Brother Tong, you are right. This result does not mean anything. Going deep into the core is my goal in coming to the God-forbidden land this time. I will not give up. After the words fell to the ground, Yu Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. This jade talisman, you take it. Turning over the jade hand, a small black jade talisman appeared on the slender hand and handed it to Chu Yan. Although Yu Linglong wanted to persuade Chu Yan to give up the land of forbidden gods, but when she heard Chu Yan's answer, she pondered for a moment, did not speak, but took out a jade talisman and gave it to him. This is the life jade talisman. The best. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui looked at the jade talisman with 4 eyes, and their faces changed drastically. Although they also knew that Yu Linglong, as the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, must have her life-saving trump card. However, they never expected that such a precious top-level life jade talisman would be given away at will. After all, with this heavenly-grade life jade talisman, it is definitely an extra life. From Yu Linglong's point of view, since Chu Yan has already made up her mind, she will naturally not stop her, and can only help as much as possible. However, in the eyes of Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui, this Chu Yan is so useless. Yu Linglong didn't even look down on him at all, and instead gave him a big gift. What is the situation? I figured it out, both of them got the forbidden character talisman, and they got the best results in the test of tens of thousands of people. Such an obvious contrast, Yu Linglong couldn't understand it. Humph. Chu Yan, wait for me. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui, who were full of embarrassment and trembling at the same time, thought to themselves. A cold light flashed across the depths of the eyes of the two with stiff smiles on their faces. As the son of the Gu clan and the high priest of the demon sect, if they can trick Yu Linglong into their hands, it means that the Dark Temple, one of the 3 major forces in the future, will be under their control. Therefore, the two of them never thought of giving up, but planned to get rid of that Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong completely ignored the two of them when they were thinking about the sinister plan in their hearts, and they were chatting with Xin Xingjia about the past events of the Haotian continent. What Xin Xingjia said was plain, but what Yu Linglong heard was not a few exclamations and laughter. This kind of scene made Yu Wendian and Tong Shenkui hate it even more. As time went by, the 9 Banners altar was still going on. It took almost 2 hours for all the talents to complete it, with different results. But to everyone's surprise, the number of people who got the forbidden characters reached more than 90. It was agreed that only 9 people would be selected. No matter what the situation, it has increased more than 10 times at once. When someone asked the 9-man sage emperor a question, the 9-man sage emperor just sneered and replied, "My lord acts according to his will, and you are in control. The real 9 candidates are already in the hands of my lord. Only my lord knows, and will not be announced to the public. Everyone who gets the forbidden characters will have great benefits in the land of forbidden gods. Others, please ask for blessings. Remind everyone, the forbidden god talisman is refined by a special method in my forbidden god land. It can be scattered or gathered. Each forbidden god talisman has a special aura that can sense each other, so, As long as you get 1 forbidden talisman, you will have information about all forbidden talismans. Where are the other forbidden talismans, and how many people have on them, you can see at a glance." The words of the 9-man sage emperor made the audience silent, and everyone who heard it was stunned. The strong fighters showed joy on their faces, while the weak ones frowned instantly. This kind of rule is very beneficial to those with strong strength. Now, prepare to enter the forbidden god land. The nine-man Saint Emperor didn't care about the people below. A crowd of stunned people waved his hand, and a nine-color light shot out. The world is boundless, the universe is the law, the gate of the forbidden area, open. After uttering one word, the nine-color streamer suddenly exploded, turning into a phantom of a tall giant, holding a magic knife, facing the sky and the earth, slashing down with a heavy blow. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth exploded, the whole world trembled, and the nine-colored mountains in the distance shone brightly into the sky at the same time. One after another, the mysterious heaven and earth magic circles began to operate, and countless mysterious powers filled the heaven and earth, making everyone's eyes bright. Click! The place where the knife light fell, the void was split into two, and a huge void crack appeared, like a line of sky canyon connecting the sky and the earth, rumbling towards all directions of the crowd. Stick to your basic knowledge and don't resist. Seeing the vision of heaven and earth coming towards the crowd, some warriors felt fearful and were about to turn around and run away. The nine-man Saint Emperor shouted like thunder in midair. With the sound of the landing, the commotion of the crowd stopped immediately, and the cracks in time and space began to swallow the crowd. One after another, the figures disappeared into the cracks in the void, and were sent to an unknown time and space. It was the first time for many people to see such a powerful teleportation circle, and they disappeared on the spot with full of astonishment. Time passed, 10 breaths later, another world. Swish! Chu Yan's figure suddenly appeared in the void and fell towards the ground. When he stood still, his spiritual consciousness and body-protecting Jinqi dispersed at the same time, and he looked around. Huh? Poisonous gas. The fierce place here. When Chu Yan took a breath of air, he realized that the air was not right and the poison had entered his body, and he frowned instantly. In all directions, there is thin mist. Looking far away, you can see the shadows of some mountains and the dark forest in the distance. And the position he was in was a swampy land. Between the surrounding sky and the earth, a large number of air currents of different colors are cruising between the sky and the earth. Obviously, these strange colored airflows are all kinds of poisonous gases. Here is the real land of forbidden gods. The world leading to the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. 300 forbidden talismans, we must find them as soon as possible, and then go to the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds to learn about the road to enlightenment. After making up his mind, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness also explored all the surrounding terrain clearly. Here, it is one of hundreds of fierce places in the Forbidden God land. According to the mark on the map at that time, it should be named Forbidden God Guze. These goo poisons are all kinds of strange things, many of which come from the God realm, and even those who are strong at the Saint Emperor level will be damaged by them. In 1 hour, between fierce places, it will move and change again. So, I only have 1 hour in this fierce place. Chu Yan's true energy isolated the poisonous gas from invading the body, and a thought flashed, no longer wasting time, and swept forward. #C2531 Poisonous. No matter what, the most important thing is to find a forbidden talisman first. After all, according to the 9-man sage emperor, the forbidden god talismans are originally one body, and there is a mutual induction between them. As long as you find one, the rest will be traceable. While thinking about it, his spiritual consciousness spread out like a net, exploring the entire swamp. Chu Yan will not let go of any strangeness. After all, he has no idea what the forbidden talisman looks like now. Fumbling and walking tens of thousands of steps in the poisonous lake, suddenly, the black poisonous mist in front of him suddenly accelerated and surged, quickly descending from the midair, and gathered towards Chu Yan. Call. Howling like a strong wind, a piece of black mist instantly twisted and evolved into a black giant python, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the approaching Chu Yan. The poisonous fog was covered by the surrounding fog, and it was only at the moment of attack that Chu Yan suddenly discovered it. Break! After uttering one word, he raised his right hand, and the golden fist turned into a dragon, and he punched hard. Roar. The sound of the dragon's poison was earth-shattering, and the roaring golden dragon gang, facing the black poisonous python, seemed to be completely crushed. With just one punch, the poisonous python transformed by the black poisonous gas was directly smashed to pieces. This fierce place is so concealed. Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked around. Within 100 steps, there was mist everywhere, and those poison barriers of various colors flowed in the thick fog, completely irregular, flowing around, making people dazzled. In this case, the sudden attack made people a little caught off guard. If it's weaker in cultivation and poor in combat power, I'm afraid it will be damaged by the poisonous python just now. The vigilance in his heart increased a little again. Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He tensed up and continued to probe forward. Sure enough, going forward, the dangerous dangers transformed by poison barriers continued to appear. Fortunately, Chu Yan was already prepared, and under Wan Lielong's attack, the attacks transformed by these poison barriers could not get close at all. All the way to impact, keep moving forward, less than a stick of incense, Chu Yan walked nearly 10 miles. Huh? That's... The poisonous lake is thousands of miles away, and the sky is full of colorful fog. Chu Yan walked all the way, almost all of them were swamps and poisonous pools, and there was no other terrain at all. But now, 10,000 steps ahead, in front of a hill of hundreds of feet, 2 tall trees stood tall, and in front of the trees stood 2 glittering golden statues. This statue is more than 10 feet tall, about the height of a palace, and it exudes the unique aura of the Forbidden God land, which is extremely powerful. Is this the Forbidden Rune? Looking at the chests of the 2 warrior statues, there was a big word Forbidden written on them. Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, his face was full of bewilderment. 2 statues. Forbidden talisman is so big. A little unable to react, Chu Yan continued to move forward, walking towards the statue. His eyes kept looking at the statue. Since practicing martial arts, I have been to the forbidden area of the Jedi a lot, and I have seen too many collectors of token chips, but the so-called talisman, shouldn't it be a jade talisman or the like? Such a big talisman is definitely the first time Chu Yan has seen it. No wonder, with one, you can sense others. Such a big one, with such a strong breath, it's hard not to be sensed. Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head, and prepared to collect the 2 statues. Regardless of its size and size, at least, finding 2 forbidden talismans at once is considered very lucky. However, when Chu Yan's feet stepped within 10 steps of the 2 statues, a sudden change occurred. Inadvertently, Chu Yan suddenly saw that the eyes of the 2 statues flickered, and a very weak light overflowed. Not good. A sense of crisis that made his scalp explode surged in his heart, and Chu Yan retreated without a trace of hesitation. Almost at the moment when he retreated, the 2 statues exploded directly, raised the spirit weapon in his hand, and slashed towards Chu Yan. Fuck, alive. Chu Yan's spiritual sense probed out, but found that these 2 tall statues, which looked like stones, were completely powerful warriors 10 feet tall, chasing and killing him crazily. Die to me. Chu Yan restrained his mind, urged the Emperor's breath, turned around and charged away, transformed into a dragon with both fists, and 2 roaring golden dragons blasted out, smashing hard at the statue warrior who charged violently. Boom! Boom! Amidst the 2 earth-shattering explosions, violent vigor surged to the surroundings like a wave, and all the nearby poisonous swamps were smashed into a white ground. The 2 statues of warriors exploded and turned into pieces of yellow stones, collapsing into a large pile. Forbidden, the talisman is broken. Chu Yan stood up with his fists closed, looking at the 2 piles of broken stones in front of him. He couldn't react for a while. What's the situation? How could these 2 statues be broken so easily? Could it be that the forbidden talisman is a pile of rubble? How to collect this? Concentrating his consciousness, he searched into the two piles of gravel, only to find that these yellow gravels had lost their aura and were no different from ordinary stones. Fake. Until now, Chu Yan finally reacted, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Obviously, these two statues of forbidden gods are not real, but seductive traps. Anyone who sees these two statues and approaches them in surprise will be killed by the statue trap. This kind of seductive trap is extremely dangerous, and it completely takes advantage of the inferiority of human nature. And on the whole statue, the originally strong divine aura was all concentrated on the move. Even a powerful warrior, if he was not vigilant, he might be attacked by a sneak attack and severely injured here. Sure enough, talent and cultivation are not important in the land of forbidden gods. Chu Yan now finally understands the meaning of what the nine-man sage emperor said, that the traps in this land of forbidden gods even include human nature. It is really very special and comprehensive. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan inspected the pile of rocks carefully again, and after confirming that there were no forbidden talismans, he set off to move on. Such a trap is not only dangerous, but also a waste of time. Going forward, after half a stick of incense, Chu Yan's consciousness trembled suddenly, and his face changed instantly. There is a situation ahead. Exploring the path's spiritual sense, he heard some powerful auras explode. Obviously, there is a battle going on not far ahead. Urging the hidden spirit patterns and restraining his consciousness, Chu Yan accelerated towards the front and flew away. After 100 breaths of time passed, Chu Yan stopped, hidden in a thick fog, and looked towards the battlefield ahead. I saw that this was a group of 3 people. The leader was a Saint Emperor Realm First Layer Heavenly Expert, and next to them were 2 Great Emperor Stage 7th Layer Heavenly Experts. Their opponent was a Spirit Tiger Beast with patterns. Its body was no different from that of an ordinary monster. It was only as tall as a person, but its body was full of monster aura, extremely strong and powerful. And not far from where they fought, in front of a small hill, under a big tree, a golden statue stood quietly. Another forbidden rune. Chu Yan frowned, and his consciousness swept towards the golden statue. #C2532 finally arrived. The battle was extremely fierce, and the flower tiger spirit beast was far more powerful than usual. A holy emperor, 2 great emperors, under the siege of the 3, the flower tiger spirit beast thumped left and right, without losing the wind at all. All kinds of monster energy and true energy collided and exploded, and there were scattered energy waves everywhere on the scene, shattering the void and smashing the fog. I don't know if this forbidden talisman is true or not. Go and have a look. Chu Yan observed it for a while, and decided to take a look at the forbidden talisman. If it was fake, then it had nothing to do with him. Let them continue to fight. But if this is true, then naturally it cannot be missed. However, as soon as Chu Yan left the dense fog where he was invisible, the Saint Emperor Realm powerhouse in the battlefield turned his eyes and looked over. Fellow Taoist, please help. I thank you with 10,000 divine crystals. A strong man in the Saint Emperor Realm has a keen sense of consciousness, and Chu Yan posted his whereabouts as soon as he moved, and asked. 10,000 divine crystals. Chu Yan chuckled, but seeing the other party's tone and attitude, it doesn't hurt to help him. The 5th level of the Upper Martial Emperor Realm. When Chu Yan came out of the dense fog, the Saint Emperor Realm and the 2 Martial Emperors swept over Chu Yan with their spiritual consciousness, and immediately discovered Chu Yan's cultivation realm, and frowned at the same time. This kind of cultivation base is far worse than the 3 of them, so what's the use? Cut. After uttering a single word, Chu Yan drew his sword together with both fingers, and slashed at the flying flower tiger spirit beast with a sword chi. This sword finger attack is not too strong. After all, Chu Yan's first move was just a test. However, when this sword finger slashed on Huahu, It seemed to be slashing on an ordinary monster. Wuhun let out a terrified roar, fell from midair, and wailed endlessly. This. Several people present, including Chu Yan, they were all taken aback. Who doesn't know that the strength of a monster lies in its physical body and speed, and as the top existence of a monster, the fur defense of a spirit beast is almost difficult for a cultivator to break through. But now, Chu Yan only made one move, and the seemingly ordinary sword finger directly broke the defense. Ah! Wuhun struggled to get up from the ground, roared dissatisfiedly at Chu Yan a few times, then turned around, ran towards the depths of the poisonous lake, and fled. Obviously, the flower tiger spirit beast didn't want to fight anymore, and chose to retreat directly. The Holy Emperor and the two martial emperors didn't react for a while, and they didn't chase after seeing the Wuhun spirit beast fleeing. In other words, they have been fighting for a long time, and their true energy has been consumed a lot. Although the flower tiger spirit beast is precious, if it escapes, it will escape. But Chu Yan, hearing the roar of the flower tiger spirit beast, thought of the little white bear, and didn't want to kill it again, letting it live. Thus, a battle is over. The whole scene fell silent in an instant, and the fighting spirit subsided. Only Chu Yan and the three of them were left looking at each other. How could this be? The strong man in the Saint Emperor realm frowned, and his eyeballs kept rolling. Just now, he sensed Chu Yan's existence and asked him to invite him, but he wanted to use Chu Yan as cannon fodder. But unexpectedly, as soon as Chu Yan appeared, the flower tiger spirit beast would retreat without a fight. In this way, do I really want to give him 10,000 god crystals? Accidental hit. Shit luck. Maybe he just hit the weak point of Wuhun's vital gate, and Wuhun fought us for a long time before, exhausted too much, so he doesn't want to fight again. That's right. Its retreat is because we put a lot of pressure on it before. It makes sense. The three of you look at me, and I look at you, communicating with each other there, completely ignoring Chu Yan. Boy, you can go. The strong man in the Holy Emperor realm waved his hand, and said to Chu Yan as if he was drinking back. Huh. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold. What are you looking at? Do you really think that I will give you 10,000 god crystals, and you don't even piss to take a picture? You deserve it. If you don't leave, I will let you die on the spot. The two martial emperors, one on the left and the other on the right, who followed the Holy Emperor powerhouse, mocked and threatened like two eagle dogs. Shameless! Chu Yan sneered. When these words landed, the three people on the opposite side were startled for a moment, and then became furious. Bold! Court death! That strong man in the Saint Emperor realm exploded with holy power all over his body, turned into a torrent, and crushed towards Chu Yan fiercely. A kid from the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm dared to blaspheme a strong Saint Emperor realm. This is not courting death, what is it? Originally, he didn't intend to let Chu Yan go, but when Chu Yan turned to leave, the Holy Emperor powerhouse who was going to attack him directly, prepared to kill Chu Yan directly with the momentum of thunder. It's you who is courting death. The Buddha also has 3 fires, not to mention Chu Yan. Seeing the other party's insidiousness and fierce attack, Chu Yan will be polite to them. The Emperor's power all over his body explodes in an instant, and the thunder power in his body explodes directly. A powerful aura, like a mighty wave of a huge sea, rushed towards the holy breath that was coming from the opposite side, and rushed head-on. Boom, boom. The rage is soaring, the violent waves are pulling the sky, and the Saint Emperor realm is only at the 1st level. It is impossible to compare with Chu Yan's Emperor Way. The holy power that looks like a rainbow is instantly smashed to pieces by Chu Yan's breath sweeping all the way, rolling towards the strong man in the Saint Emperor realm. What? This? A strong man at the Saint Emperor realm saw that his holy power was crushed by a martial emperor realm, and his face turned green with shock. Reverse Xuanhuan, move. Without the slightest hesitation, the strong man in the Saint Emperor realm crushed the jade talisman, and his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. Almost at the moment when his figure disappeared, Chu Yan's imperial prestige swept across, blasting a big hole where he was standing just now. There is even a life-saving thing. Seeing the other party fleeing, Chu Yan didn't take it seriously. Those who can enter the Forbidden God land are all the top existences of the major forces in the 10 Directions starfield. Knowing that the Forbidden God land is dangerous, it would be strange if they didn't bring some life-saving things. Taking a big step, Chu Yan walked directly towards the golden statue. Standing in front of the statue, Chu Yan inspected it carefully, then swung out another avatar, and entered within 10 steps of the statue. And as before, the statue suddenly violently killed people, but it didn't happen. This is real. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and with a wave of his hand, he took the whole statue away. The first forbidden talisman has finally arrived. With a happy expression on his face, Chu Yan turned around and saw 2 idiots staring at his martial emperor realm powerhouse with dumbstruck eyes. You guys found this forbidden talisman, and I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you this myriad god crystal. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan threw a jade talisman, landed in front of the 2 Emperor Wu, turned around and walked away. After Chu Yan walked for more than 10 breaths, the 2 martial emperors finally realized that their whole bodies were trembling. It's so scary. Who did we provoke? A martial emperor actually beat the holy emperor away. With tears in their eyes, they picked up the jade talisman containing 10,000 god crystals. The 2 emperors had already made up their minds that they would never provoke others casually in this land of forbidden gods. And at this time in a top-secret place in the land of forbidden gods. The Huahu spirit beast, which was wounded and escaped, was like a cat, snuggling in front of a figure, very cute. The strongest martial soul with unlimited upgrades. #C2533 Lord of Forbidden God. In the mysterious, forbidden area, 1 person and 1 tiger are communicating softly. Xiaohua, what do you think of that kid? The figure seemed a little anxious, and said to the flower tiger spirit beast who was eating the reward. Ah. While gnawing, Huahu didn't lift his head, but just yelled twice casually. It's okay. The figure was startled. Food, you know how to eat. He glanced at Huahu dotingly, and the figure waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. From Chu Yan's discovery of the fight before to his final departure, the whole process was constantly flowing in front of his eyes like a scroll. Shoot to help others. Fight back strongly. Thunder kill. Keep the god crystal. During the whole process, everything that Chu Yan did was seen by the blurred figure. This kid has a good heart. He has humanity. He is willing to help others, without any evil intentions. The strength is not bad either. The realm of the Emperor Wu kills the Saint realm. In this respect, it is no different from what Aoki and the others said. When I finally left, there were still 10,000 god crystals left behind. This, hee. The figure talked to himself, and chuckled lightly at this point. This kid, I like it. Ah. Hearing these words, Huahu, who was eating, suddenly put down the delicious food in his mouth, looked up at the figure, and screamed. Impossible. It's impossible for him to find out. At least, in the Forbidden God land, even the main god of the god realm will never be able to find out my peeping. Ying shook his head when he heard Huahu's words. Joke. The land of forbidden gods is his own territory, after millions of years of transformation. Plus specificity. Almost jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the existence of the 5 elements, no one or any force can get involved in it. Therefore, it is impossible for him to detect this Chu Yan's temptation. And, even if you notice it, so what? People's nature, even the most hidden people, will show some traces. This is just the beginning, keep watching him. Ah. Wuhun nodded his head, agreed, then turned and ran outside. To be honest, such a task is very good for it. It is just to stare at someone and act in a scene, and there will be delicious food, of course it is cost-effective. Wuhun's departure made this mysterious place fall into silence again. On the other side, Chu Yan continued to move forward in the poisonous lake, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness kept exploring the statue that he had just harvested. There is no difference in appearance between this statue and the two fake statues before. Even the divine breath overflowing from it is exactly the same. The difference is that the fake statues will burst out in an instant, approaching as a trap. But the real statue is condensed but not released, it is always inside the statue, and at the same time it is constantly spreading outward. With the help of these divine breaths, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness will undergo some changes, and he can sense whether the same divine breaths appear around him. If so, it's another forbidden rune statue. This is the principle that the nine-man Saint Emperor mentioned, that the forbidden talismans can interact with each other. However, after research, Chu Yan found that the sensing range of the statue of the forbidden talisman corresponds to the detection range of the holder's spiritual consciousness. For example, in the poisonous swamp area where Chu Yan is in front of him, his consciousness can spread for 500 miles. Then, 500 miles away, if there is another forbidden talisman, Chu Yan will not be able to sense it. I didn't expect that there is a distance limit. The fog barrier of this poisonous lake has a great impact on the detection of spiritual consciousness, and I don't know how big this poisonous lake is. While thinking, Chu Yan flew forward all the way. Time is passing by little, you must hurry up, otherwise when the time comes, it will change fiercely, and it is difficult to predict what will happen when the time comes. However, when Chu Yan was concentrating on searching, suddenly, a voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, you don't care about that bastard Xie Yang. Why does he insist on following me with shamelessness? The sound made Chu Yan startled. Emperor Xuan. Yeah, it's me. I've made arrangements there, and I'm about to come over. Xie Yang is right behind my ass. It's so annoying. The Emperor Xuan's voice was full of disgust. I really don't know how much that Xie Yang has done to the treasure house of the Xuan clan. I'll be there soon, give me a message from your spiritual sense, and I'll see where you are in the God-forbidden land. Good. Chu Yan nodded, and then sent out a message of divine consciousness. Emperor Xuan and Fatty are coming. With a slight smile, after Chu Yan sent out the positioning of his consciousness, he stopped thinking about it and continued to fly forward. In less than half a stick of incense, Chu Yan met several warriors again, and these 5 people also had a forbidden talisman. When Chu Yan passed by, the 5 people just stared at Chu Yan with alert faces, and didn't intend to make a move. Chu Yan could find that there was a forbidden talisman on them, and of course the 5 of them also found that there was on Chu Yan, but the other party didn't take it directly. For such a polite person, Chu Yan certainly would not directly snatch others, so in the end, the 2 sides passed each other, and no fight took place. Moving on, another 100 breaths of time passed, and suddenly, there was a wave of fluctuation in the void. Huh. Someone is fighting again. After Chu Yan felt it for a while, he found that there were at least a dozen powerful auras mixed in this wave of void fluctuations. Running the unicorn's pupils to push his eyesight to the extreme, Chu Yan saw that a big melee was going on 100 miles away. Look and go. If there is a battle, there will naturally be benefits, and in this land of forbidden gods, the biggest benefit is the forbidden talisman. So, since we met, Chu Yan certainly wouldn't miss it. As before, Chu Yan urged the invisible spirit pattern and rushed forward. For other warriors, most of them would choose to avoid such a melee scene. After all, in a big melee, there are many people, and if you break in rashly, you may directly become the target. It's okay to snatch it, and it's normal to lose your life. However, Chu Yan is no ordinary warrior. Condensed the Emperor's seal, bred the Dao map, and cultivated the strongest physical body in the thunder field of the Tianquan clan. Although his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, with his combat strength, even if he is facing a strong person around the 5th level of the Saint Emperor realm, he can retreat completely. Based on this, in the land of forbidden gods, as long as Chu Yan does not take the initiative to provoke some top powerhouses, other powerhouses will not be afraid at all. However, Chu Yan didn't want to expose himself too early. After all, according to what Emperor Xuanhuan and Saint Emperor Jiuxiao said, in this land of forbidden gods, there are not a few forces hidden in the dark against him. At least, the people in Xingtian Pavilion are probably looking for themselves everywhere now. Huh. What a big scene. After more than 10 breaths, Chu Yan finally arrived at the place of melee, swept away his consciousness, and suddenly said in surprise. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2534 Scramble. It is a 100-foot-high mountain with several giant trees growing on it. The plants and trees that can survive in this poisonous swamp are by no means ordinary. Therefore, when Chu Yan arrived here, he saw that several warriors were fighting with a tree demon. This is a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, with 3 Great Emperor realm powerhouses. They should be from the same sect, and the method of attacking and defending is a hidden battle formation, which is extremely powerful. However, their opponent, the tree demon with a height of more than 10 feet, has nearly 8 arms, and each arm is holding a spiritual weapon. The battle was extremely fierce, and the 100-foot-high mountain was constantly trembling, buzzing with the remaining energy of the soaring air waves. And near this mountain peak, there are actually dozens of strong men standing around, not participating in the battle, just watching. The strength of these dozen strong men is also extraordinary. All of them are above the 8th heavenly layer of the Great Emperor realm, and all of them quietly watched the battle in front of them. Why are there so many people? Could it be? Chu Yan concealed his figure, and then operated the unicorn pupil, looking around the mountain peak, and found nothing unusual. This abnormality, of course, refers to the forbidden rune. It would be hell if there were no forbidden talismans to attract so many strong men at once and gather here. Huh. Underneath the battlefield. Looking around for a week, Chu Yan, who didn't find anything, turned his eyes to the battlefield again, stepped up his spiritual exploration, and something happened in an instant. I saw that among the hundreds of feet high mountain peaks, I suddenly discovered 15 forbidden talismans. This time, they actually appeared inside the mountain. There are so many of them. 15 forbidden talismans are by no means a small number. No wonder the Great Emperor realm powerhouses watching the battle, knowing that the 2 sides in the battle, one is the Saint Emperor realm with a few Great Emperor realm, and the other is a tree that is comparable to the Saint Emperor's combat power. The demon has no intention of leaving at all. These are 15 forbidden god talismans. Although we don't know whether they are true or not, the number is too tempting. Even Chu Yan. From entering the land of forbidden gods until now, only 1 forbidden god talisman has been collected. It seems that the great emperors and powerhouses around here are all waiting. Both sides will suffer, and the good fisherman will benefit. Chu Yan looked at the battle not far away with his eyes. The Holy Emperor brought 3 great emperors, obviously did not make a full shot, and kept conserving his strength. Presumably they also know that once the battle is over, the spectators all around will probably rush forward. Look first before talking. Immediately, Chu Yan restrained his breath, and stood there with the others, watching the battle quietly. Boom! 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 The air exploded into the sky, and the remaining force of the explosion shook the void and the ground beneath them with rumbling sounds, forming a battle formation of the Holy Emperor realm fiends. Utilizing the least chi, exerting the greatest combat power, they have gained the advantage in the battle, while the tree demon began to retreat steadily. Roar. The tree demon was fierce and brave, with a demonic aura all over his body. A large wave of leaves and vines rushed out, turning into countless sharp blades and ropes, sweeping towards the strong men on the opposite side, like a tide of demonic power. The sudden outburst of the tree demon immediately put the pressure on the Saint Emperor realm powerhouses doubled, and they could only increase their true chi to fight hard. For a while, the battle was in a stalemate, and the kills were indistinguishable. A holy emperor, together with the tree demon whose combat strength was comparable to that of a holy emperor, burst out in all directions, and the sky trembled for a while, and within 100 miles, there was a terrifying vigor rolling. It looks like the Dryad is going to win. Chu Yan was hidden in the thick fog, with the unicorn pupils running, watching the battle all the time, and finally spoke. Almost at the same time as his words fell to the ground, a sudden change occurred. Roar. The Dryad roared up to the sky, its dull eyes instantly brightened, the spirit soldiers in its 8 hands glowed brilliantly, and disappeared without a trace in an instant, burst out suddenly. Tree roots wrapped around the 8 spiritual handles, waving like arms, flying up and down, and surrounded the 4 strong men. At the same time, the tree demon's 8 arms continuously blasted out terrifying attacks, like a flood, submerging the 4 strong men in an instant. Not good. The face of the strong man in the Holy Emperor realm changed drastically, his hands danced like shadows, and he made a series of handprints, bombarding all kinds of attacks in all directions, unable to move left or right. But the 3 great emperors were even more unbearable, almost bursting out with all their strength. With the help of the power of the battle formation, they managed not to be seriously injured. Roar. Die. At this moment, no matter whether it was the strong man or the tree demon, the ultimate move of the bottom card was cast at the same time. In an instant, 2 groups of powerful attacks, like 2 stars passing away, collided with each other with a bang, exploding with an earth-shattering air explosion. Puff. The strong man in the Saint Emperor realm opened his mouth and sprayed out a bloody arrow, and the tree was blasted, and a big hole was split in the tree's body, obviously hurting both sides. Ha ha ha, now is the time to offend. The dozen or so great emperors who had been watching the battle burst out at the same time, rushed out of their bodies, and rushed towards the battlefield. More than a dozen great emperors, all of whom had reached the 8th level of the great emperor realm, burst out together, with overwhelming power and momentum like a rainbow. The wounded tree demon, seeing another warrior rushing to kill him, immediately roared, his whole body turned into a thick tree root, burrowed into the ground below, and escaped directly. It has been injured, and it is impossible to fight so many warriors again, so it can only choose to retreat. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen great emperor powerhouses who had just joined the battle all looked at the Saint Emperor realm with grim smiles on their faces. This time, the harvest is huge. Humph. It's up to you. Could it be that I don't know your calculations? The Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, who looked like he was seriously injured just now, was surrounded by more than a dozen great emperor realm. The scattered holy aura on his body instantly returned to calm, even a little stronger. What? You? The dozen or so great emperors stared wide-eyed. Unexpectedly, the situation where both sides were hurt just now was actually pretended by the sage emperor, just to lure them into action on purpose. All of you, hand over the forbidden talisman to avoid death. A strong man in the Saint Emperor realm waved his hand, and the holy power was like a tide, like a wave, rolling towards the dozen or so Saint Emperors rushing towards him. No, I fell into his trick. He blocked the void and cut off our retreat. Afraid of a fart, fight him. There are only 3 of them, and we have a dozen. That's right, a Saint Emperor realm is only at the 1st level, and he just had a big battle, so he can't be our opponent. Okay. Let's go together. More than a dozen great emperors, all of them are top powerhouses of great powers, usually in the 10 directions starfield. It is normal to fight at higher levels. Therefore, when facing a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, he still had the courage to fight to the death. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the true Qi was like a tide, the spirit of the martial arts, and all the tricks of the whole cards were released, and the battle broke out. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2535 All Strong. A scuffle broke out, and the fighting power displayed by more than a dozen great emperors was worthy of the cultivation base of the 8th heaven of the great emperor realm. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was obviously suppressing the first-level heavenly power of the Saint Emperor realm, leaving him a bit stretched. The most surprising thing was that the dozen or so great emperors were divided into 3 batches. After the first batch of attacks, the second batch of attacks would follow one after another, repeating the cycle. It was obvious that the dozen or so great emperors had been discussing how to fight the Saint Emperor realm when they were watching the battle. In this way, the tactics used by more than a dozen great emperors made their attacks, like waves, wave after wave, constantly bombard the strong generals. A wave of attacks, another wave of gaining momentum, and another wave of preparations are endless and endless. On the other hand, the Saint Emperor realm powerhouse is in a more troublesome situation. Although their cultivation base is much higher than them, they not only have to deal with the attacks of so many people, but also have to take action from time to protect the 3 martial emperors around them. The cultivation bases of these 3 martial emperors were all opened in the 7th heaven of the great emperor realm, and they were no match for the dozen or so 8th heavens of the great emperor realm on the opposite side. If it wasn't for the extraordinary power of their Zoman's battle formation, I'm afraid that even with the protection of the powerful Saint Emperor realm around them, they would have been submerged in the huge waves of attacks that filled the sky. Sage Emperor Tianluan, offended. Seeing that the battle situation was promising, several more cautious Great Emperor Realm 9th layer powerhouses who were hiding around also rushed out and joined the battle situation. 15 Forbidden Talismans, even if they offend a holy emperor, they will not hesitate. And the joining of these 9 Great Emperor Realm powerhouses immediately plunged the Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses into crisis. It's now. 10 breaths later, when the battle was booming, Chu Yan, who had been dormant all the time, raised the corner of his mouth lightly, turned his big hand, and a mysterious aura emerged from his body. In his hand, a jade-like beetle appeared, its wings fluttered, and it soared into the sky. Go! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan waved his hand. The jade beetle rushed down, suddenly, and burrowed into the soil below. What is that? The Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses in the melee, and a group of Great Emperor powerhouses, all felt something when Chu Yan swung the jade beetle, and they all turned their heads to look at it. Dozens of pairs of eyes, all staring at Chu Yan, deep in the thick fog with red eyes, looked angry. A mere boy from the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm dared to peek at the forbidden talisman underground, and it was still right under their noses. Boom! 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 Hundreds of feet underground, one after another dull air explosions exploded continuously, spreading along the ground, and soon reached the ground above, under the feet of all the strong men. Breaking through one after another of simple defensive restrictions, the jade beetle swept over a dozen statues of forbidden talismans, put them into the space in its body, and turned back. Succeeded! Chu Yan's face brightened. When did the jade beetle make a move, and when did it ever miss, especially those fools, who were still beating their lives and beating them to death, so exhausted that they were panting like cows. On Chu Yan's side, using the ancient war beast that Ouyang Nantian gave him, he has already included all 15 forbidden talismans. To Chu Yan's surprise, all the 15 forbidden talismans were real. Although there are some restrictions and defenses, but the age is long, and the power is less than 1 in 10. As an ancient beast, the jade beetle itself is not weak. Breaking these restrictions is as easy as flipping your palm. That kid stole all the forbidden talismans. On the ground under the feet, on the 15 forbidden talismans, all the divine senses of the Great Emperor and the Holy Emperor were locked in them before participating in the melee. Therefore, when the 15 forbidden talismans disappeared and their consciousness was broken, they discovered it immediately and exclaimed, "This kid is the real fisherman. Mere ants, looking for death." From where Chu Yan was, the nearest 9th heavenly layer powerhouse of the Great Emperor realm, his whole body exploded with imperial prestige, and his body turned into a thunderbolt, rushing straight towards Chu Yan. Boom, boom. The Emperor was as powerful as thunder, passing through the void, making a thunderous sound that shook the world, and at the same time, a terrifying fist print had already condensed, and he waved his hand and smashed directly at Chu Yan. This punch was powerful and mighty, a powerful boxing emperor skill, of a very high grade. Just after the fist was released, within a radius of 10,000 steps, the void where the fist passed was all smashed into powder. "Just because of you, you also want to block me?" Chu Yan sneered. The emperor's breath on his body instantly rose, turning from static. Chu Yan, who was originally in a dormant state, suddenly exploded the emperor's prestige, rushing around, making bursts of dragon's breath. Roar. The fist formed by Wan Lai's dragon strength blasted out violently, roaring in the sky. The fist was like thunder, and blasted straight at the oncoming fist mark. Boom. The two punches collided together, blasting the sky-shattering waves, and the net-like shock waves swept all directions with terrifying vigor. The strong men around them all changed their expressions at the scene in front of them, and they all dodged. They didn't expect that this boy of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm would have such a powerful combat power, and the force of the explosion alone would be so powerful. Swish. Amidst the energy of the sky, a ray of jade light flashed, and Chu Yan raised his hand and waved it, and caught it in his hand. Walk. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan put away the jade beetle, turned into a black lightning, turned around and left. The forbidden talisman has already been obtained, so the fool will fight with you. That's Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan explode at an astonishing speed and disappear into the sky in the blink of an eye, some of the dozens of powerhouses present sensed the breath of the surrounding air waves, and saw the black robe passing by the sky, and immediately recognized Chu Yan's identity of "Want to go? Dream." A strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body erupted like a volcano. The reason for keeping his strength all the time is to get the 15 forbidden talismans, but let that Chu Yan give him a pot. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for a strong Saint Emperor to hold back, and it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to leave so easily. The phenomenon is endless. Waving his hand, a large black light and white light emerged from the sky, colliding crazily and condensing, turning into a huge sky curtain that completely covered the entire sky and suppressed it downward. Cut off all the way of Chu Yan, there is no gap at all, you can dodge. 5 elements guidance. Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the 5 soul powers on his body rushed away, condensing into a huge 5-color light group, and slammed into the falling sky. Boom. 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 The 5 elements guidance is like a giant ball, constantly colliding with the sky, shaking the sky and the earth. But that day's curtain, under the control of the powerful Saint Emperor realm, actually kept shrinking in size, and its power became stronger and stronger. Under the collision of the 5 elements, although the power of the sky curtain disappeared, it couldn't match the speed of its own retraction. After hundreds of collisions, all the power of the 5 elements' abnormal attraction was exhausted, and the sky was still nearly 10,000 feet in size, blasting towards Chu Yan. Huh! Break it for me! With an angry shout, Chu Yan threw out both fists, and Wan Lai's dragon gang roared, turning into 2 vigorous dragons, and blasting towards the sky. Town. For a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, the holy power on his body erupted to the peak, and the whole world was enveloped by his holy breath, the only supreme being in this world. Boom, boom. The two attacks collided together, and Chu Yan's body retreated violently, retreating hundreds of steps before he barely stabilized his figure, and the blood in his body was tumbling. Humph. Chu Yan, you should be present here, all ordinary strong men. Let me tell you, all the top warriors of the sect are gathered in the God-forbidden land. With your talent and strength, it's okay to bully ordinary people. If you want to dealing with us is simply courting death. The strong man in the Saint Emperor realm let out a cold snort, staring closely at Chu Yan in midair. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2536 See later. Running the kung fu and true qi to calm down the rioting qi and blood in his body, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and swept towards the Saint Emperor realm powerhouse below, as well as a group of other great Emperor realm powerhouses who were full of sneers. Good. These people are all top powerhouses in the 10 Directions Starfield and major forces. Among their sect forces, they are all at the elite level, and they are by no means comparable to ordinary powerhouses of the same level. Die. Chu Yan would not be given any respite at all. The strong man in the Saint Emperor realm waved his big hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Click. Almost at the moment when the sword light appeared, a huge sword light descended from the sky above the sky, and wherever it passed, even the void of heaven and earth, was directly split into two halves. The power of the sword is strong enough to destroy heaven and earth. The difference between the Great Emperor realm and the Holy Emperor realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. Every time one level is raised, a gap like a 10,000 zhang sky peak will be added. The increase of true energy and martial arts is terrifying. The Tianluan Saint Emperor in front of him is much stronger than some of the Saint Emperors that Chu Yan encountered before, and he is not at the same level at all. It can be said that such a strong Saint Emperor realm is probably the real strength of the various sects. Just like Emperor Ning Tian, who is against the divine way, although his cultivation is only at the Great Emperor realm, his combat strength is comparable to that of the third heavenly Saint Emperor realm, or even higher. The world of martial spirits is so vast, there are as many geniuses and strangers as there are stars. And now, in this place of forbidden gods, I am afraid that in a short period of time, the strongest group of geniuses in the entire 10 Directions Starfield has gathered. This kind of genius is not only manifested in cultivation and talent, but of course also includes combat power. It's as if there is the Heavenly Will Sage Emperor, who is the most powerful combat power in the Tai sect, with a great reputation, and is by no means comparable to the Sage Emperors of the same rank. Hao Yan, get out of the sheath. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword energy hit the sky, and the bright sword light completely illuminated half of the sky. Boom! The sword light collided with the sword light, exploding countless blade-like chi, shooting into the void, shaking the sky and the earth. The sky within a radius of 100 miles was pierced with thousands of holes in an instant by these vigor. It was too horrible to look at. What's more, the area affected by Qi Jin is getting bigger and bigger. The tremors in the sky and the ground have not weakened with the weakening of Qi Jin's power. How is this going? No. The situation is wrong. There is a problem. The ground and the sky, there are very powerful forces, and they are condensing. Chu Yan, including the Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, and all the great Emperor realm powerhouses, all changed their complexions and dispersed their consciousness. Everyone felt that the situation was wrong, and it seemed that there was some vision that was about to happen. Could it be? In the sea of Chu Yan's consciousness, there was a flash of inspiration, and he quickly restrained his breath, and all the true energy of the Emperor's breath turned into body-protecting energy, wrapping his whole body tightly. Boom, boom. Under the ground. It seems that there are tens of thousands of fierce beasts about to break out of the ground. And in the sky, the void was shaking, and the cracks were densely covered, as if the sky was about to collapse. The time has come, let's change fiercely. Just when everyone's face changed drastically, and they were inexplicably terrified, an extremely majestic voice sounded above the sky. Sure enough. Hearing this voice, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his face was full of joy. In an instant, the sky and the earth were distorted, and time and space collapsed. Streams of mysterious light, like 10,000 meteors, descended from the sky, enveloping every strong man present, and directly pulled into the turbulent flow of time and space that constantly appeared. Sage Emperor Tianluan, see you later. Before Chu Yan disappeared, he looked at the Tianluan Emperor, whose face had turned into a liver-colored anger, and said goodbye loudly. You, give, me, wait. Sage Emperor Tianluan didn't finish his sentence at all, and his figure was pulled into the turbulent vortex of time and space, and disappeared completely. Between the heaven and the earth, the original large swath of poison began to slowly melt away. Under the illumination of countless mysterious lights, it is like snow on the ground, gradually losing its original appearance, revealing another terrain that is completely different from the original. An hour of time changed fiercely. This is exactly the rule announced by the 9-man Sage Emperor when he introduced the land of forbidden gods. Such rules make the God-forbidden land different from all other forbidden areas. Under such rules, there are advantages and disadvantages for all the strong ones. Just like now, Chu Yan took the 15 forbidden amulets and left easily under the siege of a large group of strong men. And that heavenly will Saint Emperor, including other great emperors and powerhouses, fought for a long time, but couldn't get anything, so he could only watch Chu Yan leave helplessly. Among them, there are many reasons, at least, including Sage Emperor Tianluan. They are skeptical of the rules announced by Sage Emperor Tianjiamen. And Chu Yan, from the beginning when Emperor Xuanhuan sealed the sky with blood, he has believed in the specialness of the land of forbidden gods. Therefore, when Chu Yan entered the land of forbidden gods and set foot on the poisonous land, he had already started to keep counting in his heart. When the jade beetle made its move, there was not much left in an hour. Therefore, Chu Yan had already calculated that even if he was surrounded by everyone and couldn't escape, he would still be able to escape when the time came. At least, Chu Yan is not arrogant enough to deal with dozens of elites who are above the 8th level of the Great Emperor realm alone. Boom, boom. The changes in the poisonous swamp did not just happen in this one place. At the same time, in the entire God-forbidden land, hundreds of fierce places are undergoing transformation and distortion. All warriors are all dragged into the turbulent flow of time and space, disrupting the redistribution. Slap. When the heavenly will Sage Emperor landed, there was a vast ocean in front of him, which was no longer the original place. Attention everyone, there are 15 forbidden talismans on Chu Yan. The enraged Tianluan Sage Emperor exploded the holy power all over his body, roaring to the sky. The holy power wrapped his voice, and resounded throughout the whole world. Because of the powerful holy breath contained in this voice, it spread extremely far, almost occupying 1/3 of the area of the God-forbidden land. And the powerhouses in these places all heard this voice and knew that there were 15 forbidden talismans on Chu Yan. Damn Chu Yan, let's see how you die. Tianluan's sacred emperor sneered, thinking that after everyone received the news, as long as they met Chu Yan, they would kill him to grab the talisman, and the anger in his heart disappeared most of the time. The duck with its mouth flew away, and the Tianluan Saint Emperor was as tired as a dog from dealing with the tree demon to fighting more than a dozen great emperors and powerhouses, but let that Chu Yan, who had been watching the show, cut off his beard. Under such circumstances, how could he not retaliate? As for the actions of Emperor Zhengxinlin, Chu Yan's name also spread throughout the God-forbidden land as quickly as possible, letting everyone know. On the other side, the atmosphere of heaven and earth is like a tide of emptiness. Chu Yan's body passed through the turbulent vortex of the void and arrived at a brand new fierce place. Without waiting for him to land, he heard the voice of the heavenly will sacred emperor in the sky above his head, and it exploded directly. Attention everyone, there are 15 forbidden gods on Chu Yan. Talismans. Talismans. #C2537 devilishly. Chu Yan suddenly gave a wry smile, and shook his head speechlessly. This heavenly will saint emperor is too petty. It seems that it has been exposed, and it should be impossible to use the jade beetle without anyone noticing. You don't need to guess it, as long as you get close to other warriors in the future, it will definitely arouse their vigilance, and if you don't do anything again, you will get the forbidden god talisman, which is impossible. Moreover, after this fierce transformation, everyone should understand that the rules announced by the 9-man sage emperor about the forbidden god land are all true and very punctual. In this way, all the strong will start counting, and the situation of a group of people watching like last time may never happen again. After all, if you miss the time, even if you win the battle, you probably won't have time to take the symbol. Choices, wisdom and strategies are becoming more and more important in this land of forbidden gods. As the 9-man emperor said before, talent and strength are definitely not the only ones in the land of forbidden gods. This sentence, I am afraid that everyone now has a deep understanding. There are only 16 forbidden talismans in total, and there are still 214. Hurry up. After a journey of thousands of miles, the first step was completed. Although Chu Yan gained a lot from the first fierce place, compared with the 330 forbidden talismans needed by the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, it was still far behind. Far. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan started to act, and at the same time as she radiated his consciousness, his body rushed forward, and at the same time, the pupil of the unicorn began to observe the surroundings. Is this the abyss? I saw that there was evil energy all around, and black shadows of monsters flew around. The surrounding land is red and black, whether it is a mountain peak or a river, it gives people a gloomy and cold feeling. This fierce land gave Chu Yan the feeling that he had returned to the abyss of Xuanhuan Road. Different from Poison Lake, with my holy Rakshasa skills, this fierce land is beneficial to me. Because of the specialness of the holy Rakshas's skills, all the evil spirits have no effect on Chu Yan, and even have a nourishing effect. Compared with when he was in Poison Lake before, he was surrounded by colorful poisonous barriers all over the sky, and he needed to constantly activate his true energy to protect his body to isolate those poisonous barriers. But now, when he got here, Chu Yan suddenly felt that his whole body was relaxed, and his strength had recovered by at least 30%. It is conceivable that for other warriors who have not practiced magic arts, their strength will drop by at least 30% when they arrive here. After all, they had to run part of their true energy to protect their bodies like Chu Yan did in Poison Lake before, otherwise the devilish energy would invade their bodies, and it would be fatal after a long time. Huh. Someone. Flying like lightning, in less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan discovered that some light spots began to appear within the detection range of his spiritual consciousness. According to the induction rules of the Forbidden Talisman, those light spots are all other warriors carrying the Forbidden Talisman. 3 warriors, one has 3 seats, one has 4 seats, and the other has 2 seats, adding up to exactly 9 seats. Moreover, at the same time that Chu Yan sensed them, they also discovered Chu Yan. When the speed slowed down, they spread out intentionally or unintentionally, faintly encircling them. Huh. Why are you staring at me? Chu Yan was startled. I see, I am only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and I have 16 forbidden talismans on my body. For everyone, I am afraid that I am a big fat. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's face suddenly showed ecstasy. Sometimes, becoming a big fat guy and being stared at by everyone is definitely a dead end, but sometimes, it has huge benefits. For example, the three great emperors in front of him were carefully approaching him, and it seemed that they had already taken the bait. It's just that the three great emperors all seemed extremely cautious, and their spiritual sense repeatedly probed Chu Yan's body. It seems that they are very skeptical about Chu Yan, a fifth-level emperor in the Great Emperor realm, who is carrying 16 forbidden talismans. Run away. If you don't escape, I'm afraid they will give up. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and suddenly changed direction, running in another direction. That way, it was as if he suddenly found out that there were other strong men in front of him, so he ran away in fright. Sure enough, when Chu Yan escaped, the three strong men immediately chased them up like jackals. Chu Yan fled all the way, observing around at the same time, preparing to find a hiding place, and collected the three big fish that were hooked behind. After all, Chu Yan didn't want any other fisherman to appear while he was hunting. However, after flying over Baishi, he discovered that there was a valley in front of him, and the powerful devilish energy gushing out of it was extremely pure and rich. Exactly, help me recover my true energy. As soon as Chu Yan's eyes lit up, he turned around and rushed into the valley. There is pure evil energy here, and it is relatively hidden. It is definitely a good place to kill people and steal goods. However, when he had just rushed into the valley and was about to disappear immediately, when the fish entered the net, a voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan. Brother Chu. The sound of this divine sense stunned Chu Yan. First, he didn't expect that there were other people in the valley. In addition, he didn't expect that someone called him Brother Chu, and this voice was extremely strange. Who are you? Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness echoed and asked. Ha ha ha, that's great, I met you here, don't go, wait for me to come over. The voice seemed extremely excited. After saying a word, the sound transmission of the spiritual sense was cut off, and there was no more sound. This voice is unfamiliar, but this tone. For a moment, Chu Yan couldn't make up his mind, and frowned. Normally, if I was fishing here, but found someone in the valley, this is a typical trap, and I should flee immediately. But now, this person's tone made Chu Yan curious, hesitated for a while, and decided to take a risk. And while Chu Yan was waiting vigilantly, outside the valley, two figures, full of Buddha's light, were hiding in the void, discussing softly. Although this person hides his aura, his cultivation is at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, so he can't be wrong. 16 forbidden talismans, the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, what kind of trump card is this? With the strength of the two of us, we can completely suppress it. That's right, after getting the Forbidden God talisman, we will have half of us, 8 seats each. Okay. That's it. The two powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm discussed quietly, and soon made a plan to suppress and kill Chu Yan and seize 16 forbidden talismans. However, the two were not careless. Those who can enter the land of forbidden gods are all elites from various forces. Of course, we know that this martial artist at the 5th level of the Emperor must have supernatural powers if he is able to carry 16 forbidden talismans, which must not be underestimated. Therefore, the two powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, with their aura constantly rising, approached quietly, preparing to complete the sneak attack with the momentum of a lion and a rabbit. You are on the left, I am on the right, we must fight together, we must not let him escape. After getting close to a certain distance, the two peak powerhouses of the Great Emperor, their eyes sparkling, were ready to make a move. However, just when the two were about to explode completely and reveal their figures, suddenly, the devilish energy in the valley rioted. #C2538 Miaolian residents. In the entire valley, the originally silent demonic energy suddenly became violent, like a torrential wave, and like a large group of monsters, about to rush out of the valley. All of a sudden, a group of demons danced wildly, and the black waves of the sky and the earth rolled and rushed. In the sky of the valley, powerful demonic origins appeared one after another, rolling like a black demonic cloud, and evolved into a monster of heaven and earth with a height of nearly 100 feet. The whole body was full of black light, and slowly descended from the sky. What's this? What a powerful magic power! The two strong men who were about to make a sneak attack were shocked by this sudden change. The devilish energy released by the monsters on that day made their hearts jump with fear, and the blood in their bodies was frozen. The power of the devil is probably the only thing they have ever seen in their lives. It was even more frightening, but what shocked them was that there was still a ray of Buddha's spirit on the monster of the world. Although it is extremely subtle, but in their realm, they can still detect it. It is impossible for two completely different, even opposing auras to appear at the same time. Therefore, the two were too strong to watch, and when the impossible appeared in front of them, the horror in their hearts can be imagined. There is only one explanation: the demon lord of heaven and earth, like them, has long been eyeing that Chu Yan. At this time, seeing Chu Yan entering the valley, he took advantage of the situation and prepared to snatch all the 16 forbidden talismans on Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, monster, it's been a while since I last saw you. I didn't expect that your level of monster is far beyond my imagination. It's beyond my comparability. The wild laughter of the heaven and earth monsters shook the sky, and the terrifying monster in the sky suddenly opened its eyes, cast a pair of eyes shining with Buddha's light, and laughed loudly at the same time. It's been a long time since I saw you, and I'm surprised, but also excited. Coming out of the outland continent, on the one hand, it was to cultivate the Tao, but at the same time, there was a hint of competition in mind. However, when he saw Chu Yan again, he finally understood that it was impossible for him to surpass this Chu Yan. It can be foreseen that even in this 10-direction star field, I believe that even Bujing Tian can't compare with it. What? Monster! Even the power is incomparable. The two completely ossified powerhouses hidden in the devil's energy were completely dumbfounded when they heard these words. Even such a powerful monster of heaven and earth has such an evaluation of Chu Yan, so how strong is this Chu Yan? Could it be that this Chu Yan used a secret method to hide his strength? Just now, they almost made a move and directly attacked Chu Yan. What would be the consequences of that? Thinking of this, the two strong men were suddenly startled into cold sweat. Fortunately, their hidden spirit patterns are extremely powerful, and they haven't been discovered by those two terrifying beings yet. You are Mialian Unju. At this time, Chu Yan looked up at the sky, at the huge monster of heaven and earth, and felt the familiar Buddha's breath released by him, and suddenly made a sound of astonishment. This heaven and earth demon venerable who released terrifying demonic power turned out to be from the outland continent back then. One of the top 10 geniuses. Mialian Unju. However, how could the genius of Buddhism and Taoism in Den Temple practice the way of magic? Desperate. Have to fall into the abyss. Chu Yan frowned suddenly, and his mind tightened. You must know that in the outland continent, Chu Yan does not have many close friends, and Mialian Unju is one of them. As one of the top 10 geniuses in the outland continent, Chu Yan will not be surprised to come to the 10 directions starfield to practice. The most unbelievable thing is that when a genius of Buddhism and Taoism appeared in front of him again, he turned into such a terrifying demon king of heaven and earth. Chu Yan is very clear and has seen too many people. In order to improve their cultivation base and strength in a short period of time, there are countless people who fall into the abyss and sacrifice themselves to the devil in exchange for strong strength. This in itself is the source of many powerful practitioners in the world of martial arts. However, that is by no means the right way. That's right. I'm Mialian Unju. Chu Yan, I'm afraid we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Ha ha ha. Mialian Unju fell from the sky, slowly restraining her magic breath, looking at Chu Yan in front of her, her face was full of surprise. Why? Chu Yan frowned with anger. Falling into the devil's way is a road of no return. This Mialian Unju is so confused. What why? Oh, you said me, ha ha ha, you misunderstood. Mialian Unju is the same as Chu Yanshan, dressed in a black robe, with a dark face, and there is a faint devil's breath flowing in the flesh and blood of her whole body. All over the body, there is only one pair of eyes, still full of Buddha's light, shining, and in the middle of the forehead, there is a 9-color lotus pan-spirit seal, and the Buddha's breath is faint. Misunderstanding? Chu Yan was startled. I was born in the Great N Temple, and my master is the only descendant of my lineage. If I dare to destroy myself as a warrior, my master will definitely break my legs. Therefore, it is impossible for me to practice magic. Miao Lian Unju's face was full of smiles, and when she walked in front of Chu Yan, all the devilish energy disappeared, replaced by the holy Buddha's breath, like an eminent monk. This. Of course, Chu Yan is familiar with this Buddha's breath, but what is the situation of Miao Lian Unju? It can be freely changed between Buddha and demon. You must know that in the world of martial arts, the 5 elements and 9 systems form their own rules. Although the 2 ways of Buddha and demon are not included in the 5 elements and 9 systems, they are fundamentally opposite to each other, just like water and fire among the 5 elements. Just as there will be no fighters who practice 5 elements and 9 systems, Chu Yan has never heard of a strong fighter who practices both water and fire martial arts at the same time. That warrior will practice both magic and Buddha at the same time. These 2 completely contradictory avenues, appearing in the same body, will definitely collide with each other until the body explodes. Just as water and fire do not blend, it is impossible for magic Buddha to blend, and it is impossible to derive a new Tao. Ha ha ha, that's great. I didn't expect that there is something about me that can surprise you. At least it didn't disappoint. Mialian Unju seemed extremely happy, and seemed extremely satisfied with Chu Yan's current expression and reaction. It seems that this Mialian Unju is a long-awaited expectation that surprised Chu Yan. The Buddha's breath is as strong as before, and it is much stronger. What is going on with your demon cultivation? Chu Yan asked directly. For Mialian Unju, Chu Yan regarded him as a friend, but he actually practiced both the Buddha and the devil at the same time, which would be lost at any time. Therefore, Chu Yan now does not have a trace of joy of reunion on his face, but is full of anxiety. You and I meet again, this is a great joy, how can there be no wine? Come, have a drink. Flipping his hands, Mialian Unju took out 2 bottles of spirit wine, and handed one to Chu Yan, but he poured it himself. You, still drinking? The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. This Mialian Unju, could it be that he really abandoned the way of Buddhism and changed to the way of magic? #C2539 Refining the Devil. Miao Lian Unju drank up a bottle of spiritual wine in an instant, and immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, good wine, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. Hey, why don't you drink it? Turning around, seeing Chu Yan holding the spirit wine, not drinking at all, just staring at herself solemnly, Miao Lian Unju suddenly asked in amazement. Nonsense, you have already entered the magic way, I still have the mood to drink. Chu Yan roared. Like Mialian Unju, it is much more dangerous to transform from a Buddha to a demon than those who sacrifice their souls and flesh and blood, and fall into the devil's way. After all, it seems that the Buddhism he originally practiced is still in his body. Under such circumstances, there must be constant conflicts with the demon cultivator. Maybe, the current Mialian Unju is in danger of being damaged at any time. Chu Yan was hesitating whether to knock Mialian Unju out directly, and then use the holy Rakshasa himself to swallow the magic cultivator in his body directly. Good. 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 I said, come on. Miaolian Unju's face was full of smug smiles, as if she was extremely happy to care about Chu Yan so much. Seeing the cold light flashing in Chu Yan's eyes, Miaolian Unju knew that if he continued to betray him, based on his understanding of Chu Yan, he would definitely be in bad luck. Say! Chu Yan shouted. Actually, this matter is not complicated. Chu Yan, do you know that our Buddhist reincarnated soul boy? Reincarnated soul boy. Chu Yan was startled, his face full of astonishment. Good. Miaolian Unju nodded, then shook her head again, with a wry smile on her face. You also know that my lineage of Dan Temple is completely different from other sects, and even other Buddhist sections. Since the inheritance of Dan Temple, our lineage has always been a teacher leading an apprentice, and only accepts one apprentice for life. For countless years, when my Dean Temple had the largest number of people, there were no more than 10 people. 10 people. Could it be that the 9th generation is of the same clan? Chu Yan said in shock. One line single pass means that in the entire sect, there are only 2 identities, that is, master and apprentice, and master ancestor. That's right. But in my generation, there are only me and my master in Dan Temple, and I haven't even seen a master. At first, I thought it was because of the decline of the Great Dan Temple, but later, something happened, and I realized that I was wrong, a big mistake. Miaolian Unju's face showed a touch of excitement, and at the same time, a wry smile appeared on her face. Now, I finally understand why, since the ancient times, there have always been only 2 masters and apprentices in my Dean Temple. Moreover, there is also the identity of a high priest. Outland Continent, High Priest, isn't it said in the legend that he is the guardian of Outland Continent, guarding the relics of the mainland? Chu Yan wondered. Yes. High Priest. Miaolian Unju's face suddenly became extremely sad, and her eyes were slightly red. Not long after you left the Outland Continent, I broke through the Emperor realm. Master was very happy that day, and stayed with me for a long time. Then, he told me about the Great Grace Temple, the High Priest, and the Outland Continent, the 10 Directions Starfield. Many secrets of the ancient war of gods and demons. These are related to the secrets of my Dean Temple, Chu Yan, I can't tell you. However, the next day, my master left a letter and passed away. Master said in the letter, I am the reincarnation of the soul boy, the 9th Buddha. If you want to get off the way of Buddha, you must use your body to practice demons. Refine demons with your body. Chu Yan was taken aback. There is no Buddha in the world without demons, but my lineage of Dan Temple, the foundation of Buddha cultivation, has only one sentence. Miaolian Unju turned her head, her eyes were red, she looked at Chu Yan, and said in a condensed voice. If I don't go into the abyss, whoever goes into the abyss. Hearing Miaolian Unju's words, Chu Yan's soul trembled, his face was full of astonishment. Master said, it's too late. Then he traded his 3 generations of Buddhism and Taoism in exchange for my early awakening. I refined Master's golden body, and now the origin of the 9th Buddha has been fully awakened. This time, I came to the land of forbidden gods, to find the ancient inheritance relics of my Dean Temple lineage, and to complete the final sacrifice. What? The ancient inheritance relics of your Dan Temple are in the land of forbidden gods. Chu Yan said in surprise. That's right. My Dan Temple is originally the Buddhist gate of the God realm, and the ancient relics are located in this forbidden place. Moreover, according to my master, although the God realm is lost, those ancient relics still remain. Except for being in the God realm and being occupied by the current God realm powerhouses, the other relics of the God realm that are preserved in the 10th star region, the God Forbidden Land, have been completely preserved. This time, when I go to the God Forbidden Land, I just want to get the Great Anputha secret scroll. Miaolian Unju finally stopped when she said this, and threw the empty wine bottle in her hand into the distance. the wine bottle was rolling on the ground. As it passed along the way, green plants grew continuously on the cracked ground that was originally empty and corroded by the magic breath, swaying in the wind. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Life is death, and death is life. Buddha is a demon, and the devil is Tao, ha ha ha. Miao Bian Unju's laughter resounded through the entire valley, like the magic of the Sanskrit sound, hovering in the void for a long time. I see. At this moment, Chu Yan finally fully understood. Miao-lian resides in the body, and the majestic Buddha's aura is countless times purer than when she was in the outer continent. But in the flesh and blood of his body, the devilish energy wandering around had no intention of colliding with the Buddha's breath at all, and was even a little afraid, and kept wandering around, only demonizing his flesh and blood. However, Miao-lian's peaceful dwelling heart, as well as the source of Buddha's breath at the Dantian position, continuously restore the demonized flesh and blood in his body to normal, and it goes on and on like this, endlessly. The secret volume of the Great Enpufa. I have already got it, and these 22 forbidden talismans are not destined for me, so I will give them to you. With a wave of his hand, 22 forbidden talismans smashed in front of Chu Yan. This can't be done. Chu Yan was astonished. He didn't expect Miao-lian Unju to get the secret scroll of the Great Enpufa he was looking for in such a short period of time after opening the Forbidden God land, and also harvested so many Forbidden God talismans. The Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree in the God Forbidden Land is the path of hope in the God realm, and it will be of great benefit to you. In the future, you will achieve the God realm. Without waiting for Chu Yan to finish speaking, Miao Gong Unju shook his head directly, interrupting Chu Yan. Godland, haha, do you think I need it? Miao Lian Unju asked with a smile on her face, looking at Chu Yan. This sentence immediately reminded Chu Yan that the Miao-lian in front of him lived in peace and practiced Buddhism. Since the chaotic world, in this world, the gods, Buddhas, and demons are all different, and the way of cultivation is also completely different. For Miao-lian Unju, who is practicing Buddhism, the divine realm really doesn't mean much to him. That is the division of the realm of cultivation for ordinary warriors. Chu Yan really doesn't know how to define it on the way of Buddhism and Taoism. #C2540, The Great Enpufa Secret Scroll. Chu Yan, you brothers, you tell me this. If you don't want it, then I will smash it. The expression on Miao-lian Unju's face changed suddenly, and she jumped and shouted. This appearance is completely different from the Miao-lian Unju just now, but it is exactly the same as the Miao-lian Unju that Chu Yan is familiar with. Seeing that Miao-lian Unju took out a huge stick, and was about to smash those forbidden talismans, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. Isn't this big stick the one that Miao-lian Unju used to lay hands behind her back? He even took it with him. Okay. I accept it. When Chu Yan saw Miao-lian's move to live in peace, a warm current rose in his heart, and he waved the 22 forbidden talismans into the Rakshasa space. He knew Miao-lian Unju's character, so if he didn't accept it, he might really smash it. Moreover, Chu Yan has gradually understood that Miao-lian Unju came to the land of forbidden gods this time, not for the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds at all, but for the great favor of the common law secret scroll. You said that you have already obtained the secret volume of the Great Enpufa. Then you are still in the land of forbidden gods? Chu Yan asked. The secret scroll of the Den Pufa is not a scroll, it is the inheritance of the Den Temple. When I came out this time, it was the ancestor who told me that you came to the land of forbidden gods, so I was granted a little time to come to this valley to wait for you. As Miao-lian Unju said, the excitement on her face gradually faded. Hum. While talking, a string of rosary beads buzzed on Miao-lian Unju's body, and a powerful Buddha's breath gushed out of it. Turtle son, have you had enough time? Come back quickly. A roar came from the Buddha beads, which startled Miao Lian Enju and made Chu Yan confused. "This is your ancestor?" Chu Yan asked. "Yeah. It's fierce, I can't afford to mess with it, I have to go back quickly." Miao Lian Enju twitched the corners of her eyes twice, and said extremely nervously, it seemed that he was extremely afraid of this master. "The green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, Chu Yan. Anyway, I have already arrived in the 10 Directions starfield," my ancestor said. "My goal is the same as yours, so, if there is anything in the future, tell me, I will definitely be there." Clasping hands together as a salute, Chu Yan and Miao Lian Enju stood opposite each other, saying goodbye to each other. Unexpectedly, after being separated for many years, this meeting is so hasty. "I'm leaving. Take care." With a wave of her hand, Miao Lian Enju withdrew from the magic realm, and with a shake of her figure, she turned into the demon lord of heaven and earth again, riding the rolling waves of magic, rushing towards the sky. With the departure of Miao Lian Enju, the evil spirit that had enveloped the valley disappeared completely. "Goodbye." Looking up at the disappearing Miao Lian Enju above the sky, Chu Yan was filled with emotion. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the valley, only to find that within 100 miles, there was no trace of the forbidden talisman or the aura of a strong man. It seems that those people were all scared away by Miao Lian Enju. The world is chaotic, and there are thousands of ways, I really didn't expect it. Forget it, don't think about it, hurry up and hurry up. This meeting with Miao Lian Enju took Chu Yan a lot of time, so he hurriedly set off and rushed out of the valley. In the next half an hour, Chu Yan searched the vicinity, but did not find another forbidden talisman. "The time has come, let's change fiercely." In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again, and the space where Chu Yan was located, just like before, began to twist and deform crazily. Between the heaven and the earth, a large amount of mysterious light appeared, shooting towards the land of forbidden gods, where all the strong men were. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan's figure appeared in the 3rd fierce place. What a strong destructive aura. This fierce land seems to have something to do with the way of destruction. The 3rd time to the new fierce place, Chu Yan has been able to quickly adapt, simply looked at the surrounding environment, and then began to move forward, quickly grazing. Before, he had obtained 16 forbidden talismans by himself, but later in the 2nd fierce land, he met Miao Lian Enju and gave him 22 talismans. Now, Chu Yan has a total of 38 forbidden talismans. After flying forward for less than a stick of incense, Chu Yan made a discovery. In the investigation of the divine consciousness, a large number of light spots appeared, and the number of strong people nearby was extremely large. However, the distance from Chu Yan is still relatively far, and it is also extremely scattered. It seems that they are all like him. They have just arrived in this fierce place and are investigating. Chu Yan chose a direction at random, and then hurried forward. You know, when you arrive at a new land, the first period of time is the most important. Because, during this period of time, the chance of harvesting the forbidden talisman is the greatest. As long as it is a little bit late at night, the forbidden talisman in the fierce land will be found, and they will either hide or cause a big melee. It is extremely difficult to get the forbidden god talisman again. Therefore, Chu Yan must seize the time and strive for the most favorable opportunity. While thinking, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness began to condense continuously, and at the same time he operated the unicorn pupil, looking around. However, with just one glance, Chu Yan's entire scalp exploded. Not good. There is an ambush. In the line of sight of the unicorn pupil, one left and one right, 2 strong men are approaching at an extremely fast speed, and the target is himself. However, not only did the breath of these 2 strong men not leak out at all, but even the breath of the forbidden god talisman on his body was completely covered up and disappeared. This shows that these 2 strong men have extremely powerful hidden secrets, and they directly escaped Chu Yan's spiritual detection. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's unicorn pupil, Chu Yan might not be able to detect their sneak attack at the moment they made a move. A Great Emperor Realm 8th Heaven, and a Great Emperor Realm 9th Heaven, the cultivation base is much higher than Chu Yan. This is not an ordinary strong man, just like the previous Tianluan Sage Emperor. These are 10-direction star fields, elite powerhouses of the top sect forces, and also have powerful leapfrog combat power. Fortunately, Chu Yan's physical body has just been tempered by the Kuan clan's thunder method, which is comparable to the powerhouse of the Holy Emperor. Even if you face these two at the same time, you should be able to handle it. However, if you fight with all your strength in this place, you will definitely expose your whole cards and identity completely. If it is not done well, it will lead to the killing of Xingtian Pavilion and Shifeng Starfield Tiandao, and the consequences will be disastrous. Let's bear it. As soon as Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his body turned into electricity, and the true energy in his body burst out. His body turned into a streak of black electricity, and flew towards the gap between the two of them. Huh. Found. Want to escape. Seeing Chu Yan's sudden runaway, the two great emperors and powerhouses immediately changed their expressions. They didn't expect that a mere kid from Wudi Wuchangshan, who was a high-ranking Emperor Wu, would be able to see through their hidden dafa. However, in amazement, it was impossible for the two great emperors to just let Chu Yan escape, and immediately accelerated to chase after Chu Yan. #C2541 God Emperor Jade Talisman. In less than 20 breaths, the distance drew closer, and the two great emperors finally saw clearly who the black-robed youth was. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be Chu Yan. No wonder. With a triumphant laugh, the emperor directly recognized Chu Yan's identity. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan turned his head to look, also startled. It turned out that the one chasing after him was Lu Zilin, the head disciple of Xuanhuan. Let me just say, there are so many forbidden talismans for a mere emperor in the 5th heaven. It turned out to be that Chu Yan. Chu Yan, you can't escape, hand over the forbidden talisman, abolish your cultivation, and spare your death. Lu Zilin was extremely excited, chasing after Chu Yan, laughing wantonly. The emperor's breath on his body was constantly surging. This Chu Yan is completely different from the ordinary emperor. Lu Zilin also participated in Xuanhuan Road at the beginning, but it didn't attract the attention of all parties. However, he was very clear that the benefits that Chu Yan got in Xuanhuan Road were extremely huge. Now, with the combined efforts of the two, as long as this Chu Yan is taken down, all the treasures and resources on him will belong to him. Self-destructive cultivation base. Chu Yan sneered, and the Dao map in the sea of consciousness was running, and his figure instantly turned into a flash of shock, like black lightning, smearing across the sky, and his speed more than doubled. Huh? As expected of Chu Yan. There is such a powerful method. Lu Zilin was slightly shocked, although he had already thought in his heart that this time, even with the power of the two great emperors, it would not be easy to take down Chu Yan. However, what he didn't expect was that Chu Yan's strength was much stronger than he expected. Humph. If it's another emperor, maybe you can still escape. However, you have no chance to meet us today. Lu Zilin snorted coldly in disdain, and immediately, a very mysterious aura suddenly rose from his body. Xianji/. With a loud shout, he clasped his hands together, and 5-colored mysterious light appeared, and as he swung out heavily, the 5-colored mysterious light slashed out violently like a blade. You must know that this Lu Zilin became the head disciple of Xuanhuan at a young age, and it was definitely not because of luck. It took him a total of 150 years from the beginning to the breakthrough to the 4th level of the Xuanhuan Shenzong Kung Fu Xuanji 9 Heavens. This kind of talent can be ranked among the top 3 in the history of Xuanhuan, and it is because of this that he became the head disciple in one fell swoop. But now, in order to chase and kill Chu Yan, he directly used the strongest trick, 9 profound sky transformations. Call out. The 5-color black blade, curved like a moon, was spinning violently, but it didn't walk in a straight line at all, but was chasing behind Chu Yan like a maggot attached to the bone. No matter how Chu Yan speeds up, he can't get rid of the Xianji slash that is chasing behind his buttocks. Still tracking. What a hassle. Chu Yan didn't expect that this Xuanji slash was so strange, completely different from the attacks of ordinary warriors. Break! When Xuanji Zhan chased him 10 steps behind him, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed out with a single finger. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this move won't kill you, but it's enough to abolish your cultivation. Lu Zilin had a sinister smile on his face, and his figure continued to accelerate, getting closer and closer to Chu Yan. However, before he could finish speaking, the smile on his face froze in an instant. Boom! I saw a sword light rushing out of Chu Yan's body, colliding with his Xuanji Zhan, blasting into waves. A move of Xuanji slash was directly broken, and that Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and with the momentum of the surging air wave, he rushed nearly 10 miles away in an instant. What? Broke my Xuanji Zhan? Lu Zilin looked dull. It's only the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and it can be stopped. Don't let him escape. The other Great Emperor roared anxiously, his whole body exploded with imperial prestige, his figure was like thunder, and he chased after Chu Yan in the direction of Chu Yan. This person is Lu Zilin's senior brother, and his cultivation level is also astonishing. What a Chu Yan, it really is not easy, but today, don't even think about escaping. Lu Zilin reacted and roared, his eyes full of murderous intent. Originally, I wanted to abolish Chu Yan and take him to the Xingtian pavilion to receive the reward, but if I didn't do my best, I would let this Chu Yan escape. Not to mention the rewards of Xingtian pavilion, even the forbidden god talisman that is about to be obtained, and the treasure resources on Chu Yan's body will all fly away. Humph. A mere great emperor, Wu Chongtian, still wants to escape from me. Lu Zilin's senior brother, named Fan Buwei, looked at the black-robed figure in front of him with an angry face, raised his hand and slapped it. Horizontal palm. Fan Buwei, who was cultivated at the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm, had already built up his imperial prestige like a mountain, and with a single palm, half of the sky collapsed in an instant. This Fan Buwei's Xianji 9 changes may not be as good as Lu Zilin, but his combat power is definitely much stronger than Lu Zilin. In an instant, the terrifying palm prints spanned the sky and the earth, and the sky collapsed and the earth shattered as the palm passed. Ordinary people in the 5th and 6th heavens of the Great Emperor realm will die directly with a single palm, and there is absolutely no way to resist. After all, the difference in cultivation between the 4 heavens is like the 4 peaks, which cannot be overcome at all. In addition, Xuanjimen is a powerful sect in the 10 directions starfield, second only to the 3 major forces, and the strength of the strong in the gate far exceeds that of the same level. Huh. Want to kill me? Chu Yan's face darkened instantly. Just now, Lu Zilin's Xuanji slash just wanted to seriously injure him, but now, Fan Buwei's palm simply wanted to kill him directly. The power of the God Emperor. Chu Yan roared all over, raised his hand and threw a jade talisman, and suddenly a figure in a white robe came out of the sky, holding a black knife, looking at the sky and the earth. The first cut in Nantian, the Nantian God Emperor. This jade talisman was exactly the bodyguard that Ouyang Nantian gave to Chu Yan at the beginning, and it contained a trace of the will of the God Emperor, which was enough to suppress all the powerhouses below the 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm. What? Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei, who were chasing behind, suddenly saw a clone of a strong man in the divine realm appear, and their faces turned green with shock. Damn, this kid actually has the God Emperor Jade Talisman. What is the relationship between him and the Nantian God Emperor? The faces and hearts of the two were full of shock, and their cultivation was instantly suppressed by the will of the Nantian God Emperor. Die! How could Chu Yan miss the opportunity? The golden light in his hand burst into the sky, a golden dragon gang roared out, soared into the sky, and slammed into the palm print that fell down. Boom, boom. The palms and fists intersected, the sky trembled, the sun and the moon changed color, and the airwaves shook the sky. That move of Heng Tianzhong was completely blocked by Chu Yan's Wanlai Long Jin. Swish. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan suddenly withdrew the God Emperor Jade Talisman, turned around and turned into electricity, and flew towards the distant sky. Damn. Fake. Chase. Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei felt that the pressure on their bodies was relieved, but the avatar of the Nantian God Emperor in front of them disappeared immediately, and they were furious. Call out. Call out. The two great emperors, with explosive speed, chased after Chu Yan, who had fled far away. #C2542 Xuanji 9 changes. However, during this pursuit, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei's expressions gradually turned serious. Although the God Emperor Jade Talisman just now did not break out, they shouted, but they knew very well in their hearts that the God Emperor Jade Talisman could not be a fake. The majesty of the God Emperor, suppressing the cultivation of the two of them is a real feeling, and it cannot be faked. It's just that Chu Yan didn't urge the God Emperor Jade Talisman to deal with the two of them, but just frightened them. Then, taking advantage of the astonishment of the two of them, he broke Hengtian palm and fled. Therefore, there is indeed a Jade Talisman of the God Emperor on Chu Yan. If the two of them want to deal with Chu Yan, they must deal with the Jade Talisman of the God Emperor. The Nantian God Emperor is a strong demigod, and he was famous in the ancient battle between gods and demons. Although it is only a clone of the God Emperor's will, if it explodes with all its strength, it is very likely to cause great trouble to the two of them. However, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei are not worried, the worst is to fight. After all, in this land of forbidden gods, Chu Yan is the only one who has the card of protection. There are so many top sect forces in the 10 directions starfield, bigwigs and geniuses gathered, which one has no trump card? Especially before coming to the land of the forbidden gods, the sects and forces took out all kinds of treasures of the clan, and armed these bigwigs and geniuses almost to the teeth. It's a big deal, let's fight with the whole cards against the whole cards. 38 forbidden talismans, plus countless treasures and resources, hands-on cards are enough. Boom. Boom. 2 balls of gas exploded. Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei were already determined to kill, and they would never let Chu Yan go. All of a sudden, a life-and-death chase begins. At this time, Chu Yan had already raised his speed and body skills to the extreme, and the unicorn's pupils were running, constantly dodging the killer moves coming from behind. A great Emperor Realm 8th Heaven, a great Emperor Realm 9th Heaven, coupled with the erratic whereabouts of Xuanji 9 transformations, it was quite a hassle for Chu Yan to dodge. The two followed behind, showing no intention of stopping. At this moment, Chu Yan even moved to kill, wanting to find a secluded place similar to the valley where Miaolian lived in peace, and kill the two of them directly. However, Chu Yan also knew that even the valley in the last fierce place was not safe, and there were still emperors peeping around the valley. Therefore, if Chu Yan violently killed Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei, his identity and traces might be directly exposed. It can't go on like this. Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao Killing Bureau have been attracted, and the consequences will be disastrous. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and the unicorn's pupils scanned the surrounding terrain. When it is broken, it will be disrupted. There is no way to get rid of them, so they can only take the risk of blasting and killing these two people. Even if a big war breaks out, they can only hope for a quick victory. The more it drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for Chu Yan. Scanning around, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil finally found a Jedi. 100 miles ahead, there is a vast lake surrounded by mountains. The lake is extremely deep, as if leading to an endless abyss. The color of the lake is purple-black, and a strong aura of destruction continuously overflows from the lake and the surrounding mountains. Okay. That's it. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, his body turned sharply, and he fell straight towards a good piece of lake water. Huh. Destroy the Great Lake where the breath condenses. Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei noticed Chu Yan's sudden turn, and immediately understood Chu Yan's plan. Humph. I still want to use this lake of destruction to escape, dreaming. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei rolled up 2 waves of emperors, followed behind Chu Yan, and chased straight away. Tianqian 9 transformations. Slash. Break the sky. Seal. With 2 shouts, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei shot at the same time, one black and one colorful. 2 attacks blasted out. A 5-colored Tianqian chop the size of a millstone changed its direction arbitrarily in the void, and chopped towards Chu Yan. On the other side, a large piece of purple imperial prestige, like a big net, covered the sky for nearly 10 miles, covering Chu Yan. The 2 cooperated perfectly, with 1 ultimate move and 1 sealing move, trying to completely seal Chu Yan in this lake of destruction. Crash! As the Emperor's prestige descended, a large amount of water vapor rose from the black lake of destruction, stirring up waves several feet high, and the majestic aura of destruction dispersed the world. A large amount of black destructive aura, carrying the mist formed by the lake water, drifted away and rushed to the surrounding mountain peaks. Large areas of trees instantly turned into dead branches, and their life was cut off. Dao Tu, come out. With a stern shout, Chu Yan directly urged the 9 Suns Sword Lotus Dao Tu, and the power of the Dao Tu surged out of his body like a wave from all over his body. The destructive breath scattered in the void was impacted by the 9 Suns Sword Lotus Dao Tu, and instantly turned into dust, unable to approach Chu Yan's body at all. These 2 guys are actually practicing the way of destruction. This lake of destruction has something special about their strength. Chu Yan did not expect that Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei of Xuanhuan were both practicing the way of destruction. Now, they came to this great lake condensed by the aura of destruction. In this way, the strength of the 2 of them has increased by at least 30%. Do it now, don't delay any longer. In Chu Yan's eyes, cold flames flashed, and he was about to use the power of Dao Tu to kill the 2 followers. Huh. Is there anyone else? However, with a trembling of his consciousness, Chu Yan discovered that there were other strong people nearby, just after a touch of probing consciousness just passed by. Someone. Not only Chu Yan, but also Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei discovered at the same time that Chi-Chi's expression changed when an unknown detective consciousness swept over them. 3 pairs of eyes, using the pupil technique, swept around in unison. However, in the sky and on the ground, there was no discovery at all, and there was no fluctuation of the strong man's breath. However, the feeling of being peeped by others is getting stronger and stronger, as if the martial artist was locked by the way of heaven when he was crossing the thunder calamity. Hopefully, within 100 miles, there is no aura at all, and even the forbidden talisman has no response, so there should be no one. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils peek into the world. Even if he is a strong Saint Emperor, it is impossible to escape his unicorn pupils. Could it be that someone used Lingbao to spy on us thousands of miles away? It's also possible that it's some kind of secret technique. After all, there are too many strong and strange people in this land of forbidden gods. Swish. Just as Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei were stunned, Chu Yan turned into electricity and flew forward. This place should not stay for long. However, before Chu Yan flew away from the range of the Lake of Destruction, a large thundercloud suddenly appeared in the sky, making a rumbling sound of thunder. Immediately afterwards, an extremely thick thunder pillar fell directly from the sky, and fell hard towards Chu Yan, who was flying fast. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this time, you are dead. Above the sky, amidst the rolling thunder clouds, a figure slowly emerged. It was the Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan. #C2543, Thor's Great Array. Seeing the sudden pillar of thunder and lightning falling from the thunder cloud, it slashed straight at Chu Yan. The Thunder Soul Emperor, who appeared in the thunder cloud, had a smirk on his face, which immediately made Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei stunned. The Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan. They didn't expect that this Thunder Soul Great Emperor would hide so deeply, his whole figure and aura completely merged with the thunder cloud in the sky. Therefore, even if they searched with all their strength just now, they did not find the figure of the Thunder Soul Great Emperor. Now, Emperor Lei Hun showed up by himself, and the target turned out to be Chu Yan. 2. Why don't we join forces? The three of us will share the Forbidden Talisman equally, and I will only take 10% of the other treasures and resources. The triumphant and arrogant voice resounded through the sky, without any disguise at all, and there was no sound transmission with spiritual consciousness, so it just opened its mouth and roared directly. You again. Chu Yan looked towards the sky, looking at the Thunder Soul Emperor above the thunder clouds. His eyes were full of killing intent. This guy, endlessly, has targeted himself again and again, and now he is openly colluding with people from the outer sect. Lei Hun, without you, we can kill Chu Yan. Why should we share with you? Fan Buwei looked at the Thunder Soul Emperor in the sky, his face full of vigilance. Humph. You too, underestimate this Chu Yan. Let me tell you, this Chu Yan killed Bu Jingtian's clone in the dark world of the Buddha. Thunder Soul Emperor sneered. The eyes kept staring at Chu Yan, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. What? He killed a clone of Bu Jingtian. This? Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei were taken aback for a moment, their faces changed drastically, and they looked at Chu Yan in amazement. Who is Bu Jingtian? That's Xingtian Pavilion, the strongest genius, the #1 existence in the heaven list. Although it's just a clone, its strength is probably not much worse than that of a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse. And according to what Lei Hun said, this Chu Yan can kill even the shocking avatar, so his strength. The two of you have already fallen into Chu Yan's trap. Do you really think that Chu Yan is weaker than you? Seeing that Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei were shocked, Emperor Lei Hun sneered, and continued. If my guess is correct, this Chu Yan is simply leading you to a remote place, then killing you, and then taking the Forbidden Talisman on you. What? This? Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei felt their scalps numb at the same time, and they were sweating profusely. Of course, they wouldn't believe it at all if they only relied on a few words from Thunder Soul Great Emperor. However, the two of them had fought against Chu Yan a few times just now, and the strength Chu Yan showed, almost every move, shocked them. In addition, Chu Yan's body, the jade talisman of the God Emperor, made them a little worried. Now, if Chu Yan's strength is really as the Thunder Soul Emperor said, then it is not impossible to kill the two of them just by adding the God Emperor Jade Talisman. The most important thing is that they haven't seen through Chu Yan's meaning before the Thunder Soul Emperor reminded him. If Chu Yan suddenly retaliates violently, the two of them will be more likely to be lost. Okay. You and I join forces, and all the gains will be shared equally. As the head disciple of the Shantian sect, Lu Zilin has a bright future, and of course he is even less willing to take risks. I only want 10%, but there is one condition. A look of joy appeared on the face of the Thunder Soul Emperor, and he continued. After killing Chu Yan, the matter of your joint efforts must be kept secret. Just pretend that I have never made a move. Of course the Emperor Thunder Soul knew the iron law against the divine way, so he started to deal with the aftermath now. No problem. Can. Of course, Lu Zilin would not object to such a condition that was not considered a condition. Not to mention the Thunder Soul Emperor, even the two of them, after killing Chu Yan, would not say anything to the outside world. Do it. With a loud shout, the Thunder Soul Emperor's whole body exploded in an instant, and the entire Thunder Soul rolled like a tide. Countless thick thunderbolts exploded from the thunder cloud below him, like spider webs, spreading towards the surrounding sky. In the entire sky, a huge carpet-like terrifying thunder net was formed. Boom, boom. The accumulated thunder power finally began to erupt slowly. Between the heaven and the earth, all the void and spiritual energy in the area touched by the thunder net were all reduced to dust. Boom. Boom. It seems that the shattering of the sky and the earth caused a vision. In the vast sky and above the ground, a large area of thunder light rippled like a lake, and two lightning nets appeared at the same time. Moreover, with the appearance of these two thunder nets, two Thunder Clan great emperors and powerhouses appeared in the sky and above the ground at the same time. This is Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation. Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei's faces were horrified, not because of the Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation. It's because, without them being aware of it at all, this Thunder Soul has already set up the Thunder Clan's top attack formation in the world where they are. If Lei Hun targets the two of them this time, I'm afraid the consequences. Okay. Let's do it together. The power of the hidden formation and the exposed formation is vastly different. For Lu Zilin and the others, the Thunder God formation has been exposed, and the threat to them is already very small. But now, taking advantage of the opportunity to kill that Chu Yan is the perfect opportunity. After all, there is not much time left for an hour, and if it continues, if Chu Yan escapes, all previous efforts will be wasted. This Thunder God formation looks much stronger than the previous ones. Chu Yan glanced across the sky, mid-air and ground, feeling the power of the three thunder nets, his face darkened slightly. Chu Yan, aren't you awesome? Aren't you arrogant? Now, die to me. The Thunder Soul Emperor saw that the Thunder God formation had been completed, and Chu Yan was in the formation, and he was sure to die, so he immediately grinned grinningly. Sankai Tianfa Thunder Formation. Give me, run. Under the loud roar, the upper, middle and lower thunder nets exploded with terrifying thunder power at the same time, and the huge thunder pillars gathered together turned into a tall ancient thunder giant, holding a thunder hammer, rushing down. Thunder Tribulation Transformation. Including Chu Yan, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect that the Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation would be so powerful. It is almost exactly the same as the vision of Thunder Catastrophe of the highest level. No wonder, among the 7 great war clans, the Lei clan claims to be the most powerful, which is really extraordinary. Quick! Let's block the space. Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei also grinned grimly. With the Thunder Soul Great Emperor and the three of them taking action, this Chu Yan is doomed. They just need to seal this world so that Chu Yan cannot escape. This battle is inevitable. We can only fight with all our strength, and forget about other things. Surrounding Chu Yan, the majestic Emperor Wei began to soar wildly, with a solemn expression on his face. Facing the siege of the 5 elite emperors, and even launched the Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation, Chu Yan could no longer care about the warnings of the 9-man Sage Emperor and Xuanhuan God Emperor. After all, we must save our lives first, and then talk about the threat of Xingtian Pavilion and Shifeng Tiandao. #C2544 Black Hole Palace. Clang. The Emperor's power was like a tide, and the Haotian sword was unsheathed directly. A cold light flashed between the sky and the earth, and the sword energy like an ice front shot in all directions. Cut. With one word, the 9-sun sword Lotus Dao Tu was full of light, and the Haotian sword blessed the Dao Tu's sword power, and a sword slashed out, smashing the thunder pillar that fell from the sky into fine powder. Swish. The body shape is swift, walking with the sword in hand, the edge of the sword is pointed horizontally, and the golden sword is shining brightly on the 9 suns Jianlian behind him. Sword that breaks the sky. Chu Yan's goal is very clear, that is, the Thunder Soul Emperor above the sky, and the Thunder Net on his body. The so-called Thunder God formation, although powerful, is also a form of formation. As long as one of them is broken, the power will be greatly reduced. The black figure is like black electricity, and when the sword light is swung, it is sharp and invincible. Where the sword light passes, all the thunder powers are shattered, and there is no way to stop Chu Yan at all. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure rushed directly into the thunderclouds in the sky and disappeared. This piece of thundercloud was originally a spiritual cloud of heaven and earth, vast and boundless, and was used by the Thunder Soul Emperor to display the Thunder God formation. And Chu Yan is also planning to use this black thundercloud to hide his figure. Humph. You can't escape. Emperor Lei Hun snorted coldly, and was not surprised at Chu Yan's move into the thunder cloud. After all, in this blocked world, the only thing that can hide the body is this thunder cloud. Other places, which can be seen at a glance, will directly fall into the siege of the 5 great emperors. The next moment, Lei Hun, Lu Zilin and Fan Buwei all rushed into the thunder cloud and scattered all the thunder cloud. A wide range of imperial arts attacks continued to blast out, including various spirit pattern secret skills, which were displayed at the same time. On the one hand, they shattered the thunder clouds, and at the same time wanted to force Chu Yan out. Boom! 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 The continuous attacks exploded in the sea of thunder clouds, and the sound of air explosions resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The 3 most powerful emperors passed by with Emperor Wei engulfed in them. The endless sea of thunder clouds melted like ice and snow at an extremely fast speed. The combat power of the great Emperor Realm powerhouses is too terrifying. The sky where the Thunder Cloud Sea is located is almost completely destroyed by them. There are large pieces of time-traveling turbulence constantly appearing, and at the same time devouring the Thunder Cloud Sea near the turbulent flow. As a result, the speed at which the sea of thunder clouds dissipated became faster and faster. Chu Yan was in the sea of thunder clouds, and he couldn't stop at all. Behind him, including all around, were all kinds of terrifying imperial techniques and secret techniques, which exploded continuously, and the violent vigor passed by, even blasting his cloth robe several rips. The combination of Xuanhuan's secret technique and Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. The combination of the 5 great emperors also erupted with terrifying power. Chu Yan is waiting for the ebb of their first wave of attacks. As long as the 5 great emperors stagnate a little, it is the best chance to make a move. After all, it is definitely not a wise move to fight head-to-head with 1 against 5. Finally, after half a stick of incense time passed, the attacking Emperor Wei in the Sea of Thunder Clouds began to lose strength, and obviously dropped a lot. It's now. Chu Yan held a sword of black light in his hand, and the heaven-breaking sword appeared at the same time, and the sword intent around him began to boil like a volcano. The sword intent was like a tide, and the 2 swords in his hands, one white and the other black, burst out with shocking sword light at the same time, constantly rising. When this sword is struck, at least 1 emperor must be killed. However, just as Chu Yan condensed his sword intent and was about to make a move, suddenly, the thundercloud space around him began to vibrate violently. What? Chu Yan, who was in the sea of thunder clouds, immediately felt something abnormal, and his face changed suddenly. And Lei Yun and Lu Zilin, who also shot in Lei Yun Zhonghai, also discovered the abnormality of Lei Yun Hai. Boom, boom. Countless time turbulences, inadvertently gathered together, turned into a huge black hole of time and space turbulence, crazily devouring everything around. And in the center of the turbulent black hole, in the vacuum area, a huge palace appeared in front of everyone. This huge palace is entirely made of special spar, and each spar carries an extremely strong aura of destruction. The entire palace in the black hole released a majestic aura of destruction, which was 10,000 times more powerful than the lake of destruction below. However, to everyone's surprise, these destructive auras did not have any impact on the great emperors present, as if they had no power at all. How could there be a palace? Chu Yan's frenzy of sword intent froze for an instant, and his eyes looked at the palace in the black hole with a look of astonishment. Even if Chu Yan used the unicorn's pupils, he would not be able to see through the original power that destroyed the palace. Boom! Boom! Just when everyone was astonished, two forces suddenly rushed out of the palace, like two pieces of mysterious light, colliding directly in the black hole of time-space turbulence, and a big battle broke out. Moreover, the speed of the two mysterious lights was getting closer and closer, revealing their figure soon. This is Ouyang Nantian and Xie Sanren. Chu Yan, Emperor Lei Hun, Lu Zilin and others all saw clearly the two figures. They were the Nantian God Emperor and Xie Sanren who had fought in front of the God-forbidden land. These two powerful giants who survived the ancient war of gods and demons. They actually appeared in the black hole, where time and space are turbulent. What is that palace? Chu Yan's face was full of surprise, and he never thought that it would be the two of them here. However, ordinary warriors, even those at the peak of the great emperor realm, would not dare to enter a place like the chaotic flow of time and space, and only Ouyang Nantian and Xie Sanren, who possessed the strength of the semi-divine realm, would dare to enter. Could it be that this is what Mialian Unju said, the ruins of the ancient god realm? Chu Yan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he remembered what Mialian Unju told him before, about the 10-direction star field, some ruins of the power lost in the god realm. Among these relics are the relics of the secret scroll of Great and Pufa that Mialian Anqing is accepting inheritance. Of course, the ruins are the inheritance of the Dean Temple, and the palace in front of me is probably completely unowned. The inheritance relic of the ancient god realm forces. Finally, at this moment, Chu Yan fully understood the reason why Ouyang Nantian and Xie Sanren fought here. Huh? Chu Yan. Ouyang Nantian, who was fighting, also found Chu Yan, and was startled. With a sweep of his eyes, he immediately found Lu Zilin, Fan Buwei, and Emperor Lei Hun, and their faces turned cold instantly. You guys actually united to deal with Chu Yan. How daring. The Nantian God Emperor's face was full of anger, his whole body was filled with murderous aura, his eyes stared at Lei Hun, Lu Zilin and the others, and divine power surged out instantly. Die. Give me all to die. Ouyang Nantian, who was as mighty as a tide, seemed to be completely angry. When he waved the Duantian saber in his hand, the mighty power swept across the world like a large black wave. #C2545 What is love? Ouyang Nantian's white robe was fluttering, and his divine aura was like a tide, completely integrated with the surrounding destructive aura. The combination of monstrous murderous aura and destructive aura seemed to wipe out all living beings in this world. In the wrath of the God Emperor, how could the dead body be buried for thousands of miles? Brother Ouyang, don't be distracted. Seeing that Ouyang Nantian was about to make a move, Chu Yan quickly stopped him. Joke. In the black hole of turbulent space at this time, there is an extremely rare inheritance of the relics of the God realm. If Ouyang Nantian missed this opportunity because of helping himself, and was obtained by that Xie Sanren, it would really be a big loss. On the one hand, Ouyang Nantian's demigod realm cultivation base has not fully recovered, and at the same time, that demigod realm does not want to break through to the god realm. Right now, the inheritance of the relics of the god realm may be Ouyang Nantian's only chance. After all, during the time when Ouyang Nantian was wandering the soul, he also went to the absolute secret realms in the 10 directions starfield to look for opportunities to break through. However, what is the concept of divine realm? It is almost impossible to find an opportunity to break through the divine realm in the 10-direction starfield. Because, the heavenly Tao of the 10-direction starfield would never allow another strong man with equal strength to appear under his nose. Hey, Ouyang, your grievances have been going on for almost 1,000,000 years. For this, let's end it in one fell swoop. Die for me. Seeing that Ouyang Nantian was distracted, Xie Samaran suddenly gave a strange laugh, and a jade rui in his hand rushed towards Ouyang Nantian with a large glow. For Chu Yan. Xie Samaran has heard of it more or less. It seems that he has become famous recently, and he is known as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Since you are such a genius, then, go to hell. Mo Xie, with an evil heart, never cared about the life and death of any life, and even had a strong desire to destroy some beautiful things. Only you, Mo Xie, are not qualified. Ouyang Nantian broke the sky saber in his hand, the black light soared to the sky, and the large saber aura was like a wave. When he swung it, the black saber aura and the Xuanhuan chopped together, instantly smashing it into powder. A demigod, a peak saint, who survived the ancient war between gods and demons, all of them have greatly lost their cultivation base, but their combat power is still shocking. In order to restore peak strength and break through the divine realm, the inheritance of the divine realm relics in this time-space turbulent black hole is very important to both of them. Ouyang Nantian, I didn't expect you to recover a lot of strength in such a short time after escaping from the cage. Xie Samaran fought against Ouyang Nantian, and they couldn't gain any advantage at all, and even lost a little bit. After fighting with one move, the consumption was huge. In addition, only he and Ouyang Nantian discovered the remains of the God realm, but now they were accidentally seen by Chu Yan and the others. At this moment, Xie Samaran finally lost his patience. In less than 2 years, it is comparable to my nearly 10,000 years of recovery. Good. Very good. But for my return from the God-forbidden land this time, I have prepared an invincible killer move, and I just use it to kill you now. With an evil smile all over his face, while Xie Samaran was speaking, black smoke rose from his hands. He kept flipping his handprints, and slapped the void in front of him continuously. Go. After throwing it away, the jade rui in his hand turned into a ray of rays of light, rushing into the piece of holy breath, and the brilliance suddenly became brilliant. The sacred breath and Urui merged rapidly, and a large wave of devilish energy rushed out, and a figure slowly emerged in the tide-like devilish energy. Mozu. Including Chu Yan, several strong men present exclaimed at the same time. Because the figure in the black mist has fully appeared, and the magic lines all over his body carry all kinds of brilliance, and the majestic demon aura surges into the world. These are not the monsters that Chu Yan encountered in the abyss, but the real demons. Moreover, looking at this breath, it is still the breath of Chu Yan who buried the demon royal family on Xuanhuan Road in the abyss, in the mausoleum of Xuanhuan. In the ancient battle between gods and demons, with the power of one clan, the 3 realms trembled, almost destroying the entire demon clan with martial spirits. However, to everyone's surprise, when the figure of the demon royal family appeared, the monstrous demon energy began to quickly subside, and soon disappeared. Instead, there was an extremely gentle aura. Moreover, a white dress began to emerge from the demon royal family's body. Following this figure, the appearance of a demon girl appeared more and more clearly. Ouyang Nantian's eyes were suddenly startled, and instantly widened. The bloodshot eyes, when seeing the face of the demon girl and the white dress, the bloodshot eyes slowly disappeared, and even the divine power and murderous aura on her body disappeared instantly. Xinr. A murmur, as if carrying all kinds of tenderness, containing endless lovesickness, makes people's hearts tremble slightly. However, after only staring for a few breaths, Ouyang Nantian's gaze changed from excitement to disappointment, and finally became powerless. 2 lines of tears fell. Ouyang Nantian shook his head lightly, and slowly raised his head to look at the sky. You're not. Shiner. I, Ouyang Nantian, will never see Shiner again. I don't deserve it. Saying the last 3 words seemed to exhaust the strength of the man in white robe. In an instant, the white robe on Ouyang Nantian's body began to melt. Even the skin and flesh on his body fluttered in the wind along with the white robe like gravel. In less than a few breaths, the white-robed man who was tall and straight with a handsome face reappeared in front of everyone. Only a golden skeleton remained. This is Ouyang Nantian, the current real body. After reshaping the body, the god bone has been formed, but the body has not recovered, so this golden skeleton is Ouyang Nantian's real body. Brother Ouyang, you. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment, and he didn't understand why Ouyang Nantian suddenly became like this. Although he also knew that Ouyang Nantian's divine body had not fully recovered, and he usually used his divine breath to transform into the appearance of the deity. However, at this time, facing the demon girl, directly restore the skeleton body. Wait, this name is so familiar. Suddenly his pupils trembled, and Chu Yan remembered that in the ancient tomb at the bottom of the lake, when he first met Brother Ouyang, those murals, that cup of water of forgetting love. Could it be that she is? The legend about Ouyang Nantian is known to almost everyone in the 10 Directions starfield. The first knife in Nantian, for the sake of his lover, he sacrificed himself to the knife, fighting alone against the top 100 demons, and finally lost. This matter was heard by Chu Yan in the murals and rumors. As for Brother Ouyang himself, he never mentioned this matter to Chu Yan. Not even a single word was mentioned. Now, the only one who can make Ouyang Nantian lose all killing intent in an instant and directly reveal his divine body is the princess of the demon clan in the legend. Ask what love is in the world, it's just a promise of life and death. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Nantian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his white skirt fluttering in the wind. Amid wanton laughter, Ouyang Nantian turned around slowly, and threw the Duantian knife in his hand into the air. #C2546 Evil Heaven Loose People. The black Duantian knife shuttled through the air, rubbed against the void, and made a howling sound, like ghosts crying in God's howling, which made people's heart palpitate. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Nantian, didn't you expect that? This gift was specially prepared for you, but it took me a lot of time. Xietian Sanren's laughter resounded through Yunxiao. Especially when seeing Ouyang Nantian, as soon as he saw that witch, even the divine body was directly revealed. Between the golden skeletons, a heart beats slower and slower, as if it will stop at any moment. Tioch. Taking advantage of Ouyang Nantian's weakness, not only can he kill him in one fell swoop, but he can also see such a pleasing to the eye scene. The red light in Xietian Sanren's eyes becomes more ferocious. Killing a person doesn't necessarily mean destroying his physical body, it's more interesting to destroy his soul. For Xietian Sanren, this kind of tormenting method can make him more excited than directly killing Ouyang Nantian. You. When Ouyang Nantian heard Xietian Sanren's words, his breath froze for an instant, and the entire golden skeleton divine body trembled. In order to find this demon princess, I spent 10 years on Xuanhuan Road in the abyss. Ha ha ha, enjoy yourself. This is the last time you two will meet. Although it's just a ray of her magic breath, not a real body, but it's enough to deal with you. Xietian Sanren said that the tiger was excited, with black handprints in his hands. It kept flipping, and patted the figure in the white skirt in front of him. In an instant, the devil's breath, which was originally as gentle as water, gradually became violent, and the devil's evil spirit kept rushing towards Ouyang Nantian. Wherever the black devilish energy passed, Ouyang Nantian's already weakened spirit melted like the sun shining on snow. Even in midair, the Duantian Dao was swept by the evil energy, buzzing and trembling, shaking constantly, as if it had lost all its strength, and would fall from the sky at any moment. You are looking for death. Ouyang Nantian turned back on his body. A trace of flesh and blood was continuously growing on the golden skeleton divine body, and his eyes almost completely turned blood red. Originally, because you and I are both ancient people, and we fought together, I didn't want to kill you. As the flesh and blood on Ouyang Nantian's body continued to grow, the aura that fell into the trough, like a gushing spring, kept rising and became more and more intense. But, you asked for it. The dragon has reverse scales, touching them will make you angry. Xie Sanren behaved differently throughout his life, not only killing people, but also because of torture. The tyranny of body and soul can allow him to find a trace of pleasure in it, filling his empty and perverted heart. But this time, he was obviously wrong. Because Ouyang Nantian is Nantian God Emperor. It was also Ouyang Nantian who was known as the #1 sword in Nantian when he slashed hundreds of demons with one blow during the battle between gods and demons in ancient times. Chu Yan, be careful, I'm going to kill someone. Ouyang Nantian turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and spoke softly. Although the voice of this speech was extremely slight, it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunderstorms. Even the smile on Xie Sanren's face froze instantly. Because he suddenly discovered that Ouyang Nantian in front of him seemed to be completely different. Duantian, come back. Raising his hand, the black heaven-breaking knife suddenly burst into flames and turned into a black startled rainbow, falling into Ouyang Nantian's hands. Die. When Duantian attacked, Ouyang Nantian's accumulated supernatural power suddenly exploded, and when he raised his hand, he slashed out with a single blow. Boom, boom. The path of the sword light is like the sun and the moon thundering, and the tide passes by. Wherever it passes, there is a straight avenue of turbulent time and space, pointing directly at Xie Sanren not far away. What? You. Xie Sanren didn't expect that this Ouyang Nantian could really do anything. You know, in front of him, there is the phantom of the demon girl in front of him. If this knife cuts over, it will definitely cut on the demon girl first. The universe is turned upside down, borrow the law. Xie Sanren, who was full of astonishment, naturally didn't dare to gamble his life, so he waved his hand quickly, and a long purple sword appeared in his hand, and slashed out with a wave. A drop of clear tears rolled down Ouyang Nantian's face, and in the reflection of his pupils, the familiar figure was chopped into powder by Duantian Dao's light, and dissipated into nothingness. Boom. 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 The purple sword energy surged out, collided with Duantian Daomong, blasted a large wave of air, and swept away a large space-time turbulence. Ah. You die for me. Seeing the figure of the witch, there was nothing left in the blade glow. Ouyang Nantian, who was as violent as an angry dragon, rushed up with his hands. While roaring up to the sky, Duantian Dao glowed like wild thunder, continuously cutting out. Humph. Ouyang Nantian, you are the one who died. Seeing that his plot was broken, it didn't produce any effect, but it made Ouyang Nantian want to kill him. Xie Sanren didn't hesitate anymore. He swung the purple sword in his hand, cut out several sword lights, rushed out, and fought with Ouyang Nantian fights together. For a moment, the world exploded, and time and space trembled. This Xie Sanren is too much. Chu Yan looked at Xie Sanren, who was fighting with Ouyang Nantian in the sky. His eyes were like ice. In the ancient tomb at the bottom of the lake, when he saw Brother Ouyang, Chu Yan clearly remembered that Brother Ouyang misplaced Zhu Linglong as Xianer. At that scene, Chu Yan will never forget the expression on Brother Ouyang's face. But now, this Xie Sanren actually used the weakest part of the human heart as a means of fighting. This kind of perverted evil, even Chu Yan, wanted to chop him with a sword. Chu Yan, no one will help you now, die. At this moment, Lei Hun, Lu Zilin and others not far away roared suddenly, and their bodies turned into thunderbolts, enveloping the mighty emperor, and rushed towards Chu Yan. In the sky, the battle has started, and the battle of Chu Yan below has begun again. Lei Hun and Lu Zilin knew that if they didn't take advantage of the present, they would hurry up and kill Chu Yan, and then run away, waiting for the battle between Ouyang Nantian and Xie Sanren to end. No matter which side wins, I am afraid they will not have good results. However, Chu Yan must kill. Saint Rakshasa, come out. With a roar from Chu Yan, Saint Rakshasa stepped out of the air, trampling a large area of turbulent void into powder. Swish. The next moment, Saint Rakshasa turned into the body of the demon god of heaven and earth, rushed towards Chu Yan, and possessed him, causing black magic patterns to continuously appear on Chu Yan's body surface. Boom. 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 Long Gang violently, with one punch after another, with terrifying power, smashed all the Emperor techniques that attacked from all around. Chu Yan's combat power is completely violent. Brother Ouyang, although he was not confused by the phantom of the witch, he was still somewhat affected. At that time, the inheritance of the relics of the God realm in the black hole of the turbulent flow of space is very important for Brother Ouyang to recover his strength and break through the God realm. But now, Xie Sanren is attacking with all his strength. If he loses, Brother Ouyang Nan will not only lose his inheritance, but he may be seriously injured. Xie Sanren's cultivation is the peak of the Holy Emperor. He has cultivated for 1,000,000 years, and his combat power is comparable to that of a demigod. Even if I play all my cards, I can't be his opponent. It's no way to go on like this. While fighting with Lei Hun and others, Chu Yan was thinking like flying in his heart, thinking and pondering. Wait, if that's the case. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and a spiritual light flashed in the sea of consciousness. HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book. The website of the mobile version of the Literature Museum, M. #C2547 Risk Death. This is an extremely risky plan, and Chu Yan has never tried it. Not only is it a question of the probability of success, but also because the 5 great emperors Lu Zilin and Lei Hun are attacking him together, the danger is also very high. However, if it succeeds, the anxious battle between Brother Ouyang and himself will be completely broken. Fight. In Chu Yan's eyes, a flash of determination flashed, and a dazzling white light suddenly shot up into the sky. Roar. The roar of the tiger resounded through the sky, and the huge tiger body of the white tiger fighting spirit stretched across the sky and the earth. The moment it appeared behind Chu Yan, it turned into a white streamer and swept towards Ouyang Nantian above. Swish. Everyone felt their eyes light up, but when they saw it clearly, they found that behind Ouyang Nantian, there was a huge tiger beast martial soul. Boom, boom. On Ouyang Nantian's body, there was an extremely violent and domineering aura, which erupted directly like a volcano, and his whole body was surging with divine aura. What? This? Ouyang Nantian was startled. Xie Sanren's expression froze. Including below, Lu Zilin and Emperor Lei Hun, who were attacking Chu Yan, were also full of shock. Chu Yan, are you crazy? Call it back quickly. Ouyang Nantian as the recipient. The first person to react immediately yelled anxiously. If I gave him my fighting spirit, how would Chu Yan fight against the enemy? You must know that the martial soul is the source of all the strength of a warrior, especially in battle. Without the blessing of the martial soul, the strength may not even be 30%. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you really want to die. How dare you give your martial soul to others during the battle? Without martial soul, let me see how you take this move. Emperor Lei Hun, Lu Zilin and others saw what Chu Yan had done just now, and they all laughed wildly and shouted loudly. In the next breath, the 5 great emperors, the emperor's prestige rose at the same time, and powerful emperor techniques and attacks continued to blast out, smashing at Chu Yan from all directions. Boom. 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 For a moment, the sky trembled, the stars fell, and the entire sky was filled with terrifying forces raging everywhere, forming a torrent of attack like a stormy sea, sweeping towards the central target. The joint attack of the 5 elite emperors is not a simple 1+1, they are mutually amplified, and the power is so strong that even the strongest of the third heaven of the Holy Emperor realm would not dare to face it head-on. "Give me, break!" Chu Yan's face was calm, and he advanced without retreating. He swung the Haotian sword in his hand, and a large wave of sword intent rushed out. This sword, black as the base, multicolored as rosy clouds, has all the power of the physical body, as well as the 5-element black power fused with martial souls, and of course, the blessing of the 9 Suns Sword Lotus Dao map, the Killing Dao. Although this sword was extremely powerful, it was obviously weaker in the face of the joint attack of the 5 great emperors. It was as if a powerful warrior, armed with a sharp blade, attacked a mountain. Boom! The two forces collided together, blasting countless terrifying auras, shattering the surrounding void, and black holes continuously emerged in the large space-time turbulence. Between the heaven and the earth, fist power, sword energy, profound energy, and spiritual gang, all kinds of power are intertwined and mixed together, and the explosive power is tumbling and rushing, sweeping madly around. Waves of chi energy were like terrifying beast tides, picked up by countless ferocious beasts. Wherever they passed, the sky and the earth were eclipsed, the sun and the moon were not bright, and the entire sky and the earth were devastated by the bombardment, just like the destruction of the world. And Chu Yan's figure was directly swallowed by the shock and horror just now, like a wave, wrapped in a monstrous tsunami, sucked into the deep sea, and there was no trace at all. Above the sky, the airwaves are billowing, and the power is like a tide. With the passage of time, everything gradually calmed down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the explosion of the attack just now. The black-robed figure had completely disappeared. Chu Yan. High above the sky, in front of the black hole palace, Ouyang Nanshan's eyes became bloodshot rapidly, and a fierce light shot out. A wave of karmic fire ignited in Ouyang Nanshan's body, rushing violently from the Dantian, rushing all the way to his sea of consciousness. Almost in the blink of an eye, his entire sea of consciousness was completely turned into a world of anger. The next moment, everything in front of him turned into darkness and blood, and the killing intent was like a long-dried river, reviving like a surging spring. Chu Yan. That's the person he lost for hundreds of thousands of years and let himself break out of the tomb. That is the person who brought him the light of birth after he was sad and soulless, at the bottom of the heartless lake, after forgetting the floating world. At the same time, it was also the one who against the divine way this time, had high hopes that Emperor Xuanhuan sacrificed his blood to the heavens and opened the channel of heaven's will. But now, the living loss fell in front of her. That Chu Yan should be dead. Shetian Samran looked at Ouyang Nanshan's expression, turned his head suddenly, looked at the billowing air below, and sneered. Humph. Sacrifice yourself for the sake of others, how stupid you can. Martial soul is the foundation of a martial artist, how dare you give it to others? You are looking for death. Ha ha ha, finally dead. Great. Lu Zilin and the other great emperors were all full of surprise, sneer and disdain. In the world of martial spirits, the weak prey on the strong, so what kind of family affection and friendship are there? Everything is based on fame and fortune. There are still people who sacrifice themselves for others. You know, people like Lu Zilin and Lei Hun who can live to this day and reach such a high level of martial arts, are they not covered in blood, and have seen many betrayals and betrayals? This kind of ruthless drama is constantly being staged in every corner of the Wuhun world almost every day. Therefore, family, friendship, etc., in their view, dogs are not as good as farts, and only fame and fortune are the end. Huh. Chu Yan, wait until the energy dissipates, and I will take your forbidden talisman and resource treasures. I will refine your corpse into a puppet and become my lowly slave. There will be no chance of rebirth forever. Including your soul, I also use the Thunder Clan's secret skills to suppress it in my mind field, and suffer from thousands of thunder training forever, and will never give you any chance to reshape your body. The Emperor Lei Hun grinned grimly, and released a large amount of spiritual consciousness, rushing towards the billowing air waves in front of him, and began to probe Chu Yan's body. At the same time, reprinting with both hands, throwing out one after another of Lei Wei, sealing all around the air wave, preventing Chu Yan's soul from escaping. For Chu Yan, Emperor Thunder Soul has long hated him and will never let him go. Moreover, if weeds are not eradicated, there will be future troubles. Of course Lei Hun knows this truth, so he will not give Chu Yan a chance. After all, now that Ouyang Nantian is being entangled by Xietian Sanren, they have enough time to deal with Chu Yan's body and soul. However, at this moment, an astonishing ray of light flashed between the heaven and the earth, and a sudden change occurred. #C2548 Win by Fate. Just like in the endless dark sky, a dazzling star was born out of the sky, and the light it swayed broke through all the darkness and illuminated the entire sky. It was a ray of light that made everyone's spirits tremble. Like a black lightning bolt, it shuttled through the vast sea of billowing air waves, like a star passing through the sky, and like a shocking rainbow, it crashed towards the mountains below. Chu Yan. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly gathered together, and their faces were full of sluggishness. The turbulent air waves that originally enveloped the world, like a knife cutting an axe, forcibly broke a straight road, and the figure in the black robe passed by, disappearing in the mountains below in an instant. Although suspicious, everyone thought in their hearts that that person should be Chu Yan. At this moment, apart from the terrifying air waves that were still tumbling in the sky, there was only the radiant light streaming down from that figure when it passed by. It's as if a terrifying sword track, through the hands of the gods, cut through everything in the world, and a powerful aura surged in all directions. Good. That person is exactly Chu Yan. From the very beginning, Chu Yan had planned everything when he distributed the white tiger Wuhun to Ouyang Nantian, including using physical strength to resist the joint attack of the 5 great emperors, and taking advantage of the short-term misjudgment to escape into the mountains below. From start to finish, it was an adventure. Let's fight each other with our lives. Chu Yan's body. In the thunder field of the Ditiankuan clan, after a long period of tempering, the strength of their physical body is already comparable to that of the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. In addition, Chu Yan also has the ultimate defensive martial arts skill of Xuanhuan Battle Soul, which can be used at the last moment. Therefore, it seems that Chu Yan will die if he does this, but in fact, Chu Yan has his own cards and self-confidence, so he dares to let go. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that at the last moment, when he resisted the 5 emperors' joint attack with his body, when there was a crack in his body, just as he was about to use the ultimate defensive skill of Xuanwu, a large piece of power of life and spirit pattern appeared on his body, completely crushing him. The flesh is wrapped up in groups. Those rifts in the physical body were completely repaired by these life forces almost the moment they appeared. And that piece of spirit pattern was the gift that Yu Linglong gave her before. The treasure has a spirit, and when Chu Yan's physical body is about to collapse, it will automatically activate the guardian. This is an extremely powerful life spirit pattern. When it is activated, it not only protects Chu Yan's whole body, but also releases a powerful force to isolate all the murderous intentions and vigor around him. Even though Chu Yan was in the turbulent air waves, he didn't suffer any damage. Instead, his whole body's true energy and strength recovered extremely quickly, reaching the peak state in an instant. Because of this, Chu Yan was able to burst out with extreme power, splitting the void in one fell swoop, and falling into the mountains below. Unexpectedly, the Life Jade Talisman that Yu Linglong gave was stronger than his Xuanwu soul skill. Although this result was dangerous, it still made Chu Yan break out in cold sweat. This gamble is extremely dangerous. Although there are spirit treasures and whole cards, if the timing is slightly wrong, or the physical defense is slightly weaker, it is possible that before these spirit treasures and whole cards are activated, Chu Yan will be directly blasted into powder, completely lost. No. Impossible. In mid-air, Lu Zilin and Emperor Lei Hun, with horrified expressions on their faces, froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. How can this be? Everyone clearly saw that, just now Chu Yan blessed Ouyang Nantian with his martial soul, and then was swallowed by the attack flood, leaving him completely devoid of vitality. But it's only been so long, less than 3 breaths, and he has been resurrected. No, without martial soul, the strength is less than 30%. This is impossible. Lu Zilin was shocked, and couldn't believe what he saw. You know, as a martial artist genius, he certainly knows the importance of martial souls to martial artists. Even in Chu Yan's heyday, when he first met them, he couldn't compete with them at all. Under such circumstances, without the support of a martial soul, the combat strength dropped to about 30%, and he still survived. Could it be twin martial souls? A great emperor said dully. Impossible. Lu Zilin yelled directly, even twin martial souls have the same root and origin. If one martial soul is separated, at least 50% of the combat power will be reduced. Half the strength, it is impossible to stop it, the strongest attack of the 5 of us. The others fell silent when they heard this. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. In the sky, there was only Ouyang Nantian, with a face full of surprise, laughing wildly, turning the Duantian knife in his hand, and the blade was aimed at Xie Sanren again. The murderous aura that had just been condensed gushed out like a torrent. Chu Yan is still alive, so everything is not a problem. Not good. Don't let him escape. Chase. Impacted by Ouyang Nantian's terrifying murderous aura, Lu Zilin and the others woke up suddenly and roared in unison. Swish. 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 The 5 great emperors turned into 5 bolts of lightning, rushing down towards the mountain range below. If Chu Yan is allowed to escape, the consequences will be disastrous, and even in the future, how will they gain a foothold in the 10 Directions starfield? You know, after the scene just now, they already knew very well that the relationship between Chu Yan and Nantian God Emperor is very important. When the land of forbidden gods is over and they return to the starfield of the 10 Directions, what will happen to these great emperors who have offended a strong demigod? Now, the only way to survive is to kill Chu Yan. At that time, even if Ouyang Nantian is retaliating, he is already dead. Please ask the elders of the sect to come forward and compensate some treasures, and it will be over. Such things happen almost every day in the 10 Directions starfield. After all, there is no strong man who completely turned his face against several major forces because of a dead person. Come on. Come and catch me. In the mountains, Chu Yan's long whistle resounded. Several great emperor, peak powerhouses, I am a great emperor, 5th heaven, come and catch if you have the ability. Let's see, what ability do you have? Don't let me and the people of the world laugh. Chu Yan was full of imperial prestige, without the slightest concealment, he flew quickly in the mountains, and at the same time provoked the 5 great emperors who were chasing after him. In the mountains, there are restrictions and fierce places everywhere. While swallowing the golden core, Chu Yan recovered his injuries and true energy, and at the same time broke through these restrictions and dangers, and ran all the way. A life and death chase begins again. Chu Yan, don't run away. There is a way to fight again. 5 people, Lu Zilin and Lei Hun Dadi, chased after them, and their faces turned green from Chu Yan's anger. All kinds of imperial techniques and ultimate moves kept blasting out, exploding on Chu Yan's body, and the sound of anger exploded, resounding throughout the mountains. Xietian, I don't have time to play with you anymore, you can go to hell. High in the sky, in front of the black hole palace, Ouyang Nanshan's body was full of spirit, billowing like a tide, and the black and white two-color sword light on the sky knife in his hand rose into the night. Behind him, the white tiger martial spirit roared to the heavens, and the might of the god of war among beasts blessed Nantian God Emperor with all his might. At this moment, Ouyang Nantian is full of divine power, like a majestic sea, surging endlessly, and like a mighty Nujiang river, rolling like a tide. As soon as the sword came out, the world was shocked, the sun and the moon were barren, and everything in the world was completely enveloped by his sword power and killing intent. #C2549 Miserable as a dog. Looking at the completely different Ouyang Nantian, Xietian Sanren's face was pale. What? This killing intent, domineering and fighting intent made his soul tremble, his eyes full of astonishment, he looked behind Ouyang Nantian, the terrifying martial spirit, stunned. Ouyang Nanshan's divine body hadn't fully recovered, so he couldn't summon his martial spirit. Therefore, Xietian Sanren fought against Ouyang Nantian for a long time with this advantage. But now, that Chu Yan actually blessed Ouyang Nantian with his martial soul. Moreover, this martial soul is so powerful. Boom! 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 Wielding the purple sword in his hand, constantly resisting the black and white sword light that filled the sky, Xietian Sanren retreated wildly, embarrassed, and felt a faint feeling of invincibility in his heart. At this time, in the mountains below, Chu Yan was running wildly. With the unicorn's pupils, all the restrictions and murderous intentions in the mountains can be seen through, and they can swim freely like a fish without being affected at all. Seeing the end of the mountain range, connected to the turbulent flow of time and space on the edge of the sky, Chu Yan can directly rush into the black hole palace along this turbulent flow of time and space. Behind him, Lu Zilin, Emperor Leihun and others, without Chu Yan's means, stared at the black-robed figure in front with red eyes, chasing and killing them frantically. However, he was hit by the prohibition and murderous intentions constantly exploding around him, so he had to use means and emperor power to defuse these attacks. Even if you don't pay attention, there are even murderous intentions that are ubiquitous in these places of forbidden gods. The danger of being swallowed directly. The land of forbidden gods, there are indeed crises everywhere. Chu Yan's consciousness was divided into two strands, while staring at the 5 great emperors behind him, while exploring the black hole palace in front, he jumped into it. However, these prohibitions and murderous intentions are enough to stop them. Time is running out. When the time comes and the fierce change occurs, this black hole palace will definitely be completely closed. At that time, they will not be able to enter at all. Chu Yan observed the black hole palace and confirmed that he was in the turbulent flow of time and space, which did not overlap with the ordinary space of the land of forbidden gods at all. It should belong to an independent space, like the traces of the god realm found by Mialian Unju. Recover quickly. Chu Yan sat cross-legged at the entrance of the black palace, swallowed a bottle of golden elixir, and began to practice the exercises. The piece of life spirit pattern given by Yu Linglong has completely consumed its spiritual power and disappeared. At this time, Chu Yan's injuries can only be recovered by himself. Although the life spirit pattern helped Chu Yan block most of the damage before, some injuries in the body are still there. It can be said that this wave of physical resistance to the joint blow of the 5 top emperors caused great injuries to Chu Yan. Time flies, and after a while, the battle in the sky is finally coming to an end. Xietian Sanren had stab wounds all over his body, blood flowed horizontally, his holy breath was chaotic, and his defeat was complete. Facing Ouyang Nanshan's attack, even if he was burning with anger, he no longer had any power to resist. With the blessing of the tiger beast martial soul, Ouyang Nanshan's strength at this time is probably close to 70% of his heyday. If Xietian Sanren wasn't the strongest of the Holy Emperor, he might have died 800 times already. Humph. You're being cruel this time, but if you want to kill me, it's a dream. With a wave of his hand, a magic talisman exploded, and black smoke billowed, wrapping Xie Tian's body in it, and disappeared immediately. Before his body disappeared, Xie Tian glanced unwillingly at the black hole palace in the distance, and his bloodshot eyes stayed on Chu Yan for a moment. This time, if it wasn't for Chu Yan, the person who got the palace in the end must be himself. Although Chu Yan noticed the murderous look in Xie Tian's eyes before he left, he didn't pay attention at all. After a short period of recovery, his injuries have healed by 70% to 80%, and most of the true energy in his body has recovered. Chu Yan, you give me, die. Almost at the same time Xie Tian was retreating, under the Black Hole Palace, Emperor Leihun and Lu Zilin, covered in blood and disheveled hair, rushed in and attacked Chu Yan together. Along the way, in order to chase and kill Chu Yan, they broke through the restrictions and murderous intentions, not 1,000 but 800. This is the prohibition and murderous intent of the God-forbidden land. If it is an ordinary great emperor realm powerhouse, it may have been lost dozens of times. However, even if the 5 of them are elite emperors with all kinds of trump cards and tricks, the price they paid for breaking through so many forbidden gods and murderous intentions along the way is huge. Therefore, when they saw Chu Yan sitting cross-legged in front of the Black Hole Palace, all the grievances and anger in their hearts erupted instantly. For a moment, the 5 great emperors unleashed all their last strength, unleashed the strongest attack, and once again teamed up to blast Chu Yan. However, before they could say a word, a majestic force exploded between heaven and earth. The time has come, change fiercely. The majestic voice resounded through Jiuxiao, as always. No. Emperor Leihun, Lu Zilin and the others almost exploded when they heard this sound. They never imagined that after going through all kinds of hardships and wasting countless spirit treasures and whole cards, when they finally rushed in front of Chu Yan, this would be the result. It is equivalent to saying that all the previous efforts will be scrapped. Moreover, after the fierce change, everyone dispersed again, and it was as difficult as heaven to find Chu Yan. However, in this hunt, they didn't get any benefits, and they also gained 2 great enemies. When we meet next time, who is the hunter and who is the prey, who knows? Above the sky, Ouyang Nanshan's divine breath was like a tide, and it turned into a slash, rushing into the Black Palace, and at the same time sent Chu Yan out of the Black Hole Palace with a roll of divine breath. Chu Yan, the power in this palace is not something you can bear. Remember, you must reach the 1,000 Worlds mysterious treasure tree. Following Ouyang Nanshan's voice, it became extremely ethereal, and Chu Yan's figure was completely swallowed by the mysterious light of heaven and earth. Brother Ouyang, take care too. Looking at the large space-time turbulence in front of the Black Hole Palace, quickly recovering, and bringing the Black Hole Palace into the depths of time and space, Chu Yan murmured. This Black Palace can attract Ouyang Nantian and Xie Tian to fight, of course it is extraordinary. However, that was the opportunity for the peak powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm and the powerhouses of the demigod realm. Even if I entered the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm, there would be no benefit, and instead, I would lose it. This point, Chu Yan had already discovered this point at the entrance of the Black Hole Palace, so he didn't go deep. The mysterious light of heaven and earth devours everything, and the fierce transformation begins. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan's figure fell from the void and appeared in a new world. Call out! Call out! Call out! Without waiting for Chu Yan to land, this new fierce land, on the ground where Chu Yan landed, a large block of restrictions exploded, and fierce murderous intentions blasted towards Chu Yan who was falling in midair like a tide. #C2550 King Kuan arrives. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sword commanded the slash, and the light of the sword was like water. Wherever it passed, those prohibitions and murderous intentions were all smashed into powder. This is the spirit array breath. With a sweep of his gaze, his consciousness dispersed, and the moment Chu Yan landed on the ground, he felt that this new fierce land was filled with a strong spiritual atmosphere. Obviously, this fierce land should be dominated by the spirit array. The pupils of the unicorn were running, and the five-color gaze looked around again, and one could clearly see that even within 100 steps around the body, there were various spirit formations, large and small. These spiritual formations are completely irregular and without rules, as if a certain spiritual formation master did it casually. If Xie Yang is here, this fierce land should be the best for him. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, he stood in the same place and began to carefully explore further places. Since it is a fierce place of the spirit formation, it is natural to be more careful. After all, the spirit formation is ever-changing and must not be underestimated. The divine consciousness and the pupil of the unicorn cooperate with each other, looking at the mountains, rivers, green forests and wilds in the distance. There are a large number of spiritual formations hidden in almost every terrain. Some of these spirit formations are strong and weak, big and small, as strong as a ninth-order combined spirit formation, and as weak as a single simple spirit pattern. The gap is huge. Although Xie Yang was not there, Chu Yan had an extremely advantage in this fierce spirit formation because of the existence of the Qilin pupil. Only, as Chu Yan's consciousness and unicorn pupils continued to spread, his expression gradually became serious. Because, almost every 10 miles or so, there will be a large ancient spirit array. Even if it was Chu Yan's unicorn pupil, he could only see a vague breath, and it was impossible to see through the specific situation of the spirit array. This fierce place is constantly changing, and it is becoming more and more dangerous. This spirit formation is fierce. If you are not good at the spirit pattern spirit formation, or the pupil technique, I am afraid it will be difficult to move an inch here. Those hidden ancient spirit arrays can't even be penetrated by the unicorn's pupils. Just relying on breath sensing, I'm afraid they are in danger of being damaged if they are recruited by the peak of the Great Emperor realm. After a general understanding of the situation in this fierce land, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and Chu Yan's mind became dignified. Just because he has the whole card of the unicorn pupil, he will not underestimate this fierce spirit formation. Brother Ouyang, you gave me 20 forbidden talismans, now I have 58 forbidden talismans, I need to speed up. Before, when Ouyang Nantian sent Chu Yan out of the Black Hole Palace, he casually stuffed him with 20 forbidden talismans. It must be Ouyang Nantian's goal, that is, the Black Hole Palace, and he didn't even want to go to the Thousand Worlds mysterious treasure tree. After all, Ouyang Nantian is already in the realm of demigods, and the need for a chance to be in the realm of the gods is completely different from the realm of the Holy Emperor. Let go of the breath of the forbidden talisman, and under careful inspection, there is no other sense of the forbidden talisman within 100 miles. It's safe for now, get out. After getting acquainted with it, Chu Yan jumped up and flew forward while dodging the prohibitions and spirit formations one by one. At the beginning, Chu Yan's speed was not fast, but after passing the Xian ancient spirit formation within 10 miles, Chu Yan gradually adapted, and his speed continued to soar. After flying for 100 breaths of time, the surrounding area was still peaceful. Something's wrong, why is there no sense of the forbidden talisman? Chu Yan was full of doubts, looked at the nearby mountains, and swept his consciousness. Except for the hidden prohibition and spirit array, there was nothing. This is completely different from the previous fierce lands. Just when Chu Yan was wondering, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. 10,000 steps behind him, there was a sudden thunderclap in the void, as if some powerful force was forcibly breaking through the void. In the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan's two consciousnesses jumped up suddenly, which made Chu Yan startled. The These two divine senses are exactly the connection divine senses left by Chu Yan, Zituyang and Emperor Kun before. The two of them, are they here? As the tremor in that void became more and more intense, the sense of consciousness in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness became clearer and clearer. Kun travels thousands of miles, flash. A loud shout sounded, the voice was immature, but extremely powerful. The golden light that suddenly appeared shot out from that void, like a sharp blade, cutting through the sky and the earth, and under the turbulence and stirring, pierced a huge void in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden sky kun with a size of nearly 10 feet, like a big fish, swam its tail and swam out of the shattered void. On the back of the golden tiankun, there is another interest rate, looking at Chu Yan with a wretched smile on his face. The golden sky kun is of course the Kun Emperor, and the figure on its back is of course Zituyang. Ha ha ha, big brother, come. Zituyang, who was standing on Emperor Kun's back, had his hands on his hips, his face full of trepidation, and he greeted Chu Yan while laughing loudly. However, when his words fell to the ground, Emperor Kun swam out of the void, and suddenly the Kun body shook, throwing Zituyang behind him directly. Boom! The fat man who weighed more than 300 caddies was directly smashed to the ground, and fell like a dog gnawing shit. Humph! Damn fat man, if you didn't know a little bit of spirit pattern technique and can lock the position, the emperor would carry you on his back. You're already at the place, and you still can't get down, so you're looking for a fall. In the sky above Chu Yan's head, Emperor Kun roamed the heavens. Wherever he passed, within 1,000 feet around his body, the clouds formed by Kun's breath were like waves, as if he was swimming in a sea of gods. Crash! Turning around, the body of Emperor Kun was completely absorbed by the Jiuxiao waves, and the body of the Kun quickly evolved, turning into a goldfish again, and swimming in front of Chu Yan. What a Kun you Tian! Chu Yan looked at Emperor Kun in front of him, and couldn't help but praise. Tian Kun, one of the 3 supreme beings of the monster clan, is really powerful. Just the talent of controlling the world and integrating all kinds of dharmas just now is extremely amazing. Fatty, get out! Seeing Zituyang in front of his eyes, Emperor Kun was full of disgust, opened his mouth, and sprayed a water ball, hitting Zituyang limply on the ground. Boom! Like playing a bowling ball, Zituyang was thrown into the air by the blast and flew towards a piece of grass in the distance. Fatty, the little thief who cheated on my Kun clan's treasure house, if it wasn't for Chu Yan's face, he would have swallowed you in one gulp. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, grinding them together, and said angrily. Boom! However, when he landed a word, he heard not far away, on the ground where Zituyang fell again, a large piece of spiritual light burst out suddenly, and a loud noise exploded. The violent black smoke rushed out, completely swallowing Zituyang's entire body. Mom! In less than half a breath, Zituyang rushed out of the cloud of black smoke, rolling and crawling, his whole body was black, and he ran back towards Chu Yan, crying and howling. Xuanhuan, you hate it too much, didn't you see that there is a spirit array? Zituyang ran in front of Chu Yan, panting like a dog, turned his head to look behind him, but found a fart, white flowers on his butt, and a big hole in his clothes. Ha ha ha, this emperor did it on purpose, why, don't accept it. Emperor Kun smiled triumphantly. Ah you! Zituyang was so angry that his whole body was trembling with fat, he pointed at Emperor Kun, his face full of anger. Hey, I take it. In less than a second, the fat man faltered, and replied with a charming smile on his face. #C2551 Dead Fat Man. Thinking of just now, standing on the back of the Emperor of the Sky Kun, so majestic and domineering, and thinking of the dazzling and drooling treasures in the treasure house of the Kun clan, Fatty is absolutely flexible. Huh? Fatty, are you fat again? Chu Yan watched them play with a smile on his face, and suddenly found that Zituyang's body seemed to have grown a lot. This one. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the smile on Situ Yang's face froze instantly, and his whole fat face was twitching. Ha ha ha, fat man, say it, you should say it. Ha ha ha. When Emperor Kun heard it, he laughed out loud, and the goldfish rolled over and over in suspension, as if laughing so hard that it hurt its stomach. That. Situ Yang's face twitched even more when he heard Emperor Kun's words. His face was full of bitterness, and he was almost about to cry. This fat man, while I wasn't paying attention, slipped into the treasury of my Kun clan, and got run over by a Kun pearl, ha ha ha. Run. Chu Yan was taken aback. That's right. He used to be really fat, with fat all over his body, but now, he's definitely puffy. Emperor Kun looked at Situ Yang and smiled very happily, as if he had encountered something extremely interesting. After all, Emperor Kun stayed in the Antarctic waters for countless years, and he was bored. The area of the treasure house of the Kun clan that he broke open is the Kun jewelry treasury where my Kun clan predecessors were stored. After entering it, a Kun bead that produced spiritual consciousness was discovered, and it rushed into it as soon as it hit it. In his body. So, now his body is full of rolling Xuanhuan, making his pig body even bigger. Xuanhuan, I was wrong, please, take back the Kunzu. Situ Yang really cried, his face was full of snot and tears, and he begged to Emperor Kun. Impossible. You asked for it. Hearing Situ Yang's words, Emperor Kun turned his face away and completely refused. Emperor Kun, Uncle Kun, Master Kun, please do me a favor. Recently, I feel that all the spirit pattern masters in me have changed in cultivation. Situ Yang said. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with 5 colors of mysterious light, and the pupils of the unicorn stared directly at Situ Yang's body. Sure enough, streams of intense sunlight overflowed and flowed in his body, but they were completely incompatible with his flesh and blood. In those Zhiaguanhai breaths, there is a force hidden that makes Chu Yan's heart jump. It is extremely terrifying. Emperor Kun, if you can, help him. Chu Yan was a little worried, and asked Emperor Kun to help. Although the Kun's breath seems to be calm at present, if it erupts, Situ Yang's physical body may be directly reduced to pieces. Chu Yan, it's not that the Emperor doesn't help him. It's that he doesn't want to harm him. Emperor Kun finally explained after hearing what Chu Yan said. Kill him. Chu Yan and Situ Yang were taken aback at the same time. That's right. I belong to the Kun family, which is different from ordinary monsters and even other creatures. Kun Huang's current physical body. It was a goldfish, but now he was floating in the void, standing by the fish's tail, carrying a pair of fins on his back, walking around, showing an unfathomable posture. My Kun clan was extremely weak when I was born, but it can continue to evolve and become stronger. But in fact, my Kun clan doesn't have any special bloodlines and skills. It's all about fusing Kun beads. Fusion Kunzu. Yes. Therefore, once the Kun bead enters the body, if the Kun bead is forcibly stripped off, the Kun body will die. But, I'm a human being, not your Kun. Situ Yang looked like crying. Humph. Nonsense, who told you to sneak into the treasure house of the Kun clan? You deserve it. Kun Huang roared. This. Hearing Queen Kun's words, Chu Yan frowned. The body of the Kun clan is the strongest among the monster clan, even in the entire 10 Directions starfield, it is well-deserved number 1. And Situ Yang's body is just an ordinary human body, can he bear the powerful aura of Kunzu? Then the Kunzu is in his body, is it dangerous? Chu Yan asked. It's hard to say. Kun Huang replied with a slight frown. In the past, my Kun clan even had human warriors devouring Kun beads. At that time, in the ancient times, our Kun clan had a good relationship with the gods. Some strong people from the human race who made a contract with our Kuan clan devoured the Kunzu, and the result. Having said that, Emperor Kuan stopped, glanced at Fatty, and continued. Some are dead. Some have changed. Changed? What do you mean? Xie hurriedly asked. Before, in ancient times, there was a Ziji god emperor. Have you heard of it? I've heard. I heard that his martial spirit is extremely strong. It's for defense. Hiss, could it be? In the middle of speaking, Xie was taken aback for a moment, and he took a deep breath. That's right. His ancestor, after devouring the Kuan pearl, had his bloodline mutated. Among the clansmen born in the future, there is a certain chance that the heavenly Kuan martial soul will appear. Moreover, it has some characteristics of the Kuan clan. For example, the physical body is comparable to that of a second-order Kuan family. When Emperor Kuan said this, he was extremely proud. What about me? What about me? Xie asked anxiously. I've checked. The Kunzu you devoured was the Kunzu of a Kuan king in the ancient times of our Kuan clan. It is the top-level Kunzu. It is 10 times stronger than that of the Emperor Ziji. Ha ha ha, so strong. Xie laughed wildly when he heard this. Because of this, the possibility of your physical body being exploded has also increased tenfold. Hee hee. Emperor Kuan grinned. What? The smile on Xie face froze instantly. However, if you don't die, the benefits are of course tenfold. Everything depends on your luck. After Emperor Kuan finished speaking, he began to look around, sizing up the fierce land, and it seemed that he was not going to pay any attention to Xie. What to do? Xie burst into tears. Let's not talk about whether they are strong or not, whether they can save their lives or not, it's hard to say. Emperor Kuan, can you? Seeing Xie like this, Chu Yan opened his mouth, ready to say something else. After all, Xie is his brother, so he can't ignore it. Chu Yan, don't worry, I have already injected a drop of Xuanhuan's blood essence into Fatty's body, he will be fine. Emperor Kuan directly interrupted Chu Yan's words, but he didn't speak. Instead, his spiritual consciousness transmitted sound into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This fat man, he misses the treasure house of my Kuan family, so he must be punished, scare him, and let him be more honest in the future. This is not too much. So that's the case, of course it's not too much. Hearing Emperor Kuan's words, Chu Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Huh. Someone. Just when he was about to laugh at Xie, he heard Emperor Kuan suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky, and said. Humph. The Emperor is here, and you can investigate it. With an angry shout, a majestic kunwai surged out from Xuanhuan's body, heading straight towards Tianxiao. #C2552 Shuttle at will. As the power of the Kuan Emperor swept across, the probing consciousness that had just appeared was instantly smashed into powder. The honor of the Kuan Emperor cannot be desecrated. This is the Queen Kuan, as the Emperor of the Xuanhuan clan, which is related to the majesty of the Kuan clan. Fatty, you should sense the Kunzu well and fuse it as soon as possible. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, looked at Xie, and said. Well, good. Fatty nodded. Chu Yan knew that Xie entered the depths of the mausoleum of Huangquan with Little White Bear on Huangquan Road, and he might have gained great benefits. Now, I got another king-ranked Kuan bead, and the evolution of chance has become impossible to control and guess, everything can only go with the flow. However, if he is lucky, Xie strength may improve a lot this time. You must know that spirit pattern masters are different from warriors, and their bottlenecks in the divine realm are also completely different. It is said that the god-level spirit pattern master uses the heaven and the earth as the formation, and all things as the spirit pattern. With his hands, he can melt the sun and the moon, and with his hands, he can make the sky surrender. Such a realm of cultivation is simply unimaginable. You have 58 forbidden talismans on you. Emperor Xuan stared at Chu Yan, studied for a long time, and said, "Huh? Can you sense it?" Chu Yan was startled. You know, Emperor Xuan and Situ Yang had just arrived at the land of forbidden gods, and they didn't have a single forbidden god talisman on them. How did he sense the specific number of forbidden runes on his body? Ha ha ha, what's going on in the sky and the earth, the emperor doesn't know. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Emperor Xuan was extremely proud and laughed wildly. Don't forget, my Xuan clan is the three supreme beings of the ancient times, and it is the same period as this land of forbidden gods. So, I've been here many years ago in this forbidden place, so it's nothing fun. Hearing Emperor Xuan's words, Chu Yan suddenly realized. Yes. The Xuan clan is one of the three supreme monster clans that had a close relationship with the God clan in the ancient times. When the God Forbidden Land was not lost, the 10th star field world was a normal continent. Xuanhuan is a bloodline inheritance, with inheritance memory, so he naturally knows about the land of forbidden gods. Tell me, how do you plan to play this land of forbidden gods when it is born this time? Emperor Xuan asked. Hearing this, after Chu Yan arrived at the God Forbidden Land, he told all about the 9-man Saint Emperor, various rules and experiences. What? 300 statues of forbidden god talismans. Can you become forbidden god? When Situ Yang heard this, his eyes lit up and his face was full of saliva. This is the continent on the edge of the god realm, and in the entire God Forbidden Land, there might be a divine weapon. If you can get it for a year or two, it would be a very arrogant thing. Moreover, even if you can't get the artifact, there are probably a lot of sacred artifacts and various powerful spiritual treasure resources. After all, this land of forbidden gods has been lost and secluded since the ancient war between gods and demons. If all the treasures of the ancient gods were preserved, they might be piled up into a mountain. Forbidden gods will definitely get most of the treasures and resources. As a spirit pattern master, the treasures and resources needed are thousands of times that of ordinary warriors. Without treasures and resources, the cultivation level of a spirit pattern master cannot be improved at all. It's interesting. This land of forbidden gods, the rules of the game this time sound good. After listening to Chu Yan's introduction, Emperor Xuan pondered for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "However, since I'm here, let's make him more interesting." Ha ha ha. As if thinking of something fun, Emperor Xuan's face was radiant. Emperor Xuan, why, is it more fun? How did you do the detection of the divine consciousness that you isolated just now? Could it be that you can isolate the sense of the forbidden talisman on the elder brother? Situ Yang asked with some doubts. If that's the case, we can, Situ Yang likes to hide his figure and shoot from behind. This kind of method of making a secret move and then brushing off his clothes afterwards is Situ Yang's favorite. These forbidden god talismans are refined by the master of Forbidden God Land. They are completely different from my Kungxi. I can't even isolate them. Emperor Xuan shook his head and directly denied it. Then, Situ Yang looked contemptuous, and just about to open his mouth to ridicule, Emperor Xuan said directly. However, I can travel freely in the Forbidden God Land. When this sentence landed, Situ Yang and Chu Yan were stunned. Feel free to shuttle. The reason why Situ Yang was stunned was because he thought that this method of void teleportation, he would also be able to do it. It's so amazing, it's worth showing off. And the reason why Chu Yan was stunned was because he was wondering what Emperor Xuan said, the meaning of this random shuttle, could it be? You know, when Emperor Xuan appeared just now, he broke through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan. And before that, Chu Yan had just undergone a fierce transformation. Could it be that the random shuttle mentioned by Emperor Kuan refers to random shuttle between different places? If that's the case, it's really invincible. You mean? Chu Yan said in surprise. That's right. That's what it means. Except for the core area, which is guarded by the divine consciousness of the Forbidden God land, other ordinary fierce places can travel freely without the time limit of 1 hour. At that time, with my Kuan's breath detection, all the forbidden talismans within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles will be close at hand, and you can harvest them at will. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and Situ Yang's astonishment, and immediately looked proud, with his chin raised high. Isn't this too shameless? But, I like it. Hee hee. Situ Yang nodded desperately with a wretched smile on his face. Great. This way, the speed of collecting forbidden runes will be much faster. Chu Yan's eyes were also shining brightly, and he became extremely excited. You know, it took 3 fierce transformations before he collected 58 forbidden talismans, and most of them were gifted by Xuanmiao Enju and Brother Ouyang. It's not that the Forbidden God talisman is difficult to obtain, but there will always be some warriors who want to snatch the Forbidden God talisman. In the case of a battle, it is impossible to concentrate on finding the Forbidden God talisman. Well now, Emperor Kuan's method has solved this problem easily. However, my Emperor's cultivation has not yet recovered, so I can't travel fiercely without limit. In an hour, at most 2 or 3 times, if there is more, my Kuan body can't bear it. After all, this is also the realm of the gods, and the power of the gods extremely strong. What Emperor Kuan said made Chu Yan and Situ Yang startled, but they all nodded together. 2 or 3 times an hour is enough. Okay. It's much better than looking around like this and being chased and killed everywhere. Chu Yan said with a smile on his face. You must know that in this land of forbidden gods, there are so many powerful methods and elite geniuses from all sides in the 10 Directions starfield. However, they are strictly restricted by the rules of the land of forbidden gods. For someone like Emperor Kuan to break the rules of the land of forbidden gods, it is definitely an act against the heavens. Okay. Let's go now. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Emperor Kuan soared into the sky, transformed himself into a golden Kuan, and swayed a large wave of rays of light, roaring the world. Kuan tours the world, flash. #C2553 Beast Beauty. With the surge of Kuan's breath and shalom, a large wave of golden clouds appeared, rubbed against the void, and made a rumbling sound. In an instant, the void in front of Chu Yan began to melt like ice and snow. But Emperor Kuan flicked his tail, grabbed 2 forces, rolled Chu Yan and Situ Yang onto his back, and swam towards the golden cloud wave. The Kuan body passed through the golden clouds, as if entering a crack in the void, and the figure disappeared instantly on the spot. The primordial Sky Kuan clan has the strongest Kuan body. It is said that they can roam the sky without being restricted by any space-time boundary walls. Show me. With a loud shout, the whole body of the Kuan passed through the golden clouds and entered a passage of time and space, and the surrounding scenes became completely illusory. And Emperor Kuan's eyes are like 2 headlamps, the pupil light from which illuminates the illusory space-time channel in front of him brightly, like the void of water ripples. The scene ahead clearly appears on it. The strongest Kuan body, of course, also includes the Kuan eye, which also has the strongest pupil technique, which can peer through time and space and gaze at the myriad worlds. But this time, the shuttle technique performed by Emperor Kuan, a target location he was looking for at random, has already appeared within Kuntong's sight range. It was a black mountain, shrouded in the setting sun, and the sky was full of red clouds. On the top of the black peak, a snow-white ancient castle stands quietly, looking extraordinarily lonely and peaceful. The old castle is a bit dilapidated, covered with green moss, and various spiritual plants grow in it. on the watchtower of the castle. A beautiful figure is standing, seems to be looking at the mountains in the distance, thinking about something. It also seems to be swallowing and absorbing, cultivating the essence of heaven and earth. When she got closer, she could finally see clearly that it was a stunning beauty, wearing a long black dress with purple skirt patterns and gold threads. A head of fiery red long hair fluttered in the wind, dancing like a ball of flame. With the black mountain peak and the castle in the background, the figure of this woman is extremely conspicuous. The whole picture is beautiful. Chu Yan just glanced at the woman, then directly mobilized his divine sense, and went to explore the castle. This sweep immediately made Chu Yan startled. Because, in this ancient castle, there are hundreds of spirit beasts, large and small, each of them is powerful in spiritual cultivation, and the breath of beasts is like a tide, obviously all have terrifying combat power. And in the secret room deep in the castle, a spot of light flickered. It was a forbidden talisman. It's only a forbidden talisman. So many monsters guarding it. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and immediately hesitated. This is only a forbidden talisman, I don't know if it is true or not, and in the castle, there are hundreds of spirit beasts, and the woman in the black dress. It would be extremely difficult to obtain this forbidden talisman. It's not worth it. Even if you get it after a big battle, it will waste too much time. Forget it. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan still decided to give up the forbidden talisman in this castle. Emperor Xuan, let's go and change to another place. Chu Yan shook his head and spoke to Emperor Xuan. However, after waiting for a long time, the Xuan body was still advancing, and the Xuan emperor did not respond at all. Well, Emperor Xuan. Chu Yan transmitted the sound directly with his spiritual consciousness, but just as he opened his mouth, he heard Emperor Xuan chatting with Xie La Jiao passionately. What a beautiful woman in the form of a spirit beast, with a trace of the blood of an ancient strange beast, not bad. Hey, this figure, this face, even if turned into a beautiful woman, it would be too wasteful to be trapped in this god-forbidden land. Well, not bad. I have an average figure, and I look pretty good. If I can get a little fatter, that would be great. That's not easy. As long as Lord Xuan is interested in her, let him retransform again, and then transform according to the standards of Xuan beauties, and you will be satisfied. It makes sense. After so many years, my empress's harem has become a bit empty. This enchantress, my empress will accept it. A fat man of the human race is like a pimp at this moment, but that majestic emperor of the Tianquan clan is like a so-and-so. Between the two of you, a word you say to me directly determines the ownership of a beautiful spirit beast. Chu Yan glanced at Xie La Jiao and Emperor Xuan, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. It's okay to be a fat and wretched man, but I didn't expect this Emperor Xuan to be so lustful. I heard that the dragon clan, the prostitute, is interested in all the monster races in the world, and this Xuan clan is also like this. Could it be that among the monsters, the powerful monster clan like to bully men and women? Ahem, Emperor Xuan, that beauty of the spirit beast has at least the 5th level of the Saint Emperor realm. If you go down now, she can make you and the fat man crippled with at most 10 moves. Chu Yan was speechless, and said directly. What? This emperor is the emperor of the Xuan clan, just relying on her. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Xuan was furious and roared again and again, but just halfway through speaking, he saw Chu Yan gesticulating with his hands and pointing to his body. The Emperor Xuan froze in an instant, and he froze for a second. It's true, now that Emperor Xuan's body has been taken away, his body is only the size of a goldfish, and his body is even weaker. In his current state, that is, some female Khans of the Xuan clan will give him face, but spirit beasts of other clans may not be able to do so. Okay. Wait for the Empress to regain the Xuan body, and then come to her. Fatty, help me write down this location. Yes. Yes. No problem. Xie Yang looked like a wretched villain. The more he looked like a pimp. There is no way, Xie Yang's life is in his hands now, so he dare not listen. Kuan travels thousands of miles, flash. A large piece of Kuan's breath surged, and the huge Jean Kuan's body twisted, and it directly changed its direction, turning to another space-time turbulence. The Kuan pupil shines and lands on the turbulent flow of time and space, immediately revealing the scene behind it. This time, the target location is a vast forest, with countless towering ancient trees growing in it, like a sea of green waves, with no end in sight. In the center of this forest, there are more than a dozen exceptionally tall aura trees, which are exactly the same as the ones Chu Yan has seen before. And under those dozen or so spiritual energy trees, a golden statue shone brightly. 15 forbidden talismans. Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha, brother, I'm lucky this time, I found 15 forbidden talismans at once. What's over there? Xie Yang laughed loudly, but before he could finish his sentence, a large area of energy rushed away in the forest in the distance, and a wave of air surged towards the sky and the earth. Boom! 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 The violent air wave exploded, and a large area of trees was blown into sawdust, and the center of the air explosion left a gap of nearly 10,000 steps. The billowing dust and mist rolled in all directions, and two figures were in it, flashing and moving, fiercely confronting each other. Someone. Chu Yan and Xie Yang were taken aback at the same time. Looking at the location of the battle, it was only a few miles away from the 15 forbidden talismans, and it was obvious that the forbidden talismans were found, and they fought hard. Chu Yan, prepare to do it. The Emperor Kuan roared loudly, his whole body exploded with breath, and a large wave of clouds surged, slamming into the turbulent flow of time and space in front of him. #C2554, pick up cabbage? At this time, Emperor Kuan was carrying Chu Yan and Xie Yang on his back, and was still in the turbulent flow of time and space. Chu Yan, I will open the space-time channel, Kuan's breath will wrap your body, and I will give you up to 10 breaths, you must be fast. While Emperor Kuan was using his means, he said loudly to Chu Yan. 10 breaths. Enough. Chu Yan replied with his eyes shining, nodding. Clouds cover the sky, open. The Emperor Kuan let out a loud roar, and the waves of the Kuan's breath that hit the turbulent flow of time and space erupted instantly, and suddenly opened a black hole the size of Jiangsu at the center of the turbulent flow of time and space. At the same time, a large area of sunlight gushed out, covering Chu Yan on his back. Call out. Kuan's breath surged, and Chu Yan's body turned into a ray of light, shooting straight towards the black hole. On the other side, in the ferocious land of the ancient curtain, the battle was fierce. Emperor Fengshe, with your little means, you want to snatch 15 forbidden talismans from me, just dream. In the forest, the dust and mist on the battlefield scattered and surged, and a powerhouse at the peak of the great emperor suspended in midair, sneered and said. Emperor Baoyuan, I admit that your combat power is strong, but if I can't get it, don't even think about it. Emperor Yuan Ding's face was ashen, his whole body was surging with imperial prestige, and the imperial breath on his body was constantly condensing, obviously preparing for some big move. However, with the help of the surrounding dust and energy, his actions. It was completely covered up, and Emperor Baoyuan, who was 10,000 steps away, did not notice it at all. With this trick, Emperor Fengshe is at least 80% sure that he will severely injure Emperor Baoyuan. At that time, the 15 forbidden talismans must be his own. Therefore, success or failure depends on one action, and Emperor Fengshe's face is full of nervousness. Haha, Fengshe, I've already seen your plan. Don't think that your move has any effect. Don't you think that you are the only one with the whole card? Seeing Emperor Fengshi's face and expression, Emperor Baoyuan laughed wildly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, he flipped his hands over and took out a purple knife, which was placed horizontally in his hand, and his fingers flickered, pointing towards the purple knife in his hand. Obviously, this purple knife is a powerful spiritual treasure, and it must be extremely aggressive. However, at this moment, Emperor Baoyuan's fingers suddenly stopped in the air, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the sky. It's not difficult to say that Emperor Baoyuan, even the Emperor Fengshi, who was on the opposite side with an ugly face and was gaining momentum, looked up at the sky. Both of them found a trace of abnormality in their spiritual consciousness. Boom, boom. The sky exploded suddenly, a large void rippled, and a ray of light rushed out from the black hole in the center of the ripples. Through the rays of the sun, the two peak emperors could clearly see a young man in black robes, wrapped in the rays of the rays, rushing straight down towards the forest below like a meteor falling from the sky. What? The pupils of the two peak emperors shrank sharply, their faces full of shock. What's the situation? How could a person suddenly rush out from the void? You know, the two of them discovered the battle, because of the 15 forbidden talismans. During the whole process, they used their spiritual sense to search around to prevent others from approaching. However, the appearance of this black-robed youth was so sudden that he completely avoided their spiritual detection. How did you do that? You too, I have taken these 15 forbidden talismans. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a white jade light shot out directly, like a little spiritual light, and swept towards the forbidden talisman below with extreme speed. This light of white jade is exactly the jade beetle that Chu Yan prepared in advance. After all, Emperor Kuan only gave Chu Yan 10 breaths of time, and Chu Yan himself had to guard against the two great emperors. Therefore, it was most appropriate to use the jade beetle to collect the 15 forbidden talismans. Boom, boom. 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 Almost at the moment when the jade beetle approached the forest, a large amount of spiritual light surged from the dozens of spiritual energy trees below. These auras gathered together to evolve into a giant in the golden armor of the sky, holding a golden sword and roaring to the world. This golden-armored giant is exactly the spiritual array guarding the 15 forbidden talismans, and it is completely inspired. Ha ha ha, boy, do you think you can pick up cabbage so easily that you can take it away? That's right, the great emperor of the 5 heavens, the spirit tree formation, can destroy you with a single strike. Emperor Fengshi and Emperor Yuan Bao, seeing Chu Yan, wanted to collect the forbidden talisman, directly touched the defensive formation of the spirit tree, and laughed wildly. You know, the two of them did not collect the 15 forbidden talismans first, because of the existence of the defensive spirit array. Even with their great emperor's peak strength, it would take a lot of effort to break this spiritual formation. This kid who appeared out of nowhere was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the great emperor, so recklessly arousing the defensive spirit array, he was courting death. Originally, the two great emperors were a little worried, but now that they saw it, they suddenly smiled, waiting to see how the black-robed youth died. However, in the sky, Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he followed closely behind the jade beetle, still heading straight towards the giant in the sky. Huh? What is he doing? Suicide. The faces of Emperor Yuan Bao and Emperor Fengshi were stunned at the same time. No. There is a problem. Those who can come to the land of forbidden gods are from the 10 directions starfield, the elites of the major powers. How could there be such a fool? If you're not stupid, and you want to commit suicide directly like this, then there is only one possibility. He has whole cards. Quick. Stop him. Die to me. Emperor Fengshi and Emperor Yuan Bao, the moment the thought in the sea of consciousness flashed, the pores of their bodies exploded directly, and under the simultaneous explosion, the ultimate move of the Emperor technique was directly blasted out. Regardless of whether this Chu Yan committed suicide or had a whole card, killing him directly is the safest thing to do. However, without waiting for the two of them to make a move, there was a sudden change in the center of the forest in the distance. A large piece of golden light surged, and the golden sword wielded by the golden armored giant in the sky slashed at the jade beetle, but it seemed to be slashed on a cloud of air, passing directly through the body, without touching the jade beetle at all. In a blink of an eye, the jade beetle had rushed over a group of golden statues below, a large piece of jade light gushed out, and one golden statue after another was directly swallowed by the jade light and disappeared on the spot. Back. In the sky, Chu Yan stopped abruptly, with a smile on his face, and with a big wave of his hand, the jade beetle turned and flew, directly past through the body of the golden armored giant, and returned to Chu Yan's hand in an instant. The jade wings fluttered lightly, and the jade beetle disappeared in Chu Yan's palm with a flash, and was taken into the Rakshasa space. Of course, along with it disappeared the 15 forbidden talismans that were just recovered. Thank you both. With a salute, Chu Yan turned around and hurried back towards the glowing black hole in the sky. Fuck, don't go. Ah, my forbidden talisman. Damn kid, give me back, ah. The two peak emperors chased after him frantically, but the distance was too far and it was too late. The two emperors were about to cry. After a breath, he watched helplessly as the black-robed youth disappeared into the black hole, and the rays of light gradually closed and slowly dissipated. #C2555 Xiefeng Fierceland. The rays of light overflowed, the black hole closed, and the sky quickly recovered as before, as if nothing had happened. Boom! Boom! The two great emperors attacked, blasting heavily at the void where the black hole was closed, blasting a large wave of air, and the violent energy scattered and rushed in all directions. However, apart from the shattering of the void, there is no sign of a black hole at all. In other words, the black-robed youth had completely disappeared. Damn it! Bastard! The two great emperors rushed to the vicinity of the black hole, attacked frantically, and blasted the surrounding void into dust, venting their anger. Seeing that the 15 forbidden talismans in hand were robbed, just like that. Moreover, he is also a boy of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and he is almost a warrior that they can kill with just a flip of their hands. The duck with its mouth full is gone. The two peak emperors were so angry that their faces turned green, but there was nothing they could do. But at this time, on the other side, Chu Yan's figure appeared in the turbulent flow of time and space, and returned to Emperor Kuan's back. Haha, big brother, great job. Xie Yang had a smile on his face, and his face was full of excitement. This kind of sneak attack to seize treasures was his favorite thing, but it was a pity that he couldn't do it himself. 15 forbidden talismans, plus the previous 58, now there are 73. On Chu Yan's face, also full of joy. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to harvest the forbidden talisman. Moreover, it was still in the hands of two extremely powerful masters at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and they robbed it face to face. It feels, really, pretty good. If you follow this method, not to mention the Great Emperor realm, even if you are in the Saint Emperor realm, as long as you don't stay in front of the Forbidden God Talisman, with the cooperation of the Jade Beetle, it is really easy to harvest the Forbidden God Talisman. Not only is there no danger, but the speed is also fast, and the target doesn't even know his own identity. Even if he wants to take revenge in the future, he can't find anyone at all. Emperor Kuan's method is really against the sky. Call. The first time he succeeded, Chu Yan, who was still a little nervous, let out a long sigh of relief. It is another step away from the 300 forbidden talismans, and there are still more than 220. The point is, now that we have found a way, the speed in the future will definitely get faster and faster. Although, a little dangerous, but the harvest is still very huge. The two powerful men at the peak of the Great Emperor realm just now were the elites of that faction, and their combat power was extremely strong. Although it is not comparable to the existence of Nishan Downingtian Great Emperor, it is not much worse. If you slow down a few breaths, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Yan, let's continue. Emperor Xuan asked extremely excitedly. Okay. Continue. Chu Yan nodded. Xuan's breath and Xuanhuan gushed out again, and the three of them hid in the time and space behind the Forbidden God's land, absolutely taking the initiative. Xuan pupil swept across, and began to explore the fierce places, where there were forbidden gods. As long as it is found, Emperor Xuan will directly release the pupil technique to peek at the target location. Through the turbulent flow of time and space, peeking at the fierce place, even if there are powerful spiritual powers down below, they can't find a trace of it at all. It is necessary to ban more runes. After all, the number is limited. Chu Yan reminded. Because Emperor Xuan said before that he can only use this method 2 or 3 times within a period of time. Xuanhuan's aura is surging, scattered to the turbulent flow of time and space in all directions. Through these turbulent flows of time and space, it constantly senses the change of breath in each void, and distinguishes and filters them. Soon, Emperor Xuan flicked his tail and swam towards a small black hole ahead. The glow surged, opening the time-space channel again. This time, Chu Yan was already extremely proficient. His figure was wrapped in the rays of light. He rushed out of the black hole, and returned quickly. It only took 4 breaths of time in total. The harvest was even greater, and 23 forbidden runes were harvested at once. This time, in Chu Yan's hand, there were a total of 96 forbidden talismans, which was 1/3 of the distance from the 330 forbidden talismans. Chu Yan, the emperor needs to recover. At least an hour. Emperor Xuan looked exhausted, and the breath and glow of the sun on his body had dimmed a lot, and he spoke. Okay. Here are some golden pills, which were originally prepared for Little White Bear, so I'll give them to you first. Chu Yan said. For Emperor Xuan, who tried his best to help him, how could Chu Yan fly to Emperor Xuan with a wave of his big hand and hundreds of bottles of demon cultivation golden pills? Damn it. This is the 8th rank golden pill. There are so many. Emperor Xuan was taken aback. Even as the emperor of the Xuan clan, he has never seen so many 8th rank golden elixirs at one time. Haha, great, this time, the recovery speed can be accelerated a lot. Emperor Xuan opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the 100 bottles of golden pills. His face was full of excitement. The body of the Xuan clan has its own storage space, and this 100 bottles of golden pills are of great benefit to his recovery of strength. Go and play first, and I will pull you back when I recover. While speaking, Emperor Xuan flicked his tail, smashed open a black hole of spacetime turbulence, and threw Chu Yan and Xie out. After all, it's too wasteful to just stay like this for an hour. After passing through the black hole, Chu Yan and Xie landed on an unknown and fierce continent. In an ice field, there are thousands of years of ice and snowflakes everywhere. The temperature is extremely low, and everything is frozen as far as the eye can see. However, on the distant horizon, on the top of a towering snow peak like clouds, a large black dot-like figure was flying in the air. Boom! 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 These figures collided together, blasting the torrential sky waves, like thunderclouds, scattered and surging, and shot all over the sky, blasting a large crack in the void. A large melee, with an extremely large number of people is going on. Huh. Brother, there are so many forbidden runes. Xie eyes didn't pay attention to the battle at all. When he swept his gaze, he could see that on the snow peak, from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, there were amulets of forbidden gods everywhere. The entire white snow peak was dyed golden yellow by these forbidden talismans. Sure enough, there are almost 70 or 80 seats, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, 5-color mysterious light flowed, and after a sweep, he counted roughly, and at the same time saw clearly, who are those fighting people. Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, Ling Chongfeng, Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, Feng Zizai, Morong Jiutian. So many geniuses. At a glance, Chu Yan discovered that almost all the geniuses from the 3 major forces and the 7 major clans were present. However, 70 or 80 forbidden talismans are worth these geniuses. Go. Go and have a look. Chu Yan said with bright eyes. What attracts Chu Yan is not only the large number of forbidden talismans, but also sees a large group of geniuses fighting, which also makes Chu Yan warm up and surge with fighting spirit. With such a good opportunity, if possible, it would be such a pleasure to have a good fight with them. Swish. Swish. Chu Yan and Situyong flew towards Xiefeng. #C2556 Xi Taoist. The closer to Xiefeng, the clearer the situation. There are a total of 70 forbidden runes in the entire Xiefeng. This is not a big deal. The reason why the geniuses from all sides started a big scuffle here is that there is a golden altar halfway up the mountain of Xiefeng. And in that altar, there is a mysterious inheritance from the ancient god world. That's right, that breath is indeed the breath of the ancient god realm, and the inheritance inside should be the same. Emperor Kuan felt it and told Chu Yan and Situyong. This kind of inheritance is useless for their monster race, but for human warriors, it is almost a chance to reach the sky in one step. After all, this is the inheritance of the ancient god realm. Compared with the ancient inheritance of the 10 directions starfield, it is not at the same level at all. Even Situyong, the spirit pattern master, had his eyes shining and his face full of excitement when he heard it. It is estimated that this inheritance of the ancient god world is what Miaolian Unju said. It is as precious as the secret scroll of the great Enpufa. Chu Yan's unicorn pupil stared at the golden altar with a heavy face. With so many people, it would be extremely difficult to get the 70 forbidden talismans and the golden altar. Last time, Chu Yan used the God Emperor Jade Talisman, given by Ouyang Nantian, to frighten the 2 peak emperors and win a chance. But now, the figures all over the sky are all bigwigs and geniuses from the top forces in the 10 direction starfield. Among these people, there were even those who fought against Ouyang Nantian himself. With a Jade Talisman, containing the might of a God Emperor, it was impossible to frighten them. Emperor Kuan, what is the origin of that golden servant inheritance, do you know it? Chu Yan asked. Of course. This emperor is with the ancient gods. There are things in the god world, and there are people I don't know, When Emperor Kuan heard Chu Yan's question, he immediately answered with pride and disdain. The golden altar, looking at the spirit pattern on it, should be the inheritance of Taoist Zai's skills. Taoist Zai. Chu Yan and Situyong were taken aback. That's right, this Zai Taoist is a casual cultivator in the ancient god realm, with amazing talent, but he has no school or sect, but the Zai Tianqing art, which he created himself, is an extremely famous exercise. The Taoist Zai didn't participate in the ancient war of gods and demons. I didn't expect it to be lost. This inheritance is left behind. Then the Zai Tianqing Ju in this inheritance can be practiced by anyone. Chu Yan pondered. Of course not. That Zai Taoist is said to be extremely talented in the god realm, so the exercises he created must require very strict conditions before they can be inherited. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. Since this is the case, then we can fight hard. Chu Yan said with a smile. Ah. Brother, what do you want to do? Of course Situyong knew Chu Yan well, and every time he showed such an expression, it meant that Chu Yan had a plan in mind. Kuan Emperor, how is your recovery? Can you perform Kuan travel thousands of miles? 1 or 2 short distances is fine, what do you want to do? Emperor Kuan also looked puzzled and asked. Since the Zai Tianqing Ju was created by Taoist Zai, I don't need it. After all, I have already conceived Daotu, and Situ Yang is a spirit pattern master, so I don't need it. So, my goal is to those 70 forbidden talismans. Chu Yan explained. Brother, isn't it the same? Whether it's the inheritance of Taoist Zai or the 70 forbidden talismans, those melee geniuses will never let you take them away easily. Situ Yang was speechless, and spoke directly. Of course. But, the opportunity lies in the inheritance of Taoist Zai. We must make a fortune. In Chu Yan's sea of knowledge, he sorted out the whole plan again, and after confirming that it was feasible, he spoke to Kuan Huangdao. Emperor Kuan, please, send me there. While speaking, Chu Yan's breath surged, and he began to increase his true energy. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the jade beetle also began to infuse true energy. Brother, you have to think clearly, this is a bit dangerous. It was easy in the past, but it is difficult to get up and go. Situ Yang did not doubt that Chu Yan took away 70 forbidden talismans. The first time he teleported there with the help of Emperor Kuan and the jade beetle, there was no problem. However, after being swept away, even if it takes a few breaths, if those big brothers join forces to deal with Chu Yan, it will be as difficult as climbing the sky if they want to escape again. It's okay. I have a sense of proportion. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Well, Chu Yan, be careful yourself. 10 breaths of time, try to hold on. If something happens, the Emperor will definitely save you. Emperor Kuan patted his chest with a swearing expression on his face. However, a look of worry appeared on Situ Yang's face. Kuan Huang's current strength, if he didn't use some of the Kuan clan's secret skills, he might not even be as good as him. It is not easy to rescue Chu Yan from the hands of a group of big bosses, but the elder brother Chu Yan obviously has made up his mind, so it is useless to persuade him. Brother, keep the spirit pattern, it can double your combat power in a short time. Situ Yang gritted his teeth and took out all the treasures at the bottom of the box. Huh. There is such a good thing, I haven't brought it out for a long time. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and he copied the spirit pattern in Situ Yang's hand, and said. Brother, I only have one piece of the spirit pattern. You, save it. Situ Yang felt that his hands were empty, and the light sense of loss made the corners of Situ Yang's eyes twitch, and his face was full of pain. The spirit pattern that can make Situ Yang, who claims to be the #1 spirit pattern master in the world, feel so distressed, is of course not an ordinary thing. However, for Chu Yan, with this jade talisman, the success rate of the plan has been greatly improved. Emperor Kuan, let's start. Putting the spirit pattern directly on his left hand, Chu Yan turned his head and said to Emperor Kuan. Okay. Kuan travels thousands of miles, drive. With a soft drink, Emperor Kuan was in the golden Kuan body in the turbulent flow of time and space. With a flick of his tail, the Kuan's breath surged, directly wrapped around Chu Yan's body, and disappeared on the spot. This is the beginning of a life-and-death gamble. In the blink of an eye, when Chu Yan's body reappeared, it was already in the snow peak. Boom! 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 Amidst the explosion of chi all over the sky, all kinds of sword chi, fist chi, and palm prints collided together, exploding countless chi forces. The entire snow peak was buzzing and trembling, being swept by these terrifying forces. Snowflakes were flying everywhere. Humph. People from Tianyu building, others are afraid of you, but we, the Thunder Clan, are not afraid of you, but I can give you a chance, leave immediately. The alliance formed by Emperor Thunder Soul and Lu Zilin has a total of 5 peak emperors, and their strength is extremely strong. On the opposite side of the Tianyu building, the 4 hosts dispersed at this time and did not gather together, and they were fighting with several forces at the same time. Including Morong Juetian from Hunyuanzong, Yu Wendian from Gu clan, and Tong Shankue from Yaozong, they fought extremely fiercely. https. Please remember the domain name of this book. The website of the mobile version of the Literature Museum, M. #C2557 One person to one group? Ling Chongfeng's face was solemn, and listening to the words of the 5 Thunder Soul Great Emperors, his entire body was filled with imperial prestige surging like a tide. With the 2 great emperors of the Lei clan and the 2 great emperors Lu Zilin of Tayangshuanmen, his situation is extremely disadvantageous. Moreover, not only him, but also Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, Feng Zizai, and others were all surrounded by other forces, and were in a bitter battle. The strength of Tianyu 13th floor was the strongest among the forces present, and naturally, it was also targeted by various forces. Although the situation is very bad for Tianyu, but Ling Chongfeng attaches great importance to the inheritance of that golden altar. After all, it is the inheritance of the ancient gods, and maybe the inheritance in it can allow them to directly find the road to the martial arts of the gods. On this point, not only Ling Chongfeng, but also all the powerhouses present had exactly the same idea. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Tianyu building directly became the target of all the forces present. The scene of the scuffle was divided into several small battlefields, and the great emperors and giants attacked each other with all kinds of unique imperial techniques. Ling Chongfeng, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, The Thunder Soul Emperor was extremely proud. His Thunder clan, together with the Tianxian sect, was the most powerful among all the forces present. Just because of you, you want me to retreat from the Tianyu building? Ling Chongfeng replied in a cold and disdainful voice, his eyes sparkling. This battle, in addition to competing for the Forbidden Talisman and the inheritance of the Golden Altar, it is also about the glory of the sect. For Ling Chongfeng, no matter what it is impossible for him to retreat. As one of the 3 major forces, Tianyu, how could it not have its own cards and methods? While Ling Chongfeng was fighting, he was constantly negotiating with the other 3 young landlords, preparing to perform the ultimate move. At that time, all the forbidden talismans, as well as the inheritance of the Golden Altar, will belong to the Tianyu building. Swish. At this moment, above the snow peak, a void wave suddenly appeared. There is a situation. In an instant, the geniuses present at the scene were all stunned and turned their heads to look. With just a glance, the faces of Yu Wendian, Ling Chongfeng, Lei Hun, and others present changed drastically. Everyone, we meet again. Above the snow peak, a black-robed figure appeared, and smiled lightly. Chu Yan. Yu Wendian, Ling Chongfeng, Lei Hun, and others were all stunned when they saw the familiar figure in black robe. What's the situation? How could that Chu Yan suddenly appear on Xiefeng? You know, with so many geniuses present at the conference, all kinds of powerful spiritual sense and true energy have almost sealed off all within a 10-mile radius. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan quietly approached Xiefeng without anyone noticing. This is impossible. Thunder Soul, Lu Zilin, Fan Buwei, the 5 of you chased me before and wanted to snatch my forbidden talisman, do you still remember? Chu Yan had a smile on his face, his eyes flickered, and his true energy suddenly rose. Now, it's my turn. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the jade light in his hand shot out. Swish. 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 The jade beetle's speed was astonishing, like a jade-colored lightning, it shuttled up and down the snow peak, ignoring all the restrictions and spiritual formations, and took away all the forbidden talismans. 70 forbidden talismans, in front of dozens of giant geniuses, disappeared before their eyes before they could react. Stop. Bold, courting death. asshole, hand over the forbidden talisman. Seeing that jade light, passing through Xiefeng, returning to Chu Yan's hand, and disappearing in a flash, the big bosses present were instantly blown away. These are 70 forbidden talismans. Including Chu Yan, none of the geniuses present had so many forbidden talismans on their bodies. But now, so many forbidden talismans were all taken away by that Chu Yan directly. Although they don't know how Chu Yan did it, that jade light completely ignored all kinds of restraints and defensive spirit arrays on Xiefeng, but they absolutely cannot accept such a result. Everyone, this Chu Yan is looking for death. Let's all act together and kill him. Among all the furious geniuses present, only Chong Lingfeng, with a sneer on his face, suddenly spoke loudly. There is finally a turning point. This Chu Yan suddenly appeared and snatched away all the forbidden talismans, which directly aroused public outrage. In this way, everyone will immediately solve the situation where Chu Yan and Tianyu building are besieged. Besides, the 10 miles around Xiefeng has been completely blocked, and now that Chu Yan appears, all the spiritual senses of the strong have locked him. Chu Yan, it is easy to sneak into Xiefeng quietly, but it is impossible to leave again. Therefore, with the appearance of this Chu Yan, he not only couldn't take away the forbidden talisman, but also lost his life here, but it helped Tianyu a lot. Young Master Ling, what you say is true. Hearing Ling Chongfeng's words, a smirk appeared on the faces of the Thunder Soul Emperor and the others. This damned Chu Yan, the meaning of what he said just now is obviously aimed at them, and he must not be allowed to leave alive. Boom. 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 Almost at this instant, near Xiefeng, dozens of geniuses erupted at the same time. All kinds of violent and powerful auras surged like a storm, and enveloped the surrounding sky and earth. Under such a terrifying prestige, dozens of big bosses joined together to seal off one part of the world. In this case, not to mention a living person, not even a trace of heaven and earth aura can flow out of this world. Ha ha ha, you guys want to keep me, what a joke. When Chu Yan saw that all the big shots joined forces to directly seal the world and set up a cage for himself, he laughed in a hurry and said loudly. At this moment, the true energy in Chu Yan's body began to rise continuously, and his eyes, like the sun, moon and stars, shone with dazzling gold and silver. The Emperor's power on his body rushed out like a sea of madness, and the sword energy all over his body was contained in it, heading towards the surrounding sealing cages to cover up and kill. What? This scene fell in everyone's eyes, and there was a look of astonishment. This Chu Yan, who didn't want to escape, even exploded with true energy, and put on a posture of desperately trying to do it. This guy, is he crazy? Alone, I want to go head-to-head against the dozens of giants present. A group of people, a one-on-one challenge. What a difference. None of the geniuses and bosses present were mediocre, and Chu Yan's abnormal behavior immediately aroused their suspicion. Boom, boom. After a moment of doubt, a light of the spirit pattern exploded on Chu Yan's body, and his cultivation base began to improve crazily. The cultivation base of the 5th level of the Great Emperor Realm has been promoted to the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor Realm almost in the blink of an eye. What? Seeing Chu Yan's cultivation more than doubled in an instant, everyone's faces showed a look of disbelief at the same time. This Chu Yan has hidden his cultivation. #C2558 Purple Moon Galaxy. Whether it was before or just now, all the powerhouses who have investigated Chu Yan's cultivation know that Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor Realm. But now, his cultivation has soared to the Saint Emperor level in an instant. How can this be? Even if he was hiding his cultivation, could it be that so many geniuses and bosses present couldn't see it? No. He's playing tricks on us. Just when everyone was in shock, there was a sudden loud shout, which exploded directly. Everyone turned their heads and found that the person who spoke was Tong Shan. This Tong Shan is the grand sacrificial wine of the demon sect, with a special martial soul, cultivation base and secret skills, which are also extremely special. It can be said that among the human fighters, the closest to the monster state is the monster sect powerhouse. As for Tong Shan, one of the best figures in the demon sect, his spiritual consciousness was much stronger than that of everyone present. The spirit pattern he used. There was another loud shout, which attracted everyone, turned their heads again, looked at Chu Yan, and countless spiritual senses swept away in an instant. Damn! It's really a spirit pattern. Such a strong breath of spirit patterns, there are still such spirit patterns. I was almost deceived by him. The aura of this spirit pattern is extremely difficult to detect. This kid, court death. After discovering Chu Yan's method, all the big geniuses suddenly became angry from embarrassment, and roared sharply. There are so many of them, all of them with cultivation bases as high as the heavens, yet they are so frightened that they dare not move at all, by a person of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. If this gets out, put the faces of these people there. Moreover, even if this Chu Yan really has the cultivation base of the Saint Emperor, so what? The geniuses and bosses present here, with so many people, not to mention the Saint Emperor realm, even the semi-god realm, can fight with all their might. Do it. Kill him. We can't let him escape. Kill. Hurry up. A group of geniuses came to their senses in an instant, roaring in unison, their true energy burst out immediately. Boom. 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 Waves of terrifying energy surged out instantly like a volcano, and the entire snow peak, including the sky and the earth, trembled constantly under such a violent impact. Dozens of talented bigwigs, the Emperor's power, broke out in unison. How terrifying. Huh. See it. The reaction is very fast. Seeing the group of geniuses in front of him, they had already reacted, and a flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. However, enough time. Cut. Chu Yan was so powerful that he drank a single word, put his fingers together, and raised his hand to slash out with a sword. Call out. The light of the sword was like lightning, piercing the sky, releasing a fierce sword energy, and slashing straight down. Everyone felt that when Chu Yan shot, his face froze and his brows frowned. It's not that Chu Yan made a move, there was nothing special about it, but that his sword didn't cut to all the geniuses and bosses who broke out, but to the side. What is he going to do? Lei Hun, Yu Wendian, Chong Lingfeng and a group of geniuses all looked in astonishment, and all looked at the direction pointed by the sword light. Then, that's the golden altar. With this glance, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would slash the altar with his sword. Boom. As the sword light passed, it cut through the heavy air waves, like a tool against the world, it slashed fiercely on the altar, exploding a ball of violent golden light. As if a golden flower is blooming, dazzling and dazzling, the sky is full of golden light. In everyone's eyes, the golden altar was completely shattered, turning into dust and flying in all directions. At the same time, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura, accompanied by rising golden light, swept across the entire world. Finally someone came to accept my inheritance. A majestic voice resounded through the heaven and earth, and countless golden lights gathered in the air, forming a tall figure. This sudden vision immediately changed the expressions of everyone present. They never expected that Chu Yan would slash the altar with his sword. Not to mention that the golden altar could be chopped into pieces with a single sword, and there really is such a powerful and terrifying inheritance in it. So many people. Not bad. Not bad. The blurred figure of the golden giant gradually solidified, his eyes swept across the audience, and he nodded immediately when he saw the geniuses. Purple Moon Galaxy. Act. After uttering one word, thunder from heaven and earth exploded, and a vast river of starlight spread horizontally, covering the sky and covering the earth, directly covering everyone present, including one side of the world. Everyone, get ready to take the inheritance test. When a sentence fell to the ground, everyone was immediately dumbfounded. What? Inheritance test. The inheritance in this golden altar is so powerful that the inheritors have to be tested. This is equivalent to saying that their previous melee was meaningless at all. Even if he wins the battle, he will get this golden altar alone. After the altar is activated, he will have to test it. If you fail the test, you will not get the inheritance at all. Now, Chu Yan shattered the golden altar, so that everyone can participate in the test together, and if they can get it, they don't have to fight anymore. The most important thing is that the geniuses and bigwigs present knew very well in their hearts that if there is a test for the inheritance of the relics in the 10 Directions starfield, then this inheritance will definitely not be bad. What's more, the current inheritance is the inheritance of the Forbidden Land lost in the God realm, so naturally it will not be simple. Great! I didn't expect to meet such a good inheritance. That's right. This is the inheritance of the ancient God realm. Seeing the aura of the remnant soul of a God Emperor is extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, if you pass the test, will you be able to get the God-level exercises directly? My God, what luck! A group of geniuses were all extremely excited and discussing loudly. After all, they came to the land of forbidden gods just for the resources of the God realm here, as well as the inherited exercises. Now, let them meet unexpectedly, naturally extremely happy. However, just as everyone was eager to try and prepare for the inheritance test, a voice suddenly sounded. Senior, I'm not talented, and my talent is extremely poor, so I'm not suitable to be the successor of my senior. When these words fell to the ground, it was like a thunderbolt, which caused everyone present to look surprised. Someone actually rejected the inheritance of the God Emperor. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to find that the speaker was Chu Yan. Humph. If you don't want to participate, just get out. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the illusory golden body in the air suddenly showed a cold look on his face, and with a wave of his big hand, golden light gushed out. Crash! The galaxy surged, and countless stars radiated dazzling golden starlight, forming a tide and rolling towards Chu Yan. Everyone, let's go first. See you later. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, he cupped his hands in a salute, and looked at the geniuses in the audience. His figure disappeared into the golden tide at the same time. https =# C25591pit1 group. With the disappearance of Chu Yan, all the geniuses in the whole scene were stunned and dazed. That Chu Yan actually gave up the inheritance and left. Ling Zhongfeng, Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, and others present at the scene stared blankly at the place where Chu Yan disappeared, always feeling that something was wrong there. This is the inheritance of the God Emperor realm powerhouse. Moreover, it is still from the ancient God realm, inherited from the powerhouse of the God Emperor realm. How could that Chu Yan walk so happily? Wrong. The Thunder Soul Emperor was in a daze for a few breaths before suddenly reacting. He took away all the forbidden runes. A roar exploded, and all the stunned geniuses woke up in shock at the same time. Good. That Chu Yan didn't walk away empty-handed. Before that, he swept away a total of 70 forbidden talismans on Xiefeng. Excuse me, senior, in this inheritance test, how many people are finally selected to accept the inheritance? Yu Wendian also seemed to have thought of something, bowed his hands, and asked politely to the golden phantom in midair. 1. Zai Xingjuan replied in a thunderous voice. This sentence made Yu Wendian, including others, frown at the same time. Excuse me, how long will the inheritance test take? Yu Wentian asked urgently. Everyone, about an hour. Xie Xingjuan's residual consciousness phantom replied loudly. At this time, Xie Xingjuan is still searching for all the geniuses and powerhouses in front of him with his spiritual sense, and preliminarily screens these people. Therefore, for the tester's questions, he knows everything. After all, among these people, there should be one who eventually became the inheritor of Xie Xingjuan. Moreover, Xie Xingjuan is more satisfied that these geniuses and powerhouses present have good talents and strengths, and they should be able to select an ideal inheritor. Therefore, at this time, Xie Xingjuan was in a good mood, and answered Yu Wentian's question very simply. However, compared to Xie Xingjuan's good mood, all the geniuses present were frowning, and all of them looked like they were about to cry. What a joke! One person for 1 hour, there are more than 130 people present, which means that it will take at least 10 days to complete the most basic inheritance test. Moreover, after 10 days, only one of the 130 people can get the inheritance. For the remaining 100 people, they got nothing and wasted 10 days. You know, the ferocious switching between places of forbidden gods happens once every hour. Every change of ferocious land is the best opportunity to harvest the forbidden talisman. If you miss it, if you want to find the forbidden talisman and go to the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree at the core of the forbidden god land, it will be as difficult as going to heaven. Damn Chu Yan. Damn. This won't work. There's a 1% chance. If you fail, you won't even have a chance in the assessment of the forbidden god land. That Chu Yan. It was on purpose. That's right. He took away 70 forbidden talismans, but trapped us all here. Tricked. We are all fooled. A group of geniuses and bosses, the more they thought about it, the more angry they became, and the more angry they became, the more anxious they became, and they all opened their mouths to curse angrily. Before, they were still laughing at Chu Yan for giving up the inheritance of the God Emperor in the ancient God world. But now, those of them who haven't given up all want to cry. That Chu Yan, since he appeared in Xiefeng, swept away 70 forbidden talismans, then slashed and shattered the golden altar, led Xie Xingjuan, and trapped more than 100 of them here. He calmly left go. One person actually cheated a group of them. Humph. Bold. Xie Xingjuan, who was originally in a good mood, when he heard the roar of these geniuses, his complexion suddenly became gloomy, and a golden light shone out when he waved his hand. Boom. 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 The endless river of stars was rolling like a tide, and each shining star embedded in it shot out a beam of starlight at the same time, blasting towards the more than 100 geniuses present. A piece of golden thunder exploded on the scene, all the geniuses and experts were all blasted by the starlight thunder, and they screamed in unison. Ah! Don't! Senior, we were wrong. Don't! Don't! My body armor is broken. Forgive me. Even if it was just the remnant soul of Xie Xingjuan from the immemorial god realm, its power and influence were definitely not comparable to those of the geniuses and powerhouses present. A piece of starlight and thunder swept past, more than 100 geniuses and strong men were blasted until their bodies were scorched black, and black smoke was emitted from their bodies. It is impossible for their body-protecting energy to resist the god realm that has been fully expanded by a strong man in the god realm. In the shroud of this star river, there is Xie Xingjuan's remnant soul, controlled by spiritual consciousness. It can almost be said that he is an absolute god in this world. Senior, I am not talented, and my talent is extremely poor, so I am not suitable to be the successor of the senior. Yu Wentian's face was black and gray, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he bowed to Xie Xingjuan. When this sentence came out, everyone was stunned. These words sound familiar, aren't they what Chu Yan said when he left just now? This Yu Wentian actually used what Chu Yan said, and wanted to escape. Senior, I am not talented, and my talent is extremely poor, so I am not suitable to be the successor of the senior. Senior, I am not talented, and my talent is extremely poor, so I am not suitable to be the successor of the senior. The next moment, the geniuses and bigwigs who reacted suddenly, all spoke together and asked Xie Xingjuan. Humph. Don't even think about leaving. Give me all to be tested. At this moment, Xie Xingjuan's good mood disappeared completely, and the murderous look on his face began to rise. These people dare to desecrate the dignity of the God Emperor and seek death. Change the rules now. If you fail the test, you will be wiped out directly. When this word fell to the ground, all the geniuses and powerhouses were shocked to the point where their scalps exploded. What? Erase. Ah. Oh my God, it's over. Hearing Xie Xingjuan's words, all the geniuses and bosses in the audience turned pale. This is all right, I didn't have to die originally, but now I offended the Lord Xie, this time I will die. I can only participate in the test with all my strength, and hope that I will be the last one to survive among the 130. Yuan Tian's entire face was twisted into a ball, his face was twitching, and he really wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. Not only him, but the other geniuses and powerhouses present could only plan in this way, and all their hearts were ashamed. But at this time in the spacetime on the other side. As soon as Chu Yan's figure appeared, he heard wild laughter. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. The expressions of these guys are so interesting, Big Brother did a great job. Situ Yang and Emperor Kuan, staying in the turbulent flow of time and space, looked at the picture of Kuan pupil in front of them, and they were leaning forward and back together while laughing. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2560 Continuous Harvest. After he left, Chu Yan also heard about the situation on Xiefeng on the way back. With a chuckle, Chu Yan looked at Emperor Kuan and asked. Emperor Kuan, Xie Xingjuan really killed more than 100 people? Of course not. Emperor Kuan shook his head without thinking. Why? Chu Yan didn't understand. Although this Xie Xingjuan only had a ray of remnant soul, Chu Yan was very clear about the power of the golden light that wrapped him just now. With this kind of power, it is not a problem at all to kill all the geniuses and powerhouses present. Hey, Chu Yan, don't forget, this is the place where the gods are forbidden. Xuanhuan laughed. As the saying goes, one god in one realm, every strong person in the God Emperor realm is an existence that can open up a small world alone. Didn't you notice? That Xie Xingjuan, the galaxy above his head, is the prototype of a small world. Hearing Emperor Kuan's words, Chu Yan nodded. Good. Although that piece of galaxy is the power of Xie Xingjuan's god domain, it contains a special way of heaven that is completely different from the 10 directions star domain. This should be what Emperor Kuan said, the realm of one god and one realm. Moreover, as Emperor Kuan said, every god emperor and powerhouse has his own small world, and Chu Yan is of course his own. After all, Chu Yan's divine kingdom world has also taken shape. For the time being, as the place of survival and development of the Rakshasa soul Tianzong, it cannot be carried with it, nor can it directly evolve into a real world of the kingdom of God. So, in this land of forbidden gods, there is the Lord of forbidden gods. How could other people's god kingdom worlds appear? Emperor Kuan smiled jokingly, and continued. The land of forbidden gods, let Xie Xingjuan have been ruined in his own territory for millions of years, and let him choose the successor, which is already very embarrassing to Xie Xingjuan. If Xie Xingjuan really kills these geniuses with his own hands, he will definitely offend the forbidden god lord, and he will be the one who will die at that time. After saying this, Chu Yan suddenly realized and nodded slightly. Good. The land of forbidden gods, after all, is a land of forbidden gods, and there is a lord of forbidden gods, it is impossible to allow Xie Xingjuan to do this. This Xie Xingjuan is just afraid that those guys will deliberately fail the test and want to leave, so he scares them. Xuanhuan laughed, and then shook his head again. From the ancient times to the present, I am afraid that this Xie Xingjuan is the most aggrieved one among all the selectors. Inheritance of the God Emperor's skills requires scaring, so that some people are willing to participate in the inheritance test. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. After Emperor Xuan finished speaking, he started laughing again. Brother, this is not a small harvest, and it has cheated so many people. It's so cool. Fatty Situ also said with a smile on his face. Well, 70 forbidden talismans, plus the previous ones, there are already 150 forbidden talismans. But, Chu Yan said, the three of us need a total of more than 900 forbidden talismans. The current quantity is far from enough. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Situ Yang and Emperor Xuan suddenly regained their spirits, looked at each other, and said with a smile. Brother, you don't know. When you went to Xiefeng, just now, Emperor Xuan devoured the golden pill you gave, and the demon cultivator recovered a lot. His method of opening the back door is much stronger than before. Just as Situ Yang finished speaking, Emperor Xuan suddenly jumped and said, Fatty, you are looking for death, you are the one who opens the back door, and your whole family opens the back door. Regarding Situ Yang, who described Xuan traveling thousands of miles racial stunt as a means of opening the back door, Xuanhuan wished he could just swallow this guy alive. If it wasn't because of familiarity, it would be a blasphemy of the Tian Xuan clan and the dignity of the emperor of the Xuan clan, and be punished. Open the back door. Doesn't that mean that he, Emperor Xuan, has chrysanthemums blooming? Just kidding, they Xuan clan, they are not as casual as the Dragon clan, who are born to be obscene, okay? Emperor Xuan, does that mean we can continue? Chu Yan glared at Situ Yang, looked at Emperor Xuan, and asked. Can? Emperor Xuan nodded, but his eyes were on Situ Yang's fat body. He gritted his teeth and looked up and down. His eyes seemed to be considering which piece of meat was delicious, whether it was braised in brown sauce or eaten raw. Let's get started. Your Majesty Xuanhuan has worked hard. Situ Yang was stared at by Emperor Xuan's eyes, making his whole body tremble, and quickly said with a charming smile on his face. Seeing that Situ Yang was intimidated, Emperor Xuan snorted coldly, his chin raised high, and he didn't bother to learn more about him. With a flick of the tail, a large piece of Xuanhuan Shuguang gushed out, breaking a turbulent flow of time and space again, and opening a space channel in a fierce place. Swish! In order to save time, Chu Yan, who had been gathering momentum for a long time, shot straight out like a black lightning. After going back and forth, in less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan brought back 5 forbidden talismans, extremely proficient. In the following time, Emperor Xuan continued to open the turbulent channel of time and space, while eating the golden pill, given by Chu Yan. The three of them completely ignored the rules of the land of forbidden gods, shuttling back and forth between all the fierce places. As long as they found the forbidden talisman, they would shuttle out directly and take the forbidden talisman away. Because of Emperor Xuan's powerful spiritual exploration, almost every time he made a move, he gained something. However, because Emperor Xuan's detection range is limited, the harvest each time, that is, a few forbidden talismans, is not a lot. But, luckily, none of these few forbidden talismans were found. They belonged to ownerless objects, and could be taken away very easily. However, this good luck cannot last forever. After all, in the land of forbidden gods, there are tens of thousands of geniuses and powerhouses scattered all over the place, fighting all kinds of battles for the forbidden god talisman. Finally, on the 10th shot, Chu Yan and the others encountered another big melee. More than 20 strong men in the Great Emperor realm fought for more than 20 forbidden god talismans until the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dark. This time, Chu Yan first made a careful investigation of the cultivation base and means of every strong man present before letting Emperor Kuan open the passage, holding the Haoyan sword, and rushing out. When he came back, he not only got the 20 Forbidden God talismans, but also robbed half of the 20 or so great emperors present, and snatched more than 50 Forbidden God talismans. Adding the two together, I got more than 70 forbidden talismans at once, which is definitely a huge harvest. The forbidden talismans, collected by the three, broke through to more than 300 at once. Haha, not bad. In this way, the speed will be much faster. Emperor Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Let's recover, after 100 breaths, we're ready to attack that one. As soon as he raised his hand, Emperor Kuan pointed to a fierce place corresponding to the turbulent flow of time and space that he had just discovered when Chu Yan went to rob. This is one of the 9 colors and 9 peaks. Chu Yan stared, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When the land of forbidden gods returned, all the geniuses and bosses stood on the border of the 9th star field and watched the land of forbidden gods return. The first thing that shocked everyone to see was the 9 colors 9 peaks in the land of forbidden gods. But now, the fierce world discovered by Emperor Kuan is actually one of the 9 colors and 9 peaks. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2561 Mysterious Formation. There is no doubt at all, the land of forbidden gods, 9 colors and 9 peaks is the absolute core. Although it is not comparable to the Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree, it is definitely the foundation of the land of forbidden gods. If it is said that the land of forbidden gods has the most forbidden gods, I am afraid that everyone will point to these 9 peaks without hesitation. Huh. Wait, what is that? Just as the three of them were staring at the 9-colored peak that appeared in the turbulent flow of time and space, Chu Yan suddenly saw a few dazzling lights flickering in the turbulent flow of time and space on the other side. Just look at it and you'll find out. Emperor Kuan seemed to be attracted by the vision in the time-traversing turbulent flow. Suddenly, Kuan's breath surged, Kuan's pupils brightened, and his eyes swept away, shining on the time-space turbulent flow that Chu Yan pointed to. As Kuntong passed by, the turbulent flow of time and space was illuminated, and the scene below appeared immediately. I saw that the fierce world corresponding to the turbulent flow of time and space was a world of hazy fog. It is even 10 times thicker than the poisonous barrier world of the Poison Lake, the first fierce land that Chu Yan arrived at. Moreover, those fogs are obviously not ordinary fogs, and they have a strong ability to isolate spiritual consciousness. Even if it was in existence as strong as the Emperor Kuan, his Kuan pupils could only illuminate a radius of 10 miles, and no matter how far away it was, it would be impossible to see clearly. Therefore, Emperor Kuan concentrated his pupil power and looked straight at the place that was shining brightly just now. Huh. That's from Xingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan recognized the 4 golden-robed figures almost at the first glance, and the aura emanating from them was extremely familiar. I saw these 4 people flitting through the foggy and ferocious world, and they seemed to be completely unaffected by the fog, or had any guidance. Those who didn't take a detour went straight to a stone forest. In this stone forest, there is an extremely strange aura fluctuating, overflowing from it. And these 4 people, standing in the 4 corners of the stone forest, looked at each other. After nodding their heads heavily, everyone took out a forbidden god talisman, placed it in front of them, and then began to turn their hands and arrange some kind of spiritual array. What kind of spiritual formation is this? Teleportation formation? Chu Yan felt that the power of space fluctuated out of the spiritual array arranged by the 4 people, and asked Situ Yang. That's right. It's the teleportation array. But... Situ Yang turned his head and looked at Emperor Kuan, frowning slightly. He wanted to ask something, but hesitated. Fatty, as I said just now, this land of the forbidden gods belongs to the Lord of the forbidden gods. It is impossible for anyone else's power to run amok here. It's even more impossible to connect the inside of the Forbidden Gods land with the outside world. Of course Emperor Kuan knew what Xie La Jiao wanted to ask, so he explained directly. Then what are they going to do? Chu Yan asked. I don't know. However, from the looks of it, this spirit formation should be an ancient spirit formation. Behind the Xingtian pavilion, those people who have the domain of the gods are beyond our imagination. What Emperor Kuan said was an explanation, but also a reminder to Chu Yan. Chu Yan nodded. Not only Emperor Kuan, but God Emperor Xuanhuan, Brother Ouyang, Sage Emperor Nine Man, and even Miaolian Unju all reminded Chu Yan. In this land of forbidden gods, the Holy Heaven Pavilion and the Heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions Starfield are quietly arranged. These layouts may be aimed at Chu Yan, or there may be other larger schemes. However, without exception, it is definitely not a good thing for Chu Yan and Anai Shindao. Do you want to go down and kill them? Fatty Sita said worriedly. Since we met, then. Huh. Chu Yan's imperial breath surged all over his body, and with a flick of the Haotian sword in his hand, he was ready to let Emperor Kuan open the time-space channel. However, at this moment, the figures of the 4 golden-cloaked men from Xingtian Pavilion flashed and turned into 4 golden lights, disappearing on the spot. Including the 4 forbidden god talismans, they also disappeared at the same time along with the 4 people who belonged to the Xingtian Pavilion. When everything was back to normal, when Chu Yan's consciousness probed the stone forest again, he found that the special wave just now had completely disappeared. What's the situation? Chu Yan frowned. If it weren't for Emperor Kuan's sky-reaching means, I am afraid that no one would have discovered the Xingtian Pavilion, which was quietly arranging it when everyone was busy looking for the forbidden talisman. Even though they met each other, they didn't give him any chance to make a move at all. At this moment, even if they want to find out the intention of Xingtian Pavilion, there is no way to start. They disappeared. A look of astonishment appeared on Emperor Kuan's face. Brother, do these people have the same means as Lord Kuan? Xie La Jiao said. Impossible. Hearing Xie La Jiao's words, Emperor Kuan roared immediately. As the emperor of the Kuan clan, the Kuan travels thousands of miles is a secret skill of the Kuan race, which is impossible even for Xingtian Pavilion. But, those people, didn't they disappear in front of you? Xie La Jiao stiffened his neck and said. Anyway, it's impossible to be the same as my Kuan clans. Kuan travels thousands of miles. Kuan Huang said disdainfully. Forget it. Let's go, don't waste time. Chu Yan pondered for a while, before speaking. Since you can't figure out what they are going to do, you can't waste any more time. However, in Chu Yan's heart, he was even more vigilant about the Xingtian Pavilion and the Heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions Starfield. It seems that the return of the God-forbidden land this time may not be that simple. Next, Emperor Kuan continued to use his means to spread the turbulent flow of time and space everywhere, and Chu Yan continued to attack, collecting forbidden talismans into the doctor. Time flies, and after 2 full hours, a new space-time turbulent channel opens. Okay. I'm going, Just as Chu Yan was about to rush out, suddenly, in the turbulent flow of time and space, a terrifying breath rushed out of the space-time world where Chu Yan and the other 3 were located from the channel of turbulent flow of time and space. That terrifying aura was as cold as a tide, making Chu Yan's whole body tremble, and almost even the blood in his whole body was frozen directly. Death. Such a strong death. Chu Yan's scalp was numb, and his whole body fell into an ice cellar. In astonishment, the emperor's prestige all over his body exploded directly. Damn. What's the situation? You actually broke the emperor's secret technique. Standing next to Chu Yan, Emperor Kuan was even more frightened, with an expression of disbelief on his face, staring at the turbulent passage of time and space that he opened with his own hands. I'm stupid, brother, look. On the other side, Xie, who was fat and trembling all over his body, looked terrified, raised his trembling fingers, and pointed at the space-time turbulent flow channel. Following Xie finger, Chu Yan turned his head to look, and his pupils shrank instantly. I saw that just now. It was a world of green water and green mountains, but now it has completely changed, and it has become a world of black and white. The black one is overwhelming dead air, thick as clouds. And those white ones are boundless white bones, covering the earth, with no end in sight. #C2562, the Shrine of the Soul. Looking at the creepy world of bones in front of them, the three of Chu Yan froze on the spot at the same time, their pupils trembling. No one thought that there would be such a terrifying place in the land of forbidden gods. The land covered with bones has no end in sight. Even if he used his pupil power enough to look at the edge of the sky, he could only see a gray and white skyline. In other words, wherever the three of them looked, they were all bones. It is said that there is a sacrificial field in the immemorial god realm. After a long time, Emperor Xuan finally spoke and explained in a cold tone. Sacrifice of life. Chu Yan and Xie were taken aback at the same time, and turned to look at Emperor Xuan. Could it be that the primordial god realm is still offering sacrifices to the heaven and earth with living creatures? This? Chu Yan couldn't imagine how powerful the immemorial god realm was, and there was such a terrifying sacrificial ceremony. No. It's not a sacrifice to heaven and earth. Emperor Xuan shook his head. It's about sacrificing yourself. What? Sacrifice yourself? How is this possible? Xie shouted in shock. Even in the world of martial spirits, the weak obey the strong, dangers are everywhere, and it is normal for every warrior to lose or lose. But this does not mean that beings in the Wuhun world are not afraid of death. As long as they are living beings, they cherish their own lives, and will never mess with their own lives. The world of bones in front of me is so vast, I am afraid that countless creatures will be lost here. Could it be that these creatures are here to kill themselves? Not to mention Xie, even Chu Yan frowned slightly, showing disbelief. At least, Chu Yan has never heard of such a thing, let alone in the 10 Directions starfield, or in other continents. You doubt what I said? Emperor Xuan's eyes darkened, and he said coldly. Don't forget, this is the martial soul world. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and Xie were taken aback at the same time. You should all know very well that in the world of martial arts are everything. It is strength. Some people, for the sake of strength, sacrifice their martial souls, and some people, for the sake of their martial souls, sacrifice their bodies. What you see now, this sacrifice of life is the place where since the martial soul world existed, those who sacrificed their lives in order to improve the martial soul. That's why it's called the life sacrifice. When Emperor Xuan said this, he stopped and didn't explain any more. After all, he has only heard about this kind of thing, and has never been here. Moreover, as far as he is concerned, as the emperor of the Xuan clan, he is even more powerful in the monster clan. The most important thing for the Yaozu is the physical body. This kind of behavior of sacrificing one's own martial soul with the flesh is impossible for all the Yaozu. Therefore, Emperor Xuan simply stated what he knew. As for Chu Yan and Xie, it doesn't matter whether they believe each other or not. After hearing Emperor Xuan's explanation, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a name came to mind in his sea of consciousness. Black Blood Temple. Xie suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan, with his mouth wide open and a look of astonishment on his face. Brother, you mean? Black Blood Temple. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xie also remembered that the group of perverts in Haotian continent immediately reacted. The Black Blood Temple is to sacrifice his own martial soul in exchange for powerful strength, so that it is more than twice as strong as the martial soul of the same level. This situation is exactly what Emperor Xuan said just now, to sacrifice one's own martial soul to gain stronger strength. But now, the bone in front of him is another situation that Emperor Xuan said. Senior Xuan Emperor, how do you improve your martial soul? By sacrificing your body. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan asked softly. Chu Yan knew about the Black Blood Temple. Those perverts, using their special secret skills, sacrificed all their martial souls, turned them into powerful forces, and integrated them into their own flesh and blood. This method of killing chickens and taking eggs, it is normal to strengthen the physical body and become stronger. However, for the situation in front of him, after sacrificing his body, even if he can strengthen his martial spirit, wouldn't that mean that his life would be lost? Snort. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Emperor Xuan's eyes were slightly red, and he glanced at Chu Yan and Situ Yang with a strange look, and snorted coldly, as if with some kind of dissatisfaction. You humans are greedy. Everything is also because of greed and cruelty, just like what you humans have done to the monster race for millions of years. But, you don't know it. This kind of greed and cruelty, human beings are not only targeting the monster race, but also targeting their own kind. Speaking of this, Emperor Xuan flicked his tail, sprinkled a piece of Emperor Xuan, swept across the endless bone land in front of him, and suddenly raised his voice and shouted. And everything here is the proof of your human greed and cruelty. This. Chu Yan and Situ Yang looked stunned and trembled. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that what Emperor Xuan said was correct. Human nature was really as what Emperor Xuan said. Just like in the Haotian continent, the people of the Black Blood Temple, in order to improve their strength, could slaughter hundreds of millions of ordinary people and devour their flesh and blood. However, Chu Yan and Situ Yang still had a hint of doubt in their eyes. According to records, this life sacrifice ground has existed since the existence of the martial soul world. Here is a large formation of heaven and earth formed naturally, which can restrain all spiritual consciousness and soul, making it impossible for them to leave this world. So, many powerful forces and warriors will capture a large number of warriors and let them fight here, and wait for the last survivor to use the method of seizing the house to plunder his body. With a new body, you can sacrifice your original body to enhance the power of your martial soul. This is the origin of the soul sacrifice, and also the origin of this world of bones. When Emperor Xuan said this, he looked at the world of bones in front of him and fell silent. As the emperor of the Xuan clan, he could never imagine the meaning of improving his personal strength at the cost of the lives of his clansmen. Like their monster race, many times, they sacrificed individuals in order to improve the strength of the race. These two different concepts made Emperor Xuan completely unable to understand why the nature of human beings is so different from their monster race. What's the difference between that kind of martial soul and our martial soul? The silent atmosphere was broken by Chu Yan. He thought for a long time before asking. I don't know. I'm not your human being, so I don't know much about martial souls. I just heard that this kind of martial soul can break through the restrictions of martial souls and be promoted to a higher level. Xuanhuan replied. Break the level limit of Wuhun and upgrade to a higher level. Chu Yan was taken aback, and Situ Yang was also taken aback. Ever since they awakened their martial souls, they have clearly known that their martial souls have reached their limit from 1 star to 10 stars. Of course, there are still some rank divisions between each star martial soul, but 10-star martial souls are definitely the highest ranked existence. Could it be that there are 11-star martial souls in God's domain? Or, the higher level 12 stars, even higher? At this moment, Chu Yan and Situ Yang looked at each other, and at the same time saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. #C2563 Death Shockwave. This information, to Chu Yan and Xie, is tantamount to a bolt from the blue. Not to mention the past, even in the years since they arrived in the 10 Directions starfield, they have never heard of a higher-level existence than the 10-star martial soul. All along, they believed that war spirit is the ultimate form of martial spirit. But now, after hearing Emperor Kuan's words, they seem to finally know the difference between God's domain and the ordinary Wuhun world. Moreover, why can God's domain be so high and high, become a martial artist in the world of martial arts, and look up to an existence? It seems that in terms of cultivation and strength, there are also God Emperor realm powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield. However, judging from some recent battles, the God-level powerhouses are not so powerful that they are invincible. Therefore, Chu Yan has been wondering why the high-ranking people of God's domain have been suppressing the Wuhun world. At this moment, it seems that there is finally an answer. A higher-level martial soul. Don't think about it. In the 10 Directions starfield, there is no way to improve the martial soul. Only God's domain has it. Emperor Kuan looked at Chu Yan and Xie with bright eyes, and seemed to be extremely moved, and immediately poured a basin of cold water down. Only God's domain? Chu Yan asked. Yes. If you want to upgrade your martial soul, you need stronger spiritual power, but in the 10 Directions starfield, including other ordinary martial soul continents, there is no stronger spiritual power at all, so it is naturally impossible to upgrade. Otherwise, do you think that the ancient gods and demons fought those guys? Why did they capture God's domain continent? What Emperor Kuan said was very cryptic, but Chu Yan and Xie also understood a little bit. It's as if the old masters who rebelled against God all called those people in God's domain God sticks. And the original real God clan had already been lost in the battle between gods and demons. That is to say, the ancient war of gods and demons was, fundamentally, a battle for the continent of God's domain. And the forces involved in this war, they are all from the world of martial spirits, truly top-notch power. And getting the God's domain continent also means having more powerful resources. The power of this kind of resource is just like the one I discovered just now. The more powerful spiritual power is needed to upgrade the level of martial soul. In this way, if you want to improve your martial soul and break through the limit, you must go to God's domain. Forget it. Don't think about it, the key is to collect forbidden talismans first. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan finally shook his head and discarded all the thoughts of Xie. After all, since I can't go to God's domain now, it's meaningless to think about it. That's right. You're just wasting your time thinking about it. The Emperor Kuan smiled lightly, and then flicked his tail. A stream of rays of light from the Kuan's breath rushed towards a mountain of white bones in the distance. A large expanse of dead energy surged, and was completely shattered by the rays of the Kuan's breath, revealing a large expanse of golden light on the bone mountain. Damn! So many! Xie eyes were chasing the rays of the Kuan's breath, and he immediately saw that on the bone mountain, after the thick clouds of death energy were wiped away, the large golden light revealed were all forbidden talismans. Hey, when you were thinking about it, I have carefully investigated this fierce world, and I found it amazing. Seeing Xie shocked expression, Emperor Kuan immediately smiled triumphantly. 80, 90, 120, 130. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils moved like thunder, swept across the golden light, and after careful counting, he found a total of 130 forbidden talismans. 130 forbidden runes. In this land of bones and bones, there are actually 130 forbidden talismans. This is the largest batch of forbidden gods that Chu Yan and the others have encountered since they entered the land of forbidden gods and shuttled through various fierce places. Originally, they had 250 seats, and adding these 130 seats, it was equivalent to having 380 seats at once. If this is a person, it is equivalent to basically collecting all of them. You know, it has only been about a day since the opening of the Forbidden God land. I am afraid that so far, there is absolutely no one who has collected 300 forbidden runes. Very good. Chu Yan took a deep breath, and his face was full of excitement. Run your true energy and get ready to do it. Just like before, Chu Yan just wanted to call Emperor Kuan, open the space-time turbulent flow channel, and go to collect the 130 magic forbidden talismans. After all, no one has discovered so many forbidden talismans yet. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. However, just when Chu Yan was about to set off, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. In the fierce world of Bone Sea, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded, and the whole bone world trembled. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying breath erupted suddenly from the endless world of bones, like an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness, rushing straight towards the place where Chu Yan and the three of them were. Not good. Dead air wave. Feeling the terrifying wave of death energy attacking, Chu Yan's whole scalp was numb, and the silent death energy in his body seemed to be stimulated, scrolling crazily, invading Chu Yan's whole body. If such a majestic death aura swept over, it would be pointless to even resist, as it would be directly swallowed by the death aura. After all, whether it is the true energy of a warrior, or any other power, for such a rich and pure death energy, it is like blood, and has a fatal attraction. Dean! Come out! With a violent roar, a purple-golden light burst out from Chu Yan's body, and a round of purple-golden seal shot out across the sky, coiled on top of Chu Yan's head, projecting a large piece of purple brilliance, completely covering the bodies of the three of them. Now, among all the powers of Chu Yan, only the seal of Emperor Wu, which represents the grandeur of the world, can restrain these dead breaths. Boom. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan cast the guardian of the Emperor's seal, the dead air like a tide rushed through the turbulent flow of time and space, and after losing most of it, it hit the guardian of the Emperor's seal around the three of Chu Yan, making a loud noise. Fortunately, Chu Yan's Emperor seal is strong enough. In addition, the three of them are in the turbulence of time and space, which has a strong weakening effect on these dead energy. Therefore, they resisted this wave of dead energy forcefully. Call out. However, without waiting for the three of them to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, in the dissipated death energy, a consciousness wrapped in it, passed through the guardian of the Emperor's seal, and directly sank into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. Hum. A vast and ancient atmosphere exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, blooming like a ball of bright fireworks. Chu Yan's body trembled violently, his pupils instantly shrank into needles, and his whole body was as sick as falling. No, all right. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that this wave of death energy did not cause any harm to him, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Brother, are you okay? Chu Yan, how do you feel? Situyang and Emperor Kuan both saw the scene just now, and they both spoke anxiously. #C2564 Golden Skull. Chu Yan was a little dazed, looking at the world of bones ahead. Just now, in the shock wave of death energy, there was an attack with a sense of consciousness. After Chu Yan finished speaking, with a dignified and puzzled face, he continued to destroy the spiritual consciousness and explore the fierce world below. At the same time, the unicorn's pupils were running to the limit, and they were constantly peeping at the dead bone world. Hope to see further, or find something. This divine sense attack did not cause any harm to him, and disappeared directly into his body. That is to say, the divine consciousness hidden in the shock wave of death energy just now was not aimed at attacking him, or was not hostile. It's weird. In the land of forbidden gods, all kinds of prohibitions and ultimate moves are endless and strange. However, neither Chu Yan, Situyang, nor Emperor Kuan believed that some of these prohibitions and killing moves were not aggressive. This is absolutely unreasonable. Chu Yan, this land of bones and bones is not normal. I suggest, give up. Xuanhuan said with a slightly gloomy face. As Emperor Xuan, he has experienced the ancient gods and the ancient wars between gods and demons, and he is the one who knows the land of forbidden gods best among the three. But now, even he was uncertain, worried that the attack just now might be the introduction of some kind of terror and murderous intent. If he rashly breaks into this fierce bone land and triggers that terrifying restraint and ultimate move, the result is unimaginable. No. I want to go and see. After hearing Queen Xuan's words, Chu Yan directly refused. Chu Yan carefully inspected the fierce bones, but found nothing, and did not feel any strong hostility. The most important thing is that Chu Yan comprehensively checked everything about his physical body and made new discoveries. The impact of the divine consciousness didn't trigger anything, but it triggered the blue sky lotus, sending out a faint green wave. Therefore, Chu Yan suspected. This shock wave of death energy was not aimed at himself, but at the blue armored giant. However, although the giant man in Xingjia felt the fluctuation and reacted, he didn't show up to say anything. This made Chu Yan a little surprised, so it made him want to find out what it was, and it would have something to do with the Xingjia giant. Therefore, Chu Yan had to go, even if it was just for the more than 100 forbidden talismans. It is never safe to seek in precious dangers and practice martial arts. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Emperor Xuan stared at him, his pupils flickering continuously. Regarding Chu Yan's identity and origin, he also heard from the big man who defied the divine way, so he pondered for a while and did not stop him. Xuan travels thousands of miles, drive. With a soft shout, the Emperor Xuan flicked his tail, and a large swath of Xuan's breath and rays of light gushed out, directly opening the space-time turbulent passage, connecting to the bone-fierce land. Swish. Almost at the moment when the passage opened, Chu Yan's figure rushed out and shot towards the bones. Both Situ Yang and Emperor Xuan stared at Chu Yan nervously, always paying attention to the situation below. Call out. Chu Yan's goal is very clear, his figure is like black lightning, flying across the world full of bones, black and white, extremely conspicuous. On the bone peak, Chu Yan landed, stepped on the bones, waved his hands, and put 130 forbidden talismans into the Rakshasa space first. Call. With a long breath, the forbidden amulet was in his arms, and Chu Yan was slightly relieved. The next thing to do is to figure out what the relationship between this land of bones and the green armored giant is. There is not much time, although Chu Yan specifically confessed to Emperor Xuan, and waited for his notice, before turning on the reverse transmission. However, with Emperor Xuan's current situation, Chu Yan can only buy time for 100 breaths at most. Chu Yan didn't know anything about this fierce bone land, and he didn't know where to start. Glancing around, Chu Yan decided to choose a direction at random, and explore first before talking. However, when Chu Yan was about to leave, the bone peak under his feet began to tremble violently. Boom, boom. The bone peak trembled, and countless white bones, like billowing snow dust, surged downward. With a look of astonishment on his face, Chu Yan rose into the air, suspended in mid-air, and peeped at the bone peak with his unicorn pupils. In less than a breath, a golden skeleton slowly stood up from the bone peak, as if from a huge snowdrift. In this bone peak, there is such a huge skeleton buried. Chu Yan stared at the golden skull with a look of astonishment, his whole body was full of energy, and his face was solemn. Although there was no strong murderous aura on the golden skull, it gave Chu Yan an extremely dangerous feeling. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, when the golden skull as tall as a hill stood firm and turned to look at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's whole body felt like he was being shocked by an electric shock, and his scalp was numb. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Haotian sword directly. The sword intent surged up and down Chu Yan's body like a tide, forming a sword intent tornado, ready to go. Golden skull. It wasn't the first time Chu Yan saw him, at least, when he first saw Brother Ouyang. In the cemetery at the bottom of the lake, Ouyang Nanshan's deity was a golden skeleton. Even now, on Ouyang Nanshan's golden skull, there is only some flesh and blood growing, and it has not fully recovered. In other words, this golden skull is very likely to be the mighty, golden body deity of a strong man. According to what Emperor Xuan said, this fierce land of bones can restrain people's souls, so it is not surprising that there are strong and powerful golden bodies in this fierce land world. Quack quack. Just when Chu Yan was fully alert, two ghost fires danced in the hollow eye sockets of the golden skull, making a creepy laugh. A terrifying breath, accompanied by this laughter, overflowed. As if being summoned, or some kind of order, the laughter spread, and several other golden skeletons emerged from the bone peaks in all directions. Several pairs of black hole eye sockets, dancing with will-o'-the-wisps of different colors, looked at Chu Yan together. Fuck. More and more. What's going on? Even holding the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan felt a bit of coldness in his heart. He might not even be able to deal with a single golden skeleton, but now 5 more appeared all of a sudden, no worse than the first one. At this time, Chu Yan was already thinking of retreating, and his spiritual consciousness was surging. He contacted Emperor Xuan and was ready to retreat at any time. After all, 130 forbidden talismans have already been obtained. To investigate the matter of the deadly bones, if you can investigate. If you can't, there is no need to put your life here. On the one hand, it is because of the Qingjiao giant, and at the same time, Chu Yan also suspects that it has something to do with Xingtian Pavilion. Click. 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 Just when Chu Yan wanted to retreat, suddenly, 6 golden skeletons stretched out their hands at the same time, forcibly pulled out black bone knives from the ground of bones under their feet, and waved their hands high. Are you going to do it? Chu Yan shook the Haoyan sword in his hand, ready to fight. If you have a way out, let go and fight. As long as you can't fight, you can retreat at any time. However, what Chu Yan did not expect was that the purpose of the 6 golden skeletons wielding their knives was not Chu Yan at all. #C2565 Tianzi Bone Tablet. 6 black bone knives swung 6 dazzling light, cut through the void, and fell heavily. The sword light didn't even cut out 10 steps away, but under Chu Yan's astonished gaze, it directly slashed on their respective golden skulls. Boom. 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 The 6 sword glows exploded, and the golden skull was cut into pieces instantly by the sword glow. The sternum was completely cracked, and it exploded completely. Chu Yan never expected that these 6 golden skeletons would kill themselves with a knife. Moreover, the strike was so ruthless, as if his own body was the enemy. With one blow, the entire sternum completely disappeared. Immediately afterwards, from the shattered breastbones of the 6 golden skeletons, balls of golden light overflowed like water. It seems that 6 streams flow out from the golden skull's sternum and converge towards the midair. At the moment when the 6 golden streams completely left the golden skull, the skeletons of the 6 golden skeletons also collapsed. It turned into pieces of broken bones and fell to the ground. The golden bones lost their color and turned into the most common white dry bones, blending into the earth and disappearing completely. Only in midair, the 6 fused golden light clusters twisted and squirmed. The dead air was like a tide, and the divine breath was like a net, with the golden light group as the center, pouring out in all directions. Soon, a tall golden phantom stood between the endless sea of bones, holding a huge stone tablet in the hand of the hazy phantom. This is a bone monument. It is 10 feet high, but it is a complete bone. I don't know what kind of bone it is made of, so it can be so big. Boom. The hazy phantom threw the bone tablet in his hand and hit the ground, making a loud noise that shook the sky. The 10-foot-high bone tablet seemed to have the weight of a mountain. Under the tremor, the dead air became more intense. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan mobilized the whole body's true energy, blessed the body's protective energy, and blocked all the death energy that rushed towards him. Fortunately, these death chi are not that kind of aggressive, but ordinary death chi, and Chu Yan's body-protecting energy can completely resist it. Hum. 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 Those dead chi, after sweeping the world, condensed and did not disperse, and they all surged back and penetrated into the bone monument. Next, big golden characters appeared on the bone tablet. These golden characters seemed to emerge from the bone tablet with a powerful divine power, and evolved into a golden armored figure, holding spiritual weapons, charging at each other. For a moment, within 10,000 steps of where the bone monument was located, it turned into a battlefield, and the shouts of killing shook the heavens and the earth. Gold-armored figures kept disappearing, and golden-armored figures continued to grow, and the number was rapidly decreasing. After fighting for a long time, the war finally stopped, and cheers of victory resounded through the sky. Swish! 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 One by one, the golden armor phantoms turned into golden light, returned to the bone monument, and changed into golden characters to emerge. The world is long, eternal, and 10,000 worlds. My life is the catastrophe of the world. Death in battle is my destination. Word for word. The golden characters seem to have a kind of divine power. When each word flashes and emerges, there is an old and sad voice in the world. Pro, soldier, fight, person, all, array, row, in front. The 9-character mantra, with endless divine breath, shot up into the sky like 9 golden lights, crashing into the golden phantom, completely smashing it to pieces. Hum. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled suddenly, and the cyan sky lotus spun violently, releasing a towering blue air wave, sweeping across Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. I wait for you, come back. The last sentence echoed between the heaven and the earth, without a trace, echoing the heavens. What? Wait for me. Chu Yan was stunned, completely dumbfounded. The golden phantom has disappeared, and only the bone monument is persevering above the endless bones, returning to silence. The original large gold characters on it also completely disappeared, only showing the 9-character mantra. It was like some kind of suppressing fetish, standing there quietly, causing all the dead air and divine breath around to fluctuate and disappear. The bones were fierce, and he sank completely, everything, as if nothing had ever happened. And at the moment when the bones returned to silence, a probing spirit, like the tide of heaven and earth, swept across the bones in an instant. At the same time, on the border of God's domain, in the valley of sealing demons, a figure in a white robe stood on a mountain peak. In front of him was a huge lake suspended in midair. The surface of the lake is like a mirror, displaying some flickering pictures, which is exactly the situation in the Forbidden God land. There is still no movement. The figure in the white robe frowned slightly, shook his head, and then swung his hand to sweep towards other fierce places. Just now, the way of probing the spiritual sense swept over the bone and fierce place. Even if Chu Yan was standing in front of the bone monument, his black robe was particularly conspicuous, but on the lake in front of the man in the white skirt, he did not appear at all. It was as if, in the place of bones, it was still as silent as death, and no one had ever come out. 10 Direction Star Field, Holy Heaven Pavilion, Holy Mountain. The sacred monument on the Holy Mountain is connected to the domain of the gods, and there is an endless dead land in between. If you can enter the divine monument and pass through this dead land, you will be able to reach the current god's domain. However, in this dead land, there is the most terrifying danger, and there are also powerful spirit treasures. They are the only existence in this dead land with aura of agility. There used to be many people in Xingtian Pavilion, who risked their lives to enter the place of death, hoping to make a pilgrimage through the place of death to reach the realm of the gods. However, no one knows how many of these people were killed and how many of them finally reached the realm of the gods. In the dead land, what is there? In God's domain, what exactly is there? No one knows, no one has seen it, everything is a secret. But today, in this dead land, a figure who had sat cross-legged for an unknown number of years, seemed to feel something, and suddenly opened his eyes. The bone steel in the fierce place of bones attracted him. Songgu's eyes were full of doubts and puzzles as his consciousness passed by. The bones are fierce, in front of the bone monument. Chu Yan watched this peculiar bone monument quietly, and remained silent for a long time. After trying, Chu Yan originally wanted to take away the bone monument, but his true energy and consciousness had no effect on the bone monument. It's as if it didn't appear in this world at all. Until the 100-breath time came, Emperor Kun had no choice but to pull Chu Yan back into the turbulent flow of Xuanhuan. Chu Yan, who returned to Emperor Kun and Situ Yang, didn't say a word, still staring and thinking about something. Emperor Kun glared at Chu Yan for a while, saw that he didn't speak, and didn't bother to pay attention, swallowed the golden pill by himself, and began to recover. And Situ Yang, like Chu Yan, watched the picture finally frozen on the bone monument in the turbulent flow of time and space, quietly absent-minded. "Wait for me, come back." The last sentence kept echoing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. From the beginning to the end, the green-armored giant did not show up, nor did he have any spiritual consciousness to communicate with Chu Yan. Could it be that those golden skeletons and this bone monument have nothing to do with the green-armored giant? Why, wait for me to come back? What are you waiting for? #C2566 grab. It didn't take long for Emperor Kun to recover, and Situ Yang woke up from his sluggishness. Only Chu Yan was still standing there, motionless. "Lord Xuanhuan, what happened to Chu Yan?" Situ Yang circled around Chu Yan a few times, then turned to look at Emperor Kun and asked. "Hey, good thing, don't move." Emperor Kun glared at Situ Yang and warned. As Emperor Kun, the emperor of the primordial monster clan, Emperor Kun certainly knew that Chu Yan might have encountered some serious event in the place of death. It's just that, just now, he and Situ Yang had been staring at the picture of the turbulent flow of time and space, but they didn't see anything. It was as if there was a mysterious force that completely obscured the picture. However, Emperor Kun knew that Chu Yan's identity was by no means ordinary. The boy who congealed the emperor's seal with the heavenly Daoming curse and the Dao diagram was even more evil than what those bigwigs of Anishan Dao said. Moreover, Emperor Kun has a feeling that there will be more secrets in this Chu Yan. It's as if coming to the land of forbidden gods, this time may be just a chance for other warriors, but for Chu Yan, it may be completely different. In the dark, the giant wheel of heaven and earth is spinning, and maybe, because of a little coincidence, huge changes will occur. Emperor Kun even suspected that the Chu Yan in front of him might be that little coincidence. Boom, boom. At this moment, a muffled thunder exploded in the sky of the God-forbidden land, and the ancient and majestic voice sounded again. "The time has come. A fierce transformation." This sentence exploded, causing Chu Yan, who was immersed in it, his pupils trembled, and he woke up suddenly. However, before Chu Yan could fully react, the heaven and earth Hong-in, which had been repeated several times, continued to announce. The next fierce transformation, the target is the core area of the God-forbidden land. The sky trembled, the earth roared, and the thunder sounded like a tide, resounding in the entire God-forbidden land. What? Forbidden God's land, the core area. Chu Yan was taken aback, but he didn't expect that there would be something different in this fierce switch. It seems that the Lord of Forbidden Gods has also begun to lose patience. Hee hee. Emperor Kun grinned and said softly. "What do you mean?" Chu Yan and Situ Yang asked almost at the same time. "According to my guess, I'm afraid it's the Lord Forbidden God. In order to speed up the selection, the difficulty has been increased." In this way, those geniuses and powerhouses who were not lost before will probably lose a lot in this fierce transformation. In the past few times, those with weak strength may have already used their cards. And for those with strong strength, directly increase the difficulty and force them to use their cards. After all, tens of thousands of people entered the God-forbidden land this time, and only one God-forbidden was selected. Having said that, Emperor Xuan looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering slightly. If that's the case, shall we go and have a look? Xie Yang said with some doubts. After all, the three of them, now relying on Emperor Xuan's means, are completely unaffected by the fierce transformation. But now, the Lord of Forbidden Gods suddenly increased the difficulty. I am afraid that the next fierce transition will be extremely exciting. Don't worry, we now have quite a few forbidden talismans, there's no need to fight those poor bastards at this time. Emperor Xuan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Since the difficulty has been increased, I am afraid that the number of forbidden runes will only increase in the fierce land that will be opened next. Let's collect the forbidden runes first, and wait until the end. Okay. Collect forbidden talismans first. Chu Yan nodded after hearing this. Although Chu Yan passed through the fierce bone just now, his heart was full of fighting spirit, and he really wanted to find some strong men to fight a good battle. However, he knew very well that what Emperor Xuan said was right. After all, this time in the land of forbidden gods, Chu Yan's primary goal is the Thousand Worlds mysterious treasure tree. If he didn't reach the Thousand Worlds mysterious treasure tree in the end and return to the Tao against God, it would be really difficult to explain. Swish! The space-time turbulence channel opened, and Chu Yan's figure appeared in an ordinary fierce place. After flying less than 100 miles away, Chu Yan sensed a spot of light and approached him quickly. This is a strong man of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, with at least 10 forbidden talismans on his body. Like Chu Yan, he also sensed Chu Yan's appearance, and at the same time found that there were hundreds of light spots on Chu Yan's body, and rushed straight towards him crazily. This kind of situation didn't just happen to Chu Yan. In other ordinary fierce places, the same crazy situation is also staged together. The reason, of course, was the news just announced, which made all the geniuses and bosses in the Forbidden God land excited. The opening of the core area of the Forbidden Gods land means that the current assessment of the Forbidden Gods land has passed the first stage. Then, those with few forbidden talismans naturally belong to the scope of elimination. If you can't collect more forbidden runes before entering the core land, then it's only a matter of time before they are eliminated. Therefore, every warrior started to do his best to collect a large number of forbidden talismans as soon as possible. And to achieve this goal, snatching is naturally the best way. If it was before, someone would have seen the light spots of hundreds of forbidden talismans on Chu Yan, and they might have avoided Chu Yan out of caution. But now, it's time to get desperate. Boom. 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 The Great Emperor Realm 5th Heavenly Layer powerhouse who rushed over met Chu Yan, and without saying a word, he shot directly, and the battle broke out. Such battles are going on everywhere in the entire God-forbidden land. Many warriors with weaker cultivation bases all had red eyes, attacking any other warrior with a large number of forbidden runes. Use the last bit of time to collect as many forbidden runes as possible before switching to the core fierce place. This is the time to do it. And Chu Yan, because of the existence of Emperor Xuan, didn't particularly care about this newly announced rule. Continue to follow the original plan, shuttling between ordinary and fierce places, collecting forbidden charms. Of course, Chu Yan didn't mind when he met those who wanted to die, and gave them a ride. An hour's time was fully utilized. Chu Yan collected many forbidden talismans, and at the same time, killed more than a dozen warriors who wanted to rob him. Of course, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao accepted these forbidden talismans and various spiritual treasure resources that were offered to the door and shared them equally. Die. With a sword, Chu Yan killed 2 of the 3 great Emperor Realm 6-layer powerhouses who formed a team from all around. The other person sacrificed his trump card to protect himself from the spiritual treasure, and survived a catastrophe, but before he could turn around and run away, Chu Yan swung his second sword at him. Flesh and blood flew, sword light overflowed. Under such sword energy, this ordinary strong man had no power to resist at all, and died instantly on the spot. Haha, another 20 forbidden talismans. Xie La Jiao flew around, collected all the forbidden talisman and spirit treasure resources from the dead bodies, and handed them to Chu Yan. Including the 20 forbidden talismans just collected, the number of forbidden talismans on Chu Yan's body has reached 530. #C2567 Core Place. There are more than 500 forbidden talismans, which is quite a lot. But now, the time before the next fierce transformation is running out. Chu Yan stopped and began to change his mind and adjust his breath to recover. After all, in such a short period of time, it is impossible to collect many forbidden runes, and the next fierce transformation is of great significance, and Chu Yan is ready to face it in his prime. Xie La Jiao and Emperor Xuanhuan are also recovering and preparing for themselves. It's just that, compared with Chu Yan, they didn't consume much, and it didn't take long for them to recover almost. The 2 of them gathered together, murmuring and didn't know what they were talking about. Time goes by like a gap between white horses. For the 3 of Chu Yan, this last moment was absolutely peaceful. However, for the other warriors in the Forbidden Gods land, it was crazy and bloody. Everyone was fighting with all their strength, in order to get more bargaining chips, before the fierce change. Mutual snatching, deepening of the ruins, breaking the spirit formation, etc., are all fighting. Without any exception, the law of the jungle in the world of spirits is fully demonstrated here. New forbidden talismans are constantly being discovered, and warriors are lost. Boom, boom. After an unknown amount of time, a violent thunder exploded in the sky of the God-forbidden land, and a large amount of mysterious light appeared between the sky and the earth, scattering and surging in all directions. The appearance of these profound lights. Like countless meteors, they fell straight down from the sky and fell to various places in the land of forbidden gods. Has it started? Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes while adjusting his breath, and looked towards the sky. And almost at the same time, the geniuses and bosses who were in the various fierce places of the forbidden gods also raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, Tongshan Kuwei, Yuwendian, Lei Hun, Chonglingfang, Xinxingjia and other geniuses, as well as geniuses and bigwigs from all major forces of his own, stared together. Whether they were adjusting their breathing to recover, or hiding their bodies, or fighting directly, at this moment, they all stopped, and their eyes were shining brightly. Forbidden God, the core area. Chu Yan stood up, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his eyes were shining. At this moment, Chu Yan's expression was full of awe. The next fierce transformation will be the core area, and the real decisive battle will begin. The time has come, change fiercely. The ancient and majestic voice sounded, echoing in the sky of the forbidden godland. Accompanied by this figure, a mysterious light descended, wrapped around Chu Yan's body, and disappeared on the spot. Emperor Xuanhuan and Xie La Jiao, who were still beside Chu Yan, were also wrapped in 2 rays of mysterious light, and disappeared into the fierce place at the same time. Not only the 3 of them, but all the unscathed geniuses and bosses in the entire land of forbidden gods disappeared at the same time. The long time and space travel, as if in the endless void. After a long time, the 3 of Chu Yan still felt that their bodies fell to the ground and appeared in a new world. Almost at the moment of landing, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness flooded into this new world like a tide, covering the entire continent in an instant. In all directions, in a not-so-large area, countless mysterious lights fell from the sky and appeared on the surrounding terrain. These, all other geniuses and bigwigs, fell to the ground like hail. With the help of Emperor Kuan's spiritual detection, more than 2,000 people actually appeared in this new fierce world. That is to say, there are only so many people who can persevere in the previous fierce experience. Chu Yan glanced around, his eyes were like thunder. This result must be the Lord of Forbidden Gods, deliberately doing it. The moment Emperor Kuan landed, he was directly invisible in the time and space near Chu Yan, and said to Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. On purpose. What do you mean? Xie La Jiao asked. It means that the difficulty of the previous fierce lands was too low. Otherwise, it is impossible to have so many people in the current core land. The land of forbidden gods, the forbidden gods are selected. Not the army of forbidden gods. Emperor Kuan glanced at Xie La Jiao with disdain, his eyes were like looking at a pig. But, what's the difference? Xie La Jiao continued to ask. Okay. It's much easier to talk to you than to talk to a goblin who has no intelligence. Xuanhuan finally gave up and explained directly. These people are not the basis for the god forbidden to be selected, but for the god forbidden who he has already selected, as a companion. Accompanying practice. Xie La Jiao was taken aback. Yes. If it is really the base candidate for the forbidden god, then I can be sure that there will be at most 10 people, or a dozen people at the current core. This is the god-forbidden place in the god realm. Choose the only one who forbids the gods. Do you think that even the most basic conditions and standards will meet 2,000 people? Even if it is an ordinary sect in the 10 directions starfield, if you choose the holy sun or the heir of the Zhongfang, can you select 2,000 people at once to become candidates? This seems unlikely. Xie La Jiao's eyes lit up, and he began to understand a little. Indeed. The stronger the sect's power, the higher the requirements and standards for the son or successor of the suzerain will be. Since the requirements and standards are high, it means that very few people can meet them. So, this time's fierce place, I'm afraid there will be a decisive battle. Emperor Kuan's gaze swept across the fierce world in front of him, and he said to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, do you remember the legend about the fierce bone land? Bones fierce. Chu Yan nodded slightly after hearing this. A large group of people fight, and the one who survives in the end is the only one. Xuanhuan said. Yes. I understand. Chu Yan nodded. One will succeed, 10,000 bones will wither. Obviously, the Lord of Forbidden God doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary warriors at all, only cares about whether the last forbidden god has enough nutrients. Just as the three of Chu Yan were talking, there was less and less mysterious light in the sky, and all the warriors descended. 2,000 pairs of eyes, all at the first moment, looked at this new and fierce world. This piece is called the Forbidden God Land, the core area. Oh my god! Look over there, there are so many immortal spirit herbs in that forest. My god, what kind of mountain is that? Could it be that the whole mountain is a source of divine crystal minerals? Over there, look over there, the stone is full of spirit soldiers. All kinds of exclamations, following their discovery, stirred up a stormy sea. The level of luxury in the core area of this land of forbidden gods is enough to make the hearts of all geniuses and bosses beat. Wherever you look, every place you see, placed in the outside world, is almost a treasure land that is enough to make the outside world boil. Huh. There's something special here. While everyone around was looking at those treasures and resources with red eyes, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness made some new discoveries. He found that 2,000 warriors were concentrated in a small plain area. On the ground of this plain terrain, it seems that there are countless spirit patterns, either openly or hidden among various stone piles and grass. If you look at it from the sky, you can easily find that this is an incomparably huge spiritual array. Hashtag C2568 Boundary. This is a heaven and earth spirit formation that truly uses the sky as its spirit and the earth as its formation. Moreover, it is so huge that 2,000 fighters, including myself, are all wrapped in it. Surrounding this plain area is the continuous forest terrain, and traces of refined aura spill out from the forest and merge into the sky that is also full of rich aura. Looking further into the distance, there are mountains with halos. Those halos are nothing else, but because of the god crystals in the mountain, or spiritual soldiers, or various precious gems. Therefore, these halos fell in the eyes of 2,000 warriors, almost making their sea of consciousness start to dizzy. The whole world seems to be a treasure, and they are the luckiest group of people who fell into this treasure. Big brother, this time we are developed. Standing beside Chu Yan, Situ Yang's eyes glowed red, his saliva flowed out, and he said in a trembling voice. Bump. Hearing Situ Yang's voice, Emperor Kuan said in disdain. Such a small thing made you look like this. What a shame. If I tell you what I saw when I was in the God realm, I'm afraid you will go crazy. Although she said it with disdain on her face, Queen Kuan's eyes were always looking at a huge spar on the top of a spiritual peak in the distance, and her face was flushed. That is the Sky Soul Crystal, which is enough for every spirit beast and demon cultivator to break through to the first level. It is extremely precious. The point is, the grade of this piece of heavenly soul crystal is higher than any piece that Emperor Kuan has ever seen. Therefore, if there is no accident, if this piece of Sky Soul Crystal is given to Emperor Kuan, it can restore at least 10% of his demon cultivation. Just imagine, even the Emperor of the Tiankuan clan is attracted by the treasures in this fierce world, what will the other warriors look like? However, when the three of Chu Yan were observing the terrain around them, suddenly, a stern voice exploded. Hand over the forbidden talisman, or die. On the plain, all the big geniuses broke out at the same time, and some even directly sacrificed their spiritual soldiers, with a murderous look on their faces. All of their gazes fell on the young man in black robe. Chu Yan. Almost at the same time, Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, Chong Lingfeng, Morong Jiutian and other geniuses, as well as bigwigs from various forces, all looked at Chu Yan with murderous eyes. They remember clearly what Chu Yan did in Xiefeng before. But now, there is no need to discuss it when they meet again. Everyone's spearheads are all pointing at Chu Yan. Want to fight? Among the crowd, a figure in a white dress fluttered in the wind, and slowly landed beside Chu Yan. His cold eyes swept across the surrounding crowd, and his red lips parted lightly. Exactly, the young master of the Dark Temple, Yu Linglong. If you want to die, stand up. Including Ouyang Nantian, who had just landed, was also powerful, and with a big stride, he came to Chu Yan's side. Shen Xingjia in the crowd walked quietly to Chu Yan without saying a word, his face full of determination. At this moment, Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, and Shen Xingjia stood together with Chu Yan without any hesitation. Even if Chu Yan was hostile by everyone present, they did not hesitate at all. What? You? Seeing this scene, Chong Lingfeng, Tong Shankue, Lei Hun and other geniuses who were present all changed their expressions. Whether it is Yu Linglong or Ouyang Nantian, they are not something they can provoke. Especially that Yu Linglong, who was the young master of the Dark Temple, the strength and whole cards she showed outside the Forbidden Gods before made everyone unforgettable. If they really angered Yu Linglong and start a war with her now, they must be the ones who are unlucky. In the God-forbidden formation, it is strictly forbidden to do anything, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. Just when the scene was tense and the smell of gunpowder was wiped out, the ancient and majestic voice in the sky sounded again. Hum. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of brilliance condensed in mid-air, evolving into a blurred light cluster. In this light group, the divine breath surged, twisted and changed, and soon a tall figure appeared. Boundary. A powerful tycoon stared closely at the tall evolved figure, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone present, their eyes trembled in unison, and their faces were full of astonishment. What? Boundary. Oh my God, the world realm still exists. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Almost everyone had expressions of horror on their faces, and they couldn't believe it at all. The figure in front of them was the legendary envoy. What is an envoy? It is said that before the ancient war between gods and demons, both the God realm and the 10 directions starfield were peaceful, and peaceful. And at that time it was the world envoy who was guarding the 10th starfield and leading to the entrance to the God realm. According to the regulations of the Protoss at that time, anyone has the opportunity to ascend to the God realm, but they must meet the rules set by the Protoss. Therefore, in the 10th star field, the existence of a boundary envoy was set up, as the controller, to check and confirm every warrior who applied to enter the God realm. Among them, some powerful warriors who wanted to forcibly break through the barrier because they did not meet the requirements were all beheaded by the envoys without exception, and their corpses were hung at the entrance of the God realm. At that time, almost all the powerhouses of the 10 directions starfield who had never been to the God realm regarded the world envoy as the only god. No one dares to desecrate his majesty. Later, when the ancient gods and demons fought, the 10th starfield sank, and the envoys also disappeared. Many people thought that the envoys would also be lost. But I didn't expect that today in the land of forbidden gods, the world envoy would come again and appear alive in front of everyone. Not bad. Now that you know me, it's easy. The figure of the world envoy became clearer and clearer. She was dressed in a 7-star robe, with her hands on her shoulders, and a white girl with a head full of white hair. Her eyes swept across the audience, her expression calm. Envoy, appearing in the land of forbidden gods, could it be that? Among the crowd, there was a boss whose eyes flashed sharply, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that in the land of forbidden gods, there is really a road of hope leading to the realm of the gods, or achieving the realm of the gods? Such doubts surfaced in the hearts of many people at the same time. After all, compared with the 9-man sage emperor, Jiuxiao not only represents stronger strength, but more importantly, he has a special status. Before the ancient times, behind the boundary envoy was the God realm, and in front of him was the world of ordinary martial spirits. One person separates the two worlds of God and mortal world. But now, the world envoy appeared here. Could it be said that this time the land of forbidden gods is also the beginning of everyone, breaking the shackles of martial arts, and traveling between the gods and the mortal realms? Thinking of this, the eyes of some geniuses and bigwigs present instantly turned red, and their breathing became heavy. #C2569 advantage disappears. The land of forbidden gods returns, and the world envoys appear. Could it be that God's domain will really open the road to God's domain just like in ancient times? This kind of temptation is absolutely huge, especially for all the geniuses and bosses present. Most of the people present were at the Emperor Martial realm, a small number of them were at the Saint Emperor realm, and very few were at the Semi-God realm. However, without exception, almost all of them are the top geniuses and bosses of the major forces, just like the warriors of the Martial Emperor realm. Their talents and cultivation bases allow them to rapidly improve their cultivation bases in the cultivation of the 10 directions starfield. But what about after the Emperor realm? There may be ways and possibilities to break through the Holy Realm, but I want to break through to the Divine Realm. According to the legend of the 10 directions starfield, after the ancient war between gods and demons, there will be no more gods. It means that after the ancient war of gods and demons, no one ever broke through from the realm of the Holy Emperor to the realm of the gods. On the one hand, it was because the heaven and earth spiritual power and resources in the 10 directions starfield were not enough to have the possibility of breaking through to the God realm, and on the other hand, it was also because the ancient gods and demons fought like a catastrophe, destroying most of the God realm powerhouses and resources. Under such conditions, coupled with the 10 directions starfield's heavenly Tao, revised rules, and the current suppression of God's domain, it's like layers of shackles, so that the geniuses in the entire 10 directions starfield can't see hope at all. But now, when 2,000 pairs of eyes are staring at the boundary envoy at the same time, there is a strong sense of anticipation in everyone's heart at the same time. Master Jiuxiao, how do you choose the forbidden gods in the land of forbidden gods? Where is the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds? The person who asked the question was none other than Morong Jiuetian, the top genius of Chaos Sect. When this sentence was asked, everyone's eyes, including Chu Yan, were fixed on the envoy. Whether it's wandering through fierce lands or collecting forbidden talismans, the ultimate goal is not all for the 1,000 worlds mysterious treasure tree. In order to become the successor of the God-forbidden land, it's not time for the God-forbidden to choose. My lord still has some things to prepare. The Jia envoy's eyes and face were still indifferent, and he spoke coldly. When the time is up, I will naturally notify everyone. Now, free time. As soon as the words landed, the Jiuxiao flashed his figure and disappeared on the spot. The more than 2,000 geniuses and bigwigs who were present were all stunned for a moment. All of them were stupefied. What are you doing? He just left. The world envoy left directly, causing more than 2,000 geniuses and bigwigs who had gone through dangers and survived until now, to fight for the great man of the forbidden god, suddenly felt cold and completely dumbfounded. Free activities, what do you mean? After a while, someone asked, with a puzzled look on his face. More than 2,000 people gathered here just for freedom of movement. If it is true that the Lord of Forbidden Gods is not ready according to what Lord Jiuxiao said, why not let them continue to wander in the fierce place, and gather them all in the come here? Swish. 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 In the next moment, no matter it is ignorant. Still not dazed, he raised his head and looked around, his body was moving in unison. Geniuses and bigwigs from all major forces began to disperse and gather, and all the same clansmen gathered together, discussing something. But those who have no influence or sect are in groups of 3 or 4, with good relations gathered together, and their faces are a little nervous. This scene made them feel a sense of danger. It seems that my guess is right. Emperor Xuan opened his mouth and said to Chu Yan and Situ Yang. This forbidden god lord is not unprepared at all, but deliberately left these people here to make the scene extremely complicated. Complicated? Chu Yan was taken aback. Of course, look over there. Emperor Xuan glanced at a sect force in the distance, and said. Chu Yan and Situ Yang followed Xuanhuan's gaze, and their faces were startled. I saw that, at the place where the power of 5 or 6 people gathered, several warriors from the same clan were exchanging forbidden talismans. 3 of them took out all the forbidden talismans on their bodies, and the other 2, probably at the elder level, took out a lot of resources and treasures, as well as 2 books of exercises, and gave them to the young 3. At this moment, smiles appeared on the faces of the 5 people at the same time, and they seemed to be extremely satisfied. They're exchanging forbidden talismans. Situ said in shock. That's right. Look around, not only them, but almost all of them are doing this. Xuanhuan said. Sure enough, Chu Yan and Situ Yang looked around, including the top powers and sects of the 3 great powers and the 7 great clans, those geniuses and bigwigs gathered together, and they were all exchanging. How could they be willing to hand in the forbidden talisman? Chu Yan was stunned. Why not hand it in? Xuanhuan sneered. There are more than 2,000 people here, and only one person can become a god-forbidden person, and the rest have no hope at all. Since this is the case, as long as you are not stupid, you will use this useless forbidden talisman in exchange for some useful resources. It is better than throwing away the forbidden talisman when it is eliminated. The words of Emperor Kuan immediately caught Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao in a daze. This is really the truth. Those young geniuses, on the one hand, the number of forbidden talismans collected is small, and on the other hand, most of them are cultivated in the Great Emperor realm, and there is still a long way to go before they reach the divine realm. Therefore, on the whole, it is much more cost-effective to use this opportunity to exchange for the sex treasures and resources, as well as top-notch skills, than to hold the forbidden talisman and be eliminated in the end. This is just the beginning. If my guess is right, then there will be excitement. What's the fun? After changing the things in your own power, you think they will wait obediently. Emperor Kuan laughed. What does the sentence just now, freedom of movement, mean? Do you need to say it? The words of Emperor Kuan made Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao nod at the same time, and instantly understood what Emperor Kuan meant. If before, the envoy announced that the strict prohibition of hands-on is a rule prohibition, then now, free movement is the lifting of the prohibition. This time, our advantage may be gone soon. Chu Yan looked around and spoke softly. Originally, the three of them had collected nearly 600 forbidden god talismans. Now, after the internal exchanges among the powerhouses of various forces, a large number of forbidden god talismans began to be concentrated in the hands of a few people. In this way, I am afraid that soon, the number of forbidden talismans for some people will start to skyrocket. In this case, Chu Yan's advantage of more than 500 forbidden talismans disappeared directly. No, we have to exchange some. Xie La Jiao spoke directly. Among the more than 2,000 people present, he had absolute confidence in doing business. According to the rules, people who have 300 forbidden god talismans can go to the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. Now, there may be more than one person who owns 300 forbidden god talismans, so there should be many candidates for this forbidden god talisman. Chu Yan opened his mouth and said to Emperor Kuan. The first is the advantage. The role of the forbidden god talisman should not only be a bargaining chip. Later, when it comes to the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds, or when competing for inheritance, this forbidden god talisman will be of great use at all. Secondly, the first 300 forbidden talismans are simply a standard, just a qualifying line, and it is not used to rank. Emperor Kuan, an old monster who has lived for an unknown amount of time, shrewdly made Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao look stunned. However, they had to admit that Emperor Kuan's guess should be correct. #C2570 Lord of Forbidden God. The words of Emperor Kuan made Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao roughly understand the rules of free movement. At the same time, Emperor Kuan also reminded the two of them that the precious resources and spiritual weapons all over the surrounding terrain will inevitably become the interests of the competition. Therefore, the Lord of Forbidden God gathered everyone here, probably just to watch the excitement. Brother, if there are any good things, give me some. I'll go around and see if I can exchange for more forbidden talismans. Xie La Jiao knew that Chu Yan's goal was the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree and the inheritance of the forbidden god, so the priority now is not to grab those precious resources and spirit treasures, but to exchange for the forbidden god talisman. Good. Chu Yan waved his hand and took out a few pieces of jade talismans, all of which were massive wealth and cultivation resources stored in the Rakshasa space. After getting these jade talismans, Xie La Jiao glanced briefly, and was about to set off, but before he set off, a figure sounded directly. Everyone, if you have forbidden talismans, you can come here to exchange them. I guarantee everyone's satisfaction. The Thunder Soul Emperor was the first to jump out and announced loudly to all the powerful people in the audience. I have the secret treasure of the demon sect here, which is rare in the 10 Directions star fields. If you are interested, come find me. Tong Shankue also hurriedly announced the Yaozong's big sacrifice. Come on, anyone who wants to change the forbidden talisman, come find me. Morongju ascended to the sky, raised his voice, and announced loudly. Geniuses from various forces spoke one after another, and some even directly took out a large number of divine crystals and treasures, floating them around their bodies to attract more people's attention. Not to mention, many warriors' eyes lit up and flew away. It is impossible for these people to reach the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, with dozens less and hundreds more. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the selection of forbidden gods, so he didn't even expect to reach the profound tree of the 1,000 realms. There are also some warriors, seeing that the geniuses present are all powerful, they directly think that they have no hope and become forbidden gods, and they also choose to exchange the forbidden talismans in their hands. All of a sudden, figures flickered everywhere, and the sounds of selling and bargaining rang out. At this moment, the core area of the God-forbidden land has turned into a market where everyone is doing business. Hey, interesting, someone actually took out a demigod-level demon crystal. I'll go and see. Emperor Kuan kept staring at the surroundings, found something that interested him, greeted Chu Yan directly, and flew over directly. Master Xuanhuan, wait for me. Seeing that Emperor Kuan was running faster than him, Yang immediately became anxious and hurried to catch up. Two people, one in front and one behind, rushed to the busiest trading area, and quickly mixed into the crowd. Chu Yan, where did this goldfish come from? Yu Linglong heard some words from Emperor Kuan just now. With a look of astonishment on her face, she asked Chu Yan. He is from the Kuan clan of the ancient monster clan. His monster body has been damaged, and his strength is not strong now. Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong. Smiling lightly, he opened his mouth to explain. Linglong, brother Ouyang, Xingjia, do you have enough forbidden talismans? Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian and Xingjia, and asked. I don't need it. Ouyang Nantian shook his head directly. The last time he met Chu Yan in the Black Hole Palace and defeated Xietin Sanren, the inheritance in the Black Hole Palace has been obtained, and he has no interest in the inheritance of the Forbidden God. Brother Chu, I don't need it either. Xingjia chuckled and shook his head. Like Ouyang Nantian, Xingjia's goal in coming to the God-forbidden land this time is also not the inheritance of the Forbidden God, and seeing his calm expression, I am afraid that his goal has been achieved. Chu Yan glanced at the two of them in astonishment. Ouyang Nantian was okay to say, but Xingjia seemed to have some adventures. I have to find a time to chat with Xingjia. Chu Yan thought to himself. Chu Yan, I'm still short, come with me for a walk. Yu Linglong would be polite to Chu Yan, and said directly. Okay. No problem. Chu Yan nodded. Yu Linglong smiled immediately, and walked towards the trading area together with Chu Yan. Next, the atmosphere in the trading area became more and more enthusiastic, even from the initial hesitation to the final scramble. However, the number of forbidden talismans was not large, and a few people even bought them at a low price and sold them at a high price, earning the difference and earning a fortune. Lei Hun, Morong, Chong Lingfeng and others saw that the forbidden talismans in the trading area were getting more and more expensive and the quantity was getting smaller and smaller. Some people started to give up the purchase and turned around and rushed around. Before, those with few forbidden talismans, after selling the forbidden talismans, had already headed towards the surrounding forests and mountains. None of the treasures and resources in this God-forbidden place are mortal, which makes people extremely envious. However, to everyone's surprise, from the beginning to the end, there was no battle there. Everyone maintained extreme restraint, and no one directly shot to snatch others like they did during the fierce experience. Firstly, because the envoy said before, those who do it will be eliminated directly. Secondly, after all the major forces are gathered here, if they act casually, it may cause a war between the sects. The atmosphere is peaceful and tense, everyone is busy, trading deals, collecting resources. Time flies, and half an hour later, above the sky, a large cloud of 7 colors quietly gathered. Everyone, it's almost there. This voice rang out, which immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Chi-Chi looked up. Above the sky, the patch of 7 colored clouds suddenly trembled and turned into a tall figure with perseverance between heaven and earth. This is the Lord of Forbidden Gods. Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, Emperor Kuan, etc. all looked at the tall figure transformed by the 7 colored clouds with a flash of light. Ah! Suddenly, a roar of a tiger resounded through the world, startling everyone. The void exploded, and a flower tiger sprang out from it. When it roared to the sky and the earth, it leaped, but it fell directly in front of the cloud giant. At this time, the huge figure transformed into a cloud of 7 colors has also been fully formed, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man with long hair. I saw that this person was wearing commoner clothes and straw sandals on his feet. He was dressed in such a simple way that people were stunned. "See, my lord." At some point, the envoy suddenly appeared and bowed to the commoner man. "See Lord Forbidden God. See Lord Forbidden God. See Lord Forbidden God." Seeing the reaction of the world envoy, all the geniuses and bigwigs present reacted in unison, and all bowed down to see it. Forbidden God Lord. In the ancient God realm, there is an existence close to God. This God does not refer to the cultivation of the divine realm. Compared with Emperor Xuanhuan and the others, this God refers to identity and status. Just like all warriors in the great emperor realm have the title of emperor. Among the strong in the divine realm, there are also divine titles, but the divine title cannot be like the emperor's title, and one can just seal one by oneself. Conferred as a god, but with a godhead. #C2571, would you like to be a god banter? And the Forbidden God Lord in front of him is the kind of God realm powerhouse who possesses the godhead and is the Empress conferred god. In a sense, his status is much higher than that of all the god-level powerhouses in the 10 Directions star region, including the Nantian sword god. If you have to compare this kind of gap, then it is the gap between heaven and earth. Just like the difference between the 10 Directions star territory and the divine realm, the hesitant heaven and earth gap cannot be crossed at all. Everyone, there is no need to be too polite. Thank you very much for coming to the Forbidden God land and participating in the assessment of the Forbidden God. The tone and demeanor of the Lord Forbidden God was calm and calm, just like an ordinary middle-aged man, without a trace of the power and aloofness of a god. This time the land of forbidden gods came back, not only to select the forbidden gods, but also brought the inheritance of 18 ancient gods' ruins in the ancient gods' world. I believe that some of you have already obtained these inheritances. The Lord of the Forbidden God looked across the audience, causing everyone to tremble with astonishment on their faces. After all, most people have never seen the goals of Mialian Unju and Ouyang Nantian, and they don't even know that there is such an inheritance from the ancient god world. Please stand up. Starting today, you can enter the Forbidden God land at any time in the future. As soon as the words landed, some people's eyes lit up in the crowd. Thank you, Senior. The next moment, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Mialian Unju, Ouyang Xingtian, and Yu Linglong, including Shen Xingjia and other 18 warriors, walked in front of the crowd. So it is. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Chu Yan knew about Mialian Unju and Ouyang Nantian, but Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjia were also inherited from the ancient god world. Swish. 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 The Lord of Forbidden God looked at the 18 people in front of him, smiled, nodded slightly, raised his hand, and 18 mysterious lights shot out. These 18 rays of mysterious light fell in front of 18 people and turned into a golden word forbidden, which merged into their chests, and condensed into gold characters directly on the chests of their clothes. This is the certificate for you to enter and exit the Forbidden God land in the future. The Lord of Forbidden God was really satisfied, looked at the 18 people in front of him, and nodded approvingly. For him, the land of Forbidden Gods is the only mainland world that still carries the faith of the ancient gods, and his land of Forbidden Gods shelters the inheritance of the ancient gods. Today, he has finally found his own inheritors. In other words, the beliefs of the ancient Protoss began to be passed on, and they will not be completely lost in the end. This is definitely a wrong start. Next, go where you should go. The Lord of Forbidden God waved his hand, and the profound light was like a lake, covering the 18 people below. Obviously, these 18 people have other things to do. Chu Yan, don't let me down. Yu Linglong's figure was disappearing. She turned to look at Chu Yan, with a smile and encouragement on her small face. Brother Chu, come on. Shen Xingjia waved his fist. On the other side, Ouyang Nantian. He just looked at Chu Yan quietly, nodded heavily, and didn't say much. The next moment, 18 pillars of light shot up into the sky. Like 10 pillars of the sky, connecting the heaven and the earth, emitting 18 kinds of light of different colors, dyeing the whole heaven and the earth in 7 colors. Ouyang Nantian and the others, standing in the beam of light, under the gaze of 2,000 pairs of eyes, slowly rose up and flew towards the sky. My God! Are they going there? 18 inheritances of the ancient gods were actually obtained by them. Damn! What a pity, I didn't know that there are still 18 inheritances in the land of Forbidden Gods. That's right, it seems that these 18 kinds of inheritance of the ancient gods seem to be no worse than the inheritance of the Forbidden Gods. What a mistake, how could you ignore it? The land of Forbidden Gods is part of the ancient gods. No chance. More than 2,000 strong men, all of them with astonishment on their faces, watched the 18 figures soaring into the sky and disappearing into the sky. All kinds of exclamations and sighs stirred up a wave of voices. If it is said that the inheritance of the Forbidden Gods in the land of Forbidden Gods is open, then the inheritance of these 18 ancient gods is completely hidden. Of course, the Lord of the Forbidden Gods is only preserved, and does not directly determine the candidates for the 18 inheritors. Just like Miaolian Unju, it is completely inherited by blood and identity, so let him come here and accept the inheritance. Including Shen Xingjia, I am afraid it is the same. Okay. Everyone, it's my job to come down from the God-forbidden land. When the 18 beams of light began to dissipate slowly, the Forbidden God Lord withdrew his gaze, looked at the 2,000 strong men in front of him, and smiled lightly. Then, let's start the assessment of the Forbidden God. These words, like the sound of a bell from heaven and earth, resounded through the audience, making the originally extremely noisy scene instantly silent. This kind of silence, like death, is quiet and cold. No one doubts that the inheritance of the Forbidden Gods in the land of Forbidden Gods will also be the inheritance of the Master of Forbidden Gods. And who is the Lord of Forbidden Gods? Perhaps, it is the only inheritance of the God conferred in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Of course, there may still be many God-conferring people in the realm of the gods, but what does that have to do with them? For millions of years, no one has entered the domain of the gods, and no one has ever seen anyone in the domain of the gods. In this case, God's domain is like the real way of heaven. Everyone knows its existence, but it is never possible to touch it. To put it simply, being a conferred god is a dead end for all warriors. No matter how hard you try and how talented you are, it's just a dead end, with no process or end. But now, the situation is completely different. The inheritance of the Forbidden God, the inheritance of the Forbidden God Lord, this is the inheritance of the Godhead. Please come out to those who have obtained 300 forbidden talismans. The Lord of Forbidden God spoke softly. The next moment, Morong Juetian, Yu Wendian, Tong Shankue, Chong Lingfeng, and Chu Yan strode out and stood in front of the Forbidden God Lord. Not bad. 5 people. The Lord of Forbidden God's eyes swept across the 5 people, without a trace of spiritual detection, but seemed to see through the 5 people completely. This is a power that directly peeps at the other party's soul. It cannot be blocked, and it cannot be detected at all. You guys, are you willing to become the God Forbidden in my God Forbidden land? After saying a word, the faces of everyone in the audience changed, while Chu Yan and the other 5 frowned slightly. The land of the Forbidden Gods, the inheritor of the Forbidden Gods. This sentence sounds like there is no problem, and it is exactly the same as what the 9-man Sage Emperor and the World Envoy have always announced. But now, speaking from the mouth of the Forbidden God Lord, they heard another meaning. #C2572 Candidate Battle. The Lord of Forbidden Gods is the Lord of Forbidden Gods, and the land of Forbidden Gods is the land of Forbidden Gods. Although the Lord of the Forbidden Gods is in charge of the land of Forbidden Gods, one represents the powerful conferred gods, and the other represents a continent. There is an essential difference between the two. Now, the Lord of Forbidden Gods is asking if he is willing to become the Forbidden Gods of the land of Forbidden Gods. Instead of asking, I am willing to become the successor of my Forbidden God Lord. Perhaps, there are some geniuses who may not be able to distinguish the difference, but for the 10 directions starfield, the bosses and holy sons of the major forces are very clear. And this difference is also the cause of their wish to frown slightly. If it is just the descendant of the Lord of Forbidden God, then it is tantamount to simply accepting the inheritance of the Lord of Forbidden God's skills. And if it is a God-forbidden person in the land of Forbidden Gods, it means that in addition to inheriting the magical skills of the Master of the Forbidden Gods, he needs to take over the land of Forbidden Gods. On the surface, the difference is here, and it's obvious. One only needs to accept the inheritance, while the other has to take on the responsibility of the God-forbidden land. If you think about it further, you will understand that the responsibility of the Forbidden God land is not so easy to take. On the one hand, the land of Forbidden Gods has been lost for 1,000,000 years, and now it suddenly returns, which must cause the balance between the forces in the Wuhun world, which has been maintained for 1,000,000 years, to be broken. After all, the land of Forbidden Gods belonged to the edge of the God realm in ancient times. And the ancient God realm had been completely destroyed in the great war of the ancient gods and demons, and the forces behind it no longer existed, and this land of Forbidden Gods lost its greatest support. This made the appearance of the God-forbidden land appear extremely embarrassing. At the very least, the current God realm is absolutely hostile to the Forbidden God land, and may even regard it as a remnant of the ancient God realm. On the other hand, the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield could not accept the return of the land of Forbidden Gods at all. This point can be clearly seen when the heaven and earth array laid down by the 10 directions starfield launched an attack on the land of Forbidden Gods when they returned. To put it simply, if it is the inheritance of the Forbidden God Lord, perhaps all the geniuses present will agree to it without hesitation. But now, the Lord of Forbidden Gods is asking about the Forbidden Gods of the land of Forbidden Gods, and the significance of this made the bosses hesitate immediately. Therefore, for other inheritances, this question is not asked at all. But now, the Lord of the Forbidden God asked directly, which means that you all have to think about it. Accepting the inheritance is tantamount to accepting the responsibility of the land of Forbidden God. The significance of this is not trivial. Of course, there are only 5 people with 300 forbidden talismans on their bodies now. And these 5 people are qualified to answer the Lord Forbidden God's question, but the other geniuses and bosses present all watched nervously. They knew very well that these 5 people represented the forces of the 5 parties, and if any one of them became a God-forbidden person, it would definitely change the structure of the spirit world. However, among these people, some people looked at Chu Yan, who was dressed in black. They did not expect that among the 5. Chu Yan, who was the weakest in cultivation, even got 300 forbidden talismans. However, he was only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and after several fierce transformations, he not only survived, but also got so many forbidden talismans. This definitely took everyone by surprise. However, most of the people present might think that Chu Yan's identity is a casual cultivator. But there are also a small number of people who know that Chu Yan is the ninth elder with a high position and authority in the Nishan Dao. As for the remaining 4 people, almost all of them spent all their wealth and resources in the trading area just now, and only then did they gather enough 300 forbidden talismans. If, without this transaction, perhaps the only person in the audience who could take out 300 forbidden talismans would be Chu Yan. It seems that the Lord of Forbidden Gods allowed everyone to move freely, which was obviously aimed at Chu Yan. Could it be that the Forbidden God Lord is not satisfied with Chu Yan? The bosses were puzzled, looked at Chu Yan, then at the Forbidden God Lord, guessing. This show is easy to see, because before, since only Chu Yan had enough forbidden talismans, then follow the rules announced by the 9-man Saint Emperor. There is no need to choose again at all, just choose Chu Yan directly. But now, the Forbidden God Lord didn't bother to add a free activity to deliberately create another opportunity, and 4 more candidates came out. Isn't this obvious? As for the Lord of Forbidden Gods, I don't know how many Forbidden God talismans are on each warrior. I am afraid no one present will believe it. Some geniuses and bosses present looked at Chu Yan with anger, besides sneering. Because they knew very well that Chu Yan had so many forbidden talismans, where did they come from? In Xiefeng's ferocious place before, he robbed hundreds of forbidden talismans of geniuses by himself, and cheated everyone. In this case, the Lord Forbidden God seems not satisfied with Chu Yan. That is to say, among the 5 of them, except for the 4 of Chu Yan, the chances are much greater. Senior, I am willing. Without waiting for others to speak, Chu Yan strode out, bowed his hands, and replied. What Chu Yan thought in his heart was different from everyone else's. For him, the land of the Forbidden Gods is of great significance. This point can be clearly seen just by looking at the performance of several bigwigs against the Shinto. Moreover, this time, Chu Yan came for the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, and if he did not achieve his goal, he would never give up. Among the crowd, 2 cold eyes passed over Chu Yan, and at the same time swept across the other 4 people standing on the Lord of Forbidden God. At this moment, they completely ignored Chu Yan and paid no attention to him at all. Getting closer to their layout, the land of the 1,000 realms profound treasure tree, will be the most important step. The selection of successors this time will be carried out in the form of a ring battle. Among the 5, Chu Yan can find a helper, but the limit is to be below the Great Emperor's 5th heaven. When this sentence came out, everyone was startled for a moment, then nodded in approval. After all, among the 5 people, Chu Yan's cultivation base is the weakest. If this is a fight, the result is self-evident. Moreover, although the Lord of Forbidden God gave him special privileges, even adding an opponent of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm would not make any sense at all. Sure enough, it's a ring battle. Emperor Kuan's eyes turned cold in the crowd. In the land of Forbidden Gods, the situation to be faced in the future is extremely complicated. Therefore, the requirements for successors must be combat power as the first standard. This battle is not judged by life or death. As long as you are at a disadvantage, you will be considered a failure. I will pay attention to it personally and decide the outcome. Of course, after the battle, all 5 of you will have the opportunity to go to the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds. After the rules were announced, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan. Half of them shook their heads, and half of them nodded. He shook his head because he thought Chu Yan would be defeated. But those who nodded thought that this Chu Yan still had the opportunity to experience the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds, so the trip was not in vain. #C2573 4 people team up. Among the eyes of everyone in the audience, the most shining ones were the 4 people standing beside Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I didn't expect it. So soon, there will be a chance to settle the accounts between you and me. Chang Lingfeng looked at Chu Yan, sneered, and said, with the emperor's prestige wrapped around him, surging like a flood. As the first young owner of the 13th floor of Tianyu, on top of the snow peak, Chu Yan robbed the forbidden amulet and fell into the pit. Not to mention how big the loss was, just in front of so many people, this face is really embarrassing. Therefore, Chang Lingfeng looked at Chu Yan with fighting intent, but Chi Guoguo's killing intent. So far, abandoning Chu Yan by hand isn't the same as the end. This couldn't be easier. For Chang Lingfeng, who is at the peak of the Great Emperor realm and whose combat power has reached the Saint Emperor realm, it is as easy as turning the palm of his hand. Brother Chang, you are right, this Chu Yan is so bold and arrogant, I will abolish him in a moment. Morong Juetian also stood up, wearing a golden imperial aura, burning like a golden flame. The aura was extremely powerful. As the chief disciple of the Golden Dragon's Sage Emperor of Han Yuanzong, his combat power is more than twice as strong as his cultivation. Moreover, this person is extremely belligerent, even if he dared to intervene in the siege of Ouyang Nantian before the Forbidden God land. It's not because of his arrogance, but because of his own strength, which gave him confidence. After all, Han Yuanzong, as one of the three major forces in the 10-direction star field, definitely far surpasses other forces in this background. Moreover, although Morong Juetian's status in Han Yuanzong is not as good as Chang Lingfeng's, his strength is absolutely comparable to Chang Lingfeng's. Chu Yan, this time, you are unlucky. He. Following the two of them, Yu Wendian also sneered, looking at Chu Yan with bloody eyes. Between him and Chu Yan, there is not only hatred for treasure, but also hatred for love. For Yu Linglong, he was determined to win, but who knew that Yu Linglong would not even look at him because of Chu Yan? In this way, how will he get Yu Linglong's heart, and how will he control the Dark Temple in the future? Therefore, this Chu Yan must die. But now, the rule announced by the Forbidden God Lord simply created the best chance for them. I don't need to say anything, cut off this Chu Yan first. Between the four of us, it's easy to talk. Tong Shankui looked downcast, glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes, and then spoke to the other three. Obviously, he who was the last to speak had already fully seen the situation on the field. After all, the talented bigwigs present have participated in group battles like this almost countless times. It is impossible to have a big melee like ordinary people think, and it is often a group of strong people who unite first, kill the weak, and then fight with each other. But now, the four of them teamed up to kill Chu Yan first, and reached a tacit understanding in an instant, which couldn't be better. As the high priest of the demon sect, although he is not afraid of the other three, it is obviously a good idea to kill Chu Yan first. Next moment, the four looked at each other and smiled, turned their heads at the same time, and looked at Chu Yan. All four have made it clear. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan may not have any chance, and he will definitely end up with a crippled cultivation base. Damn it! What are you doing? Lord Forbidden God, is he trying to kill Big Brother? Situ Yang, who was in the crowd, saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed immediately, and he shouted. As the master of the land of forbidden gods, it is impossible for the Lord of Forbidden Gods not to know what Chu Yan did before. Knowing that Chu Yan had offended many people in order to collect the Forbidden God talisman, the Lord Forbidden God even arranged for a scuffle. Not only Situ Yang, but all the geniuses and bosses in the audience looked at Chu Yan with regret and shook their heads this time. Originally, I thought it was a chance for Chu Yan to have the opportunity to see the Thousand Worlds' mysterious treasure tree. But now it seems that this is the rhythm of death. Two top geniuses from the three major factions, plus a son of heaven and a great sacrificial wine from the Yaozong and Gu clans of the 7 great war clans. With such a direct and luxurious lineup, if we attack Chu Yan together, it's not that 4 mountains crush ants, and even the scum will not be left behind. In addition, I remind everyone present that anyone who dares to help Chu Yan will die. Morong Jiuetian stepped forward with one step, his momentum was like a tide, his eyes were like golden lightning, he swept across the audience, and announced loudly. That's right. I'm the same as the demon sect. Yeah. My Gu clan is too. I'm Tianyu Lu, and I don't want to have one more enemy. The four geniuses spoke in unison, facing all the geniuses and powerhouses, they threatened directly. What? They did so. All the geniuses and bigwigs in the audience looked at the four of them together with astonishment on their faces. Unexpectedly, with such strong strength, these four people would attack Chu Yan's only advantage. In this way, among the famous and powerful forces in the Shifeng starfield, I am afraid that no one dares to accept Chu Yan's invitation. After all, to offend Hunyuanzong, Tianyula, Yaozong, and Gu clan in one go, such a powerful four forces, no sect force would do this. In this way, Chu Yan will not be able to invite a strong player, and he will undoubtedly die. Moreover, in the face of four such strong opponents, few people would be willing to help Chu Yan. Now that the four of them speak, I am afraid that no one will stand up in the audience. Maybe, in the end, Chu Yan could only face the combination of the four alone. Among the crowd, Emperor Kuan, Situ Yang, and a few big men who defied the divine way looked at Chu Yan with pale faces. There is chaos here and there, and this is simply to put Chu Yan to death. This is too bullying. Kuan Wang's face flushed, and his tail flicked wildly. If it wasn't for his demon cultivator not recovering, he would have wanted to do it right now and destroy those four people. In this way, no one will compete with Chu Yan, and of course there will be no danger. Are you joining forces? Chu Yan looked at the four of them, his face was as usual, without any fluctuation. Chong Lingfeng, Yu Wenchen, Tongshan Kuwei, plus Morong Jiuetian, this lineup is enough to deal with the big shots in the 7th and 8th heavens of the Saint Emperor realm. Is it dangerous? But so what? Since you want to fight, then let's fight, and have a good fight at once. Don't give up, it's enough for me to deal with you alone. Chu Yan shook his head, looked at the four of them and said. The four of them tried their best to join forces and threaten them. They just wanted to deal with themselves. He could see it, and naturally the other geniuses and bigwigs present could also see it. That being the case, then you don't need to bother others anymore, just deal with this killing situation by yourself. Otherwise, you have to owe others a huge favor. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. When Morong Jiuetian heard Lin Feng's words, he smiled instead of anger, his eyes were full of rage. #C2574 Moon Beauty. This Chu Yan, by himself, dared to fight. The geniuses and bosses present here all know that the combination of Morong Jiuetian, Yu Wendian, Tong Shankue, and Chong Lingfeng is so strong that even a small sect sweeping the 10 directions starfield is more than enough. Moreover, with the addition of what the four of them said, it is obvious that they are targeting Chu Yan to set up a killing game. Although the Lord of Forbidden God does not allow death, as long as Chu Yan is abolished, it will be more painful for warriors than death. Under such circumstances, that Chu Yan even dared to say that he would give up the advantage of finding a helper by himself. Apart from Morong Jiuetian's words, the other three also had smiles all over their faces, and their eyes were full of teasing expressions. You, Chu Yan, snatched the Forbidden God talisman and left in Xiefeng before, but now, you can't leave. Okay. The battle is ready. The Forbidden God Lord had no intention of intervening. Seeing that the four of them had made up their minds, they waved their hands and were ready to announce the start. However, before he could utter the last word, suddenly, 3 different sounds exploded in the sky at the same time. Wait a moment. Boom. 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 3 thunderclaps resounded through the heaven and earth, and in the sky 10,000 zhang high, the 18 rounds of golden suns, 3 of them descended from the sky and fell rapidly. These 3 people are exactly 3 of the 18 people who just accepted the inheritance of the 18 relics of the God realm. At this moment, all the geniuses and bosses in the audience changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. I saw, among the 3 rounds of golden light, 3 figures descended slowly and flew towards the crowd. Wait a moment. Could it be that at this time, there are still people who want to come forward and help that Chu Yan? With this glance, everyone was stunned, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. Because, these 3 figures are Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong and Xin Xingjia. If the 3 people who were originally accepting the inheritance really helped Chu Yan fight, then as long as they left the Golden Light group, it would be tantamount to giving up the inheritance of 18 ancient gods. The loss was so great that it was beyond the imagination of everyone present. You know, this is second only to the land of forbidden gods, and the 18 inheritances of the ancient gods passed down by the forbidden gods. The 3 of them chose to give up so easily. I am willing to fight with Chu Yan. How can I miss Ouyang in this battle? Brother Chu, my little brother is willing to fight side by side with you. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yan and spoke together, their faces solemn, without any hesitation. Really? The pupils of all the geniuses and bosses in the audience shrank suddenly, and they looked at Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong and Xin Xingjia with astonishment on their faces. That Xin Xingjia, let's not talk about it for now, after all, no one understands it. However, Ouyang Nantian and Yu Linglong, among all the bigwigs present, there was no one who didn't know them. Moreover, before the land of the forbidden gods returned, at the border of the 9th starfield, in the outbreak of a great battle, Ouyang Nantian alone fought against Xietian Sanren, and the scene where all parties were strong, they still remember it fresh. And that Yu Linglong was even more terrifying, suppressing all the forces in the 10 directions starfield with just one person. If the 2 of them formed a team with Chu Yan and fought against the 4 of Murong Juetian, then there would really be something to watch. Yu Linglong, brother Ouyang, Xingjia, this matter. Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then reacted, and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop the 3 of them. How precious is the inheritance of the ancient god realm. Moreover, the 3 of them came to the land of forbidden gods this time, originally for the inheritance of these 18 ancient gods. It would be a pity if I gave up the inheritance they had acquired so hard because of myself. It's just a relic inheritance, this girl is not rare. Before Chu Yan could finish his sentence, Yu Linglong flew out of the golden ball of light and landed in front of Chu Yan. Boom, boom. Without the support of Yu Linglong's soul, the golden ball of light exploded in an instant, turning into golden light spots all over the sky, scattered in all directions. At this moment, it was as if a golden light rain had fallen between the heaven and the earth, swaying the entire crowd. Everyone was bathed in this golden light rain, and they felt that the breath in their whole body was filled instantly, and the true energy was condensed a lot. What a powerful inheritance from the ancient god world. Oh my god, I didn't expect this inheritance from the god realm to be so terrifying. That's right, just this little bit of rain has such power. If it is all refined, then the strength will increase. Damn, don't give it to me, it's too wasteful. There was an exclamation in the crowd, and all the geniuses and bosses present roared. However, amidst Ru Chao's exclamation, everyone's eyes were on Yu Linglong. Actually, I really gave up. There are only 18 places in the Forbidden God realm, and even in the entire martial soul world, there are only 18 places. After the war between the ancient gods and demons, the original god realm was lost, and the current god realm has been occupied, completely sealing off the passage to the 10 directions star territory. Therefore, the warriors in the 10 directions starfield can find the inheritance of the ancient god world, except for the 18 places in this land of forbidden gods, there is nothing else. And Yu Linglong, for that Chu Yan, gave up so simply. This is the top inheritance in the 10 directions star field. In addition, Yu Linglong has a special body. She is the young master of the Dark Temple. At this time, she chose to stand with Chu Yan, which means that she will be enemies with Han Yuanzong, Tianyala, Yaozong, and Gu clan. Morong Jiutian and the others said this clearly before. Hehe, Chu Yan is blessed. Emperor Kuan, who was originally angry, looked at the two figures in front of him, one black and one white, but said with a chuckle. Brother, Moon Beauty, beat them up. Situ Yang also looked excited, waved his fists, and roared with a flushed face. This time, Yu Linglong's move was not only to help Chu Yan in the first battle, but under such circumstances, someone stood up and gave everything to help Chu Yan. Such a situation is definitely a huge spiritual sublimation for those who are close to Chu Yan. Who said that in the world of martial arts, there are only benefits, and only the weak and the strong prey on the strong? In addition to these, there are many, many other forces that you can't see, but really exist, that make people excited and firm. Miss you. This matter is between the few of us and Chu Yan. Don't you want to get involved? When Yu Wendian saw Yu Linglong appearing, his face turned livid, and he tried to dissuade her. That's right. Miss Yu, don't worry, I, Tongshan Kuei, can guarantee that I will never kill Chu Yan. You can rest assured about this. Tongshan Kuei also spoke. It's just that saying something like this is like a joke. The geniuses and bigwigs from all directions heard that many bigwigs twitched the corners of their mouths. #C2575 to Een to Soft. What do you mean you promise not to kill Chu Yan? If you are capable, you should give it a try. Is it really a child's play to regard the rules uttered by the Lord of Forbidden Gods? Therefore, when Tong Shankui said this, he directly lowered his own IQ. Those present were all the elites of the major forces in the 10 directions star field. This kind of nonsense and word games, it's okay to fool ordinary people. As for Tong Shankui and Yu Wendian, the moment Yu Linglong stood up for Chu Yan, the hatred in their hearts almost reached its peak. Both of them want to win Yu Linglong's favor. This time, he originally wanted to abolish Chu Yan, so as to sever the relationship between Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. But they didn't expect that Yu Linglong would now form a team to fight against them, for Chu Yan's sake. Who doesn't understand your thoughts? Stop talking nonsense. Humph. Yu Linglong snorted coldly, glanced at Yu Wendian and the others, then turned around and looked at the Lord of Forbidden God. Senior, I have made up my mind, please start. Hearing the words, the Forbidden God Lord stared at Yu Linglong, flickering slightly, then nodded. Okay. The battle begins. After an announcement, the big hand waved down. Boom, boom. A piece of 9-color divine light waved from the hand of the Forbidden God Lord, like a sky blade, splitting the world in half in an instant. Crash. A large piece of 9-color divine light cut through the sky and opened a huge gap, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a tide rushed out like a rushing river. The 9-colored river of God, like the water that broke the embankment, was rushing endlessly, and there was a leaf in it, falling and flying. This is a purple leaf, below it is the Nujiang River, above it is a violent spiritual energy storm. And this purple leaf fluttered lonely, as if it would be torn apart by the surrounding forces at any moment. However, the purple leaf, which is as light as a feather and has no strength, just flutters like this, drifting with the current and floating in the midst of the continuous impact of powerful forces around it. At this moment, the eyes of all the strong people in the audience were fixed on the purple leaf, and they completely ignored the much stronger 9-color spiritual tide and the spiritual wind. It seems that the purple leaf has a special magic power, which contains some kind of great truth, which makes people immerse themselves in it. This is the most Een and soft. Chu Yan's eyes trembled constantly, and the aura in the sea of consciousness was like a tide. Click. In less than half a breath, there was a sound of something exploding in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Chu Yan, since he stepped into the martial arts practice, all the martial arts cultivation base, will, and perception have been integrated into one, shaped like a giant peak. But suddenly, a huge gap exploded in the middle of the mountain. The appearance of this gap split the mountain into two in an instant. The two mountains collided with each other and repelled each other. Powerful power has always been the source of all warriors on the road of cultivation. The existence of constant pursuit. Every martial artist hopes that his physical strength and true energy will continue to grow stronger, until he is as strong as a peak that lifts the sky, enough to strike against the heavens and the earth. But at this moment, Chu Yan stared blankly at the purple leaf fluttering like a light feather in the nine-color spiritual tide and the aura of spiritual energy all over the sky, and fell into a state of trance. The power of the nine-color spiritual wave is not powerful, and the violent spiritual energy storm is even more terrifying. However, such a force impacted the purple leaf, but it did not suffer the slightest damage at all. Even on that piece of purple leaf, Chu Yan could only feel a trace of extremely faint divine breath, wrapping around the purple leaf. With such a small amount of divine breath, I'm afraid it doesn't even have 1/10,000th of the power of the nine-color spiritual wave and spiritual energy storm. However, the results are obvious, and the purple leaves are not affected in any way. Whether it was the shock of all the geniuses and bosses present, or Chu Yan who was in a daze, under the gaze of all eyes, the purple leaf was pushed by the nine-color spiritual tide and spiritual energy storm, fluttering, and fell to the ground above. In just a flash, the purple leaf fell into the soil, and then the purple light overflowed, and a delicate sprout grew, growing rapidly. This growth rate visible to the naked eye made everyone's expression slightly change. In less than 10 breaths, a towering purple gold tree appeared in front of everyone. In the canopy that covers the sky and the sun, it looks like thousands of stars are shining, and on the thick trunk, there are one after another spirit pattern secret symbols engraved on it. But before, the violent and shocking nine-color spiritual tide became the source of nutrients for the growth of the big tree, and the spiritual energy storm became the spiritual cloud for the strong tree. After another 10 breaths, the spirit wave disappeared, the spirit weathered into clouds, and everything returned to calm. The original frenzy disappeared, and the weak purple leaf grew into a towering tree. You 5, use the crown of the tree as a battle platform, go up. At this moment, the Lord Forbidden God announced. His eyes swept over the 5 people, and finally fell on Chu Yan, who was absent-minded. A flash of approval flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Forbidden God. It's just opening up a battlefield. This kind of pediatric method, but the Lord Forbidden God used his divine power. Its intention, of course, is not that simple. However, although everyone present felt a little extraordinary, they were shocked by this vision. But the Lord of Forbidden God is very clear that the only one who really understands is the young man in black robe. However, if there is one person who realizes it, it won't let his efforts go to waste. Swish. 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 The 4 figures, like lightning through the sky, just swept away, and then they reached the canopy covering the sky. The figures hung up, turned their heads together, and looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, why are you in a daze? Seeing that Chu Yan didn't respond, Yu Linglong asked. N. Subconsciously nodded, Chu Yan's eyes and face were still dull. Staring closely at the towering tree, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, not only the peak of martial arts, but even the entire world of sea of consciousness began to split. Chu Yan, you don't look down on this girl, do you? Yu Linglong pouted, seeing Chu Yan's reaction, she said extremely dissatisfied. Wait a minute, I'll show you what this girl can do, While speaking, Yu Linglong's white dress was like a cloud, soaring into the sky, and flew towards the crown of the tree. With just a flash, he landed on the position opposite Murong Juetian and the 4 of them. A pair of cold phoenix eyes swept over the four of them, and the eyes were full of disdain. Of course I look down on you. It's just. Chu Yan originally wanted to explain, but when he looked up, he saw that Yu Linglong had already flown to the canopy of the tree. He smiled wryly, shook his head, and flew over. Like a sharp sword light, it pierced through the void and pulled out a long rainbow, which instantly landed on the treetop, next to Yu Linglong. Originally, he planned to fight against four of them alone, without any flinching. And now, with a confidant like Yu Linglong as her companion, why not be afraid? #C2576 double kill. Everyone, what do we do now? Seeing that Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were ready to fight like a rainbow, Chong Lingfeng frowned slightly and asked. As the young landlord of the 13th floor of Tianyu, from the bottom of his heart, he is probably the least willing to start a war with the Black Temple of Time among the four. In the 10 Directions Starfield, there are three major factions, Hunyuanzong, Tianula, and Dark Temple. The three forces stand on each other and check each other. For millions of years, in the 10 Directions Starfield, only a stable situation has been formed. Now, if there is a real battle with Yu Linglong, it's okay if nothing happens, but if she accidentally misses and hurts Yu Linglong, the consequences. Although, he is the #1 existence among the 13 young masters of Tianyu building. But that was just one of the 13 people. Moreover, young landlords like them are selected. It is not certain if it is you this year and who it will be next year. Such an identity, compared with Yu Linglong's young palace master, is definitely a world of difference. To put it simply, if Yu Linglong hurts him, nothing will happen, at most Tianula will complain. But if he hurt Yu Linglong, I'm afraid that in less than an hour, the Dark Temple will come out and fight against them in the Tianyu Tower. If such a situation was caused by him, Tianula would absolutely smash him into scum and define him as a historical sinner. He can't stand this kind of crime, and he doesn't deserve it. How about this, Master Jiuxiao, leave it to me and Brother Yuan, and you two will deal with Chu Yan. Tong Shankue also had a dark face, looked at Yu Linglong, pondered for a long time, and transmitted his spiritual consciousness to the other three. As long as Chu Yan is killed, the Master Jiuxiao will naturally stop. When this sentence fell to the ground, the other three frowned at the same time, thinking deeply in their hearts. After a long time, the three of them nodded slightly. After all, this is the only way right now. It is absolutely impossible not to fight. Not to mention that between them and Chu Yan, they are competing for the inheritance of the Forbidden God. The threat that Chu Yan brings to them alone must not be let go. After all, the four people present are all top forces from the 10 Directions Starfield. As a dark horse, Chu Yan's strength, when he changed fiercely, before was too amazing. Such a genius must be killed when it rises, otherwise, the future of the 10 Directions Starfield may change. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shankui have long had great achievements in their hearts, and they all depend on Yu Linglong. Therefore, Chu Yan was regarded as a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. Kill. What is there to say? The three of them nodded, and the imperial breath on their bodies began to surge, and at the same time, the dark red killing intent in their eyes continued to emerge. For people, for ideas, but the momentum of the war has come. Swish. 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 The four of them agreed, and they immediately turned into four startled rainbows, and their figures surged up, rushing towards Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. In pairs. With a clear purpose. Morong Jiutian and Chong Lingfeng dealt with Chu Yan, Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue, and blocked Yu Linglong. As long as Morong Jiutian and Chong Lingfeng abolished Chu Yan as quickly as possible, then there would be a result, and Yu Linglong would have nothing to do. With 4 versus 2, there is no suspense at all in such a battle. Call out. Call out. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at each other, and they also jumped up and rushed towards each other. The battle of the inheritors has officially begun. At this moment, the silhouette of the 5 hedges attracted the attention of everyone in the audience, who watched closely. Look, it's time to fight. It's too scary, the 3 major forces, the 7 great clans. However, Chu Yan and Palace Master Jiuxiao are too weak to be their opponents. That's right, depending on the situation, Yuan and the others are going to form a team of 2 to deal with them. In this way, it is impossible to fight. Yuan and the others are all at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and have the combat power of a higher-level Saint Emperor. The discussion in the audience, with the start of the violent battle, stirred up a wave of voices. Of course, no one was optimistic about Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, and they all agreed that the 4 of Yuan would win. However, the question of the length of time, and whether Chu Yan will be abolished in the end. In other words, Chu Yan is just trying his best to save face and pass on the inheritance of the Forbidden God. When he really can't beat him, he may just admit defeat. Such an outcome is one of the last 2 possible outcomes that everyone expected. Anyway, regardless of the outcome, there is a chance in the end to go to the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds. Everyone, the inheritance selection of the Forbidden God has officially begun. The Lord Forbidden God turned his head, looked at all the geniuses and bosses present, and spoke again. Although you all have no chance to go to the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, you all have passed the fierce assessment of the Forbidden Gods, so I will make an exception and let you see the profound treasure tree of 1,000 realms. As soon as the words landed, the faces of everyone in the audience changed. What? Let everyone take a look, the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. Almost instantly, everyone's eyes turned red instantly, and their breathing became extremely rapid. Mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. That is the only hope in the entire martial soul world that has the opportunity to break through to the divine realm. In other words, apart from God's domain, among all warriors in the martial soul world, if given the chance, a new strongman above the demigod realm would be born. Then, it must be the one who experienced the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. God realm, that is almost the ultimate of martial arts cultivation for all warriors. Become a God Emperor, create the kingdom of God, become the true ruler of the heavens and worlds, surpass the rules of the heavens, and become the overlord of one party. This is the highest level that almost all warriors dream of when they step into the way of cultivation. And now, this opportunity is about to appear in front of me. Even in the sky, Yuan and Chu Yan, who were about to make a move, all paused and turned their heads to look at it. Thousands of demons and myriad worlds, the gods and heavens of the ancient realm, open the Lingxiao, cross the soul sky, take a breath of grandeur, and prove the universe for yourself. Open! The Lord of Forbidden God chanted loudly, condensing the spiritual power of heaven and earth, reprinting with both hands, and continuously swaying it out. In an instant, a large piece of harmonious light, like a tide, surged between the sky and the earth. Hum. Hum. Wherever these 9-color divine lights passed, the sky trembled, as if everything was trembling. This vision, could it be? The bigwigs of the various top forces present seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly their expressions changed drastically, and their spirits trembled. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder exploded, as if at the end of the sky, there was an extremely dazzling light shining. It's like a divine light that breaks through all the haze in the mortal world and wants to completely swallow up and melt the world, instantly swaying the whole world. The next moment, the 9 huge mountain peaks in the God-forbidden land continued to sway, and 9 color beams of light rushed up. These 9 beams of light, like 9 magic weapons, broke through all the void and everything, rushed to the sky, and collided together. Melt. To be precise, it opened the sky and split the earth, opening a scene, a time and space that does not exist in the world at all. #C2577 Baoshu was born. In that piece of time and space, the nine-color divine light is constantly merging and distorting, like a piece of creation force that transforms the special time and space that has just appeared. It's like rendering a brand new world, and like a giant painting of time and space, it's unfolding. The nine-color divine breath, like a ripple of water, surges between the heaven and the earth. Wherever it passes, heaven and earth, spiritual peaks, rivers, forests, etc., are constantly conceived and born. This is a whole new world. I can't feel the existence of a trace of power, and even the power of the 9 lines of martial arts that every warrior is extremely familiar with doesn't exist in this new world at all. Without the power of the 9 elements, there is also no power of heaven. This is an absolute pure land. And in this pure land world, a gray tree with a height of 100 feet grows in it. From its tree body, a large amount of gray aura continuously overflows, like thousands of stars, flying into the sky and earth, gestating the entire pure land world. This is the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. There is no glow, no surprise, only ordinary and ordinary. It seemed that even ordinary spirit trees in the Wuhun world were taller than it, and even full of aura. However, anyone who sees it for the first time will not doubt that it is the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. The real core of that God-forbidden place. The hope that allows warriors to comprehend and find the way to the divine realm. 1,000 worlds mysterious treasure tree. Countless murmurs sounded, and everyone stared in astonishment. Even Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, Chong Lingfeng, and others who were fighting were all shocked, staring at the big gray tree in a daze. At this moment, a wonderful and mysterious induction, in their sea of consciousness world, is like spiritual rain falling from the sky, nourishing their sea of consciousness. This feeling is something they have never experienced before. However, the feeling of just this moment seems to let them go through 10,000 years of cultivation. All the impurities and scattered wool of the heart and soul are instantly cleared. This kind of improvement that can't be seen but can be clearly felt makes them tremble with excitement. Powerful. Too strong. Just looking at it from afar through the Pure Land world, you can have such an astonishing improvement. Kill. The next moment, a violent look frantically flashed in Morong Jiuetian's eyes, and the emperor's prestige all over his body exploded directly. He turned his head to look at Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, and his fighting spirit instantly reached its peak. Chu Yan, die for me. Not only Morong Jiuetian, but Chong Lingfeng, who was always calm, also had red eyes, tyrannical like crazy, and his true energy was soaring. He used his ultimate move and blasted towards Chu Yan. According to the original plan, the two rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time, one behind the other. Although their whole bodies' killing intent erupted directly under the excitement, they did not lose their minds, nor did they change their original battle plan. The only thing that changes. The original probing process was completely abandoned. As soon as he makes a move, he uses all his strength, wishing to kill Chu Yan with one move. The two powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm shot with all their strength, and they were two top geniuses with leapfrog combat power. If the fighting strength of the two of them broke out with all their strength, they would definitely be comparable to those above the 3rd level of the General Saint Emperor realm. After all, to be able to go to the God-forbidden land, complete the fierce trial, and finally become one of the 5 candidates, the strength and talent are definitely the top existence in the 10 Directions starfield. It's up to you. Chu Yan's eyes were icy cold, and the black robe all over his body was blown up without any wind. With a big wave of his hand, the Haotian sword in his hand was directly out of its sheath. Clang. The sound of the sword resounded through the sky, and a dazzling sword light appeared, like a lightning bolt, the vanguard of breaking the void, sweeping across the sky. Cut. After uttering a single word, the sword in Chu Yan's hand, and the sword intent around his body, instantly activated, and the power of the storm of sword intent increased crazily. Chu Yan, you will die today. Before Morong Juetian, because of Ouyang Nantian, because of Yu Linglong, he was already holding his breath, but at this moment he had the opportunity, he would do it with all his strength. The two powerful men at the peak of the great emperor realm made a move, and the power was astonishing. The emperor's power brought up was like a frenzy, and instantly separated Chu Yan and Yu Linglong completely. This move was both a killer move and a forbidden move, and at the same time, the 2-on-1 battle plan was instantly completed. This kind of imperial skill, although ordinary great emperor-level powerhouses can do it, but the identities and strengths of Morong Juetian and Chongling Fang, they jointly display it, and I am afraid that warriors within the same level will not be able to decipher it at all. Not to mention Chu Yan, whose cultivation base is no more than the fifth heaven of the great emperor realm. On the other side, Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui also attacked Yu Linglong at the same time. It's just that the two of them were much more gentle when they made a move. They just used the method of isolation to separate her from Chu Yan. Great sacrifice wine of the demon sect, sons of the Gu clan, let's see if you are qualified to fight with me. Yu Linglong's face was as cold as ice, she looked at the two people rushing forward, and with a wave of her hand, the long veil was like snow, but it swayed a large amount of magic breath, rushing towards the isolation technique performed by the two of them like a frenzy. Boom, boom. When the two forces collided together, a large wave of air exploded immediately, and the black tide-like demonic breath suffocated and crushed the imperial technique performed by the two together into powder. What? This? The faces of Yu Wendian and Tong Shenkui changed at the same time. They did not expect that Yu Linglong's strength was so strong. You know, the young master of this dark temple is only at the 5th level of the great emperor realm. But with this attack, with the strength of one person, they directly smashed the attacks of the two powerhouses at the peak of the great emperor realm. Bu Kuei is the young master of the Dark Temple. The two looked at each other, their eyes were full of astonishment, but they only used 30% of their strength for fear of hurting Yu Linglong in this attack. Therefore, although she was surprised by Yu Linglong's strength, she didn't take it seriously. You left, I right, hold her down. Yu Wendian opened his mouth, and then his figure flew away like lightning, attacking Yu Linglong's side. On the other side, Tong Shenkui didn't hesitate either, and with a big wave of his hand, an illusory leopard burst out of the air, roaring towards Yu Linglong's right side. One man and one beast, flanking left and right, rushed towards Yu Linglong at the same time. Boom! 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 On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Yan held the Haotian sword, and Morong Juetian, who was holding a golden axe, competed frantically for strength. Slashing out with a sword, with the strength of the whole body, he slashed at the falling axe light, and the light that exploded completely illuminated the entire sky. After tempering his physical body through the thunder field of the Kuan clan, Chu Yan's current physical strength is not only invincible at the same level, even within the great emperor realm, it is invincible. Therefore, without any scruples at all, he just competed head-on with Morong Juetian for strength. Moreover, this kind of force-to-force collision can make Chu Yan's blood boil and his fighting spirit surge. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, with your strength, you will die today. Morong Juetian was famous for his strength, and when he saw Chu Yan fighting for strength with him, of course he roared with great excitement. #C25789 Return of Hades. The appearance of the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds has a great stimulating effect. Whether it was Chongling Fang, Morong Juetian, or the others, even Chu Yan was full of enthusiasm. As long as you can win a battle, you can become a forbidden god. At that time, the incomparably miraculous mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms will be his own alone. You know, it was just a ray of breath from the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds just now, which made so many people in the audience feel extraordinary at the same time. If this Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree is his own alone, the legendary hope of comprehending the Tao of the God realm will really come true. Under such circumstances, how could the 5 candidates not be crazy? Therefore, Morong Jiuetian and the others looked at Chu Yan with murderous intent. In particular, looking at Chu Yan, there are only 2 people from the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and the 4 of them are at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. This is almost an absolutely crushing battle situation. Being able to kill Chu Yan and get the 1,000 Worlds Profound Treasure Tree immediately, how could this not make Morong Jiuetian excited? Moreover, once the battle started, the plans of Morong Jiuetian and the others were carried out smoothly. Currently, Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue have successfully imprisoned Yu Linglong. Now, he can concentrate on dealing with Chu Yan. As long as he is abolished, other things will be easy to handle. Tianhua Baiji / Amidst the shouts, the heavy axe in Morong Jiuetian's hand slashed down towards Chu Yan like the wrath of the heavens. This axe mark is as powerful as a mountain, and its power is as strong as if an axe was smashed on the glass, and the void in front of him was instantly shattered. The violent turbulent flow of time and space surged out, accompanied by the falling axe marks, like a frenzy that destroyed the world, enveloped the place where Chu Yan was. Chu Yan. In the distance, Yu Linglong, who was fighting Yu Wenchen and Tong Shankui, saw this scene. Her expression changed suddenly, and she exclaimed. Not bad. Very powerful. Seeing the axe mark fall, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand buzzed and trembled, and the sword intent and sword energy continued to increase. Just now, he fought against Morong Jiuetian with no less than 10 moves, and he already knows Morong Jiuetian's strength well. Break! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan pointed with his left hand, raised his hand and slashed out with a sword finger. Boom! In front of the huge mountain-like axe mark, Chu Yan's sword finger, as small as a needle, collided with each other and exploded into the sky. But what everyone didn't expect was that the sword energy, which was as small as a needle, was like a sea needle, which stood still against the falling axe mark like a mountain. No matter how powerful the axe was, the surrounding void was shattered wildly, but the sword finger did not waver in the slightest. With one sword strike, the mountains crumbled and the heavens and the earth shook. Morong Jiuetian didn't expect that this time Lin Feng didn't fight him head-on, and started to use his sword intent. However, so what, his Baiji Zhan took a fierce path. As the saying goes, one force down for 10 sessions, even if your sword intent is like a god, if you go down with one axe, they will all chop you to pieces. Baiji / Without the slightest hesitation, Morong Jiuetian's imperial prestige exploded, mobilizing all his strength again, and slashed out with an axe. This time, he used almost 80% of his body's strength, and even felt a slight loss of strength. No. Where's Changlingfang? With a strike of the axe, his figure swayed, a flash of consciousness flashed in Morong Jiu's sea of consciousness, his eyes trembled suddenly, and he turned his head to look. But I saw Changlingfang not far away, holding a saber, but staring at the 1,000-realm profound treasure tree in the distance, without any intention of making a move. This guy. Could it be? Following Changlingfang's gaze, Morong Jiuetian also looked at the 1,000 Worlds Profound Treasure Tree. His face was startled, as if he understood something. Wrong. This Changlingfang is saving his strength. At this moment, Morong Jiuetian finally came to his senses. This battle was said to be against Chu Yan, but in fact it was ultimately for the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 Worlds. After all, after defeating Chu Yan, there will be a battle between the 4 of them. As for the 4 of them, there is actually not much difference in cultivation and strength. If they really fight, they will fight for their cards and strength. Now against Chu Yan, Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue are only holding back against Yu Linglong, and they will not exert their full strength at all. And that guy Changlingfang didn't even intend to make a move from the beginning to the end. In such a comparison, I seem to be a little stupid. Humph. These guys. At this moment, Morong Jiuetian's eyes swept across the other three, and the expression in his eyes finally changed. Boom! The axe glowed through the air, and was once again chopped into powder by Chu Yan's sword intent. The violent energy rushed down and rushed, and the sky and the earth trembled. Ah! Seeing the air wave coming, Morong Jiuetian gritted his teeth, squeezed out a few drops of blood, overflowing the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the storm of energy coming, his whole body flew upside down like a meteor, and let out a miserable scream. What? What happened? This time, Morong Jiuetian's sudden miss immediately attracted everyone's amazed attention. Morong actually lost to Chu Yan. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui in the distance looked stunned, and Yu Linglong, who was gaining momentum, had beautiful eyes. Not far away, Chong Lingfeng, who was watching the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds, heard the scream, and suddenly turned his head around, looking at Morong Jiuetian who was flying upside down, with a dazed expression on his face. Brother Chong, I can't stand it anymore, that Chu Yan is very strong, be careful. Morong Jiuetian clutched his chest, the corners of his mouth were covered with blood, as if he had suffered multiple traumas. However, his heart was full of sneers. In this way, I can preserve and restore my strength, and, now that I am injured, when I wait for the melee, the other three will despise me, when the time comes. Good. Chong Lingfeng didn't expect Morong Jiuetian's abnormality at all, agreed, swiped the saber in his hand, and slashed out a blade light, rushed out, and went straight to Chu Yan. And Chu Yan in the distance also frowned slightly at this time. My sword seems to be. Looking at Morong Jiuetian flying upside down, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils and consciousness swept across at the same time, and instantly found something abnormal. This Morong Jiuetian is actually pretending. What a showman! Chu Yan sneered. However, after pondering for a while, Chu Yan understood Morong Jiuetian's plans. It seems that this is an opportunity. His eyes flickered slightly, and Chu Yan waved his big hand, countless black lights surged in front of him, and a tall figure appeared. Owner! Holding a three-pointed and two-edged spear, Jiao Ming swept across the world with the aura of an ancient demon emperor. Superior! Chu Yan pointed at Morong Jiuetian's figure, and said to Jiao Ming. Yes, master. Receiving the gift with hands folded, Jiao Ming's mountain-like figure instantly exploded into a berserk wave of monsters. With a wave of the sharp spear in his hand, the spear was pointed, and his entire figure shot straight at Morong Jiuetian. What? Morong Jiuetian, who had just withdrawn 10,000 steps, looked at the ancient demon emperor rushing towards him, his face turned green with shock. This Chu Yan actually has such a powerful demon puppet. #C2579 Netherflame. The sudden appearance of Jiao Ming not only shocked Morong Jiuetian. Including the other three, their faces also changed, and at the same time, their spiritual consciousness swept towards Jiao Ming. The ancient demon emperor, the great emperor, triple sky demon cultivator. In just an instant, Morong Jiuetian and the others detected Jiao Ming's cultivation level, and their faces immediately relaxed. Although the ancient demon emperor's bloodline is strong and his combat power is amazing, but the demon cultivator only has the third level of the great emperor realm, so it is not a problem. 9 Underworld Extreme Flames. With a heavy shout, when Jiao Ming charged violently, the three-pointed and two-edged spear in his hand swept across, and a spear shot out. Call. A black gun light appeared, and above the entire gun's shadow, there was a black flame burning without a trace of light. If you don't look carefully, you can't even find the existence of this flame. This is Ming Yan. Morong Jiuetian, whose expression was originally relaxed, suddenly froze there, his pupils trembling violently. Ming Yan. It is said that the spiritual fire of the monster race in the ancient underworld was tempered by countless dead souls. It is a very special spiritual fire. Although the fire power of this spiritual fire is not very strong, it has an extremely strange characteristic. That is, as long as the dark flame touches any object, there will be no power to extinguish it until the attachment is burned to ashes. Therefore, there is no warrior who needs to fight against an opponent with nether flame, even if he is facing an opponent who is a few ranks higher than himself. He is absolutely unwilling to provoke a nether flame warrior. Ming Yan, isn't it, has it been lost? A trace of panic flashed in Morong Jiuetian's eyes. With a big wave of his hand, the golden axe in his hand swept across, cutting out a ray of axe light, which hit the oncoming shadow of the dark flame spear. Boom! Axes and guns collided, blasting air waves, golden light and black light burst out at the same time. However, those golden lights quickly disappeared and dissipated, while those black lights wrapped around the scattered vigor and continued to burn. Even the void made a sizzling sound, and countless black holes were burned out. No, not good. The energy of the explosion contained black flames, and a trace of it passed Morong Jiuetian's side, pierced it, and directly ignited the iron armor on Morong Jiuetian's body. Crackling! Morong Jiuetian, who was so frightened that his scalp exploded, stripped himself into a naked pig at lightning speed. The moment Morong Jiuetian threw out all the iron armors burning with thin black flames, they were also severely wiped away by a peak of Morong Jiuetian's breath. Call. These emperor's breaths are so powerful that even a mountain can be wiped into rubble. However, when the emperor's breath passed by, the originally thin, black flames ignited instantly, rushing into a flame body several feet high. They burned all the cloth and iron armor into powder. Hiss! Morong Jiuetian gasped, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. His own imperial breath not only failed to extinguish those black flames, but instead helped to fuel them, and even made the black flames soar. This time, Morong Jiuetian is completely sure that these black flames are absolutely real. Ming Yan. Flash. Without the slightest hesitation, the naked Morong Jiuetian waved his hand, and a rift in the void appeared in front of him, and disappeared into the rift in the void as soon as his body slipped through. When he reappeared, he was already tens of miles away in the sky, with a pair of eyes staring in horror at Jiao Ming, who turned and charged. Don't come here. Morong Jiuetian's heart was full of chills, and he exclaimed in surprise. At the command of my lord, kill. Just like a demon god in the underworld, Jiao Ming waved the divine spear in his hand, and at the same time he cut out the gun light again. The black fireball in the palm of his left hand smashed out fiercely. Call out. Call. A beam of gunlight and a cloud of dark flames blasted towards Morong Jiuetian at the same time. I'm stupid. At this moment, Morong Jiuetian's heart completely collapsed. Facing an ancient demon emperor who only had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the great demon emperor, himself, a powerhouse at the peak of the great emperor realm, had fully surpassed the cultivation base of the 6th level, but he had no power to resist at all. Flash. His figure was like a shadow, his true energy exploded. One step was 100,000 steps. Morong Jiuetian didn't dare to make a move at all. Because, if he gets stained by Ming Yan again, he will have to peel off his skin. Swish. 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 One fled in front and the other chased after. The two figures, like two shooting stars, flew across the sky and flew towards the distance. And the more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses present, staring at the two disappearing black dots in the sky together, and occasionally screaming, all had dull faces and bodies as stiff as a stone. That's okay. Even at the moment when Chu Yan summoned Jiao Ming, no one took this ancient demon emperor puppet seriously. Even if it is the ancient demon emperor, even holding a magic weapon, but the demon cultivator is only the 3rd heaven of the great demon emperor. Under normal circumstances, a strong man at the peak of the great emperor realm can fight against more than a dozen such opponents. However, that is only normal circumstances. Now, among the 5 warriors who can become candidates for the Forbidden God, is there a normal one? Especially, that alien whose cultivation base is only the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. Originally, everyone thought that Chu Yan was lucky and had some special means to collect enough forbidden talismans. But now, everyone's cognition has been completely overturned. This Chu Yan is probably very strong. 2,000 pairs of eyes turned their heads to look at the sky, and Chu Yan, who was confronting Lingfang, all brightened up. It's like countless shining stars in a bright galaxy. Because they all had a premonition that it was definitely not luck that Chu Yan was able to become a candidate for the Forbidden God by relying on the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. Among the 4 peak emperors, he is the only one in the 5th level of the emperor. If it is not luck, then only strength. Chu Yan, you really have some tricks. Lingfang said. Not bad, do you want to try it? Chu Yan chuckled. In fact, Chu Yan didn't want to summon Jiuming at first, but after Morong Jiutian's plan and intentions were seen through by him, Chu Yan also understood a truth. That is, he must also preserve his strength, and it is time for Jiuming, who has cultivated in the pagoda hall for so long, to test his results. However, what Chu Yan did not expect was that when Jiuming broke through to the great demon emperor, the power of the awakened Ming Yan was so powerful. In this way, Jiuming will definitely become a trump card in his hand in the future. Certainly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lingfang nodded, and at the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he subconsciously glanced at the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds. This subconscious action was only in the blink of an eye, but it was still clearly seen by Chu Yan. This Lingfang seems to attach great importance to the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you already broken through the holy realm? Chu Yan asked suddenly. No. When Lingfang heard Chu Yan's question, his expression changed immediately, and he shook his head hastily and said in denial. Holy realm. That's right, no wonder you can become the 13th floor of Tianyu, the first young host. Chu Yan chuckled. The answer is simply false. There is such a big card hidden in Lingfang's whole cards. #C2580, take no part 2. This Lingfang, whose cultivation base is at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, has already broken through to the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor realm. 2 levels of leapfrog combat power. This kind of leapfrog combat power is actually nothing among genius warriors. Fighting beyond 2 levels can even be said to be a passing line that distinguishes ordinary warriors from genius warriors. Not to mention the Tianyu building, one of the 3 major forces in the 10 directions starfield. Even if they are genius warriors of ordinary sex, there are many people who are beyond the 3rd and 4th ranks. However, Chu Yan would not doubt at all that this Lingfang, coming to the land of forbidden gods this time, I am afraid that his biggest hole card is his 2-level combat power. Just like when Morong Jiutian was injured, such a hole card can definitely turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Why does the seemingly insignificant 2-level combat power have such a powerful effect? There is no other reason. It is because Lingfang's strength is beyond the bottleneck of cultivation. With a cultivation base at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, but possessing the combat power of the 2nd Heavenly Saint Emperor realm, among the current 5 candidates for the Forbidden God, he thinks that he is definitely the strongest. It can even be said that among the more than 2,000 geniuses and masters in the audience, his leapfrog combat power is also the strongest. And like Morong Jiutian, Yu Wendian, and Tong Shankue, they will either step up to the semi-sage, and if they reach the top of the sky, they will have the combat power of a high-level Saint Emperor. Therefore, Lingfang regards his combat power as the strongest trump card in the battle for the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds. Even before, when Morong Jiutian fought against Chu Yan alone, Chang Lingfeng tried not to make a move, because he was afraid that if he made too many moves, someone would see his cards. Chu Yan, your combat power doesn't seem to be weak. Chang Lingfeng's eyes flickered, and he stopped explaining. Hearing Chu Yan's words, he knew in his heart that Chu Yan had discovered his biggest hole card, and no matter how much he explained, it was just a cover-up. Me? Maybe. Chu Yan smiled, but also didn't say much. Good. Chu Yan's own combat power is indeed not weak, and it can even be said that it is far stronger than what Chang Lingfeng thinks he is. The physical body is invincible in the Great Emperor realm. Based on this alone, Chang Lingfeng is by no means comparable. As for how much Chu Yan's leapfrog combat power is, we will know soon. And this is also one of the reasons why Chu Yan asked Jiao Ming to deal with Murong Juetian, forming a one-on-one situation between himself and Chang Lingji. Then let's do it. Chang Lingfeng's true energy began to rise, and the violent emperor's breath rushed into the surrounding void like a tide. Now that it has been exposed, there is no need to worry about it. The top geniuses in the 10 Directions starfield, like Chang Lingfeng, are almost as aggressive as Chu Yan. When Wu first, Wu second. Especially when they saw the strong opponents of the same kind, Chang Lingfeng and Chu Yan, both had red eyes and a fighting spirit. Not bad. The battle is over. Chu Yan nodded, and the Rakshasa, true chi, on his body surged wildly. A strong smell of gunpowder, and the oppressive feeling formed by the powerful imperial breath, instantly swept the audience. The more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses present all focused on Chu Yan and Chang Lingfeng in an instant. They have a feeling that this battle may be the pinnacle battle. Swish. Swish. The next moment, the figures of Chu Yan and Chang Lingfeng moved at the same time, like two comets, facing each other, straight. Boom. 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 Without waiting for everyone's eyes to catch up, two huge meteors collided together, exploding countless gas explosion light clusters. Neither of them used their spiritual weapons, they directly raised their fists to strike each other. The powerful force collided, and the whole sky trembled. At this moment, between the heavens and the earth, waves of air surged like tides, the wind swept through the clouds, and the power to destroy the heavens and the earth surged in all directions. Even the forbidden God Lord, hidden in the void, opened his eyes slightly and looked over. War in the sky. Wan Lai Long Jin. The roar was like thunder, resounding through the heaven and earth. Chu Yan and Lin Feng shot frequently, their fighting spirit soaring. In just one hedging attack, the two fought against each other, with no less than 10 moves. When the energy all over the sky dissipated, the scene in the sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes, but it made everyone's expressions change. I saw that above the sky, Chu Yan was dressed in a black robe like a flag, flying in the wind, his eyes were red, and his face was full of excitement. On the opposite side of him, Chang Lingfeng's face was pale, the pupils in his eyes trembled violently, and a section of his green-brown robe was obviously missing. Chang Lingfeng actually lost. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness of all people, a consciousness flashed at the same time, which they couldn't believe at all. Judging from the first confrontation between the two, it was obvious that Chang Lingfeng was at a disadvantage, while Chu Yan had the upper hand. Could it be that this Chu Yan's combat power is even stronger than Chang Lingfeng's? Such a result was unacceptable to all the geniuses and bigwigs present. How can this be? That's right, Chang Lingfeng is the young host on the 13th floor of Tianyu. That Chu Yan is nothing. Not bad. Among the 5 candidates, Chu Yan's cultivation base is the weakest, only the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. This situation is wrong. This Chu Yan is obviously hiding his strength. Both of them are hiding their strength. Sure enough, this battle is interesting. I don't know, what else does Chang Lingfeng have to do? If it's just like this, I'm afraid it will be the result. Everyone can see that although the two have just met each other, the outcome has already been decided. When a master makes a move, it is often just a move and a judgment is made. Chu Yan, you are really strong. When Chong Lingfeng was speaking, he flipped his hand and took out the spirit knife. This is a long golden knife, with a length of 1 foot. There are 8 different stones on the handle of the knife, which emit 8 completely different auras. The name of the sword, the blood of the 8 gods. Chong Lingfeng looked at Chu Yan, swung the golden knife in his hand, and signaled with the knife. Clang! The long sword was out of its sheath, and Chu Yan held the spirit sword, also showing it with the sword, and said softly. Sword name, Hao Yan. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the sword energy around Chu Yan swirled, and the sword intent buzzed. The two of them, after a tentative fight, held spiritual weapons at the same time, and they were all frantically gathering momentum. Because both of them are very clear that this move will determine the outcome. Not only the two of them knew, but all the geniuses in the audience knew that the duel between the two had reached the most critical moment. Even Yu Linglong, who was in the distance, stopped and looked at this place from a distance. A trace of tension emerged in her beautiful eyes. Very important. As long as this move is sure to win, then Chong Lingfeng would not be in trouble, and the original melee situation would become 2-on-2. With Chu Yan and Yu Linglong fighting against Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui, there is absolutely no problem. So, it all depends, now, one move to win. In midair, the sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled slightly, making a resounding sound of sword sharpening, while Chong Lingfeng on the opposite side had a dignified expression, and the 8-color light on the golden knife in his hand continued to expand. #C2581 8 Gods 1 Knife Flow. Yagami 1 Sword. Following Chong Lingfeng's long howl, everything in the world suddenly fell silent, and an extremely sharp saber energy erupted like a shock wave. The golden knife, which was originally a foot long, grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to nearly 10 feet. Holding it in Chong Lingfeng's hand, the huge blade was twice as long as the city gate and 10 times wider. With such a knife, under the urging of strength, I am afraid that even a mountain can be cut into 2 times with one knife. Raising high, the sword is vertical and horizontal. Chu Yan, take my knife. Raising the saber high into the sky, Chong Lingfeng roared violently, pouring his whole body of true energy into the saber, and swung it down viciously. Boom, boom. The rushing river and the power of the sword suddenly tore a huge crack in the sky, like a flood that broke a bank, and rushed out of the crack. In this torrent, violent sword intent filled the space between the heaven and the earth, and 8 illusory figures, like the gods of heaven and earth, appeared behind Chong Lingfeng at the same time, all making the gesture of swinging the sword. Chu Yan, this is Yagami's one-sword style, fast figure. In the sea of consciousness, Ouyang Nanshan's time suddenly exploded, and he shouted in an extremely hasty tone. As the God Emperor of Nantian, Ouyang Nantian knew almost all the sword skills in the 10 directions starfield and even the ancient times. Therefore, in the light of 18 inheritances, Ouyang Nantian has been paying attention to the battle below. When he saw the appearance of the ancient sword skill that disappeared in the 10 directions starfield, he was surprised and hurriedly reminded Chu Yan. Iori one sword style. Chu Yan was startled. Good. Ouyang Nantian looked at the 8 illusory but clear huge figures, his eyes were full of fire. Even at this moment, some regretted accepting the 18 lost inheritances, and could not fight this Chong Lingfeng with his own hands. The 8 gods and one sword style was passed down to an ancient sect in ancient times. It is a set of sword techniques based on the sword skills of the 8 conferred gods. This set of sword techniques, according to the legend, even beheaded a demon king of the demon clan, causing the entire Yagami to be killed by all the demon clan who came out. I didn't expect that the sword skills of the Yagami Ichido style were passed down. The world of martial souls, the fourth-ranked Iori one sword style on the sword list. Ouyang Nantian hurriedly explained. The shock in his heart became even more excited because he saw this historic moment with his own eyes. Brother Ouyang, how does this Yagami's one sword style compare with your Nantian Ju? Chu Yan asked. South Sky Ju, ranked 6th. Thank you. I see. Chu Yan nodded, and the heat in his eyes continued to rise. Hide. Absolutely impossible. Don't say that he is the fourth-ranked Iori Yaseo Zhulu. Even if he is the number 1 sword skill, Chu Yan will never back down. Because, how can such a good opportunity be missed? Hao Yan. 2 words. The soft words spit out, but they are like lingering sounds, the water of the brook, gurgling and flowing, swimming between the heaven and the earth, constantly fluttering. The Haotian sword in his hand began to tremble violently, as if a huge wild beast was trapped in the body of the sword, struggling desperately, trying to get out of the trap. My sword is named Haotian. When these words landed, the majestic Rakshasa true chi on Chu Yan's body burst out violently like a soaring flame, but in an instant, it stagnated suddenly, and the momentum dropped drastically. The Rakshasa's true energy is all over the sky, and it is crazy and restrained. 10 changes into 5, 5 changes into 1, and 1 change becomes smaller. A trace of the darker Rakshasa true chi, but in the original breath, swelled, passed through Chu Yan's limbs, and poured towards the Haotian sword. This is a brand new breath, at least, it has never appeared on Chu Yan's body. It was completely tempered and bred by Rakshasa's true energy, and its aura was extremely feminine. Although it felt a little cold, it was gentle. If I have to describe it, I can only say that this dark and dull aura is somewhat similar to the purple leaf before. This is. Above the sky, the Lord of Forbidden God, who had been half closed his eyes, stared at Haotian in Chu Yan's hand. His eyes widened instantly, his pupils trembled, and his whole body froze completely. Impossible. This, absolutely impossible. The heart and eyes in the forbidden gods were full of horror, and the trembling of the whole body became more and more severe. For a moment, he stood up straight from the cross-legged posture, staring at the feminine power with all his concentration, his face full of surprise. The change of the Forbidden God Lord attracted the attention of more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses in the audience. However, they all thought that the Forbidden God Lord was paying attention to this crucial duel, so they reacted like this. They didn't know that the Lord of Forbidden God was actually shocked by the sudden appearance of Chu Yan's breath. Cut. 1 word landed, and the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed out. Call out. A ray of faint light, like a shooting star in the sky, flashed out, without any sharpness or sharp sword light. The only thing there is calmness and indifference, as if this sword energy should have appeared in the first place, and it should have been strong in the first place. Boom. 1 sword collided with the other, and the mountain-like light of the sword seemed to hit an extremely hard spike, no matter how huge it was and how terrifying its power was. However, on the body of the sword glow, first a point cracked, and then a crack appeared like a spider's web, and it spread out in an instant. In the end, the entire sword glow exploded, like a peak of Jin Yun Dao, collapsing. And that wisp of light sword energy, like an elite, continued to move forward and shot straight at Changlingfang. This. Ouyang Nantian above the sky, his eyes widened at the same time, he couldn't believe what happened before him. Boom. 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 However, before he could react at all, the wisp of spiritual sword energy chopped all the giants into pieces. Yagami 1 sword style, broken. Puff. Changlingfang watched helplessly as the 8 sword gods in front of him were all shattered, smashed into powder by the inconspicuous sword energy, and the violent sword intent rebounded, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. When he opened his mouth, the fog comes out. Swish. The sword art was broken, and Chang Lingfeng's entire sea of energy was severely injured, and his body fell like a meteor falling from the sky. More than 2,000 pairs of eyes looked at the falling figure in horror, heading towards the mountains below. Only a few breaths later, a cloud of dust and mist splashed in the distant mountains, and there was a muffled sound, and everyone's bodies shook violently, and they woke up instantly. Chang Lingfeng, lost. Is this impossible? The young host on the 13th floor of Tianyu, lost. The peak of the Great Emperor realm, lost to the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. Oh my God! It turned out to be such a result. Everyone in the audience, with horrified expressions on their faces, stared closely at the mid-air, and stood quietly at Chu Yan, all dumbfounded. #C2582 don't have to shoot. Who is Chang Lingfeng? That is the number one existence among all the young hosts on the 13th floor of Tianyu. It can be the strongest existence among the young generation of Tianula. Now, without even 100 moves, he was actually defeated by a casual cultivator whose cultivation level was lower than his own at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, judging from the way he fell from the sky, he was probably severely injured and completely lost his combat power in a short period of time. In this way, among the 5 candidates, the first person to be eliminated appeared. Tianyu Tower, that's all. In the middle of the air, Chu Yan seemed to be sensing something, but all the people watching the battle in all directions, with their faces full of astonishment, had such a recognition in their hearts at the same time. The Tianyu Building, Hunyuanzong, and the Dark Temple are the 3 major forces in the 10 Directions starfield hundreds of thousands of years ago. Not bad. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, you are right. The sun and the moon change, and the time changes. After so long, it seems that the 3 major forces are no longer worthy of their names. That Murong Jiutian of Hunyuanzong couldn't even deal with an ancient demon emperor puppet of the 3rd level of the Great Emperor realm. And now, this Chang Lingfeng has even lost to the casual cultivator of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. From this point of view, the young generation of the 3 major forces are very ordinary. Haha, the 10 Directions starfield seems to be in chaos. This time, in the land of forbidden gods, all the powerful sects of the 10 Directions starfields gathered. Therefore, naturally, all geniuses and bigwigs will evaluate and judge the strength of all parties. Such a good opportunity, such a complete set of forces, and such a result surprised everyone. However, for them, although they were unexpected, they were also extremely pleasantly surprised. Because, if the 3 major forces really start to decline, then other sect forces will have a chance. As long as the 3 major forces take over the altar, the resources of the 10 Directions starfield should be redistributed. This makes them more excited than the inheritance of the land of forbidden gods. Because, no matter how precious the inheritance of the land of forbidden gods is, it is only the inheritance of one person, and it is a one-off. However, in the 10 Directions starfield, the land of resources occupied by the 3 major forces is unlimited. By using those resources, we can cultivate more superior juniors, so that the strength of the sect can be continuously improved. Such a land of cultivation resources is the foundation for the long-term prosperity of the major sects. Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan had defeated Chang Lingfeng, Yu Linglong, who was not far away, was surprised. Next, it's time to look at me. While speaking, Yu Linglong's magic breath began to rise continuously. In addition to the accident, she was also a little embarrassed. After all, the 2 of Chu Yan's battles were defeated and fled, and the battle was settled. And the 2 she fought against are still alive and kicking. He even had a slight upper hand and controlled the situation of the battle. After fighting for a few moves, Yu Linglong couldn't break away from the isolation emperor technique, and up to now, she hasn't been able to help Chu Yan. The moon falls on 1,000 rivers, and the stars shine brightly. A black light flickered on Yu Linglong's body, and a faint purple brilliance began to rise. This moonlight brilliance, representing her strongest cultivation base, is condensing and erupting. In Yu Linglong's heart, there is always an obsession, that is, not to hold back Chu Yan. Therefore, at this moment, Yu Linglong exploded completely. Snort. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui had dark complexions, but at the same time, their auras rose sharply. Perhaps, they also had the idea of preserving their strength before, but now, the battle situation has reached this point, and they are no longer allowed to have the slightest reservation. Therefore, Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui also started to explode, preparing to defeat Yu Linglong first, and then turn around to deal with Chu Yan. Therefore, at this time, Chu Yan was quietly suspended in mid-air, motionless and silent, as if he had fallen into a strange state. This is a good chance. If you wait for Chu Yan to react and join forces with Yu Linglong, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Swish. Swish. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui rushed towards Yu Linglong with a sudden flash of figure and mighty imperial aura. They knew that Yu Linglong, as the young master of the Dark Temple, possessed countless cards to save her life. Before, when she returned from the land of forbidden gods, the two big trump cards she showed, now, thinking about them, still make everyone present tremble. Therefore, she must be killed with one blow, and she should not be given the chance to use her cards. Etc. However, at this moment, in mid-air, the black-robed figure who had been standing still for a long time suddenly spoke, causing Yu Wentian and Yu Wentian to pause at the same time. Wait. What are you waiting for? With a hint of doubt on their faces, they turned to look at Chu Yan. I saw that Chu Yan, whose breath was like an abyss deposited in it, could not see clearly at all, nor could he see the bottom, turning around slowly. With an indifferent smile on his face, he just strode across the air and walked towards the two of them. Princess Moon, you don't have to take action in this battle. Leave it all to me. When the words fell, everyone in the audience, including Yu Linglong, were stunned. What? Don't need to make a move? Leave it to him alone. You know, Chu Yan defeated one and ran away the other. Now if he joins forces with Yu Linglong, it will form a 2-on-2 situation. In this case, with Yu Linglong's full support, Chu Yan's chances of winning are still very high. In such a dominant situation, that Chu Yan actually told Yu Linglong not to make a move. Could it be that he wanted to fight Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui by himself at the same time? All kinds of thoughts flew around, and the more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses present were all stunned and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. Crazy. Must be crazy. Did this Chu Yan swell after defeating Chongling Feng? That's right, is it necessary? If one person fights against two people, if he loses, he will lose the qualification to inherit the God-forbidden one. It's really young and vigorous, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. All the geniuses and bosses present shook their heads and sighed, disapproving of Chu Yan's decision. After all, in the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected and interests come first. This is the inheritance of the forbidden god. If you give up the good situation for the sake of the battle of spirits, you may miss this precious inheritance. Boom. Boom. Just when everyone was wondering, a purple light shot up from Chu Yan's body. Immediately afterwards, the Rakshasa true chi on his body also surged like a tide, rolling in all directions. It's just that this time, the Rakshasa true chi on Chu Yan's body is completely different from before. If before, Chu Yan's Rakshasa true chi was extremely violent and powerful, then the current Rakshasa true chi has become as gentle as a spring, which is different from the black streak that was born in his Rakshasa true chi before. Interest, exactly the same. However, last time, there was only a trace of it, but now, almost all of Rakshasa's true energy is Wuxi. Good. Just now, when Chu Yan defeated Chongling Feng, his martial arts broke through again. #C2583 Emperor Seal shakes the world. Taking the purple leaf on the Thousand Realms, profound treasure tree as the god, Chu Yan has fully comprehended the power of femininity. That is, before, when Chu Yan saw Xi for the first time, that touch that flashed in his sea of consciousness, said in a most keen and soft way. At this time, what everyone does not know is that in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, floating in the sky of the sea of consciousness, on the 9-sun sword lotus Dao map like a vast golden sun, the fourth lotus seed, is fully formed. From the very beginning, when Chu Yan awakened the Dao too, there were only 3 lotus seeds on the 9-sun sword lotus, and now, there is finally one more lotus seed. The fourth lotus seed. Because Chu Yan has comprehended the power of the most yin and the most soft, then this lotus seed naturally also represents the most yin and the most soft. No one understands the importance of this fourth lotus seed to Chu Yan. In the past, whether it was the way of self that Chu Yan practiced or the way of killing, they were all the way of the strongest and the strongest. But now, Chu Yan finally comprehended the completely opposite way, the most yin and the most soft. So far, Chu Yan has mastered 4 ways. The way of killing, the way of self, the way of the 5 elements, and the way of femininity. In the sky, the tightly clenched hands of the Forbidden God Lord were clenched into fists, and even trembled a little because of the excessive force. His star-like eyes stared at Chu Yan closely, and his spiritual consciousness shrouded him, sensing his completely different true energy. Who is the Lord of Forbidden Gods? That is a conferred God powerhouse, who truly possesses the power of a godhead. In the entire 10 directions starfield, there are still a few God Emperors with godheads like this. Like the land of the Forbidden Gods who returned, the Lord of the Forbidden Gods came from the ancient gods. His strength is naturally the existence that everyone in the 10 directions starfield looks up to. Even, throughout his life, he could not reach the realm. In the past, the Lord of Forbidden God also thought so. That's because the 10th starfield was lost, the land of Forbidden God sank, and the channel connecting the martial soul world to the god's domain was completely cut off. Therefore, without the resources and godheads of God's domain, even if these warriors in the 10 directions starfield broke through to demigods, it would be impossible for them to condense their godheads. But now, the thoughts of the Forbidden God Lord have completely changed. Before, when the 3 big bosses of Anishan Dao communicated with him, he didn't believe at all that there would be people with the heavenly curse. But now, when he saw it with his own eyes, the magic of this heavenly cursed person, his soul trembled. Why did the land of Forbidden Gods sink for 1,000,000 years? Because, the Lord of Forbidden Gods believes that no one can fight against the current God's domain, so when the Forbidden Gods land is born, it is very likely that they will face destruction. The role of connecting to the realm of the gods is devastating to the land of Forbidden Gods. It won't take long, even now, the power of God's domain has penetrated into the Forbidden Gods land. Although he, the Lord of Forbidden Gods, can last for a period of time, but soon, God domain, which cannot be tolerated in the Forbidden Gods land, will take action to completely destroy the continent of Forbidden Gods land, making it truly lost. Ni Shinto, Aoki Sword God, God Emperor Tianji, and God Emperor Xuanhuan. Maybe he has friendship with the Forbidden God Lord. Because of this, coupled with hope, Forbidden God is willing to take a gamble. However, that doesn't mean that the Forbidden God Lord has no back tricks. According to the original plan, the Lord of the Forbidden Gods was planning to select the Forbidden Gods, and then reclose the Forbidden Gods land to avoid the target of the God realm. But now, the Lord of Forbidden God began to believe that maybe, what Aoki Sword God and the others said and did was really worthwhile. In midair, Chu Yan stepped forward, and in just a few steps, he had already crossed 10,000 feet and reached the battlefield where the 3 of Yuwentian were. Above his head, the purple light became brighter and brighter, like a purple moon. Emperor Seal. Yuwentian and Tong Shenkui looked at the big purple seal above Chu Yan's head with bloodshot and horrified eyes, and they were all dumbfounded. This Chu Yan actually condensed the Emperor's seal. How is this possible? The Tao of Heaven in the 10 Directions Starfield, are you blind? To let the warrior, in the shackles of the heavens, condense the Emperor's seal. The deep shock made the powerhouses present, as if they had seen a ghost, staring at the huge Emperor's seal that could not appear in the sky, and all of them fell into a daze. Dean. Of course they knew that this was almost what the first Emperor Realm powerhouse wanted, even in death. However, they are also very clear that it is just a dream and a legend, and it is impossible to realize it. The only possibility is that only after they ascend to the realm of the gods, will they have the opportunity to condense the Emperor's seal. But now, within the range of the 10 Directions star field, they actually saw a real Emperor's seal appearing in front of them. This scene was like seeing the rebirth of the demons, and they couldn't believe or understand it at all. Dryness is the sky, Kuan is the earth, the 5 elements are transformed into evil, my life is natural. No matter how surprised everyone present was, Chu Yan's eyes and Emperor's breath were as calm as water. With the Haoyan sword in his hand, Qing Ling trembled, every word Qing Ling said, the sharpness on the Haoyan sword reappeared. Cut. With one word, the sword was like thunder, and like stars flashing, leaving a bright star trail in the sky, and slashed straight at the nearest Tong Shankue. The moment the sword light appeared, Tong Shankue, who was in a daze, could only feel a dead energy in his body, rising like ice. Ah! Demonic world! With a roar, countless beast shadows exploded on Tong Shankue's blood-red eyes. Roar! 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 Like a volcano, turning from stillness to erupting with all its strength in an instant, Tong Shankue directly used the strongest stunt of the demon sect. Hell! It is a domain and a killer move. Using the heaven and the earth as a pool, gather all the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth, and evolve an endless tide of beasts, drowning all the strength of the enemy. As long as the enemy is lost, the beast tide will stop. This kind of secret technique is not because of its strength, but because of its endless supply. Any enemy, when confronting the world of demons, is like being trapped in a boundless forest. There are endless waves of beasts coming from all directions. Even if the combat power is shocking, even if the cultivation base is invincible, sooner or later he will be consumed alive. And what Tong Shankue has to do is to gather the spiritual power of the surrounding world with the least amount of true energy and Emperor's breath, and convert it into the spiritual power of the demon world. Boom! Chu Yan slashed out with this sword, and collided with the oncoming beast tide. Countless beast souls burst apart, like the wind blowing a wheat field, a large piece of beast soul fell down in an instant. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, when the sword light collapsed, countless beast souls reappeared in the world in all directions, forming a new wave of beasts, roaring, and rushing towards Chu Yan. What a beast tide! But, will it work for me? The astonishment in Chu Yan's eyes flashed away, and was replaced by a sneer. #C2584 Tiger God is Heaven. What is Chu Yan's biggest hole card and reliance? Of course it is Wuhun. From the day Chu Yan awakened the 5 great beast spirits, his life was destined to be extraordinary. By who, come out. With a soft drink, behind Chu Yan, a cloud of divine light exploded. Click! The void instantly shattered, and the huge white tiger martial spirit and a pair of golden tiger eyes swept across the world like 2 beams of light. Roar! Roaring, earth-shattering, with wings on his back, the god of war among beasts with black stripes on a white background, the white tiger spirit, returns. The sound of the tiger roaring, pushing into the void, a large wave of sound, rushing towards, wherever it passed, there were hordes of beasts in all directions, countless beast souls, as if they had seen a ghost, all of them were full of beast power in an instant, and disappeared completely open eyes. Instead, there was only panic and trembling. These hordes of beasts with thousands of souls summoned by the demon sect's grand sacrifice wine with secret techniques are, in the final analysis, still beast souls. As long as it is a beast soul, then seeing the god of war among beasts, the white tiger martial soul of the lord of all beasts, what will happen? Do you still think about it? At this moment, the horde of beasts that were still so powerful just now, as if they were about to destroy the world, began to break rapidly under the eyes of everyone with their mouths wide open and stunned. A wave of beasts changed from movement to stillness. Countless beast souls felt the aura of the white tiger martial soul, and the martial soul collapsed. If they were ordinary monsters, they might all kneel down on the ground. However, these beast souls without monster bodies were immediately disintegrated by the breath of the white tiger martial soul, and instantly turned into original aura, flying in all directions. The soul of the body is like a fallen leaf without roots, which cannot last long. Roar. The roar of the white tiger shook the heavens and the earth again. In this roar of the tiger, there was an endless power of a beast god. Boom, boom. Like a wave, more like a shock wave containing the divine power of the beast, wherever it passed, the endless tide of beasts was wiped out. What? Tong Xuanhuan, looking at the scene in front of him, couldn't imagine it. Their demon sect, the most powerful secret technique, is the most proud, making the demon sect the strongest capital of the 7 great war clans. At this moment, like a mountain, it completely collapsed in front of him. This is the strongest trump card that the demon sect relies on for its survival and development. But now, I have met the nemesis. How can this be? The demon sect has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and with its powerful ability and secret skills to control demon beasts and demon souls, it has grown into the ranks of the 7 great clans. Among them, it's not that they haven't encountered powerful dangers, even that kind of terrifying martial soul. However, this is definitely the first time that someone can use the power of a beast to fight against the strongest secret technique of the demon sect, demon art world. Because, in the demon law world of the demon sect, among the countless beast souls, of course there are also powerful monsters. Even if you can deter most of the monsters, then I can use a few more powerful monsters. Overwhelm you. There are many demon souls, and there are many high-level demon souls, which have always been the capital of the demon sect. But now, no matter whether it is a high-level beast or a low-level beast, they are all suppressed in front of that white tiger spirit. Cut again. As the beast tide dissipated, there was no emotion on Chu Yan's face, everything seemed to be expected, and the Haoyan sword swung out in his hand. It's completely normal, nothing more ordinary, one move after another. Such a rhythm is definitely a devastating blow to Tong Xuanhuan, whose 3 views are collapsing. Before he could react at all, the chaotic sea of consciousness sensed that a sharp sword light was coming. Boom. The sword chi slashed on his bodyguard, and Tong Xuanhuan's body fell towards the mountains below. In those eyes, there was still confusion and shock. The way of monsters and beasts that I have practiced for hundreds of years is so vulnerable. There is actually a nemesis in the way of the demon soul. Boom. No matter how shocked and puzzled Tong Xuanhuan was, he has already failed. The body that fell like a meteor made a muffled sound in the mountains below, splashing a small cloud of dust. This scene is so similar to the previous one. It can be said that they are exactly the same. The only difference is that this time, Chu Yan defeated Tong Xuanhuan even faster. This. No matter if it was Yu Linglong, Yu Wendian, or Cici, a genius with more than 2,000 talents, at this moment, everyone looked messy. Let alone, how could this Chu Yan be so terrifying? Just the battle situation in front of him seems to have undergone a shocking change. Because, once Tong Xuanhuan was defeated, only Yu Wendian was left among the 4 candidates. Swish. Yu Wendian's face was as pale as paper, his eyes were bloodshot, he turned his head suddenly, and looked at the distant sky. There, a faint aura appeared, which was also Yu Wentian's only hope. Because, among the 4 candidates, Chong Lingfeng and Tong Shankue have already been eliminated. In the current situation, he is alone, fighting against Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. Without Morong Jiuetian, he would have no hope at all. And now, at just the right time, Morong Jiuetian is back, so he can still fight. Not only Yu Wentian, but even the more than 2,000 people watching the battle all turned their heads at this time, looking at the black dot that appeared on the edge of the sky. Came back. In the case of 2 against 2, in this battle, whoever wins and who loses may have 2 possibilities. Therefore, at this moment, except for Chu Yan, everyone's eyes were focused on the black dot figure that appeared on the edge of the distant sky. And, as time went by, the black spot became more and more clear. However, after a few breaths, when everyone saw the figure clearly, their expressions changed instantly. This is impossible. Everyone's eyeballs were trembling, as if they saw something that shouldn't have happened at all. I saw that in the distant sky, among the tall figures, although there was Morong Jiuetian, he was held by another figure. Holding a 3-pointed double-edged gun in one hand, and Morong Jiuetian, who is scorched all over in the other, Jiao Ming, is back. If Chu Yan hadn't given clear instructions to Jiao Ming, maybe now, Jiao Ming could come back empty-handed. After all, the Forbidden God Lord said that death is not allowed in the selection battle of the Forbidden God. Therefore, Morong Jiuetian, who was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by Jiao Ming's flame, still breathed a sigh of relief, and was not directly burned to ashes by Jiao Ming's retracting the flame. Holding Morong Jiuetian, who smelled like barbecue, Jiao Ming flew to Chu Yan, threw it down, and saluted with his body. "Master, give orders." Boom. As soon as Jiao Ming's words fell to the ground, Morong Jiuetian's figure fell into the mountain range below, making a dull and muffled sound. Such a sound was not loud at all, and it appeared twice. However, this third muffled sound exploded in everyone's hearts like a bolt from the blue. And in mid-air, Yu Wentian stood alone, with his mouth wide open, his eyes staring straight at the cloud of dust rising from the mountain range below, completely dazed. #C2585 Change the rules. So far, the candidates for the Forbidden Gods, 4 out of 3. Tong Shankue, Chong Lingfeng, and Morong Jiuetian were all thrown into the mountains below. Death, of course, does not mean death. However, in a short period of time, the severe damage cannot be recovered, and the combat power has also been lost. There is no threat. In midair, there is only Yu Wentian, alone, floating alone. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience were on him. And he himself, twitching all over his face, turned his head to look at Yu Linglong behind him, and then turned his head to look at Chu Yan, who came step by step in the air. His whole body was about to collapse. What is it called? For strong men at the peak of the Great Emperor realm fought against 2 warriors from the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and 3 of them were killed in one fell swoop. The Demon Sect's Grand Ceremony Wine, the young host on the 13th floor of Tianyu, and the genius of Hunyuanzong. These are all 10 direction star fields, super geniuses of superpowers. Even if they are facing the strong of the Holy Emperor, they can fight. But now, in less than half an hour, they were all defeated, leaving me alone. What a fart. Chu Yan, this is impossible. Yu Wentian's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Chu Yan, who was coming from a distance, and shouted sharply. In this battle, it was not only their strength that was defeated, but also a strong impact on the martial arts will of the 4 of Yu Wentian. Where did your emperor seal come from? Yu Wentian's next roar immediately attracted all the geniuses and bosses in the audience to look sideways. Not only the 4 of Yu Wentian, but also all the geniuses and bosses present couldn't believe this question. Under the rules of the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions star field, with a cultivation base of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, it is possible to condense the Emperor's seal. It's just the Emperor's seal, why not? Chu Yan walked towards Yuwentian step by step. When he said these words, the pupils of everyone in the audience trembled. It's just the Imperial seal. You know, in the 10 Directions starfield, most of the Saint Emperor realm powerhouses have not yet condensed the Emperor seal, let alone you, a mere 5th heaven of the great Emperor realm. Mad. Arrogant lawlessness. Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone's eyes on Chu Yan became complicated and weird. Although they think that Chu Yan's words are too arrogant, they also have to admit that Chu Yan has the capital of arrogance. After all, so far in this battle, unless Yuwentian has a huge hole card, it can basically be said that the defeat is already settled. However, for Chu Yan, what he said was really the truth. Because, in addition to the Emperor's seal, there is also a Tao map floating in his sea of consciousness, which can shock everyone out of their wits. The gestation of Ditu is 10 times more difficult than that of Diyin. Even Ouyang Nantian, such a demigod powerhouse, did not conceive a Taoist map. Not because Ouyang Nantian's martial arts cultivation is too poor, but, living in the world of the 10 Directions star field, it is simply impossible due to the limited rules. Only the God realm powerhouses like Qingmu Sword God and Xuanhuan God Emperor, who came to the 10 Directions star realm from the ancient God realm, have the Tao map. Therefore, if it is said that condensing the Emperor's seal is as difficult as reaching the sky, then it is impossible to conceive the Tao map. The gap between the two is enormous. Behind Chu Yan, the Emperor's seal, which was like the great seal of heaven and earth, released the monstrous seal power, rushing to all directions, sweeping the audience. All the geniuses and bosses felt the power of the Emperor's seal, and their faces changed. Powerful. Too strong. A strong man in the great Emperor realm with the Emperor's seal, I am afraid that even the 5th heaven of the Holy Emperor can fight. Yuwentian, do you want to go down by yourself, or do you want me to do it? Chu Yan walked 10,000 steps in front of Yuwentian, stopped, looked at him, and said softly. Me. When Yuwentian heard this, his entire face turned green. Go down yourself. Or be beaten down by Chu Yan. Between the two, neither seemed to be the result he wanted. More importantly, what he represents now is not himself, but also represents the Gu clan of the 7 great clans. If you admit defeat, you will lose face to the Gu clan. After all, as the son of heaven of the Gu clan, in front of the entire 10 Directions starfield, all powerful geniuses and bosses will lose face without even fighting. If this goes back to the clan, what will be the consequences, needless to say. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he would fight Chu Yan directly like the 3 of them, and the result would be the same as them. He was directly beaten into a cripple, losing combat power and opportunities. After all, the Forbidden God Lord has already said that all 5 of them have the opportunity to go to the 1,000 Worlds profound treasure tree. If you comprehend the path to the God realm yourself, then even if you lose now, you will still be the ultimate winner. I surrender. After pondering for a while, Yuwentian made a wise choice. Gritting his teeth, his entire face turned purple-red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, and the 3 words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. However, even such a weak voice resounded like a thunderbolt, resounding through the audience. Damn it, no way. He gave up. It was Chu Yan who won in the end. Oh my God, so Chu Yan will become a forbidden god. How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible. The entire crowd watching the battle erupted in an earth-shattering exclamation, creating a monstrous wave of voices. Above the sky, the face of the Forbidden God Lord had a strange look on his face, and he stared straight at Chu Yan, his eyes like the sun, the moon, and the stars kept flickering. Everyone. The God-forbidden candidate battle is over. After this announcement, all the boiling voices in the audience calmed down instantly. Everyone's eyes turned to the Lord of Forbidden God, floating slowly in the sky. It's really over. Of the 5 God-forbidden candidates, 3 were abolished, 1 was conceded, and the winner, Chu Yan, was added. Could it be that Chu Yan and Yuwendian are the only ones who can finally reach the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms? You know, that is the 10-direction star field. From ancient times to the present, the only hope of becoming a god is lost today, and there will never be any in the future. Moreover, even before, at the moment when the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms appeared, all the geniuses and bosses today benefited tremendously from the extremely mysterious aura it swayed. There are even situations where someone directly breaks through the bottleneck of cultivation on the spot. Therefore, everyone knows that the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds really has the hope of making people understand the road to becoming a god. If everyone hadn't seen the mysteries of the Thousand Realms' profound treasure tree before, maybe they wouldn't be so excited. But now, with the announcement of the Lord of Forbidden Gods, the more than 2,000 geniuses present, all with red eyes, looked at the distant Thousand Worlds' mysterious treasure tree. It seems that everyone is interested in the Tree of Forbidden Gods. Seeing this scene, the Forbidden God Lord smiled, glanced at the crowd, and continued. In that case, let me change the rules. When the words fell, everyone in the audience, including Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, were taken aback. Change the rules. #C2586 Are you a pig? This sentence can be said to be earth-shattering and took everyone by surprise. Change the rules. Could it be that, following the weird rules of free movement before, the Forbidden God Lord wants to change the rules again to affect the final result? However, according to the melee system he proposed before, hasn't the candidate for the God Forbidden already been decided? The audience was in an uproar, but without exception, everyone's eyes and souls fell on the Forbidden God Lord. Everyone. The Forbidden God Lord was silent for a moment, then smiled lightly and spoke again. Given the strength of 3 of the 5 candidates, it's really too bad. This sentence resounded, and among the crowd, Morong Jiutian, Tom Shankue, and Chong Lingfeng, who had just been rescued, almost spit out a mouthful of blood. What does it mean that the strength of the 3 of them is too bad? It is obviously that Chu Yan, it is too abnormal, okay. So, in order to choose the strongest person to inherit my position as the Forbidden God, I decided. The eyes of the Forbidden God Lord swept across the audience, and the strange light flickering in the divine eyes made everyone's hearts rise to their throats, and the whole scene became completely silent in an instant. In the end, the Lord of Forbidden God's eyes fell on Chu Yan, and he grinned, which made Chu Yan feel bad foreboding. I decided to open the Tree of the Forbidden Gods. Anyone who meets the conditions can go to the Tree of the Forbidden Gods to learn. When this word fell to the ground, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the sky, shocking the audience. What? Is there something wrong with my ears? What did I hear just now? Damn it, we can all go. No, meet the conditions. What is the condition? Post it. Post it. The earth-shattering wave of sound stirred up a wave of sound that almost toppled the entire sky. The audience of more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses were all erupting. Originally, everyone thought that the battle of the Forbidden Gods was over, so this time the opportunity of the Forbidden Gods land would also end here. However, no one expected that in the end, things would have such a shocking reversal. Moreover, the magnitude of this transformation is beyond everyone's imagination. Before, the 5 of Chu Yan participated in the Battle of Forbidden Gods. The rules clearly stated that only the 5 of them were eligible to comprehend the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms. However, after the first battle, 3 of them abolished one and conceded defeat, and Chu Yan won in the end. This result should be no problem. But now, the Lord of the Forbidden God actually overthrew all of this, not only destroying the bodies and achievements of the 5 candidates, but even directly opening the mystic treasure tree of Thousand Realms, so that everyone has the opportunity to gain enlightenment. In other words, everyone, as long as they meet the conditions, will have the opportunity to comprehend the path of the gods. The excited crowd roared for 100 breaths of time before they gradually came down. Next, everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yan, with a hint of sneer and surprise at the same time. Because, obviously, if the Forbidden God Lord did this, he might not be satisfied at all, the final result. In other words, he doesn't want Chu Yan to become the Lord of Forbidden Gods. Therefore, when Chu Yan won the final victory in the God Forbidden candidate battle, the Lord Forbidden God directly changed the rules. This scene seemed to have happened before, but it was not so obvious. Before, among the more than 2,000 people in the audience, Chu Yan had the most number of forbidden talismans. Originally, according to the number of Forbidden God talismans, Chu Yan could directly become a Forbidden God. However, the Lord of Forbidden Gods suddenly came up with some free activities, abruptly turning one candidate of Chu Yan into 5. But now, when Chu Yan battled against the 4 of them and became the final winner, the Forbidden God forcibly changed the rules again, so that the 5 candidates directly became 2,000. The strength and magnitude of this change is not aimed at Chu Yan, but what is it? Fuck. It's not fair. The uncle could bear it, but the aunt couldn't. Xie jumped up and shouted at the Lord of Forbidden God. Shut up. However, before Xie could rush out of the crowd, Emperor Xuan beside him pulled the fat man back. You know a fart. Don't yell. Emperor Xuan glared at Xie fiercely, threw out a breath of Xuan directly, suppressed it, and still turned his head to look at Chu Yan, who was frowning in midair. Master Xuan, this is really unfair. Could it be that you can stand it? Xie was suppressed by the Xuan breath all over his body, and said with an aggrieved face. Fair. That's a joke. Humph. Emperor Xuan didn't turn his head back, and sneered. This. Hearing Emperor Xuan's words, Xie was taken aback for a moment. In the world of martial spirits, strength is the most important thing. There has never been any fairness, and he, Xie, also understands this truth. But. Xie blushed, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Emperor Xuan. Now, Chu Yan's reaction is the most important. That old fox, Lord of Forbidden Gods, is definitely the most cunning old fox I have ever seen. What? What does this mean? When Xie heard this, he was taken aback immediately, and hurriedly asked. Are you a pig? Have you forgotten the sentence that the Forbidden God Lord asked before? What? Are you willing to become a god forbidden? Just this sentence. What's so special about this? Didn't I say it before? It means becoming the successor of the land of forbidden gods. Nothing special. You are really a pig. Is it so easy to inherit the forbidden god land? Emperor Xuan looked at Xie as if he was looking at a pig. However, this sentence, coupled with Xuanhuang's eyes, made Xie suddenly understand something. The land of forbidden gods, connecting the world of spirits and the domain of gods. Returning now, with the only god realm continent in the Wuhun world, the sensation caused will definitely not be limited to today's selection of the forbidden god. After this selection is over, there is no need to doubt that the entire 10 directions starfield, all forces, and bigwigs will definitely flock here. Even God's domain will send people here. At that time, the forbidden god land with countless resources and relics from the ancient god world was like a big piece of fat, and everyone wanted to take a bite. If Chu Yan becomes the forbidden god, he can stop it. But, before I went against the way of God. The corners of Xie eyes twitched for a long time, looking around. There were more than 2,000 pairs of red eyes, and the fat all over his body trembled and said. And I Dao, those 3 old guys are also old foxes. Xuanhuang sneered. And I Dao is very strong. Of course it can help Chu Yan, but the purpose of Anai Shindao's existence is to fight against Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu. As the emperor of the Kuan clan, the Kuan emperor has been in power for countless years, and his shrewdness is not weaker than this group of old foxes. Otherwise, the three supreme beings of the monster clan will not only be the Kuan clan, who can save a large number of clan members. Anai Shindao has just allied with the Thunder clan and Sea clan, and is also cooperating with other forces in the 10 Directions starfield. Emperor Kuan turned his head to look at the sky. Chu Yan, who was standing still, continued to explain to Situ Yang. Therefore, it is impossible for Anai Shindao to change his strategy just because of a forbidden place, and become an enemy of the entire 10 Directions starfield. In that case, the big bosses who go against the gods will be just like you. Ah. Same as me? Situ Yang asked. Pig. Xuanhuan laughed jokingly. #C2587 Forbidden City. Of course, it is impossible to be an enemy of all the forces in the 10 Directions starfield against God. Although Anai Shindao's current strength is very strong. Especially last time, after Chu Yan fully opened the Holy Tomb, his strength against the Divine Way increased by more than 3 times. Therefore, the current against God has the confidence to fight against God's domain. But the prerequisite is that with the help of the 10 Directions starfield, the hearts of all those who want to go to the power of God's domain form a strong alliance. After all, the enemies against the Divine Way are not only Xingtian Pavilion, but also the incomparably powerful God realm behind it. The land of forbidden gods against the gods attaches great importance to it. Even, God Emperor Xuanhuan sacrificed his flesh and blood to the heavens, and sealed the first big move laid by Xingtian Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, Anai Shindao cannot directly intervene in the land of forbidden gods. Because in that case, it will become the target of jealousy and attacks by all powerful forces in the entire 10 Directions starfield. At that time, without the intervention of Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, just dealing with these powerful forces, Anai Shindao would be exhausted to death. This point has a crucial relationship with the absolute status of the Forbidden God land. After all, the return of the land of forbidden gods means that the passage from the Wuhun world to the god's domain has been opened. This is a double-edged sword. If it is used well, Anai Shindao can use it to unite the whole world and make Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu become enemies. But if it doesn't work well, then whoever becomes the enemy of all is against the way of God. Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu can hide behind, drink tea and watch the excitement, waiting for the destruction of the God-defying way. This scale is extremely difficult to grasp, and there are even 2 crucial people. One is the Lord of Forbidden Gods, and the other is Chu Yan. Because the land of forbidden gods is completely controlled by the Lord of Forbidden Gods, his decision is related to whether the passage from Wuhun world to God's domain can be truly opened. On this point, the masters against the gods have talked with the Lord of Forbidden God for a long time, many times. Although in the end, the Forbidden God Lord was persuaded to open the Forbidden God land to select the Forbidden God, but in the end, the Forbidden God Lord did not agree. The land of forbidden gods returns permanently. Therefore, the Lord of the Forbidden Gods, the first rule formulated was that after the selection of the Forbidden Gods, the land of the forbidden gods will be hidden in the 10th star field for the second time, just like before. But now, maybe the situation is different. Because another key person has come into play. The simplest point is, if Chu Yan really becomes a god-forbidden person, then in the end of the land forbids the gods, who has the final say. Therefore, Emperor Kuan knew very well that the more unfair the Lord of Forbidden God was to Chu Yan, the more difficult it was for Chu Yan, and the more he fell into the plan of the master against the gods. Even now, the Lord Forbidden God suddenly changed the rules, allowing everyone to comprehend the 1,000 worlds mysterious treasure tree together. It is basically from the perspective of Chu Yan, and is planning for Chu Yan's future control of the land of forbidden gods. However, this is also an assessment. In other words, this is the real assessment of the forbidden god. Want to become a god forbidden? To control the land of forbidden gods, strength is very important, but the most important thing is heart and mind. After all, when one reaches the position of forbidden god, one becomes a powerful force in the world of martial spirits, rather than a simple warrior. A warrior walks with his sword and travels around the world without any worries or scruples. But with the foundation, it is different. No matter how strong a warrior is, it is impossible for one person to fight against the world. What's more, that's not what a god-forbidden person, or the controller of a certain force, should do. On the contrary, like Emperor Xuan, wandering among the major forces and allowing one's own forces to survive and develop is the most important core. You can be frivolous when you are young, but when you mature, it is your responsibility. So now, Chu Yan is facing the final assessment, and his decision and reaction are extremely important to the Forbidden God Lord. Emperor Xuan explained to Situfear that it didn't take long, but Situyang somehow understood the meaning. The two said nothing more, turned their heads to look at the sky, looked at Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, and only the few people who cared about Chu Yan, including the Lord of Forbidden Gods, all focused on Chu Yan. Chu Yan, you. As the young master of the Dark Temple, Yu Linglong was not as shrewd as the old fox of Emperor Xuan, but she also saw some tricks. However, she didn't say anything, she just simply cared about Chu Yan's situation. Because, for her, no matter what decision Chu Yan makes, she will unconditionally support it, it's that simple. At this time, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and just looked up at the Lord of Forbidden God above the sky. And the Lord of Forbidden God also looked at Chu Yan quietly, with four eyes facing each other. Chu Yan didn't ask anything, and the Lord of Forbidden God didn't explain anything. Time is very slow, but also very fast. After more than 10 breaths, Chu Yan's slightly frowning brows loosened. Senior, what are the conditions? As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy crowd around them also instantly quieted down. Everyone followed Chu Yan's gaze and looked at the Lord of Forbidden Gods. Although, the Lord of Forbidden God has already said that the mystic treasure tree of Thousand Worlds will be opened for everyone to learn. But I also said that the prerequisite is that the conditions are met. Therefore, everyone is very concerned about what the prerequisite is. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the Forbidden God Lord suddenly laughed out loud, staring at Chu Yan's divine eyes, retracted instantly, and swept across the audience. Jiuman, leave it to you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a phantom flickered in the sky, and the figure of the 9-man sage emperor appeared in front of everyone again. Yes, my lord. The 9-man saint emperor appeared, and the Forbidden God Lord, who was slowly dissipating, bowed and turned around to look at the audience. Everyone, you can go to the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds after paying 30 Forbidden God talismans. When the words landed, the eyes of at least half of the audience instantly lit up. 30 forbidden talismans, just such a simple condition. This amount of forbidden talismans, in the previous ferocious land conversion, almost everyone could achieve. However, among the more than 2,000 geniuses and bosses present, nearly half of them suddenly turned bitter melon-colored. Because, during the previous free activities, many of them sold the forbidden talisman. I have. Sage Emperor 9-man, this is my forbidden talisman. 30 forbidden runes for you. Haha, the road to becoming a god, here I come. Some people were happy, some were sad, but those who were happy didn't care about other people at all. They all flew towards the 9-man sage emperor, and at the same time took out the forbidden talisman on their bodies. In less than 10 breaths, 100 people had already fallen under the bottom of the Thousand Realms, profound treasure tree. #C2588, Holy Day. At this time, people rushing towards the 9-man sage emperor and the mystic treasure tree of the Thousand Worlds had already formed a tide. "Fatty man, hurry up, let's go too." Xuanhuan let out a roar, greeted Xie La, and turned into a glow of light, rushing towards the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds. Xuanhuan is very strong. But after all, the physical body is abolished, and the demon cultivation is gone. This is a tribulation, but it is also an opportunity. If Emperor Xuan is now in the state of a demon soul, he has comprehended the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms. Then, it is possible for the Xuan Emperor to become the first God Xuan to condense the Godhead in the history of the Tian Xuan clan. In the past, the Tian Xuan clan did not dare to have extravagant hopes even if they followed the ancient God clan, but now, with the mysterious treasure tree of the Thousand Worlds, everything is possible. The physical body is a powerful support for the Tian Xuan clan, but it is also a shackle at the same time. Now, Emperor Xuan is freed from restraints, and he may really have a chance to comprehend enlightenment simply with the demon soul. Okay. I'll come too. Now, after hearing Emperor Xuan's explanation, Xie La is completely relieved about the situation of his elder brother Chu Yan. Therefore, like Emperor Xuan, his body like a mountain of meat turned into a stream of light, followed Emperor Xuan, and rushed straight to the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms. To them, the 60 forbidden talismans meant nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, one Xuan and one Fat, following the surging crowd, landed under the mystic treasure tree of the Thousand Worlds, without wasting a single breath of time, just closed their eyes, and began to comprehend and practice. In all directions, geniuses and bosses continued to descend, sitting cross-legged around the bottom of the tree, their spiritual consciousness shrouded in the tree of forbidden gods. Almost every time a figure in consciousness appeared, the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms would correspondingly overflow with the divine breath, enveloping the figure and consciousness. As long as the figure shrouded in divine breath becomes blurred in an instant, it seems to disappear between the heaven and the earth. Under the Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree, which covered the sky and covered the sun for nearly 10 miles, although hundreds of people gathered, it still seemed extremely empty. In that way, it is like the legend in Buddhism that countless eminent monks practiced the Tao under the Bodhi tree, and they may prove the Tao and ascend at any time. Everyone is meditating and comprehending, trying to peek at that ethereal and inorganic existence in the way of the myriad dharmas. However, there are also people who cannot fully immerse themselves. After the Emperor Xuan sat down, he looked at the Thousand Realms profound treasure tree, a piece of spiritual lake on the left side, with a pair of Xuan eyes shining with the sun. Coming. After an unknown amount of time, the Xuan Emperor's Shaguang Xuan's eyes trembled suddenly, and he spoke in a startled voice. It's coming. What's coming? Xie La, who was sitting next to him, was taken aback, then suddenly turned his head to look at Emperor Xuan. Although Xie La is not too worried about Chu Yan now, but the moment he sat under the tree, he couldn't calm down at all, and kept quietly watching Chu Yan and Yu Linglong above the sky. Therefore, when Emperor Xuan suddenly spoke, he immediately reacted. There. Emperor Xuan pointed. Xie La looked in the direction Xuanhuan pointed, glanced over. Suddenly his face changed. All I saw was that above the spiritual lake, one after another extremely weak auras continuously overflowed in the void. Although faint, it is real. The others were all immersed in comprehension, and might not have noticed it, but he and Emperor Xuan discovered this somewhat familiar aura fluctuation at the first time. This is the breath of the teleportation array. As a spirit pattern master, Xie La's judgment was extremely accurate. Moreover, he clearly remembered that these aura fluctuations were exactly the same as the teleportation array auras arranged by the three of them when the three of them changed the fierce place. The second target of the Forbidden God Lord is about to appear. Emperor Xuan laughed. You mean, the Lord of Forbidden God forced the people from Xingtian Pavilion to appear? Xie said in astonishment. Nonsense. Do you think that in such an important place of forbidden gods, Xingtian Pavilion just sent an immortal god emperor and tricked Shen Yunzong into it, and it's over? Emperor Kuan glared at Xie again like a pig. Everyone has seen that the immortal god emperor and Shen Yunzong failed to deal with the god-defying Dao and failed to control the forbidden god land. Xingtian Pavilion and those guys above don't know. They will look at it like this: let Chu Yan get it for nothing, a land of forbidden gods. Xie was stunned by the connection problem and looked up at the direction of the sky with a cold look on his face. Boom. 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 As if to confirm what Emperor Kuan said, all of a sudden, around the Thousand Worlds Profound Treasure Tree, several warriors who were flying towards the Thousand Worlds Profound Treasure Tree did not rush straight to the bottom of the tree. Instead, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the surroundings of the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms. After taking his position, terrifying waves of air exploded from his body at the same time. The sudden change made those geniuses and bosses who were sitting quietly at the bottom of the tree, and those who were coming to the bottom of the tree, startled at the same time. Damn it, who is it? Are you crazy? You actually did something here at the mystical treasure tree of Thousand Realms. Are you courting death? Huh. They are, from Xingtian Pavilion. The people from Xingtian Pavilion, why did they appear? Not good. Something will happen. Just as Emperor Kuan said, at this moment, when everyone saw those warriors with golden lights on their bodies, they all reacted at the same time. From the transformation of the fierce place to the battle of the candidates, as the largest force in the 10 directions star domain, the Xingtian Pavilion seems to be too inconspicuous. It can even be said that not even a few people from their Xingtian Pavilion showed up. This is obviously not right. But now, several members of the Xingtian Pavilion suddenly acted under the Thousand Realms Profound Treasure Tree, as if they were opening a powerful teleportation array. The heavens and the world, the heavens and the earth can't be ruled, I'm the vanguard. Hurry up like Huang, let me open. As the Sanskrit sound chanted, the golden light that exploded on the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion began to expand rapidly and connect with each other. Boom, boom. The violent power is like a wave, sweeping the world. At this moment, the originally weak and silent power, like a volcano erupting, or like a beast waking up from a deep sleep, let out a fierce roar, shaking the whole world. The endless golden light gathered into a flood peak, attacking frantically towards the aura of the Thousand Worlds Profound Treasure Tree that filled the sky and the earth in the void. The mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds also seemed to sense the power of this challenge, and a large amount of divine breath kept gushing out from the entire tree. Flocking to the place where the golden light is, it seems that they want to fill up the broken crack in the sky and the earth. Buzz, buzz. One after another, golden spiritual seals rose from the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion. These golden spiritual seals rose into the sky, suspended like several rounds of golden suns. However, these rounds of sun did not emit light, but swallowed a large number of faint golden streamers that continuously appeared in the surrounding sky and earth into the body. As a result, the golden sun grew larger and larger, twisting rapidly, and evolved into a huge spiritual array. #C2589, Step Shocking. The golden formation has been completed, and its strength is getting stronger and stronger. It collided with the divine breath of the Thousand Realms Profound Treasure Tree rushing from all around, forming an evenly matched situation. Boom, boom. Another sound of heaven and earth thunder exploded, and the huge golden teleportation array suddenly started to work. Is this going to start teleportation? Oh my god, what is Xingtian Pavilion going to do? Teleportation formation. Is someone leaving? Or, is there someone coming in? Damn awesome, Xingtian Pavilion is amazing. Everyone's attention was attracted by the huge teleportation array. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. Mongolian, do it. A figure rushed out from the crowd, waved his hand, and ordered directly. This order from the Mongolian boss immediately caught everyone in the audience stunned, but some of the strong Mongolian people among them also quickly reacted and made their moves together. Boom! 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 A series of powerful imperial techniques and attacks exploded out, blasting towards the huge golden spirit array in midair. Haha, great Elder Mang, come on, let's do a few tricks. Just as the Mongolian people made their moves, a white-haired old man rushed out from the crowd, laughed loudly, and raised his hand to slap the great Mongolian elder directly. Humph. Jiang Ruowang, it's up to you. Without a trace of surprise or hesitation, the great elder of the Mongolian tribe who gave the order recoiled, and immediately fought with the white-haired old man who made the shot, and fought hard. These two shots were all Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, and the burst of air was like two huge waves colliding fiercely. This sudden scene, as if a fuse had been ignited, instantly blew up the audience. Do it. Hurry up and stop them. Don't let the teleportation array affect the mysterious treasure tree of the Thousand Worlds. Damn, why did you start fighting? Whether it is the Hunyuanzong, Tianula, 7 great war clans and other forces, when they saw the outbreak of the war, they acted together as if they had agreed long ago. Moreover, although these forces were mixed, they were clearly divided into two camps at the moment of attack. Some want to destroy the teleportation array of Xingtian Pavilion, while others want to protect the teleportation array of Xingtian Pavilion. Boom! 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 Surrounding the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, there were sudden explosions of air, earth-shattering, one after another. One after another of terrifying attacks and ultimate moves, like waves in the sky and earth, rushing in all directions. Countless emperors' prestige and holy breath, filling the whole world, and the sound of killing shook the sky. This battle was thrilling and almost swept away nearly half of the talented bosses present. Even those geniuses and bosses who had been sitting under the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds woke up one after another and joined the battle. Moreover, this kind of battle is not an assessment or competition. It was basically a battle of life and death. Everyone tried their best, and they didn't hold back the slightest hand. Those who killed were in the dark, and the sun and the moon were dark. The entire God-forbidden land trembled slightly amidst such a terrifying battle. Those forces and powerful people who did not participate in the war looked at the great battle breaking out in the sky, but they looked confused. What's the situation? Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? Who hit whom? Damn it. The 3 major forces, the 7 major clans, all joined the battle. Xingtian Pavilion is also fighting. But, what are they fighting for? I also do not understand. In this shocking battle, at least half of the geniuses and bosses are all confused. However, those who are interested will soon discover that those geniuses and bigwigs who did not participate in the war are basically small and medium forces and sects in the 10-direction starfield. And all the big forces and sects all participated in the battle with a smile. And then, what was even more unexpected was that even the 9-man Saint Emperor, who was guarding the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, suddenly roared and joined the battle. Open it for me. Shouting loudly, the 9-man sage emperors turned into a flood, sweeping out, surging in all directions, with overwhelming power. Boom, boom. The 9-man Saint Emperor, how powerful and mighty it is, once he made a move, a large group of strong men who attacked the teleportation array of the Xingtian Pavilion were immediately blown away. 9 barbarians. A group of bigwigs, seeing this scene, all looked stunned and looked at the Forbidden God Lord in the sky in astonishment. Could it be that the Lord of Forbidden Gods will also intervene in this battle? However, Why did the Forbidden God Lord help Xingtian Pavilion? 9 Barbarians. Above the sky, the divine words of the Lord of Forbidden God exploded, like a thunderbolt, causing the expression of the 9-man sage emperor to change. My lord. I had no choice. They arrested my son. 9-man sage emperor said with a grieved and guilty expression on his face. Humph. Traitors are not allowed to stay. The words fell to the ground, and above the sky, the light from the eyes of the Forbidden God Lord, the eyes of the two gods shot out violently, like two sharp spears, piercing straight to the place of the 9-man Saint Emperor. Swish. The 9-man Saint Emperor's face changed suddenly, and his figure flashed violently. Puff. However, he dodged the first attack, but he didn't pass the second one. The god's eye spear passed through his body, splashing a cloud of blood. My lord. See you in the next life. Boom, boom. The holy body of the 9-man sage emperor exploded completely, creating a cloud of sky-going waves, sweeping across the sky and the earth, sending the crowd on the battlefield tottering. The 9-man saint emperor is lost. Oh my god, a holy emperor has lost. The Lord of the Forbidden God has made a move. Hide. Seeing the powerful waves coming from the sky, the faces of all the forces changed drastically, and they all shouted in shock. Go on, I'm just cleaning up the traitors, and I won't intervene in the battle between you. After killing the 9-man sage emperor with one move, all the strong men shrunk their necks in fright, hid far away, and looked at the Forbidden God Lord in horror. At this moment, they finally understood that the fearfulness of the conferred God powerhouse was by no means comparable to theirs. A strong man at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm can kill him with just one glance. This terrifying strength makes people feel chilling. Kill. Hearing the words of the Forbidden God Lord, everyone's eyes glanced at the 1,000 Worlds profound treasure tree not far away at the same time, and they roared violently. The two waves of people, like two crests, clashed again and collided. The war broke out again in an instant. The energy of the sky, the majesty of the emperor, all kinds of palm prints, and the killing moves of the emperor, emerge endlessly, just like waves of waves. Wherever they pass, there will be damage to the strong in the emperor's realm. The cruelty of the battlefield made both sides turn red in an instant. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Between heaven and earth, the huge golden teleportation array began to burst into dazzling golden light, and 3 vague figures appeared in the large teleportation array. Look, someone is coming out. With an exclamation, everyone in the battle looked up. Sure enough, on the golden teleportation array, 3 figures rushed forward, exited the teleportation array, and appeared in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, it's so lively. The leader is dressed in a golden robe, with his hands behind his back, his face full of pride, and a black sword on his back. Boo. Boo, shocking. Someone saw the appearance of the person, and his expression changed drastically, and he said in a startled voice. Also, Qin Yuyao and Yuanhuan. 3 geniuses, all here. #C2593 geniuses. The appearance of the 3 geniuses made everyone's eyes freeze. Everyone looked at the 3 figures striding in the sky, and their expressions all became strange. The 3 of them are the top 3 existences in the 10 Directions starfield. Not only in the 10 Directions starfield, but even in the dark world of Buddha, it is also among the top 3 existences. Occupying the top 3 of the double rankings, there is no hiding at all. This is not because of showing off, but because of absolute strength. Moreover, according to the rumors in the 10 Directions starfield, these 3 geniuses are all inherited from the divine realm, and it is only a matter of time before they break through the demigod bottleneck. It was these 3 super geniuses who appeared in the land of forbidden gods at the same time. Not only the other geniuses and bosses present, but even Chu Yan and the Forbidden God Lord turned their heads to look at the 3 of them, with a strange look in their eyes at the same time. Xingtian Pavilion, with such an astonishing formation, paid a huge price, and let the three of them appear in the land of forbidden gods. It is definitely a conspiracy. The originally chaotic battlefield came to a standstill in an instant. Everyone stood there with spiritual weapons in their hands, watching the three of them warily. Among the crowd, only Emperor Xuan and the others glanced at the three of them before looking at Chu Yan. Haha, this kid really didn't disappoint me. Emperor Xuan was originally very nervous about Chu Yan's reaction, but Chu Yan's answer made him very satisfied. If just now, Chu Yan was furious and aggrieved by the change of the rules by the Forbidden God Lord, then this time, the assessment will definitely fail. The Lords of Forbidden God, including the Big Three against God, will probably be disappointed as well. At that time, the Lord of the Forbidden God will definitely let the land of Forbidden God continue to sink into the 10th star field, and restore everything to its original state. In that case, the channel between Wuhun world and God's domain will be closed again. Even if Chu Yan got the chance to comprehend the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms and prevented other people from comprehending it, but when Chu Yan appeared in the 10 Directions starfield after returning to the Forbidden God land, he would definitely become the public enemy of the entire Wuhun world. Because the land of Forbidden Gods ran away, Chu Yan, who had obtained the inheritance of the land of Forbidden Gods, naturally became the target of everyone. You know, that is the hope of becoming a god, and there is only one in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Not to mention ordinary talented warriors, I am afraid that some giants in the 10 Directions starfield will attack Chu Yan. However, after the Lord Forbidden God changed the rules, the situation was different. If everyone can comprehend the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, then everyone has accepted the inheritance of the land of Forbidden Gods. Chu Yan will never again become a young bird and a big fat. Moreover, if others don't know, wouldn't the Lord of Forbidden God not know? Is this mystic treasure tree of Thousand Worlds so easy to comprehend? The hope of becoming a god can be peeped by anyone. Let them experience it, or let them give up completely, and understand the gap between themselves and the God Forbidden. Not bad. Chu Yan is very good. Ouyang Nantian fell from the sky and stood next to Emperor Xuan, including Yu Linglong. Of course, my girl's fancy. It will be bad. Yu Linglong smiled and looked at Chu Yan. In this way, there is hope for the agreement between me against God and the Lord of Forbidden Gods. A rare smile appeared on Ouyang Nantian's face, and he kept nodding his head as he watched Chu Yan. Just now he was in the inheritance of 18 ancient gods, and he couldn't meditate and comprehend it at all. Now that the general situation has been settled, he finally calmed down. The deity sank into the inheritance, separated a clone, appeared here, and continued to pay attention to Chu Yan's situation. He and Emperor Xuanhuan have different responsibilities, so even if he is in the land of forbidden gods and gets nothing, he must ensure Chu Yan's safety, and at the same time, let Chu Yan fulfill his last hope. This is not only an important opportunity for Chu Yan, but also an important opportunity for Anai Shindao. Unlike Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong believed in Chu Yan from the beginning to the end. From the time she and Chu Yan appeared in the God-forbidden land, she always believed that it must be Chu Yan who finally got the qualification of forbidden god. Because Chu Yan is the man he likes. However, among all the people present, there were those who hated Chu Yan, for example, Emperor Thunder Soul. This guy actually condensed the Emperor seal. It's impossible. No. Never let him live, never. The eyes of Emperor Lei Hun stared at Chu Yan, and even ignored the three major geniuses who had just appeared. At this time, his heart was completely filled with hatred, and all the things he had with Chu Yan in the past made him almost crazy. Attention everyone, that Chu Yan is now a forbidden god. We can't keep him, otherwise we won't have a chance. This loud roar immediately startled everyone in the audience. They all turned their heads and looked at Lei Hun with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan is a forbidden god. Yes. The Lord Forbidden God suddenly changed the rules, but he didn't say the final result of the selection of the Forbidden God. However, judging from the previous situation, this Chu Yan is the final winner, and should be the Forbidden God. Although the Lord Forbidden God did not give any rewards or recognition. However, this fact and result cannot be changed. Therefore, the roar of Thunder Soul Great Emperor immediately made everyone's eyes fall on Chu Yan again. The eyes of Qi Shuaxua also represent the various thoughts in the hearts of many people. They all knew that even the three geniuses who had just arrived were actually the same as them. Among all the people in the audience, only that Chu Yan was different from the others. Because, it is possible that Chu Yan is already a forbidden god. Kill. Without waiting for everyone to react, the whole body of Emperor Lei Hun directly exploded, and with a flip of his hand, a black thunder knife appeared, like a thunderbolt rushing, and instantly appeared on top of Chu Yan's head, a thunder knife that had been stored for a long time, chopped down hard. Break! Of course, Chu Yan also saw Lei Hun, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a wave of the Haotian sword in his hand, the sword was as strong as a god, and he slashed with his backhand, colliding with the falling thunder saber, blasting into waves. Die. Kill him. Get rid of Chu Yan first. Lei Hun's knife did not pose the slightest threat to Chu Yan, but it was like a fuse, attracting Yu Wendian, Tong Shankue, Moron Jiuetian and others, with red eyes and mad breath, all rushed out. Kill towards Chu Yan. They lost the battle of candidates and have been eliminated. Even the God Forbidden Master said that they are too bad, so they have no chance to become God Forbidden. Now, the Forbidden God Lord didn't even intervene in the battle, so how could the few of them who had just recovered a little let Chu Yan go? Swish. 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 The figures that came violently turned into a rainbow that filled the sky, across the sky, and slammed at Chu Yan with one move and one ultimate move. Lei Hun was right, to kill this Chu Yan first is to cut the weeds and root them out. Regardless of whether the Lord of Forbidden Gods admits that Chu Yan is a forbidden god, or whether he has other arrangements, anyway, if Chu Yan is killed first, everything will be easy to handle. Humph. Courting death. Compared with Chu Yan, Ouyang Nantian was directly angry, and the heavenly breaking sword appeared in his hand, and the power of the sword all over his body was like a raging sea. #C2591 Dragon Tattoo. Seeing everyone targeting Chu Yan, Ouyang Nantian was of course angry. Even if he is just a clone now, it is enough to deal with these guys. Brother Ouyang, no need. In midair, Chu Yan suddenly spoke, looked at Ouyang Nantian, and said, Holy Rakshasa, come out. With a loud shout, facing the attacks of the four strong men, Chu Yan's Rakshas's true energy burst out like a tornado all over his body. His eyes instantly turned into bloody golden pupils, and a violent breath in his body suddenly woke up. Roar. Amidst an earth-shattering roar, the holy Rakshasa himself, holding a pair of gold and silver forks, crushed the void with 1 foot and appeared in front of everyone. The violent magic power, like a raging tide, accompanied by the body of the holy Rakshasa, who was like a demon god of heaven and earth, melted into Chu Yan's body in an instant with just a flash. At this time, Chu Yan, the holy Rakshasa deity, merged into one. Boom, boom. The terrifying coercion of magic breath swept the audience, suppressing the world. Let's fight. With a roar of the devil's voice, Chu Yan released the Haotian sword in his hand, and slashed out fiercely. Boom. 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 One sword after another, the hands didn't stop at all. Every time the sword was cut, there was a sound of sword roar that shattered the void. The sword chi, like magic light, struck the sky and smashed the sky and the earth. In the astonished eyes of everyone in the audience, Chu Yan was like a war god of the demon race. Even if he was besieged by a few great geniuses, he was driven to death all the way, invincible. In less than 10 breaths, all the Emperor's ultimate moves were smashed into powder, and Chu Yan was unstoppable with his magical power. How is this possible? Yuwendian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw that their ultimate attack, with all their strength, was shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Several great geniuses teamed up to besiege and attack Hong Chao. In front of Hong Chao, that Chu Yan held a long sword and slashed the sky and the earth. This time, it is different from the previous candidate battles. In the previous candidate battles, strictly speaking, Chu Yan only faced a genius every time. But now, it's a real fight, one fight more, with one's own strength, to fight against 5 geniuses at the same time. However, even so, the result is still the same, without any change. I don't believe it. He must have exploded his fighting power in a short period of time by means of some spirit pattern. In Lei Hun's eyes, apart from surprise, there was more ferocious look, and he spoke urgently to Morong Juetian and the others. It's possible. He seemed to have used spirit patterns to increase his combat power in Xiefeng's fierce place before. Chang Lingfeng nodded, remembering the scene where Chu Yan snatched more than 100 forbidden charms from them. He nodded and replied. So, as long as we do our best, he won't last long at all. On the face of the Thunder Soul Emperor, full of madness and violence, continued. No matter what, Lei Hun will not believe that Chu Yan has the strength to deal with the 5 of them at the same time. Dragon Pattern Golden Body, Possession. Without waiting for them to attack again, Chu Yan exploded with the sound of dragon's throat resounding through the world. Rays of golden light shot up into the sky, converging into a phantom of a dragon in midair, and roaring, turned into a golden streamer, rushing into Chu Yan's body. A strip of golden spirit patterns appeared on Chu Yan's body, and a huge golden dragon head was suspended above his head. The dragon's eyes were purple and thunderous. The dragon pattern golden body, after merging with the Emperor's seal, broke through again. Therefore, in the Antarctic Sea area at that time, Emperor Kuan told Chu Yan and Situ Yang that as long as he was tempered by the Kuan clan's thunder field, Chu Yan's physical strength would definitely be comparable to the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. If Chu Yan used his physical whole cards at the same time, it can basically be said, the Saint Emperor realm is invincible. This is the body training flow. Lei Hun, Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, Morong Juetian and others looked at the huge dragon head behind Chu Yan, their consciousness swept over them, and their eyeballs almost flew out in shock. It was as if thunder was exploding one after another, forming a wave of thunder, constantly bombarding their sea of consciousness, making them completely stupid. The Emperor's seal, the spirit of the beast, the fighting power of the higher-level Saint Emperor, plus the current body-refining flow of the Saint Emperor realm. Such Chu Yan, compared with them, is no longer at the same level. Don't you want to deal with me? Come on, let's go together. Chu Yan sneered. The Haotian sword was out of its sheath in his hand, and he was full of fighting spirit. He swung his hand and slashed out with a sword, rushing towards the 5 people who were sluggish on the opposite side. On the other side, the original melee scene also began to decrease a lot. Although there are still some places, like Chu Yan's side, where the battle is still going on, at least half of the people have stopped, and all their eyes are fixed on the 3 geniuses who had just arrived. Sibu Jingtian, Si Qin Yuyao, Si Huashen Yun. A group of geniuses and masters belong to completely different forces, but they all see 3 geniuses. The other half, on the other hand, looked at this scene with vigilance and seriousness. Obviously, the people here are all the forces and powerhouses who submit to Xingtian Pavilion, while the other half of the camp is nothing more than that. However, it is obviously a hostile relationship with Xingtian Pavilion. Just like before, the people of Xingtian Pavilion wanted to open the teleportation array, which caused many people to attack and destroy the teleportation array. Only in the sky, the Lord of Forbidden God had an awe-inspiring expression on his face, He closed his eyes slightly, and just cast a ray of consciousness to watch the situation on the scene. This Lord of Forbidden Gods has achieved his goal. An old fox is an old fox. Emperor Xuan, who was among the crowd, had been staying under the mystic treasure tree of Thousand Realms, and had never made a move, and it was impossible to make a move. Xie Yang stood beside him, looking around in astonishment. To be honest, with his wisdom, he was a little confused about the situation at the scene. Master Xuan, what's going on? Xie Yang finally couldn't bear it and asked. It's very simple. Xingtian Pavilion can't sit still and jumped out, so they will know what they want to do right away. Xuanhuan smiled. So that's how it is. Xie Yang's eyes lit up, and he realized it instantly. From the beginning to the end, the Lord of Forbidden God kept changing the rules. It seemed that he was bullying Chu Yan, but he was actually targeting Xingtian Pavilion. The mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, I am afraid that there are not a few people and forces peeping at it. But those ordinary forces and powerful people are nothing to worry about. In the end, it is likely that the big forces like Xingtian Pavilion will compete. And they have been hiding behind. The Lord Forbidden God is the most powerful, and there is no way to display it. Now, the situation is completely different. Everyone, you're welcome. Bu Jingtian smiled and bowed his hands in return. The moment he put his hands down, his face changed instantly. He turned his head, looked directly at the great elder of the Mongolian tribe, and snorted coldly. Humph. The Mongolian people dare to be enemies with my Xingtian Pavilion. Let's destroy you first. Immediately after a word, the atmosphere in the audience tensed up instantly. #C2592 Ancient Heaven List. The Mongolian tribe is one of the 7 great war clans, and their strength is certainly not weak. However, facing Bu Jingtian and other 3 geniuses, as well as the forces belonging to Xingtian Pavilion, a single Mongolian tribe, even if it is not weak, cannot be their opponent. Not good. What should we do now? The face of the great elder of the Mongolian nationality turned pale in an instant. He never expected that the 3 great geniuses would come in person, let alone that when Bu Jingtian appeared, he would directly point the finger at the main people. If this is really a fight, even if the Mongolians fight to the death, it will be nothing more than a mantis holding back a car. Stop. Just when a group of bigwigs from the forces belonging to the Xingtian Pavilion all looked at the Mongolian people and were about to make a move, a sudden change occurred. I saw, among the crowd, 2 figures in long robes strode out and stood in front of everyone. What a shocking step, what a holy heaven pavilion. Don't you think that this 10-direction star field is really your world? The 2 robed men looked at Bu Jingtian and shouted coldly. Humph. Who are you? Don't hide your head and show your tail. Bu Jingtian and the other 3 geniuses stared at the 2 robed men with a cold glint in their eyes. Xingtian Pavilion, with the support of the God realm behind it, is so powerful that it is no exaggeration to say that it is the largest force in the 10-direction star region. But now, someone dares to disobey the majesty of Xingtian Pavilion. Ha ha ha, I'm Ningjitian, this is Jiang Tianli, we 2 are nobody, nothing to worry about. Ningjitian chuckled, and then his body trembled, the emperor's prestige surged, and the robe on his body instantly turned into powder. And Jiang Tianli, who was beside him, rushed out with the same emperor's breath, destroying the robe. Thus, the appearance of the 2 warriors was completely presented in front of everyone. However, when everyone looked at the 2 of them at Lushan's true face, there was a sudden change. Hum. The imperial breath of the 2, after shattering the robes, did not hold back at all, and continued to rush like waves, surging in all directions. These 2 waves of imperial prestige turned from weak to strong, and their power became stronger and stronger. They even picked up a monstrous wave and swept towards the surrounding crowd. This The powerhouses who got close felt their whole bodies froze and their souls trembled suddenly when they were impacted by these two waves of imperial power. There were even some weaker ones who retreated violently and tried their best to mobilize their body protectors before they managed to stand still. When the tidal wave of imperial prestige that the two merged together swept through the crowd like a gust of wind sweeping through a wheat field, everyone's expressions changed. Powerful. Too strong. Sweeping the audience with two emperors, this kind of momentum, how many people can match it? You must know that the geniuses and bosses present are all elites of the powerful sects in the 10 Directions starfield, not ordinary strong men. It's just that their Dixie D-Way is obviously weaker than these two people by several grades. All the powerhouses present can be swept away by the power of these two people. Keep it normal, there are not many people at all. Some people even noticed that the bodies of the three great geniuses, including Bu Jingtian, shook slightly twice. Could it be said that even Bu Jingtian and the other three were weaker than these two? I remembered. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, making the audience silent. Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli were the first and second in the last ranking list a million years ago. This sentence exploded, causing the eyes of everyone in the audience to tremble. What? Millions of years ago, the last day list was first and second. That is tantamount to saying that during the ancient battle between gods and demons, he was at the top of the list. Swish swish swish. The next moment, everyone's gazes turned to Bu Jingtian and the three in the sky. Bu Jingtian, Qin Yuyao, and Washenyan are currently the top three on the list. And this Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli are the top two on the ancient list. Although, the two of them were just the last Tianbang in ancient times, and the ensuing great war of gods and demons caused the Tianbang to disappear for tens of thousands of years, so it was interrupted. But no matter how you say it, it is also the ancient heaven list. This time everyone's eyes on Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli changed. No. Not right. Aren't you lost? The big guy who first yelled out their identities looked at them with wide eyes and said. The war between ancient gods and demons was a catastrophe. After the Great War, not only the god realm disappeared, but the demon clan was completely wiped out, even the martial soul world, sect forces, and warriors, big and small, 9 out of 10. Less than 1/10 of the people survived. Therefore, the Tianbang at that time, because they were all the backs of powerful sects and powerful forces, almost all died along with the sect's forces. Therefore, tens of thousands of years later, when the celestial list is reopened, there are not many people who can appear on the celestial list alive. And none of them appeared in the top 10 list. Because of this, everyone thought that Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tiankai hadn't reappeared for so many years, so they should be lost. Loss. When Ning Zhitian heard the words, he grinned, then shook his head and said. It's not bad to lose, but we have borrowed the power of the heaven list to condense the Emperor's seal and be able to preserve the remnant soul, so now, we have a new mission. New mission. Everyone was startled, puzzled. I waited for this time to come here to respect the order of the 10 Directions Starfield Tianbang, and to publicize the power of my way of heaven. As the words fell to the ground, thunderbolts exploded in the sky, instantly connecting into one piece, resounding for thousands of miles, as if the whole world was rumbling. Dao. Dao Envoy. Including Bu Jingtian, everyone's expressions changed in unison. The Tianbang is the supreme existence in the 10 Directions starfield, and all genius warriors are among them. It can be said that all the strong or talented warriors gathered in the 10 Directions starfields are definitely number 1 on the list. And this list has always been controlled by the Tao of Heaven in the 10 Directions starfield, and it cannot be interfered by manpower at all. It has always been a list of major forces and sects, which measure the strength of sects and forces. Although some large chambers of commerce will sell some artificially arranged lists based on this day list. However, compared with the Tianbang, it is nothing at all. At least, the Tianbang represents the majesty of the Tao of Heaven, and there is no such possibility for other lists. But now, Ning Tian and the two spoke their new identities, saying that they represent the way of heaven. To put it simply, their new identities are Tao Envoys, Messenger of Heaven. This identity, this backstage, is not a bit strong. It seems that after the loss of the two of you, your soul has been protected by the heavenly list, and has already integrated into the heavenly way of the 10 starfields. The great elder of the Mongolian nationality opened his mouth with a stern voice. Good. Ning Tian nodded, then looked at the great elder of the Mongolian tribe, and continued. Now, the 3 major forces in the world and the 7 great clans are determined by the way of heaven, and no one or force is allowed to intervene. If someone is dissatisfied with this, it is dissatisfaction with the majesty of the heaven. The two of us will never sit idly by. After these words were spoken, everyone finally realized that the Tao of Heaven in the 10 Directions Starfield also wanted to intervene in the affairs of the Forbidden Land. This time, in addition to Xingtian Pavilion, there was another powerful force on the scene. #C2593 Talent gathered. The current situation is becoming more and more terrifying. All the top forces in the 10 Directions Starfield, and even the entire martial soul world, have all appeared. Regardless of whether it is the 3 major forces, the 7 great clans, Xingtian Pavilion, including the current envoy of heaven, all the geniuses and bigwigs present have become more dignified. I didn't expect that being ranked in the top 10 of the heaven list would have such benefits. This is equivalent to an extra layer of amulet. A boss looked at Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli, his heart trembled, and he murmured. The other geniuses and bosses nodded in unison upon hearing this. Good. This day's list has always been a list that all forces and powerful people must compete for. It turned out that it was just because the Tianbang represented strength and ranking, but now it seems that it is not that simple at all. The protection of the heaven list is definitely one of the secrets of the 10 Directions Starfield. It seems that the power of the 10 Directions Starfield cannot be ignored. However, whether it is Bu Jingtian, Qin Yuyao and Hua Shenyan, the top 3 of the current Tianbang, the 3 of them all belong to the Xingtian Pavilion. Do you still care about the protection and deterrence of the heavenly Tao in the 10 Directions Starfield? Good, very good. Above the sky, Bu Jingtian, who was wearing a dark golden robe, smiled all over his face, and said again. 1,000,000 years ago, you were number 1 on the list, and you were also number 2 on the list. I didn't expect you to reappear. It's just that you need to know that this is not 1,000,000 years ago, and the martial soul world is no longer the same as it was 1,000,000 years ago. In our eyes, things that happened 1,000,000 years ago have no meaning. Today's world is a new world. As these words came out, Bu Jingtian felt a faint power, like a strong wind, surging around, and even the surrounding void buzzed and trembled. It attracted all the geniuses and bigwigs in the audience to look sideways, their eyes flickering. Good. Times have changed. Of course, the top 3 in the Tianbang 1,000,000 years ago are completely different from the top 3 in the Tianbang now. As for Bu Jingtian's words, he said them very implicitly, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. He simply wanted to say. The current 10 Directions Starfield is his shocking world. Because, the current number 1 on the list is his shocking step. No matter who it was, even if it was the number 1 who had been resurrected from the list of millions of years ago, it was nothing worth mentioning in front of him. This is a kind of domineering backed by powerful strength, and at the same time, as a disciple of Xingtian Pavilion, he is always superior and domineering. A new world. With me here, there is no new world. In an instant, Ning Zhitian's gaze became incomparably fierce, flashes of radiance shot out, and the emperor's prestige on his body surged like a tide. Boom, boom. Between the two geniuses, the number 1 in the ancient celestial rankings, and the current number 1 in the celestial rankings, the two breaths collided, and there was a muffled sound of thunder. For millions of years, the souls of the three of them wandered around in the heavenly world of the 10 Directions star field. No matter what time it is, he is in a haze, gathering the pure spiritual power of the world bit by bit, restoring his soul and body. This process took hundreds of thousands of years before they were finally revived. It took tens of thousands of years to rebuild the martial arts and restore the original peak combat power. After experiencing so much suffering and loneliness, it took nearly 1,000,000 years to come back again, just for today, to regain everything that was lost. Back then, they made the whole world look up to them and stood at the top of the world's warriors. So today, they come back again. Of course, it is also possible to make the whole martial arts world tremble again. No matter who the other party is, they will all be suppressed. Ridiculous. It's up to you. Bu Jingtian's face showed a hint of sneer. As if he didn't want to argue with them anymore, Bu Jingtian turned around, looked at the powerful person in the Xingtian pavilion, and ordered directly. Give it to me, kill them. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the two sides of the scuffle, which had already calmed down, suddenly burst out with aura from their bodies, and each emperor's prestige surged, turning into countless powerful forces, rushing out. This large expanse of imperial breath is like a stormy wave. Wherever it passes, the sky and the earth tremble, and the sun and moon lose their brilliance. Even the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree not far away seemed to be shaken slightly by this breath. This. The great elder of the Mongolian nationality and others saw the scene, and their faces changed in shock. Do it. If he dared to hesitate at all, he shouted loudly, his whole body burst out with strength, and all kinds of imperial techniques and ultimate moves were launched together. The three geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion obviously came with the power of Xingtian Pavilion. If they can't be stopped today, they will all die due to the cruelty of Xingtian Pavilion. Thousands of years ago, after Xingtian Pavilion reappeared, almost all the forces and warriors who opposed them were killed. In this battle, the three major forces, the 7 major clans, the Xingtian Pavilion, and the Taoist envoys are all involved. It seems that the 3 major forces and the 7 great clans have been divided into 2 sides, but it is obvious that the power of the Xingtian Pavilion is much stronger. Not bad. Even with the appearance of Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli, it doesn't seem to have changed much. This battle is too scary. A group of geniuses and bigwigs, seeing the two camps swirling with monstrous power, turned into 2 tides and rushed towards each other. All of them were horrified, and their souls were shocked. How many years has it been since Wuhun world has never experienced such a big battle? This time the battle has caused the entire Wuhun world to fight together. Such a scene is absolutely shocking. Humph. Those who blaspheme the power of heaven, die. Ning Zhitian seemed to have expected the situation in front of him. With a cold snort, he waved his hand, and a colorful altar flew out of the sky, floating above his head. The heaven and the earth are long, and they will last forever. In the name of the God Emperor of the 10 Directions, I order the source of the Emperor of the world, now. With Ning Zhitian's urging, the 7-color altar began to buzz and tremble, as if a volcano erupted, and immediately spewed out a large amount of 7-color divine light, rushing to the surroundings like a spring. This is. All the geniuses and bigwigs present looked at the colorful altar and the colorful divine breath from it, and their expressions changed drastically. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. As if echoing each other from a distance, above the sky, a large sea of spiritual clouds rolled, exploding thunderbolts one after another. The wind swept through the clouds, the sky was shaken, and the earth was shaking, with power like a tide. A large wave of Tianwei descended from the sky, like a large sea of clouds, covering the sky. The mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms not far away was pressed down by the sea of clouds, and suddenly the body of the treasure tree trembled slightly, releasing a large amount of nine-color mysterious light, rushing towards the sea of clouds to block it. The nine-colored mysterious light turned into a large mask, completely covering the tree body for miles around. And the sea of clouds, which seemed to be falling from the sky, gave up this area and continued to suppress it. At this moment, within the range of the Thousand Realms, profound treasure tree mask, Chu Yan seemed to feel that the whole world was collapsing. Whether it is the sky or the earth, even the tree of forbidden gods is shaking. It seems that we can't delay any longer. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, and the light of the Emperor's seal, behind him also began to tremble. Turning his head and looking at Yu Wendian and the other 5 people, the Haotian sword flashed out of Chu Yan's hand. #C25941 Move 3 kills. The extremely fierce sword light, and the rising Emperor's breath on Chu Yan's body, became more and more violent. What? This? The 5 of Yu Wendian looked at Chu Yan, who was surrounded by a large piece of imperial power, wrapped in sword intent, and charged into a tornado of sword energy nearly 100 feet high, and their expressions suddenly changed. They never thought that this Chu Yan, even now, has not done his best. And before, they always thought that Chu Yan's combat power was just using secret skills to forcibly improve, and it was impossible to last. But now, after such a long time, there is no sign of weakness at all, but it is getting stronger and stronger. This doesn't make sense at all. Holy Rakshasa verdict. With a swish, Chu Yan's figure was like a black lightning flashing across the air, and appeared above the heads of the 5 Yuanchans. On the Haotian sword in his hand, the gold and silver 2-color sword light, like the blade of a demon god, slashed down fiercely. Call out. This sword condensed the 2 attribute powers of the Holy Rakshas's 2 forks, and the sword glow was completely different, like 2 thunderbolts, exploding and falling from the air. Puff. 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 There were 3 muffled sounds, and the body shields of Yu Wendian, Moron Juetian, and Lei Hun shattered in an instant. The light of the sword pierced through their bodies, and directly cut 3 bone-deep wounds on their bodies. Under the powerful force, the 3 of them, flew upside down in an instant. Ah! The shrill screams resounded through the huge masked space, and the bodies of the 3 fell straight to the ground like meteors falling from the sky, blasting 3 big holes and disappearing immediately. Judging from the depth of the 3 caves, I am afraid that they are at least nearly 100 feet deep. Moreover, the aura gushing out of the cave was extremely weak, and it was obvious that the 3 of them had been severely injured. After all, the 3 of them had already been injured in the Battle of Candidates before, and had not fully recovered. If they were injured again at this time, I am afraid that they would be completely useless. Yu. This is impossible. Chong Lingfeng and Tong Shankue. Looking at Chu Yan, who was as imposing as a rainbow, like a demon god of heaven and earth, his face turned green with shock. 1 move, 3 kills. This is too powerful. Moreover, the aura emanating from Chu Yan just now has completely changed. That aura of fighting against the heavens, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, makes people see, chills in the heart, and trembles in the soul. This kind of power is simply not something they can resist. It's your turn. Just when the 2 were terrified, Chu Yan in the sky turned his eyes to Tong Shankue and Chong Lingfeng. At that glance, the pupils of the 2 shrank sharply, and their whole bodies trembled. Possessed by a demon god. Tong Shankue watched Chu Yan rushing towards him, and was so shocked that his scalp exploded. With a violent roar, a shadow of a beast rushed out behind him. This is an ancient giant monster. The vague beast souls are arranged behind Tong Shankue, and a large amount of monster breath is stirred up. They collide with each other in an instant, and merge into an extremely terrifying monster. With a roar, they rush towards Chu Yan. Previously, the secret technique of the demon sect that Tongshan watched was ineffective against Chu Yan, so this time, Tongshan Kuei directly used another powerful whole card. This monster is more than 10 kinds of ancient giant monster souls collected by him, and they are fused together using secret techniques, and the monster power is more than 5 times stronger. Die. The gold and silver two-color sword light cut down, and the sword light passed by, the demon's soul like a hill, under Tongshan Kuei's trembling eyes, directly shattered and turned into a large wave of air, rushing in all directions. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Tongshan Kuei gasped suddenly, and his whole body trembled. Isn't this too strong? The big fusion monster he condensed, not to mention the peak of the Great Emperor realm, even a strong Saint Emperor realm, it is impossible to kill it with one move. Changlingfang, make a quick move. If we don't come up with the ultimate move, we will all die. Tongshan Kuei was really scared this time, and turned his head to shout at Changlingfang. Swish. After losing one move, Tongshan Kuei, who dared to make another move, took out a piece of spirit pattern while dodging the slashing sword light, and began to bless himself continuously. Among these spirit patterns, almost all of them are top-level spirit patterns, with defenses and boosters, and they all smashed on him. Each of these spirit patterns is very valuable, and they are all life-saving items at the bottom of Tongshan Kuei's chest, and they will not be used lightly at all. But now, he was defeated by Chu Yan twice in a row, and just now, Chu Yan killed 3 times with one sword in front of him. This time, Tongshan Kuei, even his soul was chilling, and he only wanted to save his life. When Changlingfang heard Tongshan Kuei's roar, his face was also solemn, and the emperor's prestige continued to rise all over his body. It's time to fight desperately. If you don't do your best, I'm afraid the final result will not be different from the battle of candidates. Heavenly language is convincing, the soul turns to the 13th floor. Word by word, out of the mouth lightly, the imperial prestige on Changlingfang's body, like adding fuel to the fire, suddenly rose a lot. At the same time, behind him, a black pagoda soared out of the sky, releasing monstrous soul power to bless him. The 13th floor of Tianyu is a family-based force, and almost half of the martial souls awakened by the clan are all tower-type martial souls. Cooperating with the bloodline technique of the 13th floor of Tianyu, it is the 13th floor of Tianyu, which has achieved the foundation of the 3 major powers for hundreds of thousands of years. Chu Yan, I don't care what cards you have. Today, I'll let you see that I, Changlingfang, are amazing. Die to me. With a roar, Changlingfang's whole body, urging his whole body of emperor prestige, turned into a huge wave and rushed towards Chu Yan. At this time, Changlingfang has completely exploded to the peak of his combat power, and his power is astonishing. Ha ha ha, good. Take my punch, Wan Lai Long Jin. Seeing Changlingfang rushing, Chu Yan's momentum was like a rainbow, and his fighting spirit was surging. Amidst the laughter, he raised his hand and punched out a heavy punch. Roar. Long Ling shook the sky, and the black Rakshasa Chi, wrapped in a golden dragon, roared out. This punch is different from the previous Wan Lai Long Jin, but it combines the power of the most Een and Een holy Rakshasa. With a punch, the surrounding void is instantly shattered, and the world trembles. Physical strength, coupled with the power of the green dragon, and the fusion power of the holy Rakshasa, the power of the fist is so strong, one can imagine. Even after Chu Yan condensed the emperor's seal, he had never shot so violently. Boom, boom. Wherever the fist passes, the sky is collapsing all the way, and everything it passes is reduced to ashes. Changlingfang watched helplessly. The attack he had just launched was instantly smashed into powder by the black gold mad dragon, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. Haotian sword. With one punch, Chu Yan didn't stop at all, followed by Haotian's sword in his hand, and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, the golden and silver sword light cut down again. The sword light was like a crescent moon, and it struck the stunned Changlingfang at the same time, as well as Tong Shankue, who rushed up in coordination. Boom! Boom! The bodyguards of the two exploded at the same time, as if their bodies had been hit by a mountain. They bounced straight to the ground below, and directly next to the 3 holes just now, 2 more big holes were smashed out. The 5 powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm will all be wiped out in one battle. #C2595 Disrespect Tianwei. The appearance of this scene caused many of the strong players in the audience to turn their heads to look at it, and there was a touch of surprise on their faces at the same time. If Chu Yan had won the battle of candidates before, it was because of strategy and external help. So now, it was Chu Yan who relied on his own combat power to fight against 5 people at the same time, and won in one battle without any other reason. Therefore, the strength of this Chu Yan is much stronger than they expected. Chu Yan, I won't let you go. Lei Hun and Yu Wendian, who had been driven into the depths of the ground before, finally crawled out of the hole, covered in scars, spitting blood while screaming at Chu Yan in the sky. In this battle, their face was completely humiliated, and their hearts, which had never suffered such a disastrous defeat, could not bear it at all. Therefore, the first time they climbed out of the burrow, they vented their hatred to Chu Yan in the sky. The 5 of them are all important figures in their respective forces. As long as they mobilize the power in the clan, they can take revenge on Chu Yan. Court death. Hearing Lei Hun and Yu Wendian's words, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a flick of the Haotian sword in his hand, he rushed down and killed them directly. In the previous candidate battle, the Forbidden God Lord had clearly stipulated that killing was not allowed. Therefore, at that time, Chu Yan did not kill, but now, it is no longer a battle of candidates, and the Lord of Forbidden God has clearly stated that he will not intervene in this melee. Therefore, when Chu Yan heard what they said, he was ready to kill the grass and roots. Chu Yan, the few of them are of no value. Killing them now will only make the situation here more out of control. Why don't you start the road to comprehend the gods as soon as possible? As long as you succeed in participating in the gods, you can kill them however you want. How to kill? Before Chu Yan could make a move, the Forbidden God Lord, who kept his eyes closed in the sky, opened his eyes lightly, and said to Chu Yan through a sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, he turned to look at the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree, and nodded slightly. That's right. It's still important to comprehend the road to becoming a god, let them live a little longer. At this time, under the 1,000 realms, profound treasure tree, the number of warriors who can still meditate and comprehend is no more than 1 or 200. Others, because they belong to various forces, almost all participated in the melee. The next moment, Chu Yan flipped his hands, and the Haotian sword in his hand returned to its sheath, and the breath of his whole body began to restrain. Great, Brother Chu, how can you be so powerful? Not far away, Yu Linglong flew over and landed beside Chu Yan. On her beautiful face, there were little stars looking at Chu Yan. Ouyang Nantian and Shen Xingjia, who just came out, also gathered around Chu Yan, looking at him with a smile on their faces. After this battle, no one will doubt Chu Yan's strength. You mean this Emperor's seal? Chu Yan said with a light smile, this is the chance to condense it with the help of several seniors who went against the gods. Everyone nodded in unison. Of course they knew that Chu Yan was against the Tao of God. And against the divine way, as a force that can fight against the Xingtian pavilion, and at the same time, it is possible that the forces that target the realm of the gods do not have much background. Chu Yan's eyes swept towards the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, and the figures sitting cross-legged under the tree. It took a long time to discover these people, but the aura on their bodies was still the same as when they first began to comprehend. Because most people can't really immerse themselves in it, and watch the melee outside from time to time. Brother Ouyang, His Royal Highness Yu, Brother Shen, I am now ready to start enlightening the road to becoming a god. I hope you can help me at this critical moment. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the three of them, and said. Good. Very good. No problem, leave it to me. Whether it was Shen Xingjia, Yu Linglong, or Ouyang Nantian, when they heard Chu Yan's words, they looked at the resolute expression on his face, and at the same time, their eyes lit up, and they all nodded in agreement. Not only the three of them, but even Yu Wentian and Lei Hun, who had just crawled out of the burrow, sat cross-legged on the ground, and started to recover, were stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words, and they all looked up. That guy actually wants to comprehend the path to the God realm. However, whether they admit it or not, the battle of the forbidden gods is really over, and there is no suspense anymore. Among the five of them, four were candidates. After being defeated by Chu Yan, they were dissatisfied and started fighting again. But the current result is exactly what he said when he was recruited by the Lord of the Forbidden God. The four of them are really too bad. Could it be that this Chu Yan, as a God-forbidden person, really began to comprehend the road to becoming a god? In that case, does it mean that the probability of Chu Yan's enlightenment success will be very high? This Tao consciousness flashed by, causing countless thunderbolts to explode in the sea of consciousness of Yu Wendian and five people at the same time, shocking them dumbfounded. They are very clear that if Chu Yan really succeeds in comprehending the divine way, then their consequences, I am afraid. I am afraid that the balance of the entire 10 directions starfield will be completely broken. Because, in the entire world of martial spirits, there is only this one hope. At this time, outside the mask of the mystic treasure tree of Thousand Realms, Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli controlled the huge 7-colored altar, causing the sea of spiritual clouds in the entire sky to be suppressed downward. What is this? All the geniuses and bosses in the audience were stunned and their souls trembled when they saw this scene of heaven and earth vision. In the name of the way of heaven, those who disrespect the might of heaven will be judged. Ning Tianli's roar resounded like a torrent of thunder. And the moment this roar sounded, the sea of spiritual clouds covering the world began to surge wildly and spread rapidly. In an instant, countless seas of spiritual clouds surged across the land where the scuffle had been, sweeping through the crowd. Wherever he went, whether it was the geniuses and bosses of the major forces, or the three major geniuses such as Bu Jingtian, they were all shrouded in these spiritual clouds. It was as if the entire world, except for the several miles covered by the mystical treasure tree of Thousand Realms, everyone else was swallowed by the tumbling sea of spiritual clouds. Of course, Ling Yunhai is familiar to every warrior. Even when everyone cultivates, most of the spiritual power of heaven and earth comes from the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. There are also many people, in order to increase the speed of cultivation, they usually fly into the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky and sit cross-legged to practice. Therefore, being in the shroud of the sea of spirit clouds did not shock them much. Because they know that Ling Yanhai is just the gathering manifestation of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and does not have any offensive ability. Buzz, buzz. But the next moment, when countless wills of Tianwei began to appear in the vast sea of spiritual clouds, everyone's complexions began to change color at the same time. At the same time, they discovered that the Emperor's breath true qi on their bodies began to change rapidly. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2596 Tianbang Lingtan. The sea of spiritual clouds continued to spread, and in less than 10 breaths, it enveloped everyone in the audience. Every warrior who was shrouded in panic sensed the change of true qi in his body, and his face was full of panic. Because they found that the true qi and spiritual power in their bodies was effectively fading. Even if they control their spiritual consciousness and sea of energy with all their strength, it will not help the world at all. The colorful spiritual power of Ling Yanhai has become more pure and concentrated, and a large amount of Emperor's breath spiritual source is overflowing from everyone's body and being swallowed by Ling Yanhai. How did this happen? Including Bu Jingtian, everyone's faces showed a look of astonishment at the same time. My own spiritual source of the Emperor's breath was out of my control and was swallowed by this sea of spiritual clouds. Not good. My dilly. What's going on here? My true energy is dropping. Oh my god, Ningzhitian, what are you doing? The 7-color altar, what the hell is it? What is the scariest? In the world of spirits, of course it is your own strength, and it is the scariest thing to disappear in front of them. Therefore, all the geniuses and bosses, feeling the power in their bodies, were all inexplicably terrified when they were falling rapidly. They looked at Ningzhitian and Jiang Tianli and roared in unison. They have never seen such a vision of heaven and earth, such a thing, and they have never heard of it. This 7-colored altar is the Tianbang spiritual altar. In the sky, a strange sound sounded, and everyone who heard it was shocked and their faces were full of horror. Tianbang spiritual altar. Few people know about it, but when it comes to the Tianbang, the entire Wuhun world knows it. Know everything. The Tianbang is the gestation of the Tao of the 10 directions, which contains the rules and power of the Tao of heaven, and represents the supreme majesty of the Tao of heaven. This celestial list is not an invisible and intangible existence, but a real celestial list. Legend has it that this celestial list exists above the 9 nights, in the endless sea of heavenly power. No matter who can find the celestial list in person, they will be able to obtain the 10-direction star field heaven, huge rewards and gifts. There are such legends, so it is natural that someone has personally been willing to see the Tianbang and got the benefits of the heavenly Tao. And those legends who have seen the celestial list will mention in the materials and records left behind that the celestial list is placed on a 7-colored golden altar. The 7-colored golden altar is as big as a 10,000-foot peak, like a sacred mountain, shining brightly. That scroll represents the ranking of martial artists in the world, as well as the Tianbang scroll of martial arts and Tianwei, which is suspended above the colorful golden altar, bathing in Tianwei. And that colorful golden altar is exactly Tianbang spiritual altar. Therefore, the legendary Tianbang spirit altar is nearly 10,000 feet in size. For a while, all the bigwigs and geniuses present did not react. The ordinary altar in front of me, which is only 10 feet high, is actually the altar of Tianbang spiritual altar. That's right. You guys are knowledgeable. You also know about the Tianbang spiritual altar. Ningzhitian's whole body was rippling with the might of the sky, like a man in charge of heaven and earth. Looking at Bu Jingtian, he said with a smile. How about it? Do you still want to talk about the former world? As the words fell, all the geniuses and bosses in the audience trembled, and the way they looked at Ningzhitian changed. The number 1 in the ancient celestial list, now he has become the envoy of the heavenly way, and he also holds such a big killer as the celestial list altar. This is too scary. As a result, although Bu Jingtian and Ningzhitian are both number 1 in the rankings, there is an instant gap in strength. After all, everyone knows that this Tianbang altar can control all the spiritual sources of the Emperor's breath in the world, and it is absolutely untouchable. As long as this martial soul world is within the scope of the 10-direction star field covered by the heavenly law, which martial artist has not absorbed the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, and converted it into the strength of his own cultivation. However, these attracted heaven and earth spiritual powers are bred by the 10 directions of the star field. In the final analysis, even so, it is all given by the heavenly law of the 10 directions star field, so it is not an exaggeration. The causal relationship between these, although it is said that it is impossible for the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions star field to take back these Emperor's breath spiritual sources. However, it couldn't be easier to use some means to influence and weaken it. Good, very good. Bu Jingtian crossed the sky and walked towards Ningzhitian. The smile on his face remained unchanged. Since you even took out the altar of the heavenly list, then, even if you are qualified, let me do it." This sentence was said with extreme arrogance, as if he was walking beyond the three realms and not in the five elements. Could it be that you are so shocking that you have not cultivated under the heavenly way of the 10 direction star field, so it is as if you are not affected by the spirit altar of the Tianbang? Holy Heaven Monument, come out! With a soft shout, Bujing Tian waved his big hand, and a huge golden stone tablet rushed out, like a sacred tablet, floating above the sky, swaying a large piece of golden light. Where these golden divine lights passed, the sea of spiritual clouds that had originally enveloped them melted like ice and snow, instantly losing their effect. Fuck me, Holy Heaven Monument! Seeing Bujing Tian summoning the Holy Sky Monument, the faces of the geniuses and bosses present all changed. One of the treasures of Xingtian Pavilion, the Xingtian Monument. Fight if you want. If you don't accept it, fight until you are convinced. What Jiang Tianli is that, right? Come on, let's fight. Behind Bujing Tian, Wuhun flew out, landed on the opposite side of Jiang Tianli not far away, and shouted directly. You step back first, I'll come. However, without waiting for Jiang Tianli to fight, Qin Yuyao, who was behind Bujing Tian, kissed her lips and said. What? You want to rob me? Step aside, I said it first. Wuhun, who was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Yuyao's behavior, directly opened his mouth to stop him. No need. Just when the two were arguing about who should make the move, Jiang Tianli, who had never spoken on the other side, answered softly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Tianli's figure flashed, and the emperor's prestige on his body rushed out, turning into a giant tiger, and appeared behind him. The monstrous tiger's prestige, like a tiger descending from the mountain, swept across the world and rushed towards the two of them. Do it. Qin Yuyao and Wuhun's complexion changed slightly, and they all shot together, rushing towards Jiang Tianli. The divine power of the two rose at the same time, and all kinds of killing moves and imperial techniques exploded together. Mongolian, give it to me. Seeing this scene, how could the great elder of the Mongolian nationality sit and watch? After all, Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli came to support him. If you don't do anything, just look at it like this, it's absolutely inappropriate. Yes. All the geniuses and bigwigs belonging to the Mongolian nationality rushed out together. On the other side, those members of the three major forces and the 7 great clans, seeing this scene, no longer hesitated, and acted at the same time. For a while, the scuffle resumed, and the killing sound shook the sky. But Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian were the first to attack, and the two of them went straight to Jiuxiao and shot wildly. It's a big fight. It can be said that for tens of thousands of years in the 10 directions starfield, there has never been a battle with such a strong lineup. In Wuhun world, all forces are involved in this battlefield. Because of the appearance of the Tianbang spirit altar and the Holy Heaven Monument, this battle became more intense than the previous battles. Almost every breath, some powerful emperors were knocked down from the sky and fell to the mountains below. Genius site address. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2597 God of Power. In this scuffle, undoubtedly, the two battles between Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian, and Jiang Tianli's battle against Qin Yuyao and Wuhun were the most eye-catching. The two great geniuses of ancient times are fighting against the 3 great geniuses of the current Emperor of Heaven. This battle is definitely of great significance across the ages. Whether it is the emergence of a new era or the continuation of the ancient era, maybe after this battle, there will be a result. Above the 9 nights, the battle between Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian was not as people imagined, with all kinds of imperial techniques and ultimate moves blasting each other, but it seemed a bit ordinary. They are almost attacking each other one by one, it seems like a game of twisters. However, only the two people in this chess game can know the danger and tension of the chess game. This level of battle has not occurred in the 10 Directions starfield for many years. Elder, are we going to fight? Some geniuses and bigwigs from small and medium forces were excited by the battle in front of them, and their blood boiled, and some people began to ask. Don't want. The elder shook his head directly. There must be an alliance of forces in this scuffle, and both sides have already laid out the layout before the opening of the God-forbidden land. Our forces are weak, and if we join the battle without knowing where we are, not only will we not get any benefits, but I am afraid that we will fall into the layout of both sides. Hearing such an answer, all the geniuses and bigwigs were stunned and frowned slightly. The warriors present, who did not participate in the battle, were a little worried. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kind of contest between the overlord forces is a sect war. If, during the battle, they serve as spectators, neither side will help. If there is a result in the battle and one side wins and regains control of the world of the 10 Directions starfield, then they will probably suffer a loss. These geniuses and bosses know this truth, and the elders should also know it. But, needless to say, don't you forget, what is the cause of this great war? The elders' words sounded, making all the geniuses and big bosses startled at the same time. You mean, the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms? Not bad. The elder nodded. This battle of forces seems to be a battle for supremacy, but in fact, in the final analysis, it is still for the land of forbidden gods and the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms. Both of them will fight against the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, and even the land of forbidden gods. However, this kind of battle is meaningless at all. Didn't you see the forbidden god lord? Did you not intervene from the beginning to the end? The elder's gaze was shining brightly, and he looked up at the sky, the forbidden god lord, with his eyes tightly closed, and said. The Lord Forbidden God said that he would not intervene in this battle. This is a tacit consent. Hearing this, the elder smiled lightly and replied. You guys underestimate the conferred God powerhouse. The elder shook his head and said no more. In fact, although the existence of an Xie La Jiao in the 10 Directions starfield has not been made public, among the powerful sects gathered here, many people probably know of the existence of an Xie La Jiao. In particular, some people remembered the scene where God Emperor Xuanhuan sealed the 2 god-level powerhouses in one fell swoop outside the God-forbidden land. Now, the Heavenly Dao side of the 10 Directions starfield and the Xingtian Pavilion side are fighting with all their might, wanting to gain the initiative. However, against God, there has been no movement, at least explanation. The real battle has not yet begun. It is definitely not a wise move for these small and medium-sized forces to participate in the battle now. It is better to take this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds. There are really many people here. After all, there is the Forbidden God Lord here. If anyone can become the Forbidden God, or comprehend the path to the God realm, it is tantamount to becoming a side with the Forbidden God Lord. At that time, one is truly qualified to participate in this battle for world supremacy. Speaking of this, some geniuses and bigwigs began to restrain their minds, headed towards the mystic treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds, sat cross-legged again, and began to cultivate and understand. And others, seeing this great battle, couldn't calm down no matter what, and kept staring at the progress of the battle. Look! Bu Jingtian and Ning Zhitian, these two are number 1 in the rankings. Why does it look like the emperor technique is very ordinary, but the power is so powerful? That's right, it's too scary. This kind of imperial technique looks ordinary, but it's actually extremely terrifying. Bu Jingtian, it is said that it took nearly 100,000 years to become the number 1 in the Tianbang, and that Ning Zhitian had at least 100,000 years. The bottleneck for so many years could not be broken through. They have been practicing emperor skills and combat strength. This accumulation is beyond our comparability. Oh my God, look at the spirit treasures that the two of them used, it's terrifying. This is the powerful background of Tiandao and Xingtian Pavilion. I really want to have one. At this time, in the land of forbidden gods, some people are meditating and comprehending, while others are paying attention to the battle. And under the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, there were gradually more people. Situ Yang and Emperor Kuan stayed under the tree for a long time, but there was no progress in enlightenment. Therefore, the two were also communicating in a low voice, watching the battle outside the mask. Both of them knew very well that the more they fought in this scuffle, the more beneficial it would be to their side. Huh. Brother is here. While the two were chatting, suddenly, a crack was opened in the mask covering the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, and several figures flew in from the outside. These people were exactly Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, and Xin Xingjia. The act of the four of them entering the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms immediately attracted the attention of both sides in the melee. The appearance of Chu Yan naturally means that Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, Morong Jiuetian, Chong Lingfeng, and Lei Hun have already lost. This Chu Yan actually defeated 5 top geniuses. Although no one paid attention to Chu Yan's battle in the distance, because they were all fighting, but Chu Yan's appearance let everyone know the result of that battle. Perhaps other people would not pay attention to Chu Yan, a casual cultivator, but the geniuses on the side of Xingtian Pavilion showed a killing intent on their faces at the same time. Chu Yan, Xingtian Pavilion used secret skills to give way to the 3 shocking people, and appeared in the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds. This is one of the layouts of Xingtian Pavilion, do you understand? Seeing that Chu Yan entered the range of the profound tree of Thousand Realms, the Lord of Forbidden Gods above the sky suddenly transmitted his spiritual consciousness. I know. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the Forbidden God Lord, nodded, and replied. The prosperity of the world is all for profit, the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Their purpose is all for the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, and the root is the hope of becoming a god. Now that the situation is complete, your best choice is to start enlightenment immediately. However, you have the heavenly curse in your body, and I'm afraid you haven't forgotten about the Holy Tomb. Compared to the Holy Tomb, the reaction caused by the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms will probably be even greater. Having said that, the Lord Forbidden God gently opened his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and his voice became extremely solemn. How dare you? The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2598, start to comprehend. Chu Yan looked at the Lord of Forbidden God, thinking deeply. It's not because it's hard to answer this sentence, but Chu Yan found that the way of the Lord of Forbidden God is very suitable for him. The Lord of the Forbidden Gods is the powerhouse of the conferred gods. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest man in the world in the 10 directions. However, when the Forbidden God Lord talked to him, he never used that kind of superior attitude, but every time, he would first explain the situation, tell him the key points, and then ask him about his decision. This state made Chu Yan seem to understand something. Since practicing martial arts all the way, Chu Yan certainly knows that the road of martial arts requires more attention to will and state of mind. And the martial arts will and state of mind of the Forbidden God Lord are absolutely incomparable. The simplest assumption is that if the great battle in front of you happened at the gate of Xingtian Pavilion, or Shifeng Starfield, any powerful sect, I'm afraid that those forces would have jumped up angrily long ago, and in the name of desecrating the prestige of the sect, they would fight and judge. However, the Forbidden God Lord didn't have it, and he treated him flatly from beginning to end. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I've made a decision. Chu Yan bowed his hands and replied in a concentrated voice. Oh. What's your decision? The Lord of Forbidden God seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would answer directly without even thinking about it. From the moment I stepped into the land of forbidden gods, I have already made a decision. Chu Yan's answer turned into a sound transmission of divine consciousness, which sounded in the sea of consciousness of the Lord of Forbidden Gods. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan waved his hand, and all the Forbidden God talismans on his body flew out together, turning into a black shadow, and flew towards the Forbidden God Lord. One person with 30 forbidden talismans is the qualification for comprehending the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds. Although the 9-man Saint Emperor rebelled and was killed by the Forbidden God Lord, Chu Yan did not forget this rule. At the same time, he directly answered the Lord of Forbidden God's question with actions. Good. The Lord of Forbidden God's eyes flickered slightly, he accepted hundreds of Forbidden God talismans, and nodded slightly. He has already made it very clear that Chu Yan has a special status. Once he starts to comprehend the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, then these forces that have already jumped out will probably launch the layout together. At that time, the result will only be more terrifying than when Chu Yan condensed the Emperor's knot and bred the Dao map in the holy tomb of Anishan Dao. And beside Chu Yan, although there are Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjia, even Emperor Kuan who has not recovered his strength, and the spirit pattern master Situ Yang. However, if you want to face the entire 10 directions starfield and all the powerful forces, these few people will not be able to play any role at all. When thinking about the Holy Tomb, it was the 3 God Emperors who led all the powerhouses in the Holy Realm to fight together to block all the crises. Therefore, everything in the end may need to be borne by Chu Yan himself. But, for Chu Yan, so what? Divine Realm. It is Chu Yan's target. From the beginning to the end, it has not changed, and in the entire Wuhun world, there is only this one chance. If you miss it, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Defeated, the body dies, the way disappears, and the smoke disappears. If it is successful, it will soar into the sky, and it will be powerful in the world. The next moment, a powerful aura surged from Chu Yan's body, he turned around and walked towards the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds. Haha, boy, it's finally on the road. Seeing Chu Yan approaching, Emperor Kuan smiled excitedly. As the emperor of a generation of Tiankuan clan, Xuanhuan is the one who has the closest understanding of the situation to the existence of the Lord Forbidden God among all the people present. So, seeing Chu Yan walking towards the Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree, he was of course extremely excited. The critical moment has finally begun. Huh. Chu Yan is going to start comprehending. But in all directions, the faces of those forces and powerful people who were paying attention to Chu Yan changed at the same time. So, Chu Yan didn't become a God-forbidden person, just like everyone else, he needs to comprehend by himself. Haha, the Lord of Forbidden God never recognized Chu Yan from the very beginning, how could he become a forbidden god? That's right, ignore him. He has no chance. Although Chu Yan defeated the 5 Yuanchans, from the beginning to the end, the attitude of the Forbidden God Lord towards Chu Yan made many people think that it was impossible for Chu Yan to become a forbidden god. Therefore, at this time they saw that Chu Yan, like everyone else, handed in the forbidden talisman and obtained the qualification for enlightenment, all of them looked disdainful. As the saying goes, what everyone has is ordinary, not worth mentioning at all. The most important thing is that Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. This kind of cultivation strength is definitely the weakest level among all geniuses and big shots. Martial arts cultivation base is absolutely proportional to martial arts realm. Therefore, the understanding of the origin of martial arts by those at the Saint Emperor realm is more than 10 times stronger than that at the Great Emperor realm. If someone can really comprehend the path to godhood of the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds, I am afraid that they can only be born from the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm, and definitely not the Great Emperor realm. Great Emperor realm warriors go to enlightenment, at most they can get some benefits. Kill. Just paid a little attention to Chu Yan, and those people continued to fight. This battle has continued until now, with most of the weak killed and injured, while those with strong strength have also begun to show their killer moves. For a moment, between the heaven and the earth, the emperor was as powerful as thunder, and the waves soared into the sky. The vast expanse of heaven and earth was constantly collapsing, and various temporal and spatial turbulences appeared, stirring up the entire battlefield into darkness. But Bu Jingtian waited for a few days in the Battle of Geniuses, although the winner has not yet been decided, but the 5 of them have been suspended above the mask of the Thousand Realms' profound treasure tree from the beginning to the end, never leaving half a step away. The stars are broken. Ning Zhitian had a long stick in one hand, and when he swung it, his breath was like a mountain, and his strength was surprisingly great. A large piece of starlight swayed, accompanied by stick shadows, as if it could directly smash a piece of the sky. A sky-shattering blow. Facing the brilliance of Ning Zhitian's spiritual stick, Bu Jingtian's body was majestic and mighty. Turning his palm into a knife, he raised his hand and slashed out with a knife. This knife carried a cold aura that made the whole body icy cold. Wherever it passed, the void was smoothly cut out in a straight line. And the straight line points to exactly where Ning Zhitian is. The blade has no power, but it makes everyone feel an extremely fierce sharpness. This is a kind of extreme strength. It looks ordinary, but it is extremely extraordinary. Boom! Ning Zhitian's majestic stick collided with the ordinary sword, exploded and dissipated at the same time. Bu Jingtian. Don't you have a heaven-defying 3-life martial spirit? Show it, otherwise, if you want to defeat me, there is nothing terrible. Ning Zhitian held a long stick, looked at Bu Jingtian, and said. At the same time, spirit patterns overflowed from his body. These spirit patterns, like elves, overflowed and penetrated into the spirit stick in his hand, flashing various lights. At the same time, above the spirit stick, a palpitating breath began to rise. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2599 roll one side. Without waiting for Bu Jingtian to reply, Ning Zhitian raised his hand and threw another stick. Boom, boom. The power of this stick, compared to before, caused the void in front of him to suddenly sink in a radius of 100 steps. Immediately afterwards, the void exploded, making a heaven-shattering explosion of air. The extremely powerful stick force, with the power to destroy everything, rushed towards Bu Jingtian and went straight. Snort. Facing Ning Zhitian's stick, Bu Jingtian snorted coldly and said with disdain. You are worthy of seeing my 3 lives martial soul. While speaking, Bu Jingtian once again held his palm in front of him, his whole body was full of imperial power, and he looked at Ning Zhitian with contempt. What is the number 1 in the ancient heaven list, but that's all. From the very beginning of the fight, he didn't even display 60% of his strength. He was just going through the motions with him. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow, holy heaven and the law. Break. However, up to now, Bu Jingtian is ready to go all out to defeat him. The sound of shouting was like thunder, the surrounding space trembled, Bu Jingtian's sword in his hand formed a momentum, and the emperor's prestige burst out all over his body, and when he raised his hand, he slashed out with a sword in his hand. Roar. With this palm strike, his whole body of imperial prestige condensed into a holy body in front of him, holding a golden holy knife, and slashed down fiercely. Emperor Transformation. Seeing this scene, the faces of the geniuses and bosses watching the battle all changed. They never thought that Bu Jingtian's strength could reach the level of Z and others. It's just an extremely ordinary move that can directly trigger the vision of Emperor Art Transformation. This strength is absolutely extremely overbearing. With the appearance of this holy body, the shocking figure instantly became extremely tall. It was as if the Supreme Saint who looked down on all living beings in this world turned everyone into ants in front of him. However, just when this holy sword was about to fall from the sky, a sudden change occurred. call out. A sound of swords resounding through the heavens and the earth rose into the sky, like a heaven-splitting divine sword, piercing the sky, passing through the mask of the mystical treasure tree of thousand realms, and passing through the middle ground between Bujingtian and Mingjitian. Straight into the sky. What? Who? Bujingtian and Mingjitian, who were preparing to fight with all their strength, were stunned at the same time, and they both turned their heads to look. Chu Yan. The person who saw the shot was Chu Yan, standing under the mysterious treasure tree of thousand realms. A look of astonishment flashed on the faces of the two of them at the same time. Chu Yan, are you looking for death? You can also intervene in the battle between the two of us. Bujingtian's shout, like a thunderclap, resounded through the heaven and earth with overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. Before in the Antarctic Sea area, Chu Yan used means to kill his clone by borrowing a knife. Bujingtian hadn't settled with him yet, but he didn't expect that this Chu Yan wanted to intervene in the relationship between him and Mingjitian, who was number one in the world. War. This is simply courting death. 2. If you want to fight, get out of the way. Chu Yan held the Duantian sword in his hand, looking at the two of them. His voice was like a bell, and he was dressed in a black robe, hunting against the wind. What? At this moment, no matter if it was Bujingtian or other geniuses, they all looked stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yan, who was a mere fifth heaven of the great emperor realm, would follow Bujingtian and Mingjitian and talk like that. Unlike Bujingtian, Mingjitian's eyes looked straight at the long sword in Chu Yan's hand. Heaven-breaking sword. Isn't that the Aoki sword god, the sword used in the ancient battle between gods and demons? Others don't know, but he, Mingjitian, of course knows, how many powerful men, as well as gods and demons, have been lost under this heaven-breaking sword. Chu Yan, as long as you help me deal with this shocking step, I will give you a lot of benefits afterwards. Mingjitian rolled his eyes and said to Chu Yan. Humph. Dreaming. You're just an ant, you disobeyed me last time, and if you still dare to stand up today, you'll die. In Bujingtian's eyes, killing intent was like a tide, and the palm knife in his hand turned suddenly, and slashed straight down towards Chu Yan. This is you are looking for death. As soon as the words fell to the ground, seeing Bujingtian under the rage, he slashed the knife that was originally aimed at Mingjitian at Chu Yan, and the faces of the geniuses and big bosses present all changed. Dead. This Chu Yan, a mere fifth heaven of the great emperor realm, dared to challenge Bujingtian. However, at this moment, one roar after another suddenly sounded. Kill him. Brother Step, this son has become a god forbidden, don't let him go. When these two voices sounded, everyone turned their heads together, but they saw that the person who spoke was actually 5 people including Yu Wendian and Lei Hun. After the 5 people crawled out of the cave, they recovered for a while. Seeing Chu Yan take the initiative to provoke Bujingtian, they couldn't help it, and they all jumped out and shouted. What? Chu Yan became a forbidden god. This sentence immediately attracted all the geniuses and bigwigs in the audience, and Chi-Chi's face changed drastically. However, the 4 of Yu Wendian were originally candidates for the forbidden god, but now, all of them were wounded all over their bodies, their faces were covered in blood and sweat, their robes were torn, and they looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, that Chu Yan has everything. Could it be that among the 5 candidates, this Chu Yan really became the inheritor? However, didn't the Lord of Forbidden God not approve of him? No. The Forbidden God is the purpose of returning to the Forbidden God land this time. It is impossible for the Forbidden God to be invalidated. This Chu Yan. The bigwigs here are all high-level executives who are stronger than the general trend, how shrewd they are. After hearing the words of Yu Wendian and the others, his heart was shocked at the same time. He turned his head to look up at the sky. The Lord of Forbidden Gods kept his eyes closed, and a look of amazement appeared on his face at the same time. The Lord of Forbidden God, it's not that he doesn't recognize Chu Yan, but he is protecting Chu Yan from the beginning to the end. That's right. Chu Yan is very likely, and has become Forbidden God. At this moment, it seems that everything is completely clear. Boom, boom. No matter how surprised everyone was, above the sky, Bu Jingtian's palm knife slashed down fiercely with the power of thunder and the power of a holy body. Not to mention the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, even the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm will be cut up on the spot. Call out. Just as the palm knife fell towards the top of Chu Yan's head, the Duantian sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed against the sky. The bright gold and silver two-color sword light pierced the sky, like a golden and silver two-color divine light, hit the palm knife, blasted it to pieces, and instantly dissipated into a large wave of air. What? Bu Jingtian, Ning Zhitian, Qin Yuyao, and other geniuses all changed their faces in shock when they saw the scene. They opened their mouths wide and their eyeballs almost flew out. They couldn't believe that such a domineering knife, by Bu Jingtian, was broken by Chu Yan. That Chu Yan is only the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm, how is this possible? I'll say it again, you guys, get lost. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and his voice was like thunder, shouting the whole world. I want to study the road to becoming a god here. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C 2609 Days of Divine Light. Boom, boom. Almost at the same time as Chu Yan yelled, the 9-colored 9 mountains in the distance erupted a large piece of mysterious light at the same time. 9 streaks of mysterious light of different colors shot up into the sky, like 9 dragons of different colors, roaring the sky and earth, soaring into the sky at night, colliding with each other in the sky above the God-forbidden land, exploding a large 9-color shock wave. Wherever this shock wave passed, it was like rolling thunder, and wherever it passed, the sky and the earth shook. Chu Yan, let's start. The Lord of Forbidden God stood up and hung in the sky, looking at the imposing Chu Yan. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe is 10,000 laws, the origin of the forbidden gods, and the laws follow, open. After sipping out every single word, the entire land of forbidden gods trembled and swayed like a minister under orders, and among the 9-colored 9 mountains, like 9 fountains of different colors, a large piece of mysterious light gushed out. This mysterious light condenses but does not disperse, like a 9-story flood, coming from the 9 colors mountain range, rushing towards the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. The moment each line of 9-colored mysterious light touched the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, the entire tree trembled violently, and the tree began to swell wildly. The huge canopy of the tree began to swell, expanding from the original range of several miles to dozens of miles in an instant. Moreover, as a large amount of 9-color profound light continuously poured into the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree, the expansion speed of the tree body became faster and faster. Boom, boom. In the void, there was a sound of thunder, and the shock wave of the 9-colored mysterious light in the sky spread towards the surroundings. Wherever it passed, all the void and the spiritual power of heaven and earth were all driven away, leaving nothing behind. Such a vision gave the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree below more room for expansion and continued to grow rapidly. In less than 100 breaths, under the stunned gaze of everyone, the mystical treasure tree of 1,000 worlds grew from its original size of 12 feet to a height of nearly 1,000 feet in an instant. For a time, a huge treasure tree was like a tree of heaven and earth, with its canopy reaching up to the sky, and its roots were rooted in the earth, connecting the sky to the ground. Its momentum was as strong as the sacred tree of heaven and earth. The vast canopy completely covers the sky, as if the whole world is under the shroud of this sacred tree. The tree of the forbidden gods, the deity appears. In the sky, the Lord of Forbidden God's whole body was full of majesty, like a god of heaven, surging with momentum, overwhelming the audience. This time, the Lord Forbidden God no longer had any scruples, and led the real Thousand Worlds mysterious treasure tree to the world for Chu Yan to understand the path of the gods. Now that everyone has already guessed, Chu Yan is the Forbidden God. Then, everything that comes next will have to be faced by Chu Yan himself. The power of the 5 souls, the power of the Emperor's seal, sure. Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the power of the martial soul swept across his body like a storm, and the Emperor's seal behind him was like a purple golden sun, releasing a dazzling light. Swish! Chu Yan turned into a startled rainbow and landed on the canopy of the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Worlds. He didn't sit cross-legged at all, but stood with his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and closed his eyes lightly. At this moment, the originally berserk aura, the scrolling spiritual source, and everything all fell silent in an instant. Above the sky. The clouds stay, above the earth, the wind breathes. Everything between the heaven and the earth has returned to silence, as if this world is originally empty. But only on the canopy of the mystical treasure tree of Thousand Realms, there was that black-robed figure. The long robe was flying like a flag, and the 9-colored mysterious light lingered around him, which was particularly eye-catching. The golden Emperor seal, suspended in the air, released a large piece of the Emperor's spiritual origin, which was also infused with Chu Yan's deity. He is enlightening. Everyone was dazed, with their mouths wide open and their eyeballs bulging, looking at the figure on the heaven and earth sacred tree in astonishment. Boom. Just when everyone was confused, above the sky, a golden electric snake suddenly exploded, extending across the endless sky like a tree branch. When everyone looked up at the golden lightning that suddenly appeared, the deafening sound of thunder exploded. Boom. 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 It was as if a fuse was ignited, and then, one after another, lightning bolts exploded continuously above the sky. When everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, their expressions changed drastically in shock. At this time, the sky was filled with countless lightning bolts of different colors, as if the sky no longer existed, and it was completely occupied by divine thunder, turning into a sky of thunder. Who? Those strange colored lightnings were completely different from ordinary lightnings. After they exploded, they did not disappear at all. Instead, they gathered together and began to evolve into thunder visions. The thunder dragon, which was nearly 1,000 feet long and covered with thunder and lightning, appeared in the sky and roamed in all directions. Crash! It seemed to feel the vision of thunder above the sky, 9 colors and 9 mountains, including the mystical treasure tree of Thousand Worlds, trembled together, spewing out endless mysterious light in large quantities. On the canopy of the Thousand Realms profound treasure tree, all the leaves seemed to be swept by a strong wind, dancing together and making a rustling sound. At the same time, those dark starlight dots floating above the leaves flew out in large numbers and floated around the crown of the tree. As a result, the starlight on the entire Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree burst forth, and the entire treasure tree became more and more divine. Boom, boom. Another muffled sound came from the 9-colored 9 mountains in the distance. The vibration of the mountains made a strange scene appear. I saw that in the mountains, various natural phenomena such as flames, ice, strong winds, rainstorms, and sandstorms continued to appear, moving from the position of 9 colors 9 mountains towards the mystical treasure tree of Thousand Realms. These natural visions, without any conflict with each other, exist at the same time, which looks extremely strange. What's the situation? All the geniuses and bigwigs in the audience were stunned, and their faces were full of astonishment. You must know that no matter the scene in the sky, or the change of the Thousand Realms profound treasure tree, including the natural phenomenon that just appeared, all of them exceeded their predictions. In the land of forbidden gods, there is still such a powerful force. Just when everyone was stunned, a huge black hole suddenly exploded in the sky filled with thunder, and a smear of 9-colored mysterious light fell from the sky, like a beam of light, falling straight down, covering the figure on the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds. 9 heavens divine light. Among the big bosses present, someone recognized the 9-colored mysterious light at a glance, and immediately screamed. How is it possible? This is impossible. Even Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli in the sky were full of horror, and their eyes staring at the 9-color beam of light instantly turned blood red. 9-color divine light appears, and the road to the primordial spirit opens. That Chu Yan is really trying to understand the road to becoming a god. The screams of the 2 first and second geniuses in the ancient celestial list immediately caused everyone around to tremble. Comprehend the road to becoming a god. Although before, under the mystical treasure tree of 1,000 realms, hundreds of strong men gathered, all of whom were trying to comprehend the path of becoming a god. Including Situ Yang and Emperor Kuan, but their path to enlightenment and becoming a god is just enlightenment. But now, Chu Yan's path to enlightenment and becoming a god has already been enlightened, and there is a huge difference between the two. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2601 really did it? No one could believe it, seeing this scene before their eyes. Even, many people think that this is a gimmick made by the Lord of Forbidden God, or Chu Yan himself. The road to becoming a god, is it so easy to comprehend? Among the geniuses and bosses present, none of them had a higher level of cultivation than Chu Yan, and there were a large number of saintly powerhouses present. Even Ouyang Nantian has such a strong demigod. No matter how you calculate it, it will not be the turn of Chu Yan, who is a mere 5th heaven of the great emperor realm, to comprehend the road to becoming a god. The most important thing is that this is the only opportunity in the world of spirits. This is not the inheritance of the great emperor of the bad street, nor the inheritance of the high-level holy realm. This is the world of martial arts, representing the supremacy, the inheritance of the divine realm at the pinnacle of martial arts. This kind of inheritance, not to mention 10 deaths and no life, at least it is much more difficult than ascending to the sky. However, that Chu Yan, it has only been a long time since he stood on the canopy of the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms, and he doesn't even have time for a stick of incense, that's it. Enlightenment. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. All the geniuses and bosses in the audience, everyone's sea of knowledge is full of questions. In fact, no one believed that all this in front of him was the vision of heaven and earth shown by Chu Yan after he had truly realized the road to becoming a god. You know, the current situation, whether it is the 3 major forces, the 7 great clans, or the envoys of heaven, or the Xingtian pavilion. They are all 10-direction star fields, with top-notch strength, even Xiang Xingtian pavilion, backed by the god realm. They broke out in a big battle there, fighting life and death, wasn't it all for monopolizing the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds? And the purpose of occupying the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds is of course for the road to the god realm. No matter which side it is, they all hope that the god forbidden who has the opportunity to become a strong man in the divine realm will appear in their forces. In this way, the 10-direction star field, and even the entire martial soul world, will crawl under their feet in the future, and truly become the overlord of this martial soul world. However, their melee was not over yet, and Chu Yan, here, made such a big commotion. Chu Yan, who was dressed in a black robe, carried a long sword, and whose cultivation was no higher than the 5th level of the great emperor realm, suddenly stood up, facing Bu Jingtian and Ning Zhitian, including all the geniuses and bosses, and yelled a sentence. Let everyone go, don't delay your comprehension of the road to becoming a god. Then, he really comprehended the path to the divine realm. Isn't this a joke? Such a scene, not to mention their well-informed geniuses and bosses, even ordinary warriors and ordinary sect forces, no one would believe it at all. Therefore, even if the visions of the heaven and earth continue to erupt and the divine light of the 9 heavens descends, no one will believe it. However, no one knew that at this moment, Chu Yan, who looked calm, was undergoing earth-shattering changes in his sea of consciousness. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, 5 gods and beasts, Wuhun, occupy the 5 directions of the Wuhun world. The blue dragon in the east, the red bird in the south, the white tiger in the west, the basalt in the north, and the unicorn occupying the middle earth. The monstrous power of the Wuhun was released from the 5 divine beast spirits, like 5 waves of spirits, rushing from 5 directions, and all gathered on the body of the Qilan Wuhun in the middle. The eyes of the Qilan Wuhun are like thunder, 5 colors of light are shining all over his body, a pair of dragon feet are constantly stomping, and large black holes are constantly appearing. The frenzied tide of martial spirits pouring in from all directions poured into these black holes. That big black hole seemed to be bottomless, devouring the power of countless 5 souls, but there was no sign of it being filled. Above the sky, the 9 suns soared lotus soared into the sky, and the golden sword was like lightning, flying across the sky. On the white lotus seat, the 4 lotus seeds released dazzling rays of light, constantly twisting and evolving. Even the green-armored giant, who had been hiding in the clouds, appeared in the sea of consciousness world holding a blue sky lotus. Transformed into a giant of 10,000 feet, the green-armored giant stepped on the ground and supported the sky with his hands. Relying on his own strength, like a mainstay, he suppressed Chu Yan's violent sea of consciousness, so that although it was violent, it did not show any signs of collapse. Qingjia's huge pair of divine eyes shot out 2 rays of light like the stars, the sun and the moon, staring at everything in the sea of consciousness world with a solemn and nervous face. In the tower hall in the distance, Jiao Ming brought all kinds of puppets and monsters, roaring and roaring, continuously blessing the tower hall. The pagoda hall, which had been silent for a long time, was driven by various forces and grew slowly. Layers of towers emitted 9 colors and 10 lights, dyeing the sky and the earth. At this time, Chu Yan on the canopy of the tree, bathed in the divine light of the 9 heavens, his whole body restrained to the extreme, all his consciousness is divided into countless strands, closely connected with all his own power. Comprehending the road to becoming a god is of course extremely dangerous, and even Chu Yan's consciousness is almost on the verge of collapse. Especially when the 9 heavens divine light fell, it almost suppressed all the qi and cultivation in Chu Yan's body. This kind of suppression is not suppression, but dispelling, just like the current Chu Yan, whose whole body is completely abolished, and all his true energy is lost. If it wasn't for the fact that Qihai was not injured at all, but just dried up, Chu Yan would have thought that he had become an ordinary person. Boom. Boom, boom. Between heaven and earth, a vast power suddenly appeared, different from all previous powers. This is the power of heavenly power. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ning Zhitian's expression changed completely. Looking at the vast thundercloud surging towards the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. Others don't know him, how could he, as an envoy of heaven, not know him? That was heaven's punishment, thunder tribulation. The 90,000-mile heaven punishment extinguishing thunder tribulation is used to judge all existences that violate the way of heaven and must be obliterated. This kind of thunder calamity, not to mention the strong in the imperial realm, even the strong in the holy realm, cannot resist it. It can be said that this is the most powerful thunder tribulation that can be cast and mobilized by the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield. Except for those who surpass the rules of the heavenly realm, it is possible to survive such a thunder disaster. After all, the powerhouses in the divine realm and the Tao of heaven in the 10 directions starfields exist on an equal footing, and the thunder tribulation is no longer enough to pose a threat to them. None of this matters. The important thing is that Ning Zhitian knows that at this moment, there is probably only one reason for the appearance of the 90,000 miles thunder tribulation. That is, Chu Yan. Facing Ming Zhitian's exclamation, and the terrifying afterlife thunder that swept across the sky, Bu Jingtian and all the geniuses all reacted. 90,000 miles of thunder and calamity. That Chu Yan, has he really realized the road to becoming a god? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the thunder calamity billowing in the sky in horror. Watching helplessly, the thunder calamity rushed towards Chu Yan's position without any deviation. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience were all focused on the black-robed figure. He really did it. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2602 Who can defy the sky? Seeing the 90,000 Li thunder calamity, he went straight to Chu Yan. At this moment, all the geniuses and bosses present seemed to understand that Chu Yan really comprehended the road to becoming a god. That's why he attracted the judgment of Shifeng Starfield and Jiuli Thunder Tribulation. This is impossible. This scene, for Bu Jingtian, Ming Zhitian, Qin Yuyao, Wu Shenyan and other top geniuses in the martial arts world present, as well as the three major forces and the seven great clans, produced a shock like heaven and earth. With the return of the land of forbidden gods and the appearance of the mysterious treasure tree of thousand realms, all the major forces were extremely excited, planning and participating one after another. Even, just now, they were still fighting for the initiative. In their view, this mystical treasure tree of thousand worlds, including the hope of becoming a god, should definitely belong to the three major forces or a genius from the seven great clans, which is reasonable. However, no one thought that it would be that Chu Yan who finally realized the road to becoming a god. Boom, boom. The thunderclouds are thousands of miles away, galloping like the sea, and the whole sky and the earth are trembling. However, the vision of heaven and earth does not stop there. When the 90,000-mile thundercloud reached the sky above Chu Yan's head and began to gather and evolve crazily, thunderbolts as thick as pillars flashed in the clouds. The berserk Lei Wei seemed to have gathered 9 heavens and 10 earths, all the power of the thunder element, and the power of the explosion was like a series of thunderbolts that split the sky and smashed the ground, making the entire Wuhun world buzz and tremble. Originally, the 10-direction star field world, which was not affected at all, was also affected by this vision of heaven and earth. Those powerful existences entrenched in the starfields of the 10 directions, the great secret realms of the Jedi, and the ancient giants were all awakened. Hope of God. Someone understands the road to becoming a god. Impossible. With the existence of the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield, who can go against the sky? That's right. In ancient times, the vision of the road to becoming a god is exactly the same as it is now. Someone really did it. Humph. The ancient battle between gods and demons is not over, everything will not sink, and a new era is about to begin. God's domain wants to control this world of martial spirits. I am afraid it is wishful thinking. All kinds of huge voices, with different emotions and wills, kept ringing. At the same time, above the 9 heavens outer heaven, a figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the world of martial spirits below. The moment he opened his eyes, a group of cultivating figures sitting cross-legged behind him also opened their eyes and looked at the spirit of heaven. The people of Xingtian Pavilion are really calm. The spirit of Tian Bang had a sneer on his face, and a flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a large amount of Tian Wei burst out in an instant. However, when these celestial powers surged past like cirrus clouds, sweeping across the entire martial soul world in an instant, and stagnating at the edge of the God-forbidden land, the expression of the spirit of heaven's Tao froze in an instant. What's the situation? With a jerk, the spirit of heaven stood up directly, and all over the body, the originally soft heavenly power instantly became extremely violent. A pair of eyes, looking straight towards the direction of the forbidden gods. His face was full of astonishment. Chu Yan. How could it be him? The power of heaven was rolling up a large black cloud, covering the entire 10-direction star field, the spirit of heaven stared at the scene that happened in the land of forbidden gods, with a serious expression on his face. What? The Tianbang spiritual altar doesn't work for him. After some investigation, the face of the spirit of Tianbang showed shock again. This Chu Yan obviously grew up in the martial soul world of the 10-direction starfield. Why is his emperor spirit origin not affected by the Tianbang spirit altar at all? The use of the Tianbang spiritual altar this time is the overall situation laid down by the spirit of heaven. It is completely controllable. All warriors and bosses in the entire God-forbidden land can control the final result. To this end, he also sent 2 heavenly envoys. However, he never thought that such a generous layout would have a loophole, called Chu Yan. He actually cut off the way of heaven, shackles. The spiritual body of the spirit of heaven trembled suddenly, his eyes were full of astonishment, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom. 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 On the other side, Xingtian Pavilion, on the Holy Mountain. Originally, in the entire 10-direction starfield, the most peaceful place in the Wuhun world, Xingtian Pavilion, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Rays of divine light shot up into the sky from the Holy Heaven Monument on the Holy Mountain, and the bright beams of light seemed to pierce the sky, illuminating the entire sky brightly. What's wrong? What happened? Oh my God! Look, the light of God's wrath appearing on the Holy Heaven Monument. Oh my God, this level is much stronger and more terrifying than when the 9-armor God Emperor was back then. This, couldn't it be that another enemy appeared on my list of gods and sins in Xingtian Pavilion, who is more terrifying than the Jiuxiao God Emperor? Inside the Xingtian Pavilion, there were big bosses who woke up from deep sleep and practice, and looked at the shocking divine anger on the Holy Mountain. All of them were shocked. Who the hell? After a short breath, angry roars rang out in Xingtian Pavilion. The next moment, the light of divine wrath on the Xingtian Pavilion exploded rumblingly, forming a picture scroll in the sky. On the light curtain of the picture, a young man in black robe, bathed in 9-color divine breath, looked up to the sky, standing like a god. Chu Yan. The gazes of all the bosses and giants of Xingtian Pavilion shrank suddenly when they saw the black-robed figure. They never imagined that the person who could cause such wrath in God's domain was Chu Yan, the sinner of their divine edict in Xingtian Pavilion. At the same time, the forbidden places of the Wuhun world, the 10-direction starfield, the 3 great powers and the 7 war clans, all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, forbidden things of gods and ghosts all emit dazzling light. These rays of light seem to be echoing the scene that is happening in the God-forbidden land at this time. Divine crystal spirit treasure, peerless spirit soldiers, etc. All the top spirit treasures in the world of martial arts are frantically releasing the divine aura in their bodies at this moment, entangled with heaven and earth, if there is any aura. Soon, these heaven and earth spirit treasures devoured a breath of breath from between the heaven and the earth, and returned to silence. However, the aura they devoured has already merged with their bodies. In the future, as long as the owner of this breath appears, they will wake up again, and then recognize the owner and fight. Chu Yan. It turned out to be Chu Yan. Is he the last person? The divine path in the land of forbidden gods finally has an owner. This is impossible. How could it be him? The person who comprehended the road to becoming a god turned out to be Chu Yan, who defied the way of the gods. This son, extraordinary. At the same time, in the entire martial soul world, the 3 major factions and the 7 major clans, some of them passed secret techniques, and some of them received messages, and they all knew what happened in the land of forbidden gods. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C2603 Supreme Will. The core of the forbidden god land, the mysterious treasure tree of thousand realms. The eyes of everyone in the audience were all looking at Chu Yan, looking at the thunder clouds rolling above his head, and his breath was like a tide. But Chu Yan had a calm face, closed his eyes and immersed himself, as if he was not affected by the outside world at all. It's just that everyone can see with the naked eye that where Chu Yan is, the void around him seems to be beating in a regular rhythm. And above the sky, the God-forbidden Lord has a pair of divine eyes, scanning the past. The world is full of panic, and all the eyes are immersed in the divine eyes. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he murmured, "That's right. They're all staring at the little guy, so let's see if a miracle will happen." The god's eyes moved sideways, and the Lord Forbidden God glanced at the quiet Chu Yan, and then looked at the 90,000-li thundercloud above the sky. "I saw that in the cloud of God's punishment thunder, one after another exploded on the current thunder, accompanied by aura, dazzling and eye-catching, obviously completely different from the ordinary heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. A more powerful force was integrated into these thunderbolts of the God realm, but it was mixed in the thunder calamity, and it was impossible for ordinary warriors to discover it." "Good, very good." Seeing this scene, the Lord Forbidden God suddenly had a look of ecstasy on his face, and then looked at Chu Yan with a look of approval. This Chu Yan gave him too many surprises. Right now, this represents the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield, and the 90,000-li thundercloud, the strongest heavenly punishment, has completely mutated. The will it represents is definitely not only the will of heaven, but also mixed with other will powers that can only be known by the existence of the Lord of Forbidden Gods. As long as Chu Yan can survive a round of heavenly punishment thunder tribulation and get the approval of that level of will, the benefits to him will be enormous. Diin, Dao 2, let's see how you can go against the sky. The voice of the Forbidden Godland had just landed, and Chu Yan's figure finally moved on the 1,000 realms, profound treasure tree below. A pair of eyes, slightly opened, looked up at the 90,000-li thunder tribulation above the sky. Chu Yan smiled lightly. The 2 heavens of Yin and Yang, Fa Rong is already in place. The 8 characters resounded through the heavens and the earth like between the gods and the Brahma, and like the sound of rolling thunder, it turned into a monstrous force, impacted the sky, and collided fiercely with the 90,000-li thundercloud. This is a declaration of war, and it is also an explicit statement. After that, Chu Yan officially opened his way against the sky. All the aura and imperial prestige that had disappeared from Chu Yan's body began to rise slowly, like a volcano that had been silent for thousands of miles. At this moment, it completely woke up. The holy Rakshasa himself, the 9 swords, 2 formidable powers, turned into 2 soaring divine breaths, crashing into the sea of thunder clouds in the sky. Boom, boom. It seems to feel the arrogant provocation of Chu Yan, who is punishing the sinners below. All the thunder in the 90,000 miles of thunderclouds rioted again and evolved crazily. A series of thick thunder pillars burst out from the thunder cloud, and after colliding with each other, they merged directly. In the blink of an eye, countless thunderbolts fused together, turning into incomparably majestic thunder mountains, standing tall above the sky. Above these thunder mountains, the power is overwhelming, and the spirit patterns are coiled, just like a sacred mountain. Such a terrifying power, if it falls, even the sky and the earth will be shattered. What surprised everyone even more was that on every thunder mountain, there was a trace of aura that surpassed the way of heaven. This aura is exactly the supreme will that the Forbidden God Lord peeped out before, and it is blessed to appear. What's going on here? Those will powers have evolved to such an extent. Even the Lord of Forbidden God, who is a mighty conferred God, looked at the supreme will in those thunder mountains at this moment, and a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Originally, he just thought that the will that shouldn't appear was just an opportunity to test Chu Yan a little. But now, the power of the will is so strong that it is definitely not just a simple test. Others may not know what the supreme will represents, but of course he is extremely clear as a conferred God with a Godhead. What kind of breath is that? It's terrible. This aura obviously exceeds the level of Tianwei. How could it be so strong? Impossible. Even if Chu Yan really comprehends the road to the gods, it is impossible to attract such a powerful will. Oh my God, this is the most terrifying heaven's punishment thunder tribulation I have ever seen. It is several times more terrifying than the Holy Land. All the geniuses and bosses in the audience were completely shocked when they saw the scene in the sky at this moment. Not only them, but also those giants from all walks of life in the 10 Directions starfield, thousands of miles away, watching the Forbidden God land, were also shocked by the scene. You know, in the 10 Directions starfield, the appearance of a holy thunder punishment is already an extremely terrifying existence. But now, this lightning calamity, coupled with the fact that it has never been seen before, surpassed Tianwei's will, and made this thunder calamity reach the limit that the world of martial arts can bear. Lei Shan. Not bad. If you want to stop me, then try. Facing the monstrous power, Chu Yan's aura was not affected in the slightest, but was extremely flamboyant, constantly impacting the thunder clouds above the sky. Boom, boom. The heavenly punishment thunder mountains above the sky seemed to be completely enraged by Chu Yan's provocative behavior. The violent Lei Wei that exploded was earth-shattering, as if it wanted to destroy everything and obliterate the whole world. Without the slightest hesitation, it shattered the sky and void with a shocking momentum, moved crazily, and smashed hard towards Chu Yan. Down. This is an intangible mountain of thunder and power. In the eyes of the geniuses and bosses standing in the distance, they only saw a mighty thunder mountain falling from the sky and hitting the tiny figure of Chu Yan. At that scene, it was like a big mountain, trying to kill a mere ant. This won't work. Among the crowd, the corners of the eyes of Emperor Kuan's face twitched violently, and he said in a startled voice. The power of this thunder mountain is too great, even surpassing the ancient times. Chu Yan may not be able to resist it. Born in the ancient times, the Emperor Kuan, who was brilliant in the ancient gods, had seen too many geniuses and strong men, and was directly blasted into scum by the heavenly punishment thunder calamity. So, when he saw the power of heavenly punishment thunder mountain, he immediately became extremely worried. Just like the judgments of those geniuses and bosses around, the power of this wave of heaven's punishment thunder mountain in front of him has definitely surpassed the power of heaven's punishment thunder tribulation when the strong in the holy realm broke through. Clang. Just when Emperor Kuan exclaimed, in the sky, there was a resounding sound of sword resounding throughout the world. I saw a flash of cold air in Chu Yan's hand, and the Haotian sword shot out across the sky, with a fierce and unparalleled sharpness, and the blade pointed straight at the sky. Cut. After uttering one word, Chu Yan slashed with a wave of his hand, and with a flash of sword light, he smashed against the sky and slashed fiercely at the falling Lei Shan. #C2604 Union of Heroes. Boom, rumbling. The sword light reversed, and the thunder mountain fell, and the two collided, blasting the sky waves, and dissipating between the sky and the earth at the same time. This scene fell in the eyes of all the geniuses and bosses, and Chi was shocked. Damn it, Big Brother is awesome. Situyang suddenly roared with excitement. This. But Emperor Kuan looked at the thunder light overflowing all over the sky, but his face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't believe it. You must know that among the people present, apart from the Lord of Forbidden Gods, perhaps only Emperor Kuan could see that there was some kind of terrifying existence in this thunder mountain. That is the supreme will beyond the 10 Direction star field. Chu Yan cut Qi into pieces with only one sword. Could it be that Chu Yan himself already has the power of rules beyond the way of heaven? Impossible. Although he didn't believe it at all, the facts were right in front of his eyes. Emperor Kuan looked at Chu Yan's figure in the air, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Before, Emperor Kuan heard from the big man against the divine way that this Chu Yan, who was above the martial emperor realm, had a first-level heavenly cultivation, condensed the emperor's seal, bred the Tao map, and at the same time, he was also the person who should be ordered by the heaven's Tao Ming curse. Originally, Emperor Kuan thought that these old guys who defied the divine way were just talking nonsense in order to coax him into the game. However, after he opened up the Antarctic Sea area and finally connected with Chu Yan, he continued to witness with his own eyes the various things against the sky of this Chu Yan. Up to now, I have seen with my own eyes that Chu Yan shattered the thunder calamity that contained supreme will with his own strength. Now, Emperor Kuan finally believes that maybe this Chu Yan is really the one who should be ordered by the heavenly curse. Just as Emperor Kuan was pondering, some people in the surrounding crowd finally couldn't sit still. Listen, everyone. As an envoy of heaven, I announce that anyone who can intervene in this heavenly punishment thunder calamity will be rewarded. Everyone. I, Bu Jingtian, announced on behalf of Xingtian Pavilion that as long as anyone is willing to take action and prevent Chu Yan from crossing the catastrophe, I, Xingtian Pavilion, will reward you with great rewards. Two thunderous roars sounded at the same time, and the people who spoke were Bu Jingtian and Ning Zhitian. One represents the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions, and the other represents the Xingtian Pavilion, all of which are directed at Chu Yan. Seeing the 90,000-mile thunder calamity, it not only changed, but also added an aura that made them all fear, but it was broken by Chu Yan with a sword. If you don't do anything, this Chu Yan might really survive the catastrophe safely. At this time, if they don't do anything else, then they. Listen up, all the members of the Tianyu building, Chu Yan is going against the sky, and he has created a scourge. Let's fight together to break his thunder calamity. Chong Lingfeng, the young master of the 13th floor of Tianyu, has the highest status among all the disciples of Tianyu building present, and he also hates that Chu Yan the most. The Hunyuanzong disciple listened to the order. This son is against his will and cannot stay. Use the thunder calamity to get rid of this person. Hunyuanzong Morong Juetian, with the approval of his master, also stood out of the crowd, holding a purple token, and shouted loudly. Belongs to the Zhang clan, this person. Disciples of the demon sect, release the demon souls together, and kill this son. I am the emperor of the Gu clan, and by the order of the heavens, I will fight against rebels. In the next 100 breaths, one after another, the bosses stood out of the crowd and announced loudly. Without exception, all killing orders are aimed at Chu Yan. Suddenly, the original melee situation was completely reversed, and everyone turned to the black-robed figure in the air with murderous gazes. The 3 major forces and the 7 great clans, except for a few powerful sects, all of them are united like never before. With Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao Envoy, the leaders of these 2 biggest bosses in the 10 Directions Starfield, coupled with Chu Yan's performance against the sky, the geniuses and bosses present can still sit there. The most important thing is that anyone can see that Chu Yan has become a forbidden god, and has realized the road to becoming a god. If he didn't make a move now, it would be even more difficult to deal with him when he survived the thunder calamity safely and truly embarked on the road of breaking through the divine realm. Moreover, who wouldn't want to have the 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree? How can it be, just watching, a Chu Yan of the 5th heaven of the great emperor realm monopolizes it? All kinds of jealousy, resentment, and covetous emotions filled everyone present, so that they did not have the slightest idea of objecting to the killing orders issued by their respective sect forces. Break the thunder robbery and kill Chu Yan, don't hesitate. As everyone knows, no one is allowed to participate in the process of the warrior crossing the catastrophe. Otherwise, the power of the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation will be multiplied at the same time according to the number and strength of the participants. Under such circumstances, not only the tribulation passers, but even the participants will be bombarded by double the thunder tribulation and be smashed into powder at the same time. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, warriors in the world of martial spirits have either been guarded by strong men from the same clan, or they will choose to do it in a forbidden area, a place where other people cannot enter. Only in this way can he be safe and have a glimmer of hope to survive the thunder disaster. Therefore, even if it is the big boss of the Zongman's power, or even the son of the Zongman or the supreme elder, Dujia, except for the magic weapon of the Zongman's bottom box, there is no one dare to directly intervene in crossing the catastrophe. But now, nearly 2,000 geniuses and bigwigs from the top sect forces in the 10-star fields in the audience are planning to keep intervening in Chu Yan's thunder tribulation. The consequences are unimaginable. Of course, if it was an ordinary thunder tribulation, no one would dare to participate, because if they intervened, they would be turned into ashes. But now, with Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli, the two envoys of heaven, the situation is completely different. The messenger of the heavenly Tao is not a fake. Although he doesn't have the ability to control the heaven's punishment thunder tribulation, he can be exempted. Therefore, as long as Ning Zhitian and Jiang Tianli act together, the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation will not attack them, but what that Chu Yan said. A huge and terrifying plan was achieved in an instant. There were more than 1,000 strong players in the audience, except for a few who did not participate. Almost all of them no longer hesitated. Walking against the sky, the road to becoming a god, all the heavens will fight together. Great! Did you see that the Daoist and Xingtian Pavilion have both stopped fighting and joined forces? You were fighting life and death just now, but now you are standing together. Is it reliable? You know what a fart. That Chu Yan provoked everyone's interests, and even the heavenly punishment and thunder tribulation came. That represents the highest will of the heavenly Tao. Horrible. Hundreds of millions of miles away from the forbidden gods, those giants who paid attention to the forbidden gods' land, observed the reversal of the situation in the forbidden gods' land, and shocked the commentators at the same time. It seems that Chu Yan's road to becoming a god has not yet begun, and it will be destroyed. This is exactly what everyone expected. The same idea resounded in all the bigwigs and giants, exactly the same. People from Xingtian Pavilion, take action. Among the crowd, a strong man from Xingtian Pavilion held a saber and roared again and again. After listening to Bu Jingtian's order, he was the first to jump out to execute it without hesitation. With a roar of thunder, his figure, already shot out by a stream of light, rushed straight to where Chu Yan was. Shoot together! At this moment, all the heroes in the world roared together, and the geniuses and bosses of all forces moved accordingly, bursting into the sky with overwhelming power. Genius site address. Mobile version reading website. #C2605 Destroy. The 3 major forces, the 7 major clans, and almost all the geniuses and bosses have all taken action. Kill. These powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, and even some of the Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses, all shot together, blasting out the ultimate move of the Sky-filled Emperor technique. In an instant, the entire sky collapsed instantly, and the earth collapsed for it. The terrifying imperial prestige sweeping across the world seemed to destroy the entire world. Too strong. Although there are only nearly 2,000 geniuses and masters, after all, they are the strongest group of warriors in the sky of the 10-star field. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The provocative actions of all the geniuses and bigwigs immediately caused the 90,000 Li thunderclouds to become furious instantly, and pieces of heaven's punishment thunder mountains suspended in the sky skyrocketed and thunderous. For this kind of behavior of meddling in the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, it is tantamount to provoking the way of heaven, and it is absolutely unforgivable. Therefore, a large area of Thunder Mountain turned in unison, heading towards the large crowd of people rushing in. Break them! Ning Zhitian roared loudly, giving instructions to all the geniuses and bosses. These Leishan visions are all 90,000 Li thunderclouds, which were conceived in advance against Chu Yan. Therefore, as long as these thunder mountains are broken, then the 90,000 Li thunder clouds will give birth to a new heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. Even Ning Zhitian, the envoy of the Tao of Heaven, couldn't imagine the extent of the abnormal sound of thunder and catastrophe at that time. Because, he knew very well that these heavenly punishment thunder tribulations were not ordinary thunder tribulations, and contained a trace of true supreme will power in them. And this power of breath is the master of this heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. Therefore, what they want to disobey and provoke is not the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation of the 10 directions star field, but the will master. Boom! 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 All the geniuses and masters blasted out a large attack torrent, which collided fiercely with the falling thunder mountain, blasting countless waves of thunder power. This confrontation is no less than a large-scale battle during the ancient war between gods and demons. How could it be so strong? After a few tricks, the faces of these geniuses and masters who made the move all changed, and their faces were full of disbelief. Originally, they thought that with so many people joining forces to attack, it would be easy to deal with the thunder mountains that were punished by heaven. But after they took action, they realized that the power of these thunder mountains was extremely terrifying. Because, these thunder mountain heavenly tribulations belong to Chu Yan. And this is exactly the real gap between them and Chu Yan. Bujing Tian, undo the seal on the holy heaven monument, break through the thunder tribulation, and kill Chu Yan, the sinner of God's edict. In front of the crowd, walking in the sea of consciousness with solemn eyebrows, suddenly the majestic voice of the holy mountain resounded. Ning Zhitian, merge with the Emperor's list spirit altar, and attack with all your strength. On the other side, the expression on Ning Zhitian's face also froze suddenly, and the voice of the spirit of heaven in the sea of consciousness buzzed. Almost at the same time, the Xingtian pavilion hundreds of millions of miles away, and the spirit of heaven above the 9 heavens outer heaven, sent absolute instructions to their spokespersons at the same time. Maybe Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian don't know the secrets about Chu Yan, but they are very clear to Xinyu and the spirit of heaven. This Chu Yan, who has been rising against the sky since the very beginning, now has the Emperor's seal and Taoist map, and has been favored by the Lord of Forbidden Gods, and has just realized the road to becoming a god. This son, absolutely impossible to stay. However, the most important thing right now is time. Although Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian led everyone to attack the heaven's punishment thunder calamity at the same time, the plan to trigger the will of the ruler to explode is quite correct. But there is an important link in this, and that is the loophole of time. The first wave of attack breaks all the heavenly punishment thunder mountains, which means that everyone present helped Chu Yan survive the first thunder disaster. However, no one knows how long it will take to give birth to the second thunder calamity after the first layer of thunder tribulation has passed. Because, due to the emergence of the dominating will, even the spirit of heaven cannot control the current heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. However, Chu Yan at this time has already comprehended the road to becoming a god, and no one dares to guess how much he will understand the road to becoming a god during this period of time. But there is one thing that can be referred to. That is, it took less than a stick of incense from Chu Yan standing on the canopy of the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms to his comprehension of the road to becoming a god. This is the only hope of becoming a god in the entire martial arts world, and everyone thinks that it is definitely more difficult to comprehend than ascending to the sky. That kid actually only used 1 stick of incense. Therefore, no matter it is Xingtian Pavilion or the Spirit of Heaven, they are unwilling to gamble. Even more unwilling, seeing such a possible time loophole would bring Chu Yan any chance. The best and safest way is to kill Chu Yan directly. Yes. Obey. Both Bujing Tian and Ning Zhitian guessed the reasons for their orders in the first place. The two looked at each other from a distance, and nodded at the same time. Without any hesitation, the Emperor's prestige on their bodies exploded. Boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. Whether it was the Holy Heaven Monument or the Tianbang spiritual altar, terrifying mysterious light and divine breath spewed out at the same time, covering several great geniuses including Bu Jingtian and Ning Zhitian. Behind Bu Jingtian, Qin Yuyao, Wu Shenyan, and Jiang Tianli next to Ning Zhitian, there were 5 people in total, and their cultivation levels skyrocketed. If you want to break through the barrier of heaven's punishment thunder tribulation and complete the surprise attack on Chu Yan, the number of people must not be large, but must be precise. Therefore, the 5 of them are the main force to attack Chu Yan this time. They. Above the sky, the Lord of Forbidden God immediately noticed the abnormal movement of the 5 geniuses, and his eyes flickered slightly. Follow me to charge and kill Chu Yan. Bu Jingtian roared, and the divine breath and profound light on his body bloomed at the same time. With a wave of his big hand, he rushed towards Chu Yan with Qin Yuyao and Wu Shenyan. 5 streams of light, as fast as lightning, shrouded in divine breath and mysterious light, Ning Zhitian formed seals with both hands, flipped them constantly, and made 5 spiritual seals, pressing them on himself and others. Each of them had a spirit seal, and when the 5 of them rushed to Lei Shan, those Lei Shan didn't react at all, as if they couldn't see them at all. These guys actually thought of such a way. Now, Chu Yan is in trouble. Including Forbidden God and Emperor Kuan, all the bosses saw this scene. Of course they understood the plan of the 5 geniuses. Borrowing Ning Zhitian's Taoist identity and methods, he concentrated on a small number of 5 people, directly deceived the heaven's punishment thunder tribulation, and attacked Chu Yan himself. In this way, Chu Yan doesn't have any time at all to comprehend the road to becoming a god. Moreover, facing the joint attack of the 5 strongest geniuses under the 10 directions starfield, Chu Yan still has a way to survive. At the same time, the rest of the geniuses and bosses of other forces are still attacking the 90,000 Li Thunder Cloud and those Thunder Mountains. Even if Chu Yan is lucky enough not to die, then when a new wave of heaven's punishment thunder calamity is conceived, Chu Yan will also be dead. This is an absolutely perfect layout, without any loopholes, and it does not leave a trace of life for Chu Yan.